Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Or was he a student he had taught before? After 100 years, what kind of identity and attitude should he communicate with him? No, looking at the familiar face of Aizen who was close at hand, Byakuya Kuachiki thought of the general manager of the past in his mind. At that time, he had grandfather, parents, teachers, and Yoruichi who came to tease him from time to time. Now, all he had left was the responsibility of being one of the four great nobles, the head of Kachiki family. Thinking of these things in his mind, Byakuya Kuachiki could not help but be stunned for a moment until he was awakened by Aizen's voice. Looking deeply at Aizen's face that seemed to have no change, Byakuya Kuachiki said in a deep voice, "Can I still treat you as a teacher now?" Hearing Byakuya Kuachiki's question, Aizen was slightly stunned. He really did not expect Byakuya to say such words. Moreover, although he tried to hide it, Aizen still felt a kind of expectation from his tone, and his eyes were also filled with deep expectation. Of course, as long as you're willing. Although he was slightly stunned by Byakuya Kuachiki's question, Aizen quickly reacted and a smile slowly bloomed from the corner of his mouth. "But I have to say it first." Just after Aizen said with a smile, Byakuya Kuachiki's face suddenly flushed slightly. Although it was very faint, it was very obvious against his face that was particularly pale because of excessive blood loss. His eyes turned slightly, not looking at Aizen sitting beside him. Byakuya Kuachiki continued to say, "If your behavior goes against the rules of Soul Society, I will not show mercy to you." Hearing the words of Byakuya Kuachiki, Aizen was slightly stunned. Looking at his erratic eyes and the blush on his cheeks, Aizen could not help laughing. "What are you laughing at? Don't laugh." Hearing the laughter of Aizen, Byakuya Kuachiki's face suddenly flushed and shouted at Aizen. Hearing Byakuya Kuachiki's words, Aizen laughed again. He laughed more happily than before. This was the Byakuya that he was familiar with. Although he wore a cold mask on his face, he was still the proud little Byakuya that he was familiar with. It was just that the cold appearance was concealed. After a long time, the laughter gradually subsided. Aizen looked at White in front of him, and his tone was a little bleak. "I haven't laughed so happily for a long time." "Yes." Hearing Aizen's bleak voice, Byakuya Kuachiki whispered. The whole story of that year, until now, he was not clear. He only thought that Aizen betrayed Soul Society. But from what happened today, things are not as simple as he imagined. Moreover, these years, the teacher must not have been easy. The atmosphere suddenly became calm. The master and disciple duo did not know what to say for a moment. Byakuya, who had been wearing a cold mask, did not remember how to communicate with the teacher. After the initial excitement calmed down, there was only silence between the two now. But even though they just sat there quietly, there was a warm feeling in their hearts. "Captain," Renji Ibarai, who was receiving treatment on the side, turned to look at Kachiki Byakuya. He was still very concerned about the injury of Byakuya, but he did not expect to see such a picture. He had never seen such Byakuya Kuachiki. At this time, he was not like the cold-faced 6th Division captain, not like the head of Kachiki family who abided by Soul Society's rules. At this time, he was just a flesh and blood person, and there was no difference from others. This was a side he had never understood. Mayang. You have worked hard, Anohana captain, Howard Toshiro Hitsugaya a captain and Hinamori vice captain. For the time being, their lives are saved, and next it depends on their own luck. Now Aizen is taking over my treatment. Who else is there? Oh, there is Captain Kachiki and the troublemaker teenager. Hearing the report of his subordinates, Retsu Anohana turned her eyes to Kurosaki Ichigo on the side. At this time, he was receiving treatment in the healing enchantment of Orihime. Under the treatment of Orihime, the injuries on Ichigo Kurosaki's body were recovering quickly. Seeing the treatment method of Orihime, Retsu Anohana showed a trace of surprise in her eyes. The healing ability of this human girl was really excellent, and the healing speed was quite fast. Although it was a spell that had never been seen before, it was not inferior to the healing skill of Soul Society who had been passed down for many years. The injury of the disaster teenager was almost healed. It seems that the teenager should not need our help. Looking away from Ichigo Kurosaki, Retsu Anohana looked at Byakuya Kuachiki on the other side. You are really too careless, Captain Kachiki. Walking to the front, she squatted down and glanced at the injury of Byakuya Kuachiki. Retsu Anohana said with a trace of blame in her tone. Later, Retsu Anohana turned her eyes to Mayang sitting beside her, and you, Mr. Kimura, you are too impulsive, such an injury is unnecessary. Teacher, are you injured? Hearing Retsu Anohana words, Byakuya Kuachiki's sight fell on Mayang. Nothing serious, just a small injury on the arm. It will take a few days to rest. Besides, for the treatment of Kido, I have some experience, don't worry. Hearing Mayang's words, Byakuya Kuachiki nodded slightly. He also knew Mayang's ability, so he was no longer worried. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Byakuya Kuachiki looked at Retsu Anohana and said, Can you let Rukia come over? I have something to tell her. Of course. Looking at Byakuya Kuachiki lying on the ground, Retsu Anohana gently replied. Kachiki Byakuya's injury has been controlled, and it is slowly recovering under the effect of spiritual power. There is no danger. Rukia Kuachiki, please come over. Retsu Anohana raised her head and said to Rukia not far away, Captain Kachiki is looking for you. Rukia. Yes, big brother. Rukia walked to the side of White and the expression on her face was a little subtle. She did not know how to face the person in front of her. He adopted himself as an orphan, but his eyes were on himself. Even when he was about to be executed, he did not show any expression. He even wanted to kill himself again and again. What kind of emotion should he face such a brother? There are some things I want to make clear with you. Byakuya Kuachiki looked at the face in front of him that was very similar to his wife, and his eyes showed a rare tenderness. One morning in spring 50 years ago, before the first plum blossom bloomed, my wife died. I know, it's Miss Hisona. When she heard Byakuya Kuachiki's narrative, Rukia's heart suddenly had a sour feeling for no reason. Others said that you liked me because I looked like my wife, so you took me as your sister and brought me to Kachiki home. Yes, I did tell the people in the family to lie to you like this. Rukia Kuachiki body suddenly shook. Hisona, she is your sister, Rukia. Hearing the secret from Byakuya, Rukia's pupils suddenly contracted. Byakuya Kuachiki did not care about Rukia's reaction. At this time, she had fallen into her own memories. Recalling the times she spent with Hisona, Byakuya Kuachiki eyes unconsciously showed tenderness, which was the color that Rukia had never seen in the eyes of Byakuya. After Hisona died in the modern world, she and you were sent to the Rukongai. However, she really had no way to survive in that place alone, so she had to abandon the young you and escape. Hisona regretted it very much. In the 5 years that she became my wife, she kept looking for your whereabouts every day. Then she came to the spring of the 5th year and died. I found you every year, so I immediately took you into the Kachiki family. Bringing people with the blood of Rukongai into a noble family would break the rules and belittle the reputation of the Kachiki family, so I was opposed by my family. But in fact, when I brought Hisona into the Kachiki family, the rules had been broken. So since I took you into the house, I swore in front of my parents' tomb. This is the last time to break the rules. In the future, no matter what happens, I will abide by the rules. When I decided to sentence you to extreme punishment, I really did not know what to do. Should I abide by the oath to my parents and not break the rules, or should I abide by the agreement with Hisona to protect my sister? I really do not know which one to choose. Rukia. Reaching out to hold Rukia's hand, Byakuya Kuachiki said with an apologetic look in his eyes. Sorry. Tightly holding Byakuya Kuachiki's palm, looking at the weak brother in front of her, Rukia's heart suddenly had a warm current flowing through. It was a happy thing to be loved and cared for by such an elder brother. All the time, the elder brother loved himself and did not ignore himself as he thought. Thinking about this, Rukia suddenly felt that she was wrapped in a huge happiness. Chapter 170, so-called longing. A week after Aizen defected. 11th Division. Bang. A figure smashed the window and flew out from the training ground of 11th Division. Very good. Next. The bare-chested Kako held a wooden knife in his hand and shouted loudly to the team below, his shiny head shining in the sunlight. Hey! What's wrong with you? Did no one catch up? Soft feet shrimp. Seeing that the team below were all cowering with their heads down to their feet, Kaku shouted with dissatisfaction. Because he was injured and stayed in bed for so long, he was now very uncomfortable. Now he urgently needed to fight with someone to relax. I really can't do anything about you guys. Since that's the case, then let me fight you. Whoa, you're quite bold, Ichigo. Kaku put the wooden knife on his shoulder, the corner of his mouth raised, and looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who stood up provocatively. Is that okay? Didn't you just recover? I won't show mercy. Didn't you and I just recover? Besides, I'm not sick. I just suffered some injuries. Isn't that the same? Didn't the wound just recover? Of course not. Then tell me, what should I call the wound? This. I don't know either. See, you don't know at all. Go back and recite the national language from the beginning. Idiot. What did you say? I think you are the one with an empty head. Alright. Then let's see who wins, and who wins is right. How about it? Kaku looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, with excitement on his face, and the wooden knife in his hand was raised high. Oh. Come on. I will let you know that my national language is the strongest. In the face of Kaku provocation, Ichigo Kurosaki was also not to be outdone. He raised the wooden knife in his hand and looked at Kaku with a face full of fighting spirit. Just as the two of them were about to exchange their wooden blades. Shuadong. Good morning. Good morning, Captain. Eh? Isn't this Ichigo? Why? I see that you are in a very good condition. Ichigo, is the wound fine? Yes, thanks to your care, my wound is no longer. Swish, before Ichigo Kurosaki could finish his words, he only felt a flash of light in front of him. The wooden knife in his hand was immediately cut into 2 pieces. Is it? That's good. I wanted to find Kimura. But I don't know where he hid. Now that your injury has been healed, then let's have another fight with me without any scruples. Whoosh. Kenpachi Zaraki's words had not finished. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Ichigo Kurosaki directly threw down the wooden hilt in his hand and turned to run. Are you kidding? Fighting with this guy? The terrible scene when he fought with Maang a few days ago was still in Ichigo Kurosaki's mind. Unless he wanted to die, he would not fight with Kenpachi again. Hey! Kaku! You stinky boy, stop! Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki turned around and ran without saying anything, Zaraki Kenpachi called out behind him. I just wanted to talk to you. I don't want to fight with you anymore. The brain once again put back the scene of Maang and Kenpachi Zaraki fighting before, and Ichigo Kurosaki could not help but shiver. 6th Division Courtyard. Are you wondering why I am still alive? Byakuya Kuachiki sat on the bed. Looking at the changing scenery outside the window, he suddenly asked softly. It has been a week since the battle. Although there are some changes in the heart of Byakuya Kuachiki after a battle, but after a week of peace, he has returned to the unsmiling head of Kachiki family. After all, the habits that have been developed over the years will not be easily changed. How can it be? If you die, who can I aim for the next level? So that's your goal. Hearing Renji's words, Byakuya Kuachiki whispered and his face was thoughtful. Does Captain also have a goal to strive for? Seeing the thoughtful expression on Byakuya Kuachiki's face, and then thinking of what he heard on the Sokyoku Hill after the Great War, Renji puffed up his breath and asked the thoughtful Byakuya, that Mr. Kimura? Ah. Turning to look at Renji, who was sitting in the distance, Byakuya Kuachiki suddenly had an impulse to talk to him. Perhaps it was because of the loneliness for a long time, or because he saw the teacher who had been away for 100 years again, his mood was difficult to control, or maybe because of Renji, he saw his own shadow that looked forward to Maang. Teacher Kimura, he was once the goal I longed for and wanted to catch up with. Byakuya Kuachiki looked straight ahead, and his eyes showed the color of memories, apparently falling into his own memories. When I was born, it was when the teacher was at the height of Soul Society's reputation. At that time, the teacher was the most famous person in 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Even had Captain Yamamoto, at that time, he was not as famous as the teacher. He graduated from True Central Academy in half a year. He was appointed as a vice captain as soon as he graduated, and he was promoted to captain a year later. Although his teacher came from Rukongai, the talents he showed made all the nobles of Soul Society blush with shame. Moreover, the teacher who was born in Rukongai did not have any conflicts with the nobles. On the contrary, many nobles admired him. During the time when the teacher was the captain, all the members of 13 Division of Imperial Guards admired him. Even in Rukongai, he enjoyed a great reputation. As a student, I often felt happy and proud to have such a teacher. Now that I think about it, even after what happened that year, deep in my heart, I was still proud of being his student. Hearing Byakuya Kuachiki slowly telling everything in a nostalgic tone, Renji slowly outlined an image in his brain. Originally, in his heart, Maayang was just a little mysterious and terribly powerful guy. But after listening to the description of his captain, the image of Maayang slowly developed in his brain, and an image that was still mysterious but made him feel admiration took shape in the brain of Renji. But why would such an admirable person leave Soul Society and live in seclusion in the modern world? And what did Captain mean? Captain, what you said? Renji, I am about to ask something important. Oh. Yes. Sorry. Seeing the unhappy expression on Renji's face, Ichigo Kurosaki apologized without sincerity, and then his face was slightly straight. Do you know where Rukia went? What happened to Rukia? Forget it if you don't know. Ichigo, how did you climb up the window on the 3rd floor? It's very dangerous. You are the one, right? You are really amazing. How did you climb up? Seeing Orihime beside him, a drop of cold sweat slid down Ichigo Kurosaki's face. He really couldn't judge a person by their looks. He really didn't know how she climbed up from the bottom of the well. She clearly looked like a lady. Sorry. Renji, Byakuya, then let's go first. Sorry to disturb you. Renji, Byakuya. What are the two of them doing? Looking at Orihime and Ichigo Kurosaki who quickly left the well, Renji whispered. What happened to you, Captain? Turning his head, seeing Byakuya Kuachiki look thoughtful, Renji was stunned. Nothing. Stretching out a hand and stroking his chin, Byakuya Kuachiki whispered, that guy, it should not call my name straight after. Hearing Byakuya Kuachiki like talking to himself, a drop of cold sweat slid down from Renji's forehead. It seemed that it was really possible to keep calling him like this. Come to think of it, Captain. What do you mean by that thing you just said? Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki and Orihime leave the well, Renji sat back on his stool and looked at Byakuya Kuachiki and asked. For Kimura, who was not familiar for him yet, Renji was now full of curiosity. Nothing, I am not very clear about what happened in the past. Hearing Renji's question, Byakuya said coldly. After Ichigo Kurosaki's disturbance just now, he had lost his interest to continue. What's more, he did not know much about the things of that year. After all, he was still young at that time, and he had not joined the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, and was not qualified to touch those. Damn it. Ichigo, that bastard. It's all his fault that he came to disturb now. Captain obviously lost interest. The next time I see him, I must beat him up. Seeing that Byakuya Kuachiki had lost the topic of conversation, Renji was slightly disappointed. He could only curse in his heart and secretly decided to teach him a lesson the next time they met. Poor Renji, completely forgot that his strength was not enough to teach him a lesson. But the powerful figure of Maayang on the Sokyoku Hill flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but be moved. He really wanted to know the person whom the captain looked forward to so much. Speaking of which, Ichigo seemed to know Senior Kimura. It seemed that his slash and flash steps were taught by Senior Kimura. Speaking of which, that kid was really lucky. If there was a chance to go to the modern realm to carry out a mission next time, he should be able to see Mr. Kimura. After seeing him, perhaps he could understand why the captain looked forward to him so much. No, not only that, if he could get his guidance, he might be able to catch up with the captain. Thinking that he could catch up with Byakuya, Renji felt a burning desire in his heart. If there was a mission sent to the modern realm next time, he must strive for it. Chapter 171, What he's after. What did you say? Okayan? Seeing the shock on Joshiro Yukiteke's face, Maayang nodded. He also knew how much shock his words just now would cause to Yukitake and Kiraku, so he did not feel strange about the fierce reaction of Yukitake. How can it be? Aizen actually dared to. Seeing that Maayang was once again sure, Joshiro Yukitake was absent-minded. That was Okayan. He did not expect Aizen to have such a rebellious idea. Well, Kimura, how do you know? Although Kiraku Shunsui is also shocked, but it is not like Joshiro Yukitake. The more he encounters such an important thing, the calmer his mood is. He reached out to hold his bamboo hat. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flashed a trace of wisdom, and then he looked at Maiyang and asked. This is what Kisuke and I analyzed, but you can go to the Hall of Spirit Library to check it. There should be traces of Aizen information he has checked. That's true. Hearing Maiyang's suggestion, Jashiro Yukitake touched his chin and had a thoughtful expression on his face. In this case, Kiraku, you accompany me to go to Spirit Library Hall to have a look. There is really no way. I was going to find a place to sleep. It is rare to have such a good weather. It is really hard to live. Seeing Jashiro Yukitake looking at him, Kiraku Shunsui smiled helplessly. He always had a difficult to refuse Yukitake's request. Well, in that case, let's go together, Kimura. Kiraku Shunsui looked at Maiyang and said, trying to pull Maiyang with him. I won't go. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's words, Maiyang quickly waved his hand and refused. He did not want to go to the library with Kiraku and Yukitake to check the information. Facing the vast information over there was definitely a mental torture. If he had to choose, he would rather fight with Kinpachi, at least he could enjoy the fun of fighting. Don't be like this. Come with us. Anyway, it's boring for you to go alone, isn't it? Although Maiyang had already refused. But Kiraku Shunsui obviously did not want to let him go just like this. He walked over and put his arm around Maiyang's shoulder. Kiraku Shunsui said affectionately. I don't want it. If you want to go, just the two of you can go. I haven't returned to Soul Society for a long time. I don't want to waste time here with you. I want to see what the current Soul Society has become. After breaking free from Kiraku Shunsui's arm, Maiyang patted his shoulder with a look of disgust in Kiraku Shunsui's eyes and then turned to leave. I really can't stand him. He is really lazy. He actually pushed all the things to us. Looking at the back of Maiyang, Kiraku Shunsui complained with dissatisfaction. Well, Kiraku, don't complain anymore. The two of us should go to the Great Spirit Book Corridor first. Yes, I understand. Kiraku Shunsui retracted his hand into his sleeve and responded with a lazy look. But what's wrong? The direction Kimura left seems to be in the direction of 10th Division. What about it? Although it has been 100 years, Soul Society actually has no change. Kimura, of course, still went to 10th Division along the road he is familiar with. After all, he has been a 10th Division captain for such a long time. In fact, when he was Soul Society, he was almost always in the identity of 10th Division captain. There are really not many geniuses like him. By the way, speaking of geniuses, the current captain of Toshiro Hitsugaya is also a genius. Ah. Yes, the captain of Tosen Kaname is also a very talented person. Speaking of Hitsugaya captain, Yukitake, I heard that you often give candy to him? Ah. It's not often, but sometimes I will give him some candy when I meet him. But Kiraku, who did you hear it from? Me? I heard it from Miss Matsumoto when I was drinking last time. However, what Miss Matsumoto said is true. I thought she was talking nonsense after drinking too much. It seems that our big handsome brother is still so gentle. What? Kiraku, you? Really, after so many years, Soul Society really hasn't changed. Walking on the familiar road, Maiyang couldn't help but let out a sigh. Although there was no longer a familiar figure among Shinigami who hurried along the road, Soul Society's layout and street were still the same as 100 years ago. There was almost no change. Why do I feel that Soul Society's air is emitting a smell of decay? The air is clearly much better than the industrial society in the modern world. In 100 years, the modern world developed rapidly, and everything produced a huge change. However, Soul Society did not change at all. The backward system, the decaying system, and the monotonous life. This place is. Maiyang stopped and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar place in front of him. He did not expect that he would subconsciously walk to the 10th Division. The power of habit was really strong. Even after 100 years, he would still bring him back to the 10th Division. However, the people he was familiar with were already gone. Hey, kid, which division are you from? Why are you sneakily standing at the door of our 10th Division? Eh? Maiyang looked at Shinigami, who was looking at him with vigilance, and felt a little stunned. He was actually regarded as a guy with bad intentions. Are you talking about me? Looking at the person in front of him, Maiyang pointed to his nose and confirmed. Of course, I am talking about you. The guard at the door looked at Maiyang. His heart was more and more suspicious of his identity. His eyes were full of vigilance. At the same time, he secretly put his hand on his Zanpakuto. The incident of the accident a few days ago had just passed. Now he dared not take it lightly. I have never seen your face in Soul Society, and there is no mark of your division on your clothes. Tell me honestly, what is your identity and what is your intention? Seeing the vigilance of this guy in front of him, Maayang suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect to encounter such a black dragon incident. He really doubted whether this Shinigami in front of him had paranoia. This imagination was too rich. What's wrong? Just as Maayang did not know whether to laugh or cry, not knowing how to deal with it, a voice suddenly came from the other side. Captain. Hearing the voice coming from behind him, the guard immediately straightened up and bowed respectfully. What is going on? The young boy with a head of white hair, Toshiro Hitsugaya, casually responded, then turned to look at Maayang, and his eyebrows suddenly wrinkled together, his young face with a little bit of immaturity, but there was a sense of maturity that did not match his appearance. Yes. Captain, this person. Hearing Toshiro Hitsugaya's words, the member standing on the side immediately responded, and then he was about to tell Toshiro Hitsugaya his speculation about Maayang's identity. I am not asking you. Impatiently interrupting the words of the team members on the side, Toshiro Hitsugaya's pair of emerald eyes looked at Maayang. Originally, he was very annoyed by Matsumoto Rinjaku, who was drunk in the room, and now he was not in a good mood to face the team members at the door, and even looked at Maayang with some irritability. Nothing, just when I came here, I stopped because I thought of some things, so I was thought of by the little brothers here. Maayang spread his hands and said to Toshiro Hitsugaya with a helpless expression. Really? Toshiro Hitsugaya held his forehead with his hand, his face was helpless, and he was really annoyed to death recently. This guy is called Maayang, a friend of Soul Society. Pointing to Maayang, Toshiro Hitsugaya casually explained to the players around him. Although he was injured that day and did not see the situation of Maayang and Aizen fighting on the Sokioka Hill, he still felt the movement when Maayang and Zaraki Kenpachi fought a few days ago. This was definitely a powerful guy, and he knew several captains. If he let him make trouble because of his own players, there might be some trouble. You are Captain Kimura. As soon as Toshiro Hitsugaya's voice fell, the team member who was listening to him suddenly raised his head and cried, his face full of excitement. Captain Kimura? Hearing the exclamation of his team member, Toshiro Hitsugaya looked puzzled. This guy is the captain? Do you know me? Compared to Toshiro Hitsugaya's doubts, Maayang had a lot of doubts in his heart. Why did this guy in front of him seem to know him, but he did not have such a face in his memory? Moreover, he did not look like a 100-years-old person. How could he know him? As if seeing Maayang's doubts, the member hurriedly explained, I heard my father mention you. Father has always said that you are the person he respects the most. Your father? Could it be that his father was once his subordinate? That was the only explanation. My father's name is Akadane Maruyama. Hearing the name that Shinigami said in front of him, a familiar face suddenly flashed in Maayang's mind. He blurted out, 12 seats of the city valley. Ah! Lord Kimura, you actually still remember my father. I think if Lord Father knew, he would definitely be very happy. Hearing that Maayang actually called out his father's seat, this Shinigami's face became even more excited. Of course, the 12 seats of the city valley are very outstanding officials. How could I not remember? Unexpectedly meeting the son of his former subordinates, Maayang also felt very happy, and his face could not help but reveal a smile. Chapter 172, Hitsugaya Tawashiro. I didn't expect that other than those long-winded old men, there are other people who know you in Soul Society. A long-winded old man? Hearing Toshiro Hitsugaya's words, Maayang was slightly stunned. Did Soul Society have so many old men? Yes, it's those old men. Every time they have a meeting, they will quarrel over some trivial things. It's really annoying. Toshiro Hitsugaya nodded, his tone full of resentment. He really had enough of those guys. Maayang was stunned for a while, and then reacted. The few long-winded old men that Toshiro Hitsugaya said should be the other captains. I really don't know what kind of reaction they would have if they heard Toshiro Hitsugaya called them. Well, indeed, compared with you, they are really old men. Maayang nodded, his eyes looked up and down on Toshiro Hitsugaya, and his eyes glanced back and forth constantly reminded Toshiro Hitsugaya his height. You bastard. Feeling the eyes on his body, the veins on Toshiro Hitsugaya's forehead burst out. This guy was provoking him. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Toshiro Hitsugaya's reaction, Maayang could not help but laugh. Seeing his gloomy face was about to drip water, Maayang quickly stopped laughing and asked Toshiro Hitsugaya with a straight face, by the way, Hitsugaya, what did you want to do before? Call me Toshiro Hitsugaya. Hearing the name of Maayang to himself, Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyebrows jumped up, saying that he was familiar with him, actually calling his name. I know, Toshiro Hitsugaya. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Toshiro Hitsugaya suppressed his anger and said almost word by word. You can see it? It is really amazing, as expected of the captain. Toshiro Hitsugaya just suppressed his anger and heard the voice of Ma Yang. His face suddenly became ugly again. Don't be angry. You are often angry that the president is not tall. You. Hearing Ma Yang's teasing words, Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyes almost spit out fire, but in the end, he suppressed his anger. The other person's sentence not tall was almost like a needle in his heart. The height was the heart of his heart for so many years. Who taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Toshiro Hitsugaya said to Ma Yang with a cold face, if you have something to do, you can go first. I want to see Hinamori. Toshiro Hitsugaya, you really like to joke. You know what I can do. I only know those old men in Soul Society. There is nothing to do. I will go with you to see your little girlfriend. What? Don't talk nonsense, what little girlfriend? Hearing Ma Yang's words, Toshiro Hitsugaya jumped up as if his buttocks were burned by fire. His cold face suddenly became red, his eyes were a little shy, and his eyes were erratic. His hands kept swinging, trying to deny what Ma Yang said before. I know, I was just joking with you. Why do you have such a big reaction? Ma Yang pretended to look at Toshiro Hitsugaya with a puzzled look, but the smile in his eyes could not be concealed. You bastard. Seeing the smirk in Ma Yang's eyes, Toshiro Hitsugaya knew that he was played by him again, and his heart was suddenly angry. Glancing at Ma Yang's young face, Toshiro Hitsugaya said, speaking of which, you are also an old man, and you are still talking about them here. What? I am still a teenager, okay? How can you call me old man? Don't you see my face full of youth? No matter how young you look, you can't hide the fact that you are an old man. Looking at the slightly excited Ma Yang, Toshiro Hitsugaya deliberately attacked, but did not notice that unconsciously, they had arrived outside the ward of Hinamori. What are you talking about, Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya? Just as Toshiro Hitsugaya finished his words, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Although the voice was very gentle, but in the ears of Toshiro Hitsugaya, it seemed to have a chill. Even Toshiro Hitsugaya, who has the strongest heist systems on Pacto, cannot help but shiver. Captain Anohana. Toshiro Hitsugaya turned his head and looked at Retsu Anohana standing behind him with a gentle smile on her face. His heart could not help but bulge. He felt that he seemed to have provoked something bad. What were you talking about before, Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya? Seeing Toshiro Hitsugaya turn around, Retsu Anohana smiled even more, but in the eyes of Toshiro Hitsugaya, it was a little terrible, and his heart could not help but be covered with a layer of haze. No. Nothing. This is a ward. I don't want to see you talking loudly outside the ward next time. Do you understand? Looking at Retsu Anohana who was sticking to him with a smile like a flower, Toshiro Hitsugaya felt a little cold in his heart and could not help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. His voice was a little dry and answered, I know. That's good. After obtaining the recovery of Toshiro Hitsugaya, Retsu Anohana smiled and the previous oppressive atmosphere was swept away. Who feeling the powerful aura of Retsu Anohana disappear, Ma Yang could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It was a long-lost feeling. It was so terrifying. Oh right, and you too. Mr. Kimura, don't speak loudly in the ward again. Just as Ma Yang breathed a sigh of relief, Retsu Anohana suddenly turned her eyes to him and said to him in an extremely gentle tone. Understood. Hearing Retsu Anohana's gentle voice, Ma Yang could not help but shiver and immediately answered, with a proper attitude and respectful tone. After looking at Ma Yang with a smile, Retsu Anohana turned her eyes to Toshiro Hitsugaya. You are here to see the Vice Captain Hinamori. Yes. After mentioning Hinamori, Toshiro Hitsugaya's mood became obviously depressed. What happened between them during this period of time made him tired. Whether it was the misunderstanding of him before or the fact that Hinamori was almost killed by Aizen, it made Toshiro Hitsugaya feel like a knife was twisted in his heart. He never hated his weakness as much as he did at that time. Say a few words to her. She needs someone very important to her to talk to her to wake her up. After walking over to check on Hinamori's condition, Retsu Anohana turned her head and said to Toshiro Hitsugaya standing at the door. She still knew about the matter between Toshiro Hitsugaya and Hinamori Momo. The current Hinamori needed someone to wake her up. No need, I have nothing to say to her now. Standing at the door and quietly looking at Hinamori Momo in a coma for a while, Toshiro Hitsugaya said in a low voice, his eyes were lonely. I'll go first. If Hinamori wakes up, please inform me as soon as possible, Captain Anohana. Seeing Toshiro Hitsugaya, Retsu Anohana still wants to say more, Toshiro Hitsugaya said. Looking at Toshiro Hitsugaya, Retsu Anohana nodded. Sorry to trouble you. After nodding to Retsu Anohana to express his gratitude, Toshiro Hitsugaya turned and left, not forgetting to pull away Ma Yang who was standing at the door. I said, you can leave, Why do you want to pull me away? I am afraid that you will affect the recovery of Peaches there. After letting go of Maayang's clothes, Toshiro Hitsugaya replied with a matter-of-fact look. She also said that she is not your little girlfriend. Seeing Toshiro Hitsugaya's smelly fart appearance, Maayang can't help but tease. You bastard. Don't talk nonsense, bastard. Hearing Maayang's joke, Toshiro Hitsugaya jumped again. That girl is very important to you, right? Hearing Maayang suddenly speak in a serious tone, Toshiro Hitsugaya was slightly stunned and then whispered, yes. Being unable to protect the person you care about, this kind of feeling is not good. Hearing Maayang's words, Toshiro Hitsugaya frowned, and there was a flash of displeasure in his eyes. What do you want to say? I want to tell you. This is just the beginning. The battle between Aizen and Soul Society is just the beginning. If you are still only at this level when the battle officially begins, the situation you don't want to see will happen again. Hearing Maayang's words, Toshiro Hitsugaya frowned. How could he not know what Maayang said, but even if he knew, what could he do? Even if he knew, it was completely unrealistic to want a captain-level person to improve their combat effectiveness in a short period of time. He was not Ichigo Kurosaki. He could increase his combat effectiveness by learning Bankai. Basically, there would not be any big changes in a captain-level battle. After all, it had already reached such a level. What, do you have a brilliant idea? Toshiro Hitsugaya frowned and asked casually. Of course, if you accept my training. Oh, accept your training. What? You mean that as long as I accept your training, my strength can be greatly improved? Of course. Maayang looked at Toshiro Hitsugaya in front of him with a smile, but the process is very difficult, I just don't know if you can stand it, Toshiro Hitsugaya. I accept. Toshiro Hitsugaya looked at Maayang, there was no hesitation in his eyes. No matter what kind of difficulty he had to go through, he had to become stronger. Only when he became strong enough, he could protect Hinamori and not let her suffer any harm. Chapter 173, Negotiation. This is the official door. Of course, for the sake of you, I have already put in the Rishi converter. Oh, what a spectacular sight. Looking at the tall door in front of her, Orihime exclaimed. Ichigo. Mr. Yukitake. Seeing Jushiro Yukitake waving to him not far away, Ichigo Kurosaki felt slightly puzzled, but still walked over. This is for you. Eh? What is this? Ichigo Kurosaki took the small sign that Jushiro Yukitake handed to him with a black skull head and asked. The combat license of Proxy Shinigami. It is considered a favorable occasion in the appearance of Proxy Shinigami. Soul Society has a rule to give this thing to the other party. If you use this, you can become Shinigami at any time. Although I don't think it can make up for what you have done for us. Nothing, I just did this for myself. I will accept this thing. Thank you, Mr. Yukitake. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki put the license into his arms, Jushiro Yukitake showed a smile on his face. Eh? That. Mr. Kimura, aren't you going back with us? After accepting the license, Ichigo Kurosaki glanced at Maayang who was standing next to Jushiro Yukitake and asked strangely. I have some things to deal with in Soul Society. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's question, Maayang answered casually. What's wrong? Aren't you going to go with me? Hearing the voice coming from behind him, a strange feeling welled up in Maayang's heart. Sure enough, he still couldn't get used to this voice. I say, Yoruichi, is it so good to turn into a cat? I am still more used to your original voice. It feels strange to talk to you like this. Is that so? Why do I feel like you want to see me turn into a human form at the moment? Hearing Yoruichi words, Maayang did not have any reaction. On the other hand, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was standing on the side, immediately blushed. Obviously, he remembered the beautiful scene that he saw that day. Hey! Ichigo, what happened to you? Why did your face suddenly become so red? Orihime, who had been talking nonsense with Rukia Kuachiki for a long time, came over and looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with concern. As he spoke, he put his hand on his hair clip. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Really? But Ichigo, your expression is very ugly. Orihime looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with a bit of doubt, but there was still a bit of worry in her eyes. Don't worry, I'm really fine. Seeing that Orihime was still a little worried, Ichigo Kurosaki quickly suppressed the messy thoughts in his heart, then looked at Maayang and said, since Mr. Kimura is not with us, we will go first. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki change the topic, Maayang could not help but feel funny. He was really a shy boy. Well, in that case, they are all handed over to you, Yoruichi. Don't worry. Time is up. A ray of light rose from the door, and it was time to leave. Goodbye, Rukia. Well, goodbye, Ichigo, and, thank you. This is what I should say. Thank you, Rukia, thanks to you. Finally, the rain is over and the sky is clear. What a magical traveler. Seeing the figures of Ichigo Kurosaki and others disappearing into the realm gate, Kiraku Shunsui said with his hand pressing his bamboo hat, his tone mixed with some emotion. What's wrong? Do you feel that you are getting old? Indeed. I am getting old. The growth of young people always makes the old people feel amazed. Speaking of which, Kiraku, how is the information you and Yukitake found yesterday? That? Hearing Maayang mention this matter, Kiraku Shunsui's expression became serious. This place is not suitable to talk about this, let's change to another place. A moment later, in a tea house. Maayang, Kiraku Shunsui and Joshiro Yukitake sat opposite each other. In fact, since that day when Aizen defected, the matter about him has been investigated. It is just that some places belong to the forbidden area, even the captain can't casually step in, so the investigation has been not smooth. Really, it's so troublesome. That's why Soul Society's system is really too rotten. Fortunately, it's still in the situation where the Central 46 is gone. It's not good to say it like that, Kimura. TSK, come on, Kiraku, you must be thinking the same thing in your heart. Ahaha. Hearing Maayang's words, Kiraku Shunsui smiled and laughed, then picked up the teacup and took a sip to cover up his embarrassment. However, after getting your hint yesterday, I and Yukitake went to check the information about the King Key, Okayan. Sure enough, there was a trace of Aizen reading. Speaking of this, Kiraku Shunsui's face became more serious, and his eyes were full of solemn color. But because the preservation of King Key has always been passed down by 13 Division of Imperial Guards, so Aizen can't find the preservation place of King Key. What he checked is the creation method of King Key, and the creation of King Key requires 100,000 souls. Things have been clear. Picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Maayang opened his mouth to break the silence in the room. Well, basically we can determine Aizen's purpose. What is Soul Society going to do? Is there any plan? This is not yet. Although we already know the purpose of Aizen, we have to further confirm it. Moreover, Kurotsuchi Captain's research on Hogyoku has not ended. Before we make a plan, we need to know more about Aizen. I know, then I will wait here for a few more days. Wait for what? Wait for the staff sent by Soul Society to go to human world with me. Hey. It's so strange. Kimura, you actually stayed behind to wait. Do you know who old man Yamamoto will send to the modern realm? How would I know what Captain Commander is thinking? Then who are you waiting for? Although I don't know who Captain Commander is going to send, I think if the Captain Hitsugaya volunteered, he should not refuse, right? What's the matter, Kimura? Do you have any thoughts on Captain Hitsugaya? Then you have to get the approval of our handsome guy, right, Yukitake? Huh? Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's teasing words, Maayang turned to look at Joshiro Yukitake with a strange look. His line of sight swept up and down, making Joshiro Yukitake feel uncomfortable all over. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this, Kimura? By the way, shouldn't Toshiro be your illegitimate child? Just as Joshiro Yukitake was feeding Maayang's gaze and feeling uncomfortable, Maayang suddenly opened his mouth and said. Puff. Just as Maayang's voice fell, Kiraku Shunsui, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea that he had just drunk. Hey, be careful. Kiraku, you almost sprayed it on me. Maayang looked at him and complained. Sorry, but Kimura, what you said is too shocking. You really don't stop until you shock people. Yes, Kimura, why do you have such a thought? Joshiro Yukitake looked at Maayang with a little dissatisfaction on his face. I just said that. You see that your hair color is the same, and Toshiro Hitsugaya has such a high talent, and you are so good to him. Right, Kiraku. Listening to you, Kimura, it seems that it is true. Yukitake often buy some snacks for him. Kiraku Shunsui put down his cup and said with a thoughtful look on his face, but the smirk in his eyes could not be concealed. You two guys. Looking helplessly at Maayang and Kiraku Shunsui, Joshiro Yukitake shook his head. For these two guys, he was really helpless. He could only ignore them. He picked up the tea on the table and slowly drank it. Hey. Kimura, what do you think about this battle? Putting down the teacup, Joshiro Yukitake looked at Maayang and asked with a serious face. Oh? Yukitake, you actually need to ask for my opinion. After Maayang teased, his face also looked a little solemn. The final step of the battle is hard to say. It depends on the extent of the cooperation between Aizen and Hueco Mundo. As far as I know, Hogyoku has the ability to break the boundary between the God of Death and the Void. Regarding the Avatar of Death, you all know what happened back then. What I want to say is the Rancor. If Aizen can collect more than 10 Vastu Lord level Rancor, Our chance of winning are really not great. Vasto Lord? That is an existence that is even stronger than captain level. Can Aizen find so much? Kiraku Shunsui wondered. I don't know. But then again, does Soul Society have any information about the Minnows Grand of Hueco Mundo level, Kiraku? You know, I was not interested in it before. I don't know if there is any information about this area. I have not paid attention to this before. After all, the Minnows Grand of Vasto Lord level generally won't take the initiative to provoke Soul Society. All the information about them will be rare. Forget it, I will check the information immediately. This time, do you want to go together, Kimura? No, you can check it yourself. I have other things to do. Huh? What do you mean? For example, sleeping, drinking, and so on. By the way, when I was in Hueco Mundo, I met a very powerful Rancor. Hearing Maiyang's words, Kiraku Shunsui's face immediately became serious. What's the name? Vladimir Eric. Chapter 174, Scheme. What kind of hollow is that? Since you can say that it is very strong, it should not be a simple thing. I also did not fight too fiercely with him. It was just a probing fight. However, he gave me a strong feeling. His ability is related to fire. Fire? Yes, it is a fire attack, but I am not sure if it is all his ability. However, even if I only see the ability he displayed, the general captain is definitely not his opponent. So strong. This is only when I saw him 100 years ago. Who knows how he has become now? If he joins hands with Aizen. Maiyang did not say the rest of the words, but everyone knew what he was going to say. If the two powerful guys joined hands, it would definitely be a disaster for Soul Society. Well, that's it for now. You two go and check the information. If Soul Society has some information of Hueco Mundo, it will be good. At least we can get some information about the enemy in advance. Yes. After drinking the tea in the cup, Kiraku Shunsui picked up his Zanpakuto which was on the side and put it on his waist. Looking at Maiyang who also stood up, he asked, "What are you going to do now, Kimura? Don't tell me you really want to find a place to sleep? How can it be? I want to go to the Spiritual Arts Academy to meet the instructor." "Indeed, you have not seen him for 100 years. It is good for you to meet him now. Then I will go with you Kitake first." After all, he was a person who had experienced many things. Kiraku Shunsui and the other two could understand Maiyang's mood at this time. They walked forward and patted Maiyang on the shoulder, and the two left side by side. "I really miss him." After sighing in a low voice, Maiyang put his hand in his pocket and slowly walked toward the direction of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Around 100 years had passed, and there was no hurry for this moment. "How is it, Captain Aizen? Is the experiment successful?" "It can be considered a success." Looking at the huge figure that broke free from the restraint outside on the screen, Aizen's mouth showed a smile. "Next, just put it in the present world. Let's check what level he can do." "Eh? Can such a mixed fish really do it? It feels like he can't play any role at all." Ekamaru-jin looked at the hollow in the screen and said in a doubtful tone. "This level of hollow is completely ineffective. No. This hollow once killed Ichigo Kurosaki's mother. If we let him go, we might catch someone we expected. Moreover, it is because he is a mixed fish hollow that he can reflect the strength of Hogyoku. Forget it, Captain Aizen, you always have your own ideas. By the way, Jin, how is our companion? Hey, do you mean that guy? He has been sleeping recently. Come to think of it, is that guy really as powerful as Captain Aizen you said?" When he heard Aizen ask about that person, Ekamaru-jin's face showed a trace of doubt. Anyway, he had no good impression of the arrogant and narcissistic guy. Lord Aizen's words are unquestionable. "You are too rude." Ekamaru-jin. Huh? Ekamaru-jin turned to look at Tozen Kaname standing on the other side of Aizen. His eyes that had been closed slightly opened a crack, and a cold light blue flashed out, revealing a dangerous breath. "Well, really, so you are really boring." Just as the atmosphere gradually became tense, Ekamaru-jin suddenly closed his eyes again and showed his signature fox-like smile on his face. With a lazy tone, Ekamaru-jin turned around and waved his hand. "Lord Aizen, Ekamaru-jin is really rude." "It's okay, I don't care." As if he did not notice the subtle relationship between Ekamaru-jin and Tozen Kaname before, Aizen's sight still stayed on the screen, and the expression on his face did not change at all, but in his eyes, there was a little imperceptible excitement. "The game of cat and mouse? It's really interesting. I don't know what kind of fun you will give me." Was he aware of it? Ekamaru-jin's hands were curled in his sleeves, walking slowly in the corridor of Las Noches, but he always had a bad feeling in his heart. He always felt as if he was trapped in a net woven by a smart hunter, tempting him to step inside step by step. When he walked into the net, the net would suddenly be closed and strangle himself. A trace of haze slowly rose from Akamaru-jin's heart, and even his face, which had always maintained a smile, became a little gloomy. Watanabe Ichiro was wandering on the road in boredom. After he and his uncle followed Aizen from Soul's Society to Hueco Mundo, he had been in a boring state. Compared with Soul's Society, only the Hueco Mundo in the desert was really too boring. Even in the Las Noches with artificial sky, it was the same lifeless. That is. Looking around, his eyes inadvertently saw Akamaru-jin appearing at the intersection in front of him. Watanabe Ichiro's heart could not help but move. To be honest, he was still unhappy with Akamaru-jin, because although he was a genius, Akamaru-jin was a genius than him, and Akamaru-jin's smile always made him feel uncomfortable. Although there are all kinds of dissatisfaction with Akamaru-jin in the heart, after all, they are under Lord Aizen and will fight together in the future. The relationship between them must be good. Besides, Akamaru-jin's position under Aizen is much higher than his. Thinking about wanting to get familiar with Akamaru-jin, Watanabe Ichiro walked behind Akamaru-jin and said, "Hello, supermarket." Just as Watanabe Ichiro walked to the back of Akamaru-jin and spoke, Akamaru-jin's body, who was slowly pacing, suddenly moved. Watanabe Ichiro only felt a blur in front of him. The next moment, a Zanpakuto was already on his throat, and a cold murderous intent came from the Zanpakuto. Gulu, a drop of cold sweat slid down from Watanabe Ichiro's forehead. Feeling the cold aura on his neck, Watanabe Ichiro's heart was cold. If the Akamaru-jin's Zanpakuto moved half an inch forward, he would be dead. There was no luck at all. In that moment just now, he did not see Jin's movements clearly at all. Even his nerves did not react. "Oh. So it's Mr. Ichiro. I thought who it was." After seeing the face of the person in front of him, Akamaru-jin put away his Zanpakuto and the fox-like smile returned to his face. But the smile that originally made Watanabe feel strange appeared very dangerous in his eyes. "In the future, don't suddenly get close from behind like this. Otherwise, you will die." After saying this to Watanabe Ichiro in a teasing tone, Akamaru-jin didn't care about him at all. He directly put Zanpakuto away and then turned to leave. Turning around, Akamaru-jin cheered for himself in his heart, recalling the first encounter with Ranshu. A rare tenderness flashed in his slightly opened eyes, and then turned into firmness. "It's really interesting." In the empty hall, Aizen sat on a high stone seat, holding his chin with one hand, looking at Akamaru-jin in the screen in front of him, and the corner of his mouth pulled out an unknown smile. "Interesting? Shinigami, it is really a bad life." Step 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 step. With a burst of footsteps, a figure walked to the side of Aizen. Pure white flawless skin, handsome facial features, blood-red pupils, slender figure, and a small hole in the middle of the eyebrows. The face of the person had a high look, and the whole body exuded a proud atmosphere, full of a kind of evil charm. "You are here, Eric." Aizen's face remained unchanged, as if he had not heard the ridicule of the person who came, and his face still had that smile. Since coming to Hueco Mundo, his temperament had changed more and more. Now he was full of a confident temperament, as if everything was in his hands. "Well, how are you preparing, Aizen?" He reached out and took a glass of red wine. Vladimir Eric's movements were very elegant, and with a handsome face like a demon, if it was a human world, it could definitely charm a lot of girls. "Don't worry, there is still some time before the complete awakening of Hogyoku. As long as Hogyoku awakens, we will win this war without a doubt." Victory in the war? I don't care about that at all. All I care about is one thing, kill the Shinigami named Maang. There is no conflict in our goal. Don't worry, as long as the war begins, Maang will definitely show up. Then, for our victory, cheers. He raised the glass in his hand and touched Aizen gently. There was a flash of excitement in Vladimir Eric's eyes. Modern world, Ding-Ding district. Bang. What are you doing, Hurry? It hurts. You deserve it. I asked you to find Ichigo Kurosaki, but you haven't made any progress until now. I think you have wasted your time on that golden-haired Orihime. Actually. What? If you have something to say it quickly. That Orihime is my first love. Bang, it hurts, Hurry. Don't hit my nose. I will beat you to death, but you still dare to say such shameless words. Chapter 175, Family Shinigami is really a strange creature. Holding a drink on the table, Lilinette looked at Hori and Shinji who were noisy in front of him. What's wrong? Hearing Lilinette's sigh, Kunamashiro, who was lying on the side in the same position, blinked and asked. If you had invited him in the name of Kimura, Ichigo Kurosaki would have agreed to join you. Why did you invite him in the name of the Visored? After hearing Lilinette's words, Kunamashiro tilted her head and thought for a long time, then turned her eyes to Hori. What? I say, why don't we invite Ichigo Kurosaki in the name of Kimura? In that case, He definitely won't refuse, right? Hearing Kunamashiro's words, Hori, who was originally lecturing Hueco Shinji, suddenly stopped. The expression on her face was somewhat strange. Idiot, how can it be the same? What's wrong? We want to invite our companions, the companions of our vizard. But isn't Kimura our companion? It's not the same. Kimura is just our companion, but not our kind. Hey, Hori. Hearing Hori's words, Hueco Shinji whispered, and his face became a little ugly. What's wrong? Don't you think so too? I know that Kimura is our good friend. We have been taken care of by him for so many years, but in the end, Kimura is not the same as us, isn't he? Hearing Hori's words, the people in the room were silent. They did not know how to answer Hori's question. This was indeed a difficult question to answer. Although Maayang was indeed their good friend, Hueco Shinji stubbornly wanted to use the name of the vizard when inviting Ichigo Kurosaki to join. It was not without this consideration. We are half hollow, after abandoning Shinigami's identity, even if our friends are still around, we can no longer return to how we were before. We are the vizard, the Shinigami who stepped into the virtual realm. We are nothing. The room suddenly became quiet, and only Hori's low voice echoed in the room. Hueco Shinji sat on the side, his eyes lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Love held his comic book in his hand, but his eyes fell on somewhere. Lisa was also absent-minded. The lewd book in her hand could not make her excited, and Kensai was unconsciously wiping his Zanpakuto with a cloth in his hand. Rose's fingers were unconsciously tapping on the other side, and Taki sat there with his hands crossed, silent. Even Kunomashiro stopped shaking his legs. In the silent room, a depressing atmosphere gradually rose, making everyone in the room feel awkward, but no one broke this strange atmosphere first. Ah, what's wrong? What happened? Why aren't you talking? A lazy voice suddenly sounded, breaking the strange atmosphere in the room. Swoosh, swoosh. At the moment the voice just fell, everyone in the room turned their eyes and aimed at Stark, who appeared in the room with sleepy eyes. What's wrong? Suddenly targeted by the eyes of more than 10 people, Stark suddenly felt a pressure. Even he, in the face of such a strange situation, was a little overwhelmed for a moment. The hand that was rubbing his hair stopped involuntarily. The smile on his face also seemed a bit stiff. After hesitating for a moment, Stark spoke again with a hesitant tone. No. Nothing. Hearing Stark's voice, Hori shook his head and left back of her head for Stark. Obviously, he did not want to answer Stark's question. Although she has lived together for so many years, she is still very uncomfortable with Stark. That lazy look is just like Kisuke, making her feel uncomfortable. Although I don't know what's going on, I always feel like something big has happened. For Hori's attitude, it was non-committal. After so many years, Stark had long been used to Hori's attitude towards him. He rubbed his slightly messy hair and made them more messy. Stark walked to the bar counter, took out the wine from the cabinet below and poured himself a cup. He took a sip and let out a comfortable groan. Leaning on the bar counter, Stark held his chin with one hand and shook the wine glass with the other hand, looking calm. Then, can you tell me what happened? After all, we have lived together for so many years. We are like each other's family. Although our identities are different, I don't think it will affect our relationship. Family? Hearing the word spat out from Stark's mouth, everyone in the room was shocked. For them, this is an unattainable word. Stark and several people don't say it. They were born in Hueco Mundo and never knew what family is. In Hueco Mundo's cruel environment, there is only killing and death. Stark and others are like this. Hueco Shinji, they are not outdone. Most of them were born in Rukongai and have never felt the beauty of family. The word family can only be seen in books, and now Stark said they are family. As he muttered these two words in a low voice, everyone couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Although they didn't communicate with each other, just carefully tasting these two words was enough to fill their hearts with warmth. TSK, who wants to be family with this baldy Shinji? Hori looked at Shinji and suddenly jumped down from her stool. She said a disdainful sentence and then turned around to walk towards the backyard. However, her tone was not imposing at all. Moreover, there was a layer of blush on her face. Although it was not very obvious, everyone present clearly saw it. Bang! After walking into the backyard, Hori did not forget to slam the door shut and let out a loud noise. Hey, Hori, just now, your face seemed to have turned red. Kunomashiro put a finger in her mouth and looked at the back door that was still shaking. Suddenly, her head tilted and she blinked her big eyes as she said playfully. Ha ha ha. As soon as Kunomashiro finished speaking, a burst of violent laughter erupted in the room. Looking at everyone who was sitting together and laughing, the corners of everyone's eyes suddenly became wet. Looking at their companions around them, a feeling that was even stronger than before slowly brewed in front of their chests. Those idiots, Who is their family? Leaning against the door and listening to the bursts of laughter coming from inside the room, Hori felt the joy in everyone's laughter. She bit her lips and said, but her eyes became a little red, and there seemed to be something sparkling in her eyes. Hachu. What's the matter, Mr. Kimura? You seem to have caught a cold. Do you want me to take a look for you? No need. Captain Anohana, I am fine. You should check the injury of Kenpachi. Hearing Anohana's words, Maayang quickly waved his hand. He did not want to be examined by her Zanpakuto for no reason. What if her meat swallowed him? Thinking of this, Maayang suddenly felt that his stomach was a little uncomfortable. Captain Zaraki's injury is no longer serious. There are no fatal wounds on his body. It is only because of the intense battle that he is still unconscious. But Mr. Kimura, are you really okay? I see that your face is a little ugly. Do you want me to treat you? No. Hearing Anohana talk about this terrible thing again, Maayang quickly refused, but the more ugly face made the concern on Anohana's face become more and more intense, which made Maayang shocked. He was really afraid that Anohana would suddenly release HWR Zanpakuto and swallow him in one bite. Since there are no problems with Sword Date's injuries, then I will leave first. I will come to see him after he wakes up. Goodbye, Anohana Captain, thank you. After saying that, Maayang directly turned around and left quickly. The pressure that Retsu Anohana gave him was too strong. He was really a little afraid of this black-bellied sister, whether in the past or now, or even in the future. Oh, running so fast, as if scared of someone is a terrible thing. Looking at Maayang who fled in a sorry state, Retsu Anohana covered her mouth and laughed softly. There was a signature kind smile on her face, which made people can't help but feel good, but only familiar people can feel the horror behind her smile. But the eyes turned to Kenpachi Zaraki on the bed, and the smile on Retsu Anohana's face faded, but with a concern and thinking. This is the 4th time he sent Kenpachi Zaraki to 4th Division. Every time he passed out after the battle reached the limit, but Zaraki Captain has few injuries, even if there is, it is the kind of injury that can be recovered in a short time. But what made Retsu Anohana more concerned is the growth of Kenpachi Zaraki's strength. For the growth of Kenpachi Zaraki's strength, Retsu Anohana is clear. Every time he lives from the life and death moment, Kenpachi Zaraki's strength will have a great improvement, which is his gradual release of his strength in the life and death battles. The figure of a teenager full of wildness flashed in his mind, and Retsu Anohana's heart could not help but ripple. I really look forward to you recovering your strength, the only man who can please me. Chapter 176, What an annoying guy, it's really scary. After leaving the range of 4th Division, Maayang patted his chest and wiped the non-existent sweat on his head. There was a hint of joy in his tone. The tragic experience of being treated by Retsu Anohana many years ago had left a shadow in his heart. Even now, he still had a lingering fear. What is really scary? Just as Maayang patted his chest and muttered to himself, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Phew, Kiraku, you really scared me to death. He looked at Kiraku Shunsui standing behind him with an unhappy expression. Maayang's tone was very bad. Why was he frightened one after another today? What's wrong? Kiraku Shunsui looked at Maayang strangely. With his vigilance, he would not be scared because of his sudden approach, but the expression on his face was not fake at all. It was really strange. It's nothing. Maayang clearly noticed his own loss of composure. He adjusted his mood and his expression became normal. Maayang glanced at Kiraku Shunsui and changed the topic. Speaking of which, what are you doing here? Are you slacking again? Aren't you afraid that your Nana will teach you a lesson? How could that be? Kiraku Shunsui waved his hand. I am not the kind of person who will be lazy. Besides, my Nanao-chan is not the kind of person who will teach me a lesson. Nanao-chan is very gentle. Is that so? Feeling the spiritual power who was trying to hide behind the two of them, Maayang's mouth showed a faint smile. Was he following his captain? What an interesting guy. Aware of the smile on Maayang's lips, Kiraku Shunsui gave him a look, and Maayang's eyes showed a trace of understanding. Since we ran into each other, come with me to the 12th Division. 12th Division, what's wrong? When he heard Maayang talk about business, Kiraku Shunsui's face did not change, but his tone was much more serious. Go see how the research progress of Captain Kurotsuchi is going, and I always feel that something has happened in the modern world. If it is possible, maybe I can persuade the old man Yama to send his troops to the modern world with me. Oh, it seems that you really feel that something big has happened. Well, I am a little uneasy. Although Aizen's Hogyoku is a few months away from awakening, I always feel that I seem to have neglected something. I am a little worried. Oh, we are here. Let's go in and have a look first. If there is anything, we will talk about it later. Captain Kiraku, Mr. Kimura. Seeing the two people coming to the door, the team at the door of 12th Division quickly saluted. Although they did not know Maayang before, they still heard about Maayang from some places. They were still in awe of this person who used to be the deputy captain of 12th Division. Ah, is Captain Kurotsuchi here? Yes, the captain is inside now. Please come in. After getting the answer from the guard, Maayang and Kiraku Shunsui walked inside. Captain Kurotsuchi, how is your research going? Walking into the research room and looking at Kurotsuchi Mayuri standing in front of the big screen, Maayang asked first. Oh, so it's you, a man who makes people unhappy. When he heard Maayang's question, Kurotsuchi Mayuri did not answer. Instead, he first turned his head to look at Maayang, and then his eyes turned and he said with a hesitant face. Seeing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's rolling eyes, Maayang's face was black. This guy really had a child's temper. Don't worry, my research has ended just now. I am going to have someone submit the report to head captain. If you want to unlock the deep sleep state of Hogyoku sealed in the soul, no matter what method you use, it will take at least 4 months to completely awaken him. 4 months. Hearing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's words, Maayang nodded slightly. There was no such detail in his memory. If not for the research of Kurotsuchi, he could not know the exact time. It has been a month since Aizen defected, that is to say, there is at least 3 months before the complete awakening of Hogyoku. If Aizen's Hogyoku cannot be fully awakened, he cannot gather his subordinates. Before that, even if he wants to move, it is not possible. Is the decisive time in winter? There is not much time. After Kiraku Shunsui analyzed it, he let out a sigh, and the tone was rare with a trace of caution. The war could not be avoided in the end. Wait. No. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's words, a lightning suddenly flashed in Maayang's mind. Aizen can't gather his subordinates? How is it possible? He had established Las Noches in Hueco Mundo many years ago, and once selected a Spada number 10, but many people were eliminated later. What is going on? Hurry up and remember. Maayang stood there, constantly searching for the memories in his brain, but after all, the time interval was too long. The memories of these things in his brain had long been blurred. He only remembered some general characters and major events. He had long forgotten some details. What's wrong, Kimura? Seeing Maayang suddenly close his eyes and stand there motionless, Kiraku Shunsui asked. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's voice, Maayang opened his eyes. Although he was not clear about those details, there was one thing that Maayang could be sure of, that was that Aizen had gathered enough subordinates at this time. I want to. Ding. 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 Just as Maayang was about to speak, a sharp cry suddenly sounded. What's wrong? When he heard the sudden alarm, Kurotsuchi Mayuri, who was looking at the big screen in front of him, suddenly changed his face and turned to look at the direction where several members were responsible. There's a reaction. Coordinate axis 3600 to 4000, Tokyo. East of Kikuzacho, please dispatch and capture O. Did it appear? Kurotsuchi Mayuri showed a trace of excitement on his face, turned around and walked over, taking over the computer in the hands of the team members, and a trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. I don't know what kind of goods it is. Kiraku Shunsui and Maayang looked at each other and followed, standing behind Kurotsuchi Mayuri, watching his hands quickly tapping on the screen. Hey, how is it? Looking at the things on the screen, Kiraku Shunsui reached out to Kurotsuchi Mayuri, who was standing beside him, and asked in a low voice. Kurotsuchi Mayuri looked at the data on the screen in front of him, and his eyes were full of shock. When he heard Kiraku Shunsui's question, he subconsciously replied, there are two. From spiritual powers concentration and stability, it should be an adult. How can it be? Hearing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's answer, even Kiraku Shunsui can't help but let out a cry of surprise. Isn't it said that Aizen's Hogyoku needs more than 4 months to fully awaken? Why does he have a body shape now? It seems that the situation is a little serious. I think we should go and talk to Commander Yamamoto in person. What do you think, Captain Kurotsuchi? Let's go. Anyway, we have to hold a captain meeting after we finish talking. Kurotsuchi Mayuri stood up and telling them to analyze and deal with the information they got before, and then went to the direction of 1st Division with Kiraku Shunsui and Maayang. Humphrey. If I remember correctly, you are no longer the captain of 13th Division of Imperial Guards. I don't know what you mean by following us to 1st Division. The former 10th Division captain, Maayang. Just 2 steps, Kurotsuchi Mayuri turned to look at Maayang and said with a dissatisfied face. It seemed that he had a deep resentment for Maayang. When did I offend this narrow-minded guy? Hearing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's provocation, Maayang felt helpless in his heart. Although in terms of combat strength, even if there were several Kurotsuchi Mayuri, they were not Maayang's opponent. However, the opponent's means of defense were really shocking. No one knew when they would be tricked by him. Therefore, Ma Yang had always been respectful to this guy. He did not expect that he would actually provoke him. He was really unlucky. Thinking that he might be tricked by Kurotsuchi Mayuri, Ma Yang subconsciously pulled away from him. However, in the eyes of the other party, it was as if they looked down on him, making Kurotsuchi Mayuri even more dissatisfied with Ma Yang. This guy is really an unpleasant man, just like that guy Kisuke. Feeling that Kurotsuchi Mayuri's malice seemed to have increased, Ma Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. Why was he hated by this guy for no reason? Later, he had to check if he had put something disgusting on his body. I won't participate in the captain meeting. Just after the meeting, there is something I had to explain to head captain. Is that so? Kurotsuchi Mayuri replied indifferently and then quickened his pace to the direction of 1st Division. What an unexpected disaster. Looking at Kurotsuchi Mayuri's back, Ma Yang secretly shook his head. It seemed that he had to pay attention in the future, so as not to be caught in a mess by him without knowing anything. A body? Hearing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's report, Yamamoto Genryu's eyes opened slightly, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The development of the matter seemed to be beyond their expectations. Unexpectedly, Aizen's men now have a body-shape rancor, and they actually sent it to human world. It seems that the previous plan is not good, and it is necessary to redeploy. With a decision in mind, Yamamoto Genryu's eye slammed the cane in his hand on the ground, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Announce it, immediately convene a captain meeting to discuss about Aizen and rancor. Chapter 177, Misfortune Modern World, Dingding District Boom. The spiritual power. Feeling the sudden appearance of the powerful spiritual power in the outskirts of the city, the members of the Dingding District who were doing their own things all stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction where spiritual power had appeared in the distance with solemn eyes. It can't be wrong, it's rancor. His eyes swept over Stark sitting on the side of the bar. Hirako Shinji was sure that they had been living with Stark all the time, and he was familiar with rancor's spiritual power. Kusu. I know. Hearing Hirako Shinji's cry, Suzuki Kusa closed her eyes slightly and stretched out her hand to fiddle a few times in the air. Found it. Suzuki Kusa suddenly opened her eyes, holding a crystal silk thread in her hand. Then her left hand formed a seal, and a clear scene appeared on the wall of the coffee shop. Is this subordinate sent by Aizen? Everyone looked at the two people who appeared on the screen. One was a muscular man, and the other was a thin man with a gloomy temperament and a handsome face. Although she did not feel anything from looking at them like this, the spiritual power, who came through the air, clearly told everyone present that these two were definitely not easy to deal with. They are Ichigo Kurosaki's companions. What are they doing? Lisa frowned when she saw Urahime and Sato Yasutaro appear. It can't be. With their strength, they are not enough. If this goes on, they will die. Seeing that Urahime and Sato Yasutaro actually wanted to challenge the two rancor who appeared, Hirako Shinji said with a little worry. He had a good impression of these two people. If he just watched them die like this, he would feel uneasy. Wait. Shinji, what are you going to do? Isn't it obvious? To save them, of course. Hirako Shinji took his Zanpakuto and put it on his shoulder. After hearing Hori's words, he answered matter-of-factly. Of course I know that you are going to save them, so I asked, why did you save them? Hearing Hirako Shinji's answer, Hori's face was full of blue veins, the corners of her eyes were slightly twitching, and she took a cup and smashed it on the face of Hirako Shinji. Ah! It's so hot. Hori, you bastard, there's hot coffee here. HMPH. Hori turned her head proudly and looked at Urahime who was doing his best to save Sato on the screen. We are not Shinigami now, and they are not our companions, so there is no reason to save them at all. Besides, hasn't someone already gone to save them? As he spoke, Hori pointed at Ichigo Kurosaki, who had elegantly blocked Yami's attack. The expression on his face was slightly displeased. Hori did not have any good feelings towards this guy who had actually rejected their invitation. This little brat actually rejected our invitation. How hateful. I don't think this guy has anything worth being invited to. That guy seems pretty strong. Kunimashiro pointed at Ichigo Kurosaki, who had casually cut off one of Yami's arms, and said to Hori who was next to her. She was so simple-minded that she did not think how much of a blow her words would bring to Hori. As a veteran Shinigami, she could not compare to a guy who had just become Shinigami for a few months. Where had he lived for the past few hundred years? Eh? Don't worry, little day. Your face suddenly turned ashen white. Kunimashiro glanced at Hori, whose face suddenly turned ashen, and still asked in confusion. Nothing. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was showing great power in the picture in front of her, Hori's tone was listless. She was really shocked. But then he saw that Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly froze and was beaten up by dense teeth. The expression on Hori's face suddenly became active. She swept away the previous depressed look and pointed to Ichigo Kurosaki in the picture and shouted, "Look! I told you that this kid is a useless guy. He was actually beaten you up like this. It's really embarrassing. I don't think he has the qualifications to join us at all. Hey, is it okay if I say this? This guy won't die, right?" Rose glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was being beaten up, and his tone was slightly worried. If this guy was really beaten to death like this, it would really be bad. "It's okay. Kisuke and Yoruichi have already went there." Hearing Rose's question, Suzuki Kusu, who had been silent before, suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Really, Kisuke and the two of them went over? In this case, we will just watch here." Feeling that Kisuke and Yoruichi were moving forward quickly, Hirako Shinji put down his hanging heart. Since Kisuke went, there was nothing to worry about. Although the two Rankar were very strong, it was still a little not enough compared with Kisuke and Yoruichi. "Come to think of it, Stark, what do you think of the strength of these two Rankar?" When he heard Hirako Shinji's question, Stark rubbed his head. "I haven't fought them, it's hard to say." "Hey, your answer is too perfunctory." Hirako Shinji's face collapsed. "Stark, you are a fool, how can you answer like this? This guy will never be your opponent. You are the strongest Rankar. We are independent Rankar, and we are absolutely not the same level as them who don't know what that means to Rankar." Hearing Stark's answer, Lilynette suddenly jumped to his side and knocked his head with dissatisfaction. As the first known person who broke her own face, she has always been proud of this and has been attacking other guys with this. "Are you provoking me?" Sure enough, after hearing Lilynette's words, Mila Rose, who stood on the other side, changed her expression and looked at Lilynette with bad eyes. Then, she said with a curl of his lips, "Forget it, I won't argue with you, kid, even your body has not fully developed." "What? You bastard." When she heard Mila Rose mention her sore spot, Lilynette's face immediately turned red with shame. She looked at the few people standing there fiercely. Her eyes swept over their chests, then looked at his own flat chest. Lilynette suddenly felt a sense of defeat. This scale was indeed incomparable. But SH turned her eyes to look at the scale of Yuri's chest that had not interacted much with her. Lilynette felt a sense of relief in his heart. There was someone accompanying her. Sensing the intent in Lilynette's eyes, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Yuri's face. "What are you looking at? Little brat, even if you look at me again, I'm bigger than you." As she spoke, Yuri puffed out her chest. Yes, it was indeed a bit bigger than Lilynette's. At least it was a bit curved. Hearing the noise of the people beside him, Suzuki Kusa was speechless. What were they talking about? Did these guys not feel nervous at all? Right now, there was a battle going on in another place. The battlefield. Kisuke looked at the Rankar that used only one hand to shake off his attack. A trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. This guy was completely different from the big guy from before. Not only was his strength much stronger, but his mind was also much more mature. He was a cold and quiet type of person. This kind of guy was the hardest to deal with. Ulquiorra. Looking at Ulquiorra, who suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the attack of Kisuke, Yami shouted, but before he finished his words, he was knocked back a few steps by Ulquiorra's elbow. Cough cough, what are you doing, Ulquiorra? Yami bent over and covered his abdomen, looking at Ulquiorra standing in front of him with a painful face. "I think you have been knocked out, Yami. You actually began to fight before you knew the identity of the enemy. I have told you to check the strength of the other party before fighting. They are Kisuke and Yoruichi Shiyuin. With your level, you are not their opponent." Ulquiorra glanced at his injured palm, his eyes showing a hint of vigilance. Just a casual blow had actually hurt himself. Sure enough, he was worthy of being someone that Lord Aizen specifically warned. It was just that he did not meet the other person Lord Aizen mentioned, and he did not know how strong he would be. However, he stretched out his finger and pointed in the void. A dark crack quietly appeared, and behind the dark crack, there was an ominous aura. "What is it? Do you want to escape?" Seeing the black chamber behind the two, Yoruichi opened her mouth. The vigilance in her eyes was not relaxed at all. For an enemy of this level, the slightest carelessness could not be allowed. "This doesn't seem like a provocation you would do, Yoruichi Shiyuin." Although he opened the black chamber, Ulquiorra's eyes never left Kisuke and Yoruichi in front of him. He had just personally experienced the power of these two people. As long as there was the slightest bit of carelessness, he would definitely die. "With the two of you, if you want to fight us while protecting the two good-for-nothings who almost died, you should know who the situation is better for." Ulquiorra looked at Yoruichi without any emotion on his face. "The current task has been completed. I will go back and tell Lord Aizen that the Shinigami agent he is paying attention to is just a waste with no value to be killed. Kisuke and Yoruichi looked at the two people walking into the black chamber and stood still. In the case of protecting the three of them, it was not a wise decision to fight with two unknown Rancor. Even if it is a waste, it is better to clean them up now. Just as Ulquiorra and Yami stepped into the black chamber, a voice sounded from inside. Chapter 178, Battle broke out. What? Hearing the voice that suddenly came from the black cavity, Yoruichi and Kisuke's face suddenly changed. It was the enemy's reinforcement. Now, the three of them had lost their combat ability. It was almost impossible to fight with only the two of them to protect the three of them. Moreover, no one knew what kind of guy would came to reinforce. He quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. Kisuke stared at the two Rancor in front of him, hoping to see something from their faces. Ulquiorra heard the voice from the black cavity behind him. His eyes flashed slightly, but there was no emotion on his face, which made it impossible to see what he was thinking in his heart. But Yami, who was standing next to him, suddenly had a flash of unhappiness in his eyes after hearing the voice. TSK, this voice, so it's Grimmjow. Ha! A wanton and arrogant figure stepped out of the black cavity. His sky-blue hair soared into the sky, and his blue eyes were full of wanton arrogance. There was a smirk on the corner of his mouth, and the half-mask on his face made him feel a bit brutal. Oh, Yami, even your arm was cut off by someone. What a useless guy. I think you will have to retreat from the Espada after I go back. A guy like you can only embarrass us, Espada. Walking out of the black chamber, Grimmjow glanced at Yami's broken right hand and sneered. You bastard. I will kill you. Hearing Grimmjow's mockery of him, Yami's face flashed a touch of anger. This guy actually came up and exposed his scar. As he said, Yami put a hand on his own Zanpakuto, raised his foot and took a step forward, and his stronger spiritual power was vaguely exposed. Wait a minute, Yami. Reaching out to stop Yami who wanted to start, Ulquiorra turned his eyes to Grimmjow. There was no emotional fluctuation in his eyes, as if nothing could make his mood change. Then, can we hear your purpose, Grimmjow? If Lord Aizen knows that you act without permission, he will not let you go easily. Well, calling Lord Aizen is really smooth. I think you have completely become Aizen's lackey, Ulquiorra. It was you who was too rude, Grimmjow. Ulquiorra looked at Grimmjow. His face was calm, and there was no emotion in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Although it is not appropriate to interrupt you now, but don't you think too much of us? Just as Ulquiorra and Grimmjow are confronting each other, Yoruichi has sent Sato and Orihime to a safe place. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, he has recovered and insists to stay at the scene, and Yoruichi does not stop him. Oh, are you Kisuke? Grimmjow looks at the person standing in front of him, green clothes, the iconic wooden clog and hat. This guy is the Kisuke that Aizen said to be careful. Oh? Everyone knows me. It seems that I have been famous. Kisuke pressed his hat with one hand and his eyes were uncertain. No one knew what he was thinking. It seems that you are Kisuke. That's good. I will kill you. Grimmjow said with a proud smile. Wait, Grimmjow. Before Ulquiorra finished his words, Grimmjow rushed out and punched at Kisuke's head. Boom. After a loud bang, in the dust, Grimmjow's body flew back faster than before, leaving a long mark in the woods behind him. What a fool. Ulquiorra stood still, watching Grimmjow fly back under the blow, and softly spit out a few words. Even he was injured when facing Kisuke just now. Grimmjow actually rushed straight up like this. It is too stupid. Well, actually I can do it myself, Yoruichi. Looking at Yoruichi who stood in front of him and sent Grimmjow flying with a punch, Kisuke waved his hand and said. Although it was a playful tone, there was a trace of worry in Kisuke's eyes. He noticed that Yoruichi's left hand and left leg were a bit uncoordinated. It was obvious that she had been injured in the previous battle. It is really strong. There is such a force. Standing up from the ground, Grimmjow wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the fighting desire in his eyes became stronger and stronger. This kind of opponent was interesting. Bang! A powerful spiritual power burst out from Grimmjow's body, blowing all the dust around, revealing the figure of Grimmjow standing in the middle. I will kill you, Yoruichi Shiyuin. As his voice fell, Grimmjow's figure suddenly turned into a lightning bolt and rushed to Yoruichi. The moment he rushed over, Zanpakuto, who was hanging on his waist, was instantly unsheathed. Dang! Just as Grimmjow was about to rush to Yoruichi, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The black Zanpakuto in his hand was horizontal and blocked his attack. I won't let you. Looking at the person in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki said firmly. Feeling the power coming from Zanpakuto, a trace of disdain flashed in Grimmjow's eyes. When he saw the face of the person in front of him, his face showed even more undisguised disdain. Get out of the way, kid. With the force of his hand, Grimmjow directly threw Ichigo Kurosaki and Zanpakuto in his hand to the side. He raised his left leg and suddenly kicked Ichigo Kurosaki in the stomach, sending him flying. Grimmjow continued to chop off Zanpakuto's head that was aimed at Yoruichi. Shunko. A powerful force suddenly exploded in front of Grimmjow. Grimmjow only felt a strong force coming from Zanpakuto in his hand. The Zanpakuto in his hand cut down uncontrollably, and his whole body fell forward. Not good. Feeling his body fall forward uncontrollably, Grimmjow suddenly felt bad, if his body lost balance in the battle and fell to the enemy. Sure enough, just as this thought flashed through Grimmjow's mind, a foot wrapped in white lightning became bigger and bigger in his eyes, and a sharp breath pierced his face. Seeing that Grimmjow was about to be kicked by Yoruichi, Ulquiorra could not ignore it. His body flashed and instantly appeared next to the two people. His Zanpakuto, which had been unsheathed at an unknown time, chopped at Yoruichi's body. If Yoruichi wanted to continue to attack Grimmjow, it was bound to be cut by Ulquiorra. Seeing Ulquiorra's action, Yoruichi stopped the attack without thinking. She stepped on the ground and immediately retreated, exposing Gisuke standing behind her. Seeing Yoruichi withdraw the attack and retreat, Grimmjow just felt relaxed in his heart. He heard a voice that urged him to die. Cry, Hongji. With a sharp cry, a layer of red light appeared on the Zanpakuto of Gisuke not far in front of him. Then with the swing of Gisuke's knife, a red slash flew toward the head of Grimmjow. There was no time to think. The moment he saw the body of Gisuke, Grimmjow stretched out his right hand and a red light appeared in his palm. Sero. Boom. Shua. After the successful attack, Gisuke's figure flashed and appeared next to Yoruichi, who had been retreating before. Has it been resolved? How is that possible? It's impossible for him to only be at this level. Hearing Yoruichi's question, Gisuke said with a smile, but his eyes were full of seriousness. He did not expect the battle to break out like this, and it seemed that it could not be solved in a short time. I caught you. Just as Yoruichi and Gisuke were looking ahead vigilantly, Yami suddenly flashed behind them and smashed his fist down. On his fist, a layer of red spiritual power covered it. How could you catch it so easily? Gisuke chuckled and flashed away from Yami's attack range with Yoruichi. Is that so? Just as Yoruichi avoided the dense attack, before her feet fell, she heard a calm voice suddenly sounded in her ear. When? Hearing the voice in her ear, Yoruichi was shocked. She did not notice the trace of the other party's movement at all, and he appeared behind her so quickly. However, I am the god of flash, Yoruichi. Yoruichi moved her foot and was about to leave in an instant, but just as she raised her foot, a pain suddenly came from her left foot. Shit. The left foot that was injured just now. Seeing that the woman in front of him swayed for a moment but did not leave, Ulquiorra, although slightly puzzled in his heart, Zanpakuto in his hand did not hesitate to swing down at Yoruichi's body. Not good. Yoruichi. Seeing Yoruichi's body swayed, but still stopped in place and did not leave, Gisuke panicked. It seemed that the left foot injured in the previous battle affected the battle. Anxious, Gisuke moved his body and rushed to block Ulquiorra's attack. Stay here. Just as Gisuke was about to move, Grimmjow, who was not far away, stood up, grabbed his Zanpakuto and rushed to chop at Gisuke's head. Damn it. Gisuke looked at Yoruichi under the blade of Ulquiorra not far away, and then looked at Grimmjow in front of him. His eyes flashed a trace of fierceness. Chapter 179, Hollowification. Damn it. Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been kicked away by Grimmjow, struggled to get up from the ground and shook his head hard. My body is out of control, and... Get out of the way. Let me do it. A voice full of tyranny came from Ichigo's mind, and then a violent fluctuation of emotions spread into his mind. His already somewhat uncontrollable body suddenly felt even more difficult to control. Why did I choose this time? Do I not want to give my body to you and want me to die? Ichigo Kurosaki thought in his heart. The more he used his strength, the closer he was to being devoured by the void in his body. The power he originally wanted to use to protect his companions had now become the burden of his companions because he used his strength. Yoruichi. Hearing the sudden voice of Gisuke, Ichigo Kurosaki was slightly stunned. He turned his gaze slightly and saw that Yoruichi was now about to be slashed by the rancor, and Gisuke was also blocked by the blue hair later. Damn it, Ms. Yoruichi. Ichigo Kurosaki shouted. Under a strong will, his body recovered in an instant. Kurosaki Ichigo stepped forward to help the two people. Brat, go to hell. Before Ichigo Kurosaki could run forward, Yami's huge body suddenly appeared in front of him, and his left fist smashed down on Ichigo Kurosaki's head with a huge momentum. Get lost. Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. Almost subconsciously, Ichigo Kurosaki used the only move taught to him by Zangetsus, Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. A black spiritual power suddenly appeared, attached to Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto. The evil black spiritual power gave people an ominous feeling, full of a desire to destroy, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Bang! With a loud sound, Ichigo Kurosaki's crescent moon met Yami's fist. The black crescent moon effortlessly tore apart Yami's Zero and slashed at Yami's fist, leaving a deep wound on his hand. Then, he was sent flying. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki sent Yami flying with a slash, on the other side, Kisuke also sent Grimmjow flying. Yoruichi. Just as he pushed Grimmjow back, Kisuke immediately turned to look at another battle. Yoruichi, whose left and left hands were already injured, could retreat in the face of a powerful opponent. Pucci. Just as Kisuke turned his eyes to Yoruichi, Zanpakuto in Ulquiorra's hand suddenly swung down and mercilessly cut Yoruichi's body. A spray of blood suddenly sprayed out, and behind the floating blood was the shocked face of Yoruichi. The blade cut into Yoruichi's body, but there was no joy in Ulquiorra's eyes. Instead, he frowned slightly. Although there was a spray of blood in front of his eyes, the feeling from Zanpakuto told him that he did not hit just now. Secret footwork, of the Shiyuin. A touch of orange light flashed. Yoruichi appeared in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, with a confident smile on the corner of her mouth. God of Flash, Yoruichi is definitely not so easy to deal with. Oh, I was really worried just now. Yoruichi, I thought you were killed. In a flash, Kisuke appeared next to Yoruichi. He pressed his hat with one hand and Zanpakuto with the other. He looked at Yoruichi, who was standing beside him with a relaxed expression in his eyes. Bang! Yoruichi withdrew her fist and looked at Kisuke, who was standing beside her. Are you doubting my speed? Yoruichi asked. These two guys. Ulquiorra stood in the same place and looked at Kisuke and Yoruichi, who were laughing and playing not far away. Yoruichi is worthy of being mentioned by Lord Aizen. That speed is absolutely not ordinary. The probe nerves did not catch her movements at that moment. Also, Kisuke and Lord Aizen are afraid of people. Grimmjow is not his opponent at all. The eyes turned and fell on Ichigo Kurosaki behind Yoruichi and Kisuke. Ulquiorra's eyes flashed a trace of thinking. Although there was no direct response before, but Kurosaki Ichigo's black crescent moon actually destroyed the hidden bullets in a flash and sent his whole person flying. Is this still the waste who was beaten by Yami? Speaking of which, after fighting for so long, don't introduce yourself, Rancor? Kisuke turned to look at the three people in front of him. He tightened his grip on Zanpakuto. Although his tone was very relaxed, his gaze under the shadow of his hat was particularly sharp. Grimmjow. Grimmjow, who had been left with a wound on his chest by Kisuke, stood up from the ground and walked to the front of Yoruichi and Kisuke. Although his chest was full of blood, his eyes became more fanatical. My name is Grimmjow Jurjakes. I know you, Kisuke Urahara, Yoruichi Shiyuin, and Ichigo Kurosaki. I will kill you. Hearing Grimmjow's clamor, Kisuke and Yoruichi's face remained unchanged. They were not the kind of people who lost their minds because of a few words of the opponent. Enough, Grimmjow, back off. Just as Grimmjow provoked Kisuke and Yoruichi, Ulquiorra appeared in front of him and said indifferently. Get out of the way, Ulquiorra. You are not qualified to order me. Grimmjow looked at Ulquiorra beside him with a bad face. If not for the enemy now, he would have rushed to fight with Ulquiorra. For him to occupy the position of number 4, Grimmjow has been unhappy for a long time. Stop, Grimmjow, the three of us can't keep the three of them, even if there is a useless trash among the three of them, and it is not the time for the war to start. Ha! 3 people? Don't joke, we are not 3 people. Saying this, Grimmjow's face showed a strange smile. Hearing Grimmjow's words, the faces of Kisuke and Yoruichi suddenly changed. Sato and Orihime. Haha, it is too late to realize it now. I think they should have been killed by now. What? Hearing Grimmjow's affirmative words, Ichigo Kurosaki seemed to see Orihime and Sato, and then his spiritual power suddenly released a violent fluctuation, and a violent spiritual power seemed to be ready to move. Oh, is this guy you are talking about? He was killed in an instant. He is really fragile, you break the mask. Just as the clarity in Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes was gradually swallowed by the darkness from the depths of his heart, a frivolous voice suddenly sounded, stopping the darkness from spreading in his eyes. What? Seeing an unfamiliar figure appear, before Grimmjow could say anything, he saw someone throw something at him. Carola. Seeing the corpse in front of him, Grimmjow's face changed. He did not expect that Carola, who was sent by him to kill the 2 humans, would be killed so easily. They did not even feel the fluctuation of spiritual power. Shinji. Seeing the person who appeared, a trace of surprise flashed in Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes. He didn't expect that it was actually this guy who had been inviting him to join some shady visored group to save Inoue and Sato. Don't thank me. I just don't want to see such a cute Orihime get killed. Ah, Long time no see, Shinji. Also, it's great that you can come. Looking at Hieriko Shinji, who was carrying Zanpakuto with an indifferent face, Kisuke said, and his tone was obviously much more relaxed. I already said that I just don't want to see the cute Orihime get killed. Hieriko Shinji walked to the three of them and looked at the three masked men in different shapes. His eyes were still indifferent. Although these three people were very strong, they were far weaker than the two Rankar in their shop. This level was not enough to make him feel nervous. You bastard. Seeing Hieriko Shinji look down on him, Grimmjow's eyes burned with anger. Although he did not feel much about the death of Carola, but the other person's contempt for him was really unbearable. Kisuke, is it okay to fight here? As if he did not feel Grimmjow's anger, Hieriko Shinji turned to Kisuke beside him and asked. Don't worry, Tessai has already fixed the battle area. Kisuke pressed his hat and said in a relaxed tone. If not for the Tessai staying in the store to fix the place where the battle was going to take place, the spiritual power revealed during the battle was enough to make many human souls disperse. This level of spiritual power was definitely not something ordinary humans could withstand. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. After being ignored by Hieriko Shinji again and again, Grimmjow finally could not bear it. He clenched Zanpakuto in his hand, and a strong spiritual power suddenly burst out. Shua, you are too noisy. Fighting is not said by mouth. Boom. Hieriko Shinji tapped his feet, and his body instantly appeared in front of Grimmjow, and Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly chopped down. TCH, that's all. Hieriko Shinji said with disdain. Is that so? Hearing Grimmjow's words, Hieriko Shinji asked with a strange smile on his face. At the same time, his empty hand suddenly put on his face. This posture. What is he trying to do? Seeing Hieriko Shinji's action, Grimmjow felt inexplicably tight in his heart. Shua, as Hieriko Shinji's hand slid down in front of him, a mask appeared on his face. At the same time, there was also a powerful spiritual power, mixed with the feelings of Hollow and Shinigami, full of destructive power. Chapter 180, Aizen's Conspiracy. Nani? Hollow mask? Seeing the mask that had suddenly appeared on Hieriko Shinji's face, Grimmjow said in disbelief. His eyes were full of shock, and the shock in his heart had not subsided. He felt a strong force coming from Zanpakuto in his hand. His arm suddenly exerted force, and Grimmjow was sent flying. Before Yami and Ulquiorra on the side made a move, Hieriko Shinji's figure flashed and reappeared in front of Grimmjow. He leaned in front of Grimmjow and said in a strange tone, now is a battle, not a time to be in a daze, Mr. Rankar. Boom. The Zanpakuto in Hieriko Shinji's hand suddenly waved and smashed on Grimmjow's body, leaving a huge hole in the ground. Stepping forward, before Ulquiorra and Yami rushed over, Hieriko Shinji's every move seemed to have predicted the action of the other side, and it seemed to be relaxed. A sound appeared in front of Grimmjow, but it still could not keep up with Hieriko Shinji. He glanced at Grimmjow lying on the ground, and after making sure that he was not injured, Ulquiorra turned his eyes to Hieriko Shinji, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. This guy, the mask on his face, and the aura that was similar to that of a Hollow, what was his identity? After taking a few steps back, Hieriko Shinji did not stop. Just as Ulquiorra was looking at him, Hieriko Shinji held his Zanpakuto in his hand and pointed in their direction. A touch of red spiritual power gathered in front of his fist, emitting a powerful spiritual power fluctuation. Is this Sero? Seeing the red spiritual power compressed thing in front of Hieriko Shinji's hand, Ulquiorra's pupil suddenly contracted. This guy, not only the mask on his face, but also spiritual power, who was similar to Hollow, could actually use Sero that only Hollow could use. What was his identity? Although his heart was full of doubts, Ulquiorra's face did not show any hint of it. The other hand that had been stuffed in his trouser pocket slowly reached out and pointed a finger at Hieriko Shinji. A touch of ink-colored spiritual power quickly gathered in front of his finger. Sero. Ulquiorra. Almost at the same time, Hieriko Shinji released his own Sero. Two powerful forces collided in the air and released a strong fluctuation, destroying all the trees in the surrounding forest. So strong. He reached out to cover up the flying sand in front of him. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at the movement caused by the battle between the two people in front of him, and his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of yearning. Is this the power of hollowification? Can I obtain such power after controlling the hollow in my body? If I can also be like him, I can protect my companions and family. That guy, Hieriko Shinji, as long as I carefully watch his battle and pay attention to observation, I can know how he controlled the hollowification. Ichigo Kurosaki widened his eyes and looked at Hieriko Shinji in front of him. The smoke had not dispersed, and he had already fought with someone again. However, this time the one who fought him was not Grimmjow, but the Ulquiorra who had been calm all the time. Clang, 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 the figures of the two people in the air flashed from time to time, and at the same time, accompanied by the sound of blades and swords clashing, the aftermath of the battle blew the forest below. Although he said it was because he don't want to see Miss Orihime be killed, he's unexpectedly full of energy. What a strange man. Looking at Shinji, who was fighting with Ulquiorra over there, Kisuke sighed, then turned his head and glanced at the figure who appeared behind him at some point. But since Shinji is so enthusiastic, I am really embarrassed to not be serious. Don't you think so? Mr. Rancor, Grimmjow. TCH. Grimmjow spat on the ground with a bit of arrogance on his face. Although he did not gain any advantage in the battle with Kisuke before, Grimmjow was not discouraged at all. Speaking of which, there is something I care a little about. Is there any special meaning for the number 6 on your back? Kisuke looked at Grimmjow and said with a trace of exploration in his tone. He did not know why, but he always felt that the number must have something different. If he could know what the meaning of the number was, he should be able to understand the strength situation of Aizen. Are you talking about this? Grimmjow turned around and revealed the number at the back of his waist. After seeing the certainty in Kisuke's eyes, Grimmjow's face showed a smile. If you want to know, I will tell you after I kill you. With a loud shout, Grimmjow waved his Zanpakuto and rushed to Kisuke. There is really no way. It seems that I can only defeat you and then talk about it. Looking at Grimmjow, who rushed to him, Kisuke's face showed a trace of seriousness. Hueco Mundo, Las Noches. Aizen sat there, holding his head with one hand, looking at the screen in front of him, with a playful smile on his face, the fingers of the other hand tapping on the seat unconsciously. What are you going to do now, Captain Aizen? Ikamaru Jin turned his line of sight from the screen and asked Aizen, who was sitting next to him. Although Grimmjow privately ran over to provoke the battle against my plan, it also let me find some interesting things from here. Aizen looked at the screen in front of him and said intently. At this time, the screen showed that it was the 4 people of Rancor Trio who were fighting in the human world. Are you talking about Hirako Shinji, who is hiding in the modern world? Ikamaru Jin asked with a smile on his face. When he saw the captain 100 years ago, he really had a strange feeling. No, they have been hiding in the modern world for a long time. I just have been too lazy to pay attention to them. In the end, they are just a group of failed experiments, and there is no value for me to continue to pay attention to. What I care about is another thing. Oh, what is it? Even Hirako Shinji has appeared until now, but Maayang has not appeared yet. It seems that the news from Soul Society is right. Maayang is still staying in Soul Society now. Although I don't know his purpose, I have to say that now is a chance. A chance? If we send a few more Rancor force to Human World now, Soul Society will definitely send a reinforcement team to Human World, and Maayang will definitely return to Human World together. We just need to do a little trick and Dangai, and we can let them be confused in the torrent of time and space. Hearing Aizen's plan, Ikamaru Jin's heart jumped, but his face did not show any expression, but he showed a habitually smile and praised, sure enough, Captain Aizen, so that Soul Society can lose important strength. So, who should go to execute it now? Now is not the time for a spot number 10 to be exposed, and the battle in Human World is just to attract Soul Society. Just send some subordinates to go. As for the task of going to the Dangai, leave it to Zalapro and Eric. What do you think, Eric? In the end, Aizen turned his eyes to the other side, and sure enough, a handsome figure appeared there at some point. With his hands crossed over his chest and leaning against the wall, Vladimir Eric glanced at Aizen, and the corner of his mouth showed a smile. I can't ask for more. I have long wanted to meet that Shinigami. I will inform Zalapro. After saying that, Vladimir Eric's body had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. This guy is really elusive. Looking at the place where Vladimir Eric was originally standing, Ikamaru Jin waved his hand and said helplessly. Most of the time, even he could not accurately detect the appearance and disappearance of Vladimir Eric. It was really powerful to the terrifying strength. Then I will inform the Rancor below, Captain Aizen. Go, I will sit here and watch my achievements. Aizen's fingers tapped the armrest of the chair, still a leisurely look, with a confident smile on his face, as if nothing could surprise him. I don't know how you will deal with this matter, Maayang. Ikamaru Jin walked on the road, thinking about how to deal with Aizen's plan, but there was no result. According to Aizen's plan, this is almost a dead end. The strength of Vladimir, plus the technical research of Zalapolo, completely cannot think of how to deal with it. As long as he is entangled by Vladimir Eric for a period of time, Zalapolo can cause a great turmoil in the Dangai, and then the violent detention can take the lives of Maayang and others. After all, until now, no one has heard of anyone who can survive under the threat of detention. His mind is worried about Maayang's situation, but Ikamaru Jin still went to execute Aizen's order without hesitation. Now is not the time for him to be exposed. As for Maayang, he can only ask for his own luck. Chapter 181, Skirmish Soul Society, in front of the gate. You are all ready. Toshiro Hitsugaya glanced at the people standing in front of him, Rukia Kuachiki, Abirairanji, Matsumoto Rinjaku, Kaku, Yumakika, and he himself. This is the member of the Vanguard squad who went to Human World to set up camp. Of course, hurry up and go. I have been waiting impatiently. I seem to have smelled the smell of battle. I don't know what kind of guys Rancor is. I am really looking forward to it. Don't be some guys who can't be cut. Kaku licked his lips, and his eyes were full of excitement. As long as he thought of the battle that was about to begin, he felt that his blood was boiling. Well, no matter what, I just don't know if those Rancor are in line with my aesthetic standards. It's really distressing. I don't know what kind of beautiful way to bury them. Bowing and reaching out to pick up his hair, his face had an intoxicated look. Looking at the two 11th Division guys in front of him, Toshiro Hitsugaya sighed. They were all some troublesome guys. He didn't know what to do after the modern world. Fortunately, Kenpachi Zaraki was still in 4th Division because of the battle with Maayang 2 days ago. He could not participate in this mission, otherwise the situation would be more chaotic. Come to think of it, Kachiki Captain did not come. Looking at Maayang who was standing there talking to Joshiro Yukitake, Toshiro Hitsugaya said thoughtfully. Obviously, he was Maayang's teacher and student, but the relationship between the two was really a little subtle. Presumably, that was the special way of communication of Captain Kachiki. Speaking of which, can we really not put a restriction seal on them? Maayang looked at Joshiro Yukitake and asked. No. The vice captain and captain who are going to the modern realm must put a restriction seal on their bodies. This is Soul Society's rule. Kimura, you know that some of the rules cannot be changed. What kind of rule is this? The enemy this time is not something that can be easily dealt with. Even if the team captain is in his peak state, it can't be said that he can completely defeat the other party. Yukitake, you should know how dangerous it is to put a restriction seal on it. This is also something that cannot be helped. I also know that there are many places that Soul Society's rules do not know how to change, but that is not something that can be easily changed. Although there is no way to break the rules, there can still be some changes. This restriction removal request will be passed in the shortest amount of time. Don't worry. It seems that this is the only way. Hearing Joshiro Yukitake's explanation, Maayang sighed helplessly. By the way, didn't he come to see you off? The problem was solved. Joshiro Yukitake suddenly looked at Maayang and asked. It's not like I won't come in the future. And isn't he just like this character? Even if he doesn't come, it's not strange. After a soft laugh, Maayang and Joshiro Yukitake said goodbye and turned to go to Toshiro Hitsugaya. Now there is no time for them to delay. Although the combat power of Human World is completely unafraid of Rancor sent by Aizen, it is better for Soul Society's reinforcement to arrive quickly. After all, now is not the time for the visor to be completely exposed, let alone stark and horrible. Let's go. After greeting Toshiro Hitsugaya, Maayang took the lead and walked toward the open gate, and Toshiro Hitsugaya followed closely with several others. The moment he stepped into the gate, Maayang slightly turned his head and glanced at the distance inadvertently. Behind a stone pillar, a figure suddenly turned around. The white feathers on his body floated in the air, and the slightly rolled-up feathers revealed the blue color. Shua, after a blink of an eye, the figure disappeared from the spot, as if no one had ever appeared. Although he has become a paralyzed cabbage, he still hasn't changed his proud nature. What a cute character. Thinking of the aura he felt before he left, Maayang smiled. What are you thinking about, Mr. Kimura? Seeing the smile on the corner of Maayang's mouth, Toshiro Hitsugaya strange, he is going to fight with those Rancor in the modern world. I didn't expect that now Mr. Kimura can still laugh. I don't know what interesting things he thought of. Nothing, just some small things. But then again, how is your recent cultivation, Toshiro Hitsugaya? Now I am used to the thing you left behind, Mr. Kimura. If it is removed, I think my strength will be greatly improved. Not bad, Yorban K, how is it now? Time can be a lot longer than before, but there's still a distance to completely master. Very good, as long as you persist like this, you can fully master Bankai before the final battle comes. Well. Hearing Maayang's words, Toshiro Hitsugaya nodded his head heavily. For the last time he had no power to fight back in front of Aizen, he still remembered clearly until now. When the next decisive battle begins, he must kill Aizen with his own hands, the guy who dares to play with Hinamori feelings. Thinking of this, Hitsugaya unconsciously clenched his fists, and there seemed to be a faint layer of cold air. Stop. Suddenly, Maayang stopped and reached out to stop the people behind him. His face revealed a cautious expression as he looked in front of him. What's wrong? Seeing Ma Yang suddenly stop, although the people behind him all looked puzzled, almost instinctively, they all put their hands on their Zanpakuto, and their faces were full of vigilance. Sure enough, there had been a strange feeling since the beginning, and they did not expect it to be this. Come out, I have already found you. There is no need to hide in the dark. Ma Yang directly pulled out his Zanpakuto, holding a knife in one hand to the empty space in front of him, and his expression was very cautious. I was surprised that I was discovered. I thought my skills were very mature. Then, can you tell me how you discovered it, Shinigami? The space in front of him suddenly distorted, and then two figures appeared. Seeing the figure in front of him, Ma Yang suddenly sucked in a cold breath. He had pink hair, golden pupils, and that perverted aura that he exuded. There was no mistake. This guy was the 8th Espada, Pro. Looking at the person in front of him who pushed up his glasses and looked at him with a look of exploration, Ma Yang's heart unconsciously jumped. Speaking of which, among all the Rancor, this guy was definitely the person he did not want to meet the most. Although his combat ability was not outstanding, this kind of perverted guy was always the most difficult to deal with. No one knew what strange things he would do. Rancor. Enemy. Seeing Ma Yang's fearful look, Toshiro Hitsugaya pulled out his Zanpakuto without hesitation. He held his knife with both hands and looked at the two people in front of him. The people behind him also pulled out their Zanpakuto at the first time, their faces full of vigilance. Well, the pink-haired guy is called Pro. He is in Rancor under Aizen, a very tricky guy. He is the same as Captain Kurotsuchi, a scientist. Hearing Ma Yang's explanation, Toshiro Hitsugaya and several people behind him all changed their faces. Scientists, especially powerful scientists, are very tricky guys. As long as they think about what Kurotsuchi Mayuri has done, they are full of vigilance to the guy in front of Ma Yang. Ah, it is really strange. I don't remember that I have fought with someone like you, but you seem to be familiar with me. Pro's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of curiosity in his eyes. As a scientist, nothing could make him more curious than what he didn't know. The other guy is. Toshiro Hitsugaya looked at the other person standing next to Pro. Compared to Pro, this person gave him a more dangerous feeling. The kind of spiritual power that he unconsciously emitted made him feel all the pores in his body stand up. You are. Looking at this guy in front of him, Ma Yang always felt a strange sense of familiarity. Although he did not have such a face in his memory, the other person's aura made him feel a sense of familiarity. I didn't expect you to forget about me. I was going to settle the debt from 100 years ago with you. Seeing the thoughtful look on Ma Yang's face, Vladimir Eric showed a trace of distress on his face, as if he was really distressed. You are. Hearing the voice of the person in front of him, a figure hidden in the depths of Ma Yang's mind suddenly emerged. That aloof figure had the same aloof temperament as the person in front of him, and of course, there was also a powerful strength that was hard to forget. Vladimir Eric. What's wrong? Seeing the sudden change in Ma Yang's expression, Toshiro Hitsugaya's face became more serious. This was the first time he saw such an expression on Ma Yang's face. There was actually someone who could make the powerful Ma Yang so shocked. Be careful, this guy is very strong. His eyes were fixed on Vladimir Eric. In the face of such a strong enemy, Ma Yang did not dare to relax in the slightest. It is my honor to be able to get such an evaluation from you. He stood with his hands crossed over his chest and said this, but there was no trace of happiness on Vladimir Eric's face. I won't let you escape again this time, Shinigami. As his voice fell, Vladimir Eric had already appeared in front of Ma Yang. His Zanpakuto, which was hanging at his waist, had already been unsheathed at some point in time. The purple blade was covered in strange patterns. That strange feeling was perfectly compatible with his temperament. Boom. When the swords and sabers intersected, it caused a strong impact, and the bind on both sides of the Dangai suddenly became active. Chapter 182, Fierce Battle Bang. As Ma Yang and Vladimir crossed, a violent fluctuation spread from the place where the two fought. So strong. Feeling the fluctuations when the two fought and the flash of spiritual power, Toshiro Hitsugaya's pupils contracted slightly. This was the first time he met an opponent of this level. Is this strength of Rancor? If Aizen's subordinates are all this level of guys. Shaking off Vladimir, Ma Yang was just about to explain to Toshiro Hitsugaya when Vladimir appeared in front of him again, and there was a faint layer of flame burning on the Zanpakuto in his hand. This is. Seeing the flame on the top of Vladimir, Ma Yang's face changed. Even if he's not releasing his sword, this guy could actually use Zanpakuto to attack with attributes. Bang. The two Zanpakuto crossed. Ma Yang involuntarily stepped back a few steps, his face slightly changed. He did not expect this guy to be so strong. Seeing that Maayang was actually forced back half a step, Toshiro Hitsugaya's face changed, and his eyes flashed a trace of horror. For Maayang's strength, he had personally experienced it, and the Rancor could actually force him back. Bunkei, Daiguren higher and Mauru. Toshiro Hitsugaya waved Zanpakuto in his hand, and before the battle began, he had released his Zanpakuto. Seeing Hitsugaya's actions, the rest of them did not dare to be careless and released their respective Zanpakuto for a moment. Growl, Hanko. Grow, Hazuokamaru. Bloom, Fujikujaku. Dance, Sodanoshi Reiyuki. Bunchi, Haihyo Zabimaru. Oh, it is really a grand welcome ceremony. As expected of Soul Society's captain and vice-captain. There is such a powerful spiritual power, but is it really okay to put Zanpakuto in such a level in Angai? Szayelopro looked at the people in front of him with a smile. Although he was facing so many captain-class warriors by himself, there was no tension on his face. On the contrary, there was a bit of excitement on his face. Presumably, captain-level Shinigami's corpse had a very high research value. Nani? Hearing the other party's words, the few people on this side became nervous. Previously, because they were facing a battle, they unconsciously ignored the place they were in. This was the broken world, a place that could easily swallow everyone. If they were wrapped into detention, even Captain had no way. These guys, they deliberately chose this place as a battlefield. Seeing the smile on Szayelepro's face, Zanpakuto and Toshiro Hitsugaya's hand tightened again. He did not expect that Aizen actually had such an idea. Originally, this method was very difficult to succeed. After all, it was not a simple matter to fight with captain-level people in Angai. Come out, Ruby. For the time being, stop them for me. Seeing several people on the opposite side unleashing their power, Szayelepro's face showed a satisfied smile. Now it seemed that the plan was going well. The most threatening Maayang was battling against Vladimir Eric. For a while, he could not free himself, and the rest of the people were afraid to fight unscrupulously. As long as Ruby could block them for a while, the plan that Lord Aizen ordered could be perfectly achieved. Hey, are you just going to block them? Szayelopro. I can kill all of them by myself. There is no need to stop them. As a voice fell, a feminine guy appeared from the dark. He looked at the people in front of him with a disdainful smile on his face. His expression was arrogant, as if he could kill them all with a flip of his hand. This guy is also Rancor? He actually has helpers. Seeing Ruby who appeared later, Toshiro Hitsugaya did not dare to be careless. Although this guy was arrogant, he was not a simple person. He really had the capital to be arrogant. It's up to you, but don't play too much. If you destroy Lord Aizen's plan, I can't save you. When he heard Ruby's words, Szayelopro waved his hand without care. So, these guys are the most annoying. Everyone only knows fighting and killing, who can understand the mystery of science? Dang. Once again fighting against Vladimir Eric, Maayang took a few steps back, his eyes swept the situation on the scene, and his eyes showed a trace of thinking. Aizen actually chose such a place to snipe, and sent such a line up. Swish. With a tap of his feet, his body instantly appeared next to Vladimir Eric. In his hand, Zanpakuto cut down at lightning speed. Clang. 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 His figure flashed. In an instant, Maayang and Vladimir Eric had already fought over 100 times, but they had not caused any damage to the other party. From the situation of the temporary battle, they were on par. Is Aizen planning to trap me within Angai? It seems that you have thought of it. A knife cut on Maayang's Zanpakuto. Vladimir Eric saw the flash of understanding in Maayang's eyes and said with a smile. I didn't expect that you, who is arrogant, will use such a little trick. This has nothing to do with strength. This is a strategy. Moreover, I believe that even if this is the case, I will not kill you. I still have a chance to kill you with my own hands. However, even if you can escape, the Shinigami with you will not be able to do so. Let them be the first victims of this battle. Hearing what Vladimir said, Maayang's face suddenly turned cold. Shua, a layer of blue light suddenly appeared on his Zanpakuto. The speed of Maayang's blade suddenly became faster, and a bright blade light instantly cut through Vladimir Eric's chest. With a stomp of his feet, Vladimir's body abruptly retreated a few steps. He lowered his head to look at the wound on his chest that had been cut open, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He had actually been injured first. Bastard, you've angered me. Raising his head and looking at Maayang who was standing not far away, Vladimir Eric's tone became incomparably cold. Crap, that fellow seems to be angry. Things have become a bit troublesome. Looks like my speed is going to be faster. After sensing the cold aura emitted from Vladimir, Szayelepro's expression changed slightly. He pushed up his glasses and his hands unconsciously moved a bit faster. Maayang only felt a shadow flash in front of him. In the next moment, Vladimir Eric appeaed in front of him. The Zanpakuto in his hand stabbed towards Maiyang's abdomen at a tricky angle. With a slip of his feet, Maiyang's body slightly moved to the side. The Zanpakuto in his hand swayed and the tip of the blade accurately stabbed down on Vladimir's Zanpakuto. Peng! Just as Maiyang's Zanpakuto stabbed the Zanpakuto of Vladimir, a wisp of purple flame suddenly appeared above the Zanpakuto of Vladimir. An evil fluctuation followed Zanpakuto and transmitted to Maiyang. His hand suddenly became cold, and a strange fluctuation came from his Zanpakuto. Maiyang's heart instantly trembled, and his thoughts stopped in an instant. Su! A piercing sound suddenly came. Maiyang suddenly felt a sense of alarm. Without any time to think, he instinctively turned his head, and a cold blade cut through his cheek. Drip! A drop of blood fell from Maiyang's cheek, splashing on the ground. Ignoring the blood that slid down his cheek, Maiyang looked at Vladimir not far away with a serious expression. He actually had such a strange ability. If his reaction was any slower, his head would be pierced. He swung his saber and threw his Zanpakuto down. Vladimir looked at Maiyang with an expressionless face, as if the previous attack had not affected him at all. The one just now, is it a move that can affect one's spirit? I don't know if there is a limit to that kind of move, or if every attack can achieve that kind of effect. Although it can only affect a person's spirit for a short period of time, in a battle, it can decide everything in an instant. If it can be used without limit. However, Maiyang tightened his grip, and his Zanpakuto attached a layer of green spiritual power. Since I don't know, let me try. If it were for me, this level of interference would not take my life. His feet slipped, and Maiyang's figure flashed. Zanpakuto in his hand stabbed at Vladimir, and the high-speed attack tore the air apart, making a sharp sound. Dang! Vladimir's Zanpakuto, which was covered by a layer of purple flames, suddenly appeared and stopped Maiyang. Then at that moment, Maiyang was in a trance. In just an instant, Maiyang recovered. He saw Vladimir in front of him holding Zanpakuto, which was pressing him down with one hand and a purple-colored short knife in the other hand. He suddenly stabbed his head. He suddenly released his right hand that was holding his Zanpakuto. Just as Vladimir Eric's body suddenly became unstable because of this, Maiyang stretched out his left hand and grabbed his Zanpakuto, which was still in the air, and slashed. Seeing Maiyang's movements, Vladimir Eric's eyes flashed. He raised Zanpakuto in his hand and met Maiyang's attack again. His Zanpakuto flashed in front of Vladimir Eric. The spiritual power, which was wrapped in a knife, instantly burst out and emitted a burst of light, making Vladimir Eric's vision blur. Not good. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Vladimir Eric felt a finger appear in front of his eyes, and a white lightning was gathering on his fingertip. Hado number 4, by Akurei. Chapter 183, Discovery Bang. Once again smashed by Kisuke's Zanpakuto, Grimjou's body is full of blood. Although his strength is very strong, but in the absence of liberation, it is still a bit too reluctant to face Kisuke, a guy that even Aizen is extremely afraid of. Bastard! Struggling to parry Kisuke's attack, Grimjou's face is full of resentment, although he wants to carry out Resurrection, but there is still a little scruples in his heart. Dang! Hirako Shinji held Zanpakuto with both hands, and his Zanpakuto, which was fiercely chopped down, was caught by Ulquiorra with one hand. Although it could be seen from Ulquiorra's slightly trembling arm that he was also not relaxed, the shock in Hirako Shinji's heart was still difficult to suppress. Although he had broken his hollowification state, but his strength was not at a level where people could block it with one hand. Very capable, actually blocked my attack with one hand, but are you sure you want to keep fighting with me like this? Looking at the unchanging expression on Ulquiorra's face, Hirako Shinji restrained his mood and said with a smile. Who knows? The expression on his face did not show any signs of loosening. Ulquiorra turned his arm and pushed Zanpakuto, who was Hirako Shinji, away. Stepping on the ground, he borrowed strength in the air. Just as Hirako Shinji twisted his body, Zanpakuto in his hand waved at Ulquiorra again. Seeing Hirako Shinji waving Zanpakuto, Ulquiorra turned his arm. Almost in an instant, the Zanpakuto in his hand once again faced Hirako Shinji's attack, but the moment the two of them collided, Ulquiorra's face suddenly changed, and his eyes slightly contracted. This level of power was absolutely different from before. In that instant, Ulquiorra almost couldn't hold Zanpakuto in his hand, and his body unconsciously took a few steps back, and the arm holding the knife was slightly numb. Just as Ulquiorra retreated because of Hirako Shinji's attack, Hirako Shinji, who was in front of him, disappeared instantly and reappeared behind him. Zanpakuto in his hand stabbed at his back with a cold light. Although Hirako Shinji's action was beyond Ulquiorra's expectation, however, his probing nerves told him about Hirako Shinji's action in an instant, and the reflex nerves formed in the harsh environment of Hueco Mundo made Ulquiorra instinctively turn his Zanpakuto behind him to block Hirako Shinji's sharp blade. Boom. Although he had blocked Hirako Shinji's blade, the power from his Zanpakuto still made Ulquiorra's body fall forward uncontrollably. Damn it. Although the wounds on the outside can be recovered through rapid regeneration, the internal organs are injured because of the attack just now. What a cunning Shinigami. First, he used a lower-level strength to fight me. After I got used to his strength, he suddenly burst out his true strength and caught me off guard. He stretched out his palm to support himself in the air and instantly twisted his body. Ulquiorra looked warily at Hirako Shinji standing in front of him. This guy was not only powerful, but also had rich combat experience. More importantly, he seemed to be a strategical guy and was difficult to deal with. After stabilizing his body and standing up, Ulquiorra instantly defined Hirako Shinji. This was a comprehensive guy, whether it was strength, experience, or psychology. It was actually blocked. I thought that the attack just now would work. Hirako Shinji carried Zanpakuto on his shoulder and said with a faint smile on his face. The smile on his face was a little strange. Ulquiorra looked at Hirako Shinji. His face was calm and did not say a word. He was not a good speaker, let alone a person like Hirako Shinji. It was impossible to arouse his desire to speak. Oh, I originally wanted to get some useful information from you. I didn't expect you to be such a serious guy. It seems that it is impossible to get information from you. But in this case, it is better to get rid of you directly. Seeing Ulquiorra's expressionless face, Hirako Shinji patted his head and said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Hirako Shinji's figure disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Ulquiorra. He squatted down and picked up Zanpakuto in his hand. His footsteps slipped and his body moved backward, avoiding Hirako Shinji's attack. However, the tip of Zanpakuto blade still cut through Ulquiorra's chest and cut his clothes. Not only strength, but also speed can be faster. Then, does it mean that his spiritual power can also become stronger and react faster? Looking at Zanpakuto passing by in front of his eyes, Ulquiorra calmly analyzed the information of Hirako Shinji. Although the battle was not in their original plan, since the battle had begun, he had to gather the information of the enemy as much as possible. What a terrifying combat instinct. As expected of someone who has gone through so many hardships in the Hueco Mundo and finally grew to this extent. Even if I caught him off guard because of my previous hidden strength, can't I still increase the results of the battle? What a terrifying guy. Hirako Shinji saw that he had quickly retreated and left his attack range. The expression on his face became a bit serious. Hiss. Just as the two were confronting each other, the clothes on Ulquiorra's chest suddenly cracked. It was caused by Hirako Shinji's attack before. Although it did not hurt Ulquiorra, it still cut his clothes. That is. Seeing the large number 4 on Ulquiorra's broken chest, Hirako Shinji's eyes flashed a trace of thinking. Did that number have a special meaning? Boom. Just as Hirako Shinji was thinking about the special meaning of this number, a figure suddenly flew from the side and smashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Damn it, I'm going to kill you, you wooden clog. A sorry figure stood up in the dust. His face was full of hatred as he looked at Kisuke who was not far away. Looking at the wounds on his body, he knew that he had been abused by Kisuke a lot in the battle just now. This is. Seeing the number 6 on the back of Grimjao's waist, Hirako Shinji thought of something and turned his eyes to the big guy who was fighting with Yoruichi. His eyes showed a trace of exploration. Hirako Shinji noticed the 6 on the back of Grimjao. Kisuke also noticed the number 4 on Ulquiorra's chest. There was a number engraved on the two rankars. They had reason to believe that this number had a special meaning. Moreover, these two numbers were obviously written in the same font. Yoruichi. Looking at the numbers on the two people, Kisuke immediately shouted. What's wrong? Hearing Kisuke's cry, Yoruichi figure moved out of the battle circle and turned to look at them. To deal with Yami, this big guy, Yoruichi did not need to devote herself to it. For her, this kind of strong and low agility opponent was the easiest to deal with. Just as she turned around, Yoruichi immediately noticed the number on Ulquiorra's chest, and glanced at the number on Grimjao's waist. She immediately understood Kisuke's idea. Waving to Kisuke, Yoruichi turned to Yami. The other side had not attacked yet, and it was obvious that Yoruichi's speed made him a little unable to react. Shunko! Yoruichi shouted, and a strong aura suddenly burst out from her body, attracting the eyes of Yami, who was facing her back. TSK, finally stop running, you damn bug! Yami shouted, and his body jumped high and smashed down on Yoruichi. His huge body gave a great visual impact. It's useless. Looking at the overconfident Yami who was pouncing towards him, Yoruichi had a trace of disdain on her face. Although it was also instantaneous, The power she used this time was stronger than before. With a whoosh, Yoruichi's body disappeared from the original place, leaving only the ground cracked by her footsteps. In the next moment, Yoruichi's body appeared on the top of Yami's head, and a dense almost solid spiritual power wrapped her fist and punched at the ignorant Yami's head. Bang! The moment Yoruichi swung her fist down, the sound of air being torn apart rang out. At the same time, a visible ripple spread out from the place where Yoruichi had swung her fist. Boom! Yoruichi's fist tore through the air in an instant, bringing with it a terrifying momentum as it smashed onto Yami. There was no resistance at all. The moment Yoruichi's fist smashed into his body, Yami was fiercely smashed from the sky to the ground. The entire ground suddenly shook violently, leaving behind a huge crater. Cough. Cough. Yami slowly got up from the ground and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His face was extremely ugly. His entire body was filled with great anger. Spiritual power also became unstable. A strong sense of oppression fatally emerged, causing the expressions of Kisuke and Shinji, who were originally watching the show, to change slightly. However, compared to that aura, the number on his body. After the attack from Yoruichi just now, even with Yami's rough skin and thick flesh, there was still a huge wound on his body, not to mention the clothes on his body. Seeing the number 10 engraved on the top of Yami's body, Kisuke and the other two looked thoughtful. The three of them had such numbers on their bodies. This was definitely not something that could be said by coincidence. Bastard, I will kill you. The furious Yami suddenly pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist, and a strong aura faintly emerged. Damn, if that guy released his Resurrection now, it will affect Lord Aizen's plan. Seeing Yami's action, Ulquiorra secretly cried in his heart. Chapter 184, Segunda Espada. This guy's body seems to have grown a bit bigger. Yoruichi stood in the distance, looking at Yami with some vigilance. Although from the previous battle, this guy's strength was a bit different from the other two guys, and if their numbers really had a special meaning, his ranking was indeed below the other two. But why did he feel uneasy looking at this guy? Not only did his body become bigger, but even spiritual power had a great change. What was going on with this guy? Bastard! I'll kill you, I'll kill all of you. At this time, Yami was already furious, and red spiritual power, visible to the naked eye, rose from his body, making his body seem as if it was inflated. Wait, Yami. You can't be released in this place. Seeing Yami's action, Ulquiorra's face changed. This place was close to the center of the Karakuro town. If Yami was released in this place, spiritual power at the level of Espada number 10 would definitely have a great impact on the Karakura city. If there was an unpredictable change in the environment of the Karakura city because of the battle of himself and others, which led to the impact of Lord Aizen's final plan. TSK, actually forced to such an extent by a few Shinigami. Sure enough, although reluctantly entered the ranks of Espada number 10, it is only this level in the end. Just as Yami was about to release Zanpakuto, an old voice suddenly came. Nani. Hearing this voice, Kisuke and the other two suddenly looked shocked. When did this guy appear? He did not even notice it before. What kind of guy came this time? Baragon. Looking at the new figure, Ulquiorra took a breath and his tone changed slightly. He did not expect that Lord Aizen actually sent him, this guy who did not respect Lord Aizen. Feeling the huge pressure from Baragon, Yami, who was going to be liberated, also stopped his movements. Do you want to use your resurrection, Yami? Baragon narrowed his eyes and looked at Yami. For many years, the aura of the king of Hueco Mundo gave people an invisible pressure. It was not the suppression of spiritual power, but the suppression of invisible aura. If you liberate your sword here, your powerful spiritual power will make those fragile humans unable to stand it. If your rashness causes the failure of boss plan later, I will be very distressed. TSK. He looked at Baragon. In the end, Yami withdrew his Zanpakuto back to his waist. It wasn't that he didn't know what the consequences would be if he rashly released Zanpakuto. It was only because he had been suppressed by Yoruichi that his eyes turned red. Now that he had calmed down a little, he no longer wanted to release Zanpakuto. It seems that you have temporarily calmed down. Seeing Yami, who still sheathed his sword with a bit of unwillingness on his face, Baragon's face showed a bit of satisfaction. Just as Baragon turned his eyes back, the two Rancor standing behind him took out a bag and poured out a lot of white bones from it. Then, under the gaze of several people, the white bones quickly formed the white bone throne. Dong. Baragon sat on the white bone throne, his back leaning against the back of the chair, and one hand knocking on the chair. His eyes swept slightly over Ulquiorra and Grimmjow on the other side. Since I am here, I will take over the battlefield. You three are not allowed to have any objections. The other three did not say anything. Even with Grimmjow's arrogance, He only curled his lips in dissatisfaction and did not stand up to refute Baragon. As for Ulquiorra, he did not care about such things. Although it seems that you are at a disadvantage, I think that as a Espada, you do not need any support, so I will not interfere in your battle. However, that half-disabled kid over there is the boss goal this time, right? Since I am here, just kill him, and the other 2 human brats who are hidden. What hearing Baragon's words, Ulquiorra and the other 3 did not react. After all, even if they did not have the advantage in the previous battle, as a Espada, they still had their own dignity and would not allow the subordinates to interfere in their battle. Therefore, Baragon's plan was taken into consideration. However, on the other side, Kisuke and the others were shocked. Although they had the upper hand when facing their respective opponents, it was definitely not an overwhelming advantage. Now, there was an unknown enemy. Moreover, this enemy had brought several enemies with him. If they only attacked the 3 of them, although it would be a little troublesome. But even so, before that, there was one thing that he had to figure out first. It was about what he had heard before. Shua in a flash, Kisuke disappeared in front of Grimmjow. For some reason, Grimmjow did not stop Kisuke, just stood there and watched. Well, don't you introduce yourself before the battle? Kisuke held Zanpakuto in one hand and pressed his hat with the other hand. Although he looked a little leisurely, at this moment, he was in a highly concentrated state. After all, this guy in front of him did not look like a simple person. For example, what place are you in? Looking at Baragon in front of him, a shrewd look flashed through Kisuke's eyes hidden under his hat. How dare you talk to Lord Baragon like this? Seeing Kisuke suddenly appear in front of him, Baragon had not yet spoken, but Gyoviga who was standing behind him had already jumped out, pointing at Kisuke and shouting loudly. Retreat, Gyo. Waving his hand to interrupt the words of his subordinates, Baragon looked straight at the guy in front of him. It was this guy, who was called by Aizen as the only guy who could be compared with him in terms of IQ, the guy who created Hogyoku. I am Baragon Lu Eisenbarn, one of the Espada. Espada. Is it, as expected? Hearing Baragon's answer, Kisuke's mouth showed a trace of a bitter smile. Let the gossip end here. Baragon crossed his arms, leaned back, and ordered several subordinate officers beside him. Bo, you go and deal with the next Shinigami agent. Gyo, you go to the 2 human children mentioned before in the future. Not good. Hearing Baragon's order, Kisuke was shocked in his heart, but before his body could do anything, Grimmjow had already appeared beside him and slashed down at him. Dang. Turning around to block Grimmjow's attack, Kisuke borrowed the power of Grimmjow to quickly dodge. The newcomer was the so-called Espada. Obviously, he was stronger than the previous 3 fellows. It was not a wise decision to fight in front of him. However, Ichigo and the 3 others were in danger. Kisuke was not the only one who thought of this. When she saw the petite figure and handsome face rushing towards the hiding place of Orihime and the others, Yoruichi's expression suddenly changed. He moved to stop them. Yoruichi's vision blurred and she had already lost the face. The next moment, the face appeared next to her and kicked her body. Turning her body, she struggled to avoid the attack. Yoruichi's eyes were full of seriousness. That guy's speed was extraordinary. Oh? Is this the so-called god of flash Yoruichi Shiyuin? You're pretty slow. Gyoviga said as he glanced at Yoruichi, who was barely able to dodge his attack. The so-called fastest god of flash was just so-so. Even without using his full strength, he could still keep up with her speed. Damn it, was it affected by the injuries from before? And this effect is still going on. The battle below is getting harder and harder to fight. Boom. Just as Yoruichi was thinking, Yami had already came to her side, and the fist in her hand was fiercely swung down. The fist missed. Yami was not in a hurry to catch up with Yoruichi, but looked at Yoshio with a brutal face, and the killing intent in her eyes was boiling. You bastard! How dare you steal my prey? Hearing Yami's words, Gyo's face changed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly remembered something, and his face changed. Finally, he turned around and went to find the traces of the 2 humans before him without saying a word. Damn it! Ichigo Kurosaki's expression changed drastically when he saw Gyo, who was rushing to find Orihime and Sato on the well and was ready to kill them. Although his current physical condition was definitely not good and it was difficult for him to even stand, even if he had to die, he absolutely could not tolerate the enemy chasing after his companions in front of him. Relying on the will to protect in his heart, Ichigo Kurosaki grabbed Zanpakuto with both hands and propped him on the ground. He struggled to stand up and wanted to go forward to stop the void. All of a sudden, Ichigo Kurosaki felt the sky above his head darken. A strong gust of wind came from above his head, accompanied by a strong pressure. Bang! The huge Rancor, Pow had appeared beside the absent-minded Ichigo Kurosaki at some time. The huge palm raised and slapped down on Ichigo Kurosaki's head, smashing him into the ground. Ichigo. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki was knocked down by a bomb, Hirako Shinji's expression changed and he shouted in surprise. You shouldn't worry about other people's free time now, right? Ulquiorra stabbed with an expressionless knife, blocking Hirako Shinji who was going to rush to Ichigo Kurosaki. Chapter 185, Ichigo's Hollowification. These are the two humans, right? They are indeed very weak. They are completely like trash. Just as Ichigo was knocked down by a single palm, and the few of them were worried about him, the voice of Rankargyo suddenly rang clearly in their ears. Turning their heads to look in the direction of the voice, they saw Orihime and Chad, who were being held in one hand by Gyo. The expressions of Kisuke and the others immediately became extremely ugly. Orihime. Chad. Seeing Orihime and Chad Yasutara caught in his hands, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was slapped to the ground, changed his face greatly. He struggled to stand up, but his body, which had been riddled with holes, did not allow him to do this at all. Seeing the expression on Ichigo Kurosaki's face, half kneeling on the ground, Gyo's face showed a cruel smile. Do you want to save these two people? It's a pity, now it's too late, the two of them are dead. Grinning at Ichigo Kurosaki, Gyo's heart was full of a strange sense of excitement. Sure enough, humans were really a fragile creature. As long as he used a little strength on his hand, these two humans would die under his hands. Even the human youth who was lucky enough to get Shinigami's strength, although he was the guy Aizen specifically told, in the end, it was only that level. Don't. Seeing the expression on Gyo's face, Ichigo Kurosaki seemed to have thought of something. His pupils suddenly contracted. Suddenly, Ichigo Kurosaki felt that the whole world seemed to have stopped moving. All the voices and images disappeared from him, and the surroundings became a dark and vast scenery. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Ha! You are indeed a waste. Even your own companions can't protect you. A weak fellow like you is not qualified to control your body at all. Give me your body. Yes, I am just a waste. I am just a poor and weak fellow. I can't even protect my own companions. So you know it yourself. Then, give your body to me. These bastards don't even use their full strength. I can deal with them easily. I'm sorry. Everyone, in the end, I still didn't do anything. I wasn't able to protect you. After saying this in a low voice, Ichigo Kurosaki's consciousness gradually relaxed. His body also slowly relaxed. At this time, even if he could only become a hollow in the end, he would definitely save everyone. Ha! It's out. I'm finally out. With a sinister cry, an evil mask appeared on Ichigo Kurosaki's face. At the same time, an evil and powerful spiritual power, who was even more evil than Rancor, burst out from Ichigo Kurosaki's body without restraint. What feeling the sudden outburst from the human youth in front of him, Pao's face showed a rare trace of surprise. This human youth was clearly very weak before, and he was knocked unconscious with a casual palm. Why could such a weak guy burst out with such a spiritual power? Before Pao had the time to think about this, he felt a knife flash in front of his eyes, and then a sharp pain came from his body. How is this possible? He was killed by such a guy. With this thought in his mind, Pao's body fell down weakly. In just an instant, the situation on the battlefield changed greatly. The originally precarious Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly erupted with a force that made everyone look sideways at spiritual power, and also killed the big man in an instant. What's going on? That little brat? Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's actions, Gyo's expression changed slightly. What was going on with the spiritual power on that little brat? It made his body unconsciously tremble. Was this kind of spiritual power really something that a little brat could have? After cutting down the Rancor beside him, the hollow-eyed Ichigo Kurosaki turned his gaze to the other side. His pair of yellow pupils with no emotion at all looked at the distant Gyo who was holding up Orihime and Chad Yasutara, as if he was looking at a dead person. Being stared at by Ichigo Kurosaki, Gyo only felt a sense of fear in his heart. Although there was no heart, at that moment, Gyo really felt the emotion in his heart called fear. However, even that kind of emotion only lasted for an instant. In the next moment, he only felt his vision blur. A bone-piercing pain came from his chest. The hands that were originally holding the two humans unconsciously loosened. At the same time, his body powerlessly fell down. It can't be. It's actually so fast that I didn't even have time to react. Before losing consciousness, there was only one thought in Gyo's mind. There was also that pair of emotionless eyes that he could never forget in his mind. Arg. After cutting down another Rancor, Ichigo Kurosaki raised Sunpacto high and let out a cry of unknown meaning, and his tone was full of joy. Ichigo. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's state, Hirako Shinji's face became very ugly. As someone who had experienced all this before, He certainly knew better than everyone what this was, and what Ichigo Kurosaki was about to face in this state. Oh? Is this Shinigami's hollowification? Interesting. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki had cut down 2 of his subordinates, there was no anger on Baragon's face. Instead, he looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with interest, and his tone was full of curiosity. In that case, let me play with you for the time being. Don't disappoint me, little brat. As he spoke, Baragon stood up and looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was not far away. Oh. As if sensing Baragon's line of sight and provocation, Ichigo's hollow mask once again issued a meaningful cry. As his cry fell, a layer of keratin gradually appeared around his body, and the whole person's breath became more violent. Oh? You look more and more like a hollow. What an interesting kid. I am more and more interested in you. A few minutes ago, in Siri-Itai, the 12th Division Technology Development Bureau, not good. A few more powerful spiritual power reactions have appeared in the modern realm. What's wrong? Kurotsuchi Mayuri quickly walked over and asked as he heard the voice of the team member in charge of monitoring. Yes. Captain Kurotsuchi, several powerful spiritual power reactions appeared in the place where Rancor appeared before the modern realm. From spiritual power's point of view, they were all in the form of Rancor, and one of them was above the 3 Rancor before. 3 Rancor? I remember there were only 2. Yes. Captain, it was 2 in the beginning, but then there was another one, but now. Trash, you can't even explain clearly. Get out of the way. Walking to the monitor screen, he rudely pushed away the team members who were sitting there before. Kurotsuchi Mayuri typed on the keyboard with his hands and analyzed the information about the few Rancor spiritual power. This is. Seeing the result of his own analysis, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's eyes obviously showed a trace of shock. What's wrong, Captain? Seeing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's reaction, Akin, who was standing on the side, asked curiously. Since he entered the Technology Development Bureau, he rarely saw such an expression on Kurotsuchi Mayuri's face. The last time he saw this kind of expression, he could not remember how many years ago it was. This is spiritual power who is stronger than Captain. I didn't expect that there is such a level of Rancor under Aizen. This is really. Saying that, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes stared at the boss, and the expression on his face became extremely abnormal. Captain, he. Standing beside Kurotsuchi Mayuri, Akin was naturally the first to find Kurotsuchi Mayuri's abnormality, but he knew that his abnormal captain would never be afraid of such a thing, so his reaction could only be. This is so exciting. I really want to dissect him and study him. Kurotsuchi Mayuri's fingers danced uncontrollably, and his face was full of excitement. Sure enough, I knew it would be like this. Seeing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's reaction, Akin secretly sighed in his heart. Hey, the guy over there, why aren't you turning on the monitor? I remember that I asked you to install a monitor in the Karakura city. Yes. Captain, but for some reason, it is completely unable to connect with the monitor in the modern world. Hearing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's cry, a team member on the side raised his hand weakly and said with a tone full of fear. TSK. Strangely, after hearing this team member's answer, Kurotsuchi Mayuri seemed to think of something and rarely did not get angry with this team member. He just curled his lips unhappily. Forget it if you can't see it, but I remember that Toshiro Hitsugaya should have entered the Realm Gate at this time. Why haven't they come to the real world yet? Really, those guys have no sense of time at all. Connect me to the scene of the Aang guy, I want to talk to them, although Ma Aang is an unpleasant guy, but if it is him, maybe he can help me catch a few Rancor, especially the guy who is stronger than the captain's spiritual power. Thinking that he could dissect the Rancor that were stronger than the captain's spiritual power, Kurotsuchi Mayuri felt an indescribable sense of excitement, his hands danced uncontrollably, apparently unable to control his own body. Chapter 186, Szayelapilo's scheme. No. Not good. Captain Kurotsuchi, we can't contact the captain of Toshiro Hitsugaya and others in the Dangai. The team member in charge of the side quickly waved his hands on the keyboard, trying to contact Toshiro Hitsugaya and others, but there was no reply. His face suddenly became pale, and sweat kept sliding down his face. It was not because he was worried about Toshiro Hitsugaya and others who could not be contacted, but because he was worried about his own life. What? What did you say? Hearing the answer of the team member, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's excitement on his face suddenly disappeared, and he looked at the team member over there with a dangerous expression. Sorry, Captain, but we really can't contact Captain Hitsugaya and others. Not only that, we can't see the situation in the Dangai at all. The signal is all cut off by an unknown force. Seeing the expression on Kurotsuchi Mayuri's face, the team member spoke with a hint of crying, apparently afraid of Kusajishi Mayuri's appearance. "Humphrey! Get out of my way, what a bunch of trash." Hearing the team member words, Kusajishi Mayuri's eyes flashed a trace of thinking. The expression on his face was slightly restrained, strode over to the other side and pushed the team member away. Kusajishi Mayuri's fingers quickly danced on the keyboard, investigating the information about Dangai. From the previous team member words, he had noticed a trace of disharmony. First, a large number of Rancor suddenly appeared. It was a little strange to invade human world at this time. Aizen would not choose to start the decisive battle now. According to his inference, it will take another 3 months before the Hueco that Aizen got can be fully awakened. Moreover, suddenly lost contact with Dangai. It doesn't look like a coincidence. So it is like this. Seeing the data presented on the screen in front of him, Kusajishi Mayuri's eyes flashed a trace of understanding, and then a strong anger appeared in his eyes. "Bastard, you dare to do such a thing under my eyes." Turning his head to look at Akin, who was standing next to him, Kusajishi Mayuri waved his hand and ordered them, "Akin, now lead a group of people to analyze the data of the Dangai for me. You must restore the connection with the Dangai in the shortest time possible." "I know." Akin's face was also a bit serious. He had just seen what was on the screen in front of Kusajishi Mayuri. Naturally, he had some understanding of the situation in the Dangai. If they did not make any countermeasures, in the Dangai, Toshiro Hitsugaya and others will definitely be swallowed by the space-time turbulence in the Dangai. After instructing the players below, Kusajishi Mayuri stood up and looked at the busy players around him. He crossed his arms, his fingers constantly tapping on his arms, showing his inner restlessness. After all, in the war they are about to face with Aizen, if they lose the combat effectiveness of those people in Dangai, Soul Society's situation is really dangerous. Dangai after Maiyang once again blocked Vladimir Ilwo's attack, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. Although the other party did not gain any advantage in the previous battle, he also did not gain anything either. The most important thing was that he was completely pinned down by this guy. He did not have the time to pay attention to Szayelaporro over there at all. Who knew what that guy was busy with right now? In short, it gave people a feeling of unease. This can't go on like this. Maiyang was secretly anxious, but he did not dare to let go of his hand to fight. Otherwise, who knew if there would be some unknown changes because of their spiritual power? That thing was not something that spiritual power could deal with alone. Moreover, now the restraint had become very unstable. Alright. At this moment, Szayelaporro, who had been standing on the side all this time, suddenly raised his head and pushed his eyes. A smile appeared on his face, but that strange smile was particularly horrifying in the eyes of the people here. Hearing Salyama's words, Maiyang's heart inexplicably tightened. He took a few steps back and stood together with Toshiro Hitsugaya and others who also withdrew their hands, maintaining a vigilant position to look at the people opposite him. Toshiro Hitsugaya and others gasped for breath. Because of the narrow environment in the Dangai, they were very tired in the previous battle, especially Toshiro Hitsugaya. As the captain, he naturally had to take most of the responsibility, but in the case of being limited by 80% of his strength, he was fighting bitterly. What kind of plot are they planning? We will know soon. Maiyang narrowed his eyes and looked at Szayelaporro not far away. He felt uneasy. "I was just thinking about how we should leave the battlefield. I didn't expect you to cooperate so well." Looking at Maiyang, the corners of Salyama's mouth curved up. Then a black cavity suddenly appeared and wrapped the three of them. "Enjoy it. I specially prepared this for you." Maiyang cut through the air with his saber. The three masked figures disappeared in an instant. In terms of mastery of Garganta technology, no one could surpass Szayelaporro. The Garganta he opened was naturally very different from the others. Even with Maiyang's speed, he could not stop him. What did he do? Maiyang narrowed his eyes as he pondered. He did not believe that Szayelaporro and the others were here to fight with them. Moreover, Szayelaporro had been preparing something. What's wrong? Toshiro Hitsugaya sheathed his Zanpakuto and walked to Maiyang's side and asked. "I don't know, but I feel a little uneasy." Rumble. Just as Maiyang finished speaking, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the distance, and then a bright light shone on them. How is this possible? This time, the Kotatsu did not appear. Seeing the Kotatsu appearing behind them, Toshiro Hitsugaya screamed. When they entered the Dangai, it was impossible for the Kotatsu to appear. Run. They did not have time to think about why the sudden appearance of Kotatsu. They immediately began to run in the direction of the modern realm. Even the captain could not deal with something like Kotatsu. What's going on? After running 2 steps, they stopped and looked in front of them in disbelief. The Kotatsu actually started to surge uncontrollably. It was not like how it used to chase them by their side or behind. Instead, it squirmed in front of them and blocked their path, This situation. After checking the situation they were facing, everyone's face became extremely ugly, and the Kotatsu behind them was slowly approaching, but the road ahead was blocked by the Kotatsu, which was a dilemma. I will clean up the things in front. Renji stood up and held his Zanpakuto. Now was not the time to worry. If it was his baboon cannon, it should be able to win time for everyone. Don't be stupid, let me do it. While speaking, the surrounding environment had become even worse. He didn't know what Szayelaporro had done. Now that Angai was beyond recognition. The road in front of them had been completely covered by the Kotatsu, and the prison behind them was rushing over at a high speed. Benkei, broken wind blade. Maayang shook his hand and instantly released his Zanpakuto. Then a dazzling silver light appeared on the blade. Maayang turned his arm, and Zanpakuto slashed forward. As the silver blade shot out, the Kotatsu in front of him was suddenly cut open. So powerful. Looking at the path in front of them that was slashed by Maayang, Rukia muttered. That is. Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyes looked at a light in the distance. Although it seemed to be just a crack, he still keenly felt several powerful spiritual power from there, and several of them gave him a familiar feeling. It seems that there is a war in human world now. You should go and support it quickly. Feeling the collision of spiritual power, Maayang's face changed and he ordered them. He did not expect that there was a war now. This was completely different from what he remembered. And from the collision of spiritual power, it was not a simple thing. What was Aizen thinking? I know. Hearing Maayang's words, Toshiro Hitsugaya directly ran forward with several people. Now is not the time to hesitate. Moreover, although the Kotatsu is not something that Shinigami can deal with, if it is Maayang, maybe he has a way. The detention flow outside is like a different world from ours. Although it is still surging, it can't touch us and is blocked outside. Toshiro Hitsugaya glanced at the silver light on both sides, and a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. It is this force that blocked the surge of the detention flow, and directly opened a passage in the Dangai to connect to the modern world. Is this Kimora's strength? So strong. Chapter 187, Captured. Maayang turned around and looked at the rapidly approaching distance. The distance between him and himself was getting shorter and shorter. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A bright silver light flashed on his Zanpakuto. Dong. Just as Maayang was about to take action, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared from his side, instantly affecting his body. And just as Maayang's body was swept by that invisible sound wave, his body suddenly fell into a stiff state. Damn it! I fell into a trap. The instant his body was swept by that fluctuation, Maayang had already reacted. However, it was still too late. Although it was only an instant, with the speed of bind, he had already arrived in front of Maayang in an instant. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he rolled over Maayang's body. Accompanied by a dazzling light, Maayang's body disappeared into the Dangai. What? How could it be? Just as he was about to leave the Dangai, Tawashiro subconsciously looked back. Then, he saw that Maayang's body suddenly stopped and was swallowed up by the vines without any resistance. With his strength, he was actually swallowed by the bind. Toshiro Hitsugaya's heart was full of shock, and just as his heart was shocked, an attack suddenly shot toward his body. Be careful, Captain. An instant step appeared beside Toshiro Hitsugaya, waving his knife to block the attack from who knows where. Matsumoto Rengeko held the knife with both hands and looked around vigilantly. I was careless. After putting away the shock in his heart, Tawashiro Hitsugaya turned his head and held Zanpakuto with both hands, a serious expression on his face. Although the matter of Maayang being caught and devoured was very serious, now was not the time to think about this. The path that Maayang had just created just now had allowed them to appear on the battlefield. Now, they were surrounded by enemies. If they were not focused, they would die. Regarding Maayang, it was better to wait until the battle was over before talking to Kisuke. Now, even if he told them, it would not improve. Instead, it would affect their battle will. Moreover, if it was Maayang, even if he was caught and devoured, he would definitely be fine. While comforting himself in his heart, Toshiro Hitsugaya looked at the battlefield not far away in front of him. Is this inside? Maayang floated in an unknown substance. His eyes looked at everything around him with a little curiosity. Around his body, there was a layer of bright silver light, isolating him from everything around him. But compared to this, what did Szayelaporro do? Thinking of what happened to him before, a haze suddenly rose in Maayang's heart. This was the first time he encountered something beyond his understanding. Although he was also disturbed by Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu because of his carelessness, he had already predicted that, so it was also within his acceptable range. But this time, the first time he felt helpless. Not only was the development of the matter different from the plot in his memory, but more importantly, it was the unknown reason that Szayelaporro could interfere with his spiritual power and his movements in an instant. Although the time was short, in a battle of their level, a lot of things could be decided in an instant. Should I say that as expected of a Spada, there is actually this kind of black technology. Knowledge is indeed power. After thinking for a long time, there was still no thought in his mind. Yang could only helplessly shake his head and attributed all of this to black technology. However, compared to that unclear black technology, I should think about how to get out of here first. Although I can temporarily isolate myself from the outside world with the help of Zanpakuto's power, it is not a solution to keep going like this. Not to mention the development of the outside world, even my ability is not enough to keep going like this. Looking at the silver light that was getting thinner and thinner on the outside of his body, a hint of worry appeared in Yang's eyes. This place was filled with chaotic streams of space and time. It was very difficult to feel the signals of the spatial node he had left in the outside world here, let alone use Zanpakuto's ability to break through space and get out. This time, it was really troublesome. He had never heard of any descriptions about the inside of the prison. It seemed that no one had ever gone out from it. What a misfortune. He said this without any meaning in his words. Yang sat cross-legged in the void and placed Zanpakuto on his lap. He slowly closed his eyes and continuously emitted bright silver light from Zanpakuto. It wrapped around his body and isolated him from the surroundings. It was still the same familiar world, green trees, red flowers, and that handsome figure. The folding fan in his hand swayed gently, and his silver hair danced gently. Not only his hair, but even his clothes all turned silver. Even his pupils were no exception, turning silver. Skywind's entire body exuded a mysterious temperament, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. Oh? You actually came here in the state of Benkai. It's really rare. Don't you hate it? Turning around and looking at Yang, Skywind's tone was a bit of a smile, but there was no expression on his face, even more indifferent than white. Ah, I really hate to come in this state. Just facing a motionless world without any sound is already very uncomfortable, not to mention facing a paralyzed face like you. Yang looked around. The world that was originally filled with violent winds and lightning had actually fallen into an absolute silence at this time. Other than the voices of Yang and Skywind, nothing could be heard. But you also know that in this situation, only by relying on this move can you be saved. Of course I know. Although I don't want to admit it, I can only place my hopes on this now. I already said that you would definitely use this move. After all, this is different from your previous moves. If you had accepted it earlier, you wouldn't have been at your wits' end. You are really long-winded. Even now is not too late. Let's begin. The 12th division, the wave that blocked the signal has disappeared. Is it because he sensed our movements, or is it because he has achieved his goal? Kurotsuchi Mayuri, who was typing on the keyboard, felt that the communication link between him and Toshiro Hitsugaya had returned to normal. He immediately stopped his movements and thought in his mind. Captain, Toshiro Hitsugaya has successfully arrived in the modern world and has joined the war. Now he is fighting with a few rankars in the modern world. The unfavorable trend of the war has been alleviated, but what? Kurotsuchi Mayuri asked with an impatient expression on his face when he heard the words of his subordinates. In this situation, they were still hesitating. Really, it seemed that they must have been relaxed. But Mr. Kimura's spiritual power did not appear in the modern world, but disappeared in the Dangai. What? Hearing the report of the team, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's expression suddenly changed. That guy's spiritual power had disappeared. He suddenly sat up straight, his hands quickly tapping on the keyboard, searching for traces of spiritual power in the Dangai, trying to find the answer to Yang and spiritual power's disappearance from those traces left behind. This is... Looking at the data displayed on the screen, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's expression became more serious. It's actually Kotatsu. Akin, who was standing beside Kurotsuchi Mayuri, looked at the data on the screen and took a deep breath. That was Kotatsu, the scavenger of the Dangai. It was something that could destroy everything on it. Until now, no one had survived from that. It was something that Shinigami could not deal with. Nemu, take the instrument and go to the Dangai with me to check it out. I know. Hearing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's words, Kurotsuchi Nemu, who had been standing on the side, answered expressionlessly. Then she went to the side to get the instrument and followed Kurotsuchi Mayuri out. Is this Aizen's conspiracy again? From the beginning, his goal was Yang. All his actions were just to use Kotatsu to trap Yang. But even if he trapped Yang now, what can he do? There are still a few months before the complete awakening of Hogyoku. This is definitely beyond doubt after his own precision calculation. Aizen can't start a decisive battle now. Or does Aizen think that he can completely defeat Yang like this? Although Kotatsu is really not something that Shinigami can deal with, if it is Yang, this kind of journey is absolutely not enough to kill him. As he strode forward, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's eyes kept rolling, and all kinds of thoughts rolled in his heart. Although he was thinking of all kinds of things in his heart, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's pace did not slow down at all. Instead, it became faster and faster. He could not wait to see what method Aizen used to let Ma Yang be caught and swallowed. After all, under normal circumstances, Ma Yang would never be touched by that kind of thing. In the 12th Division, Akin looked at the picture on the screen in front of him and felt slightly bad in his heart. After all, in the current battlefield of human world, Soul Society did not have an absolute advantage. Moreover, this kind of battle in human world was also a big burden for the Technical Development Bureau. After all, it was not a simple matter to isolate those powerful and terrible spiritual power. If one was not careful, even if it were foreignly affected by those spiritual power, it would cause a large number of human deaths. The situation is really grim. Chapter 188, Evacuate. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Just as Tawashiro Hitsugaya steadied himself, a few figures appeared in front of them. Their spiritual power caused Tawashiro Hitsugaya and the others to slightly change their expressions. None of these people were weak. Even if they were not comparable to the captain, they were not much worse. Matsumo Rengeku stretched out her hand and pressed her headphones on her ear, waiting for the signal from the other side. Although she had already sent a restriction to Soul Society when she first came out and saw the situation they were facing, and the other side also stated that they would remove it as soon as possible, the current situation was too dangerous. Ha! Are these opponents? Seeing the broken faces on the other side, Kaku said with a little excitement. From the look of spiritual power on the other side, none of them were weak. It seemed that he could fight happily. As long as he thought of a fierce battle, Kaku felt his blood boil. There is really no way. Let me give you a beautiful way to die. Bowing and reaching out to stroke his hair, his posture was elegant. Even at this time, he would not forget to maintain his demeanor. That. Is it Ichigo? Rukia looked at the figure not far away and said with uncertainty in her tone. Whether it is the clothes or the Zanpakuto in his hand, that person is Ichigo, but what is the ominous spiritual power from his body, and the mask on his face? It is simply hollow. Although I don't know what happened to Ichigo, but now is not the time to be stunned. Rukia. The enemy is in front of us. Glancing at the direction of Ichigo, Renji took back his eyes, holding the knife in his hands and looking at the several rancor in front of him. Although his heart was also very worried about the situation over there, he also knew that now was not the time for him to be stunned. If the enemy in front of him did not solve it, even if his heart was worried about Ichigo, it would not improve his condition. And you have to have confidence in one protector, that guy. In the end, it will be alright. Because he is such a man. Ah, yes. When she heard Renji's words, Rukia's heart was slightly put down. Indeed, Ichigo is such a reassuring guy, even if something she did not know happened to him now, but as long as she asked him after the end of this battle. I didn't expect you to know so much about Ichigo. When did you establish such a deep trust? Putting down the worry in her heart, Rukia opened her mouth and teased Renji. Where is there any deep trust between me and that guy? Hearing Rukia's tease, Renji's face changed slightly and quickly denied. Is it the support from Soul Society? Baragon glanced in the direction of Tawashiro Hitsugaya and the others. His subordinates were already in front of them the moment they appeared. There was no need to worry about any impact on their battle situation. Although the battle on his side was meaningless. Roar roar. Ichigo Kurosaki let out an unknown roar. He held Zanpakuto in his hand and flashed beside Baragon in a strange manner. In his hand, Zanpakuto was wrapped in a ball of black spiritual power, full of a depressing feeling. It's useless, little brat. I already said that with your strength, you won't be able to cause me any harm. He didn't even take out his weapon. He didn't even move his feet. Baragon just stood there and stretched out his palm. Ichigo Kurosaki's seemingly powerful slash was easily blocked by Baragon with his bare hands. And before this kind of situation had happened many times. The difference in strength is actually so big. In the battle, Kisuke took a look at the situation on Ichigo Kurosaki's side. His eyes revealed a bit of worry. On the body of Ichigo Kurosaki in the intangible state. Even he felt a bit shocked. Moreover, because of the blur, Ichigo Kurosaki's fighting style had changed greatly. That kind of wild fighting style made him even more difficult to deal with. He didn't expect that in this state, he would be so powerless in the face of the number 2 espada. Let alone forcing out his true ability, he couldn't even make others light their blades. Boom. At this moment, a yellow pillar of light suddenly ran down from the sky, wrapping up several broken surfaces in the modern realm. Even the guy who had been beaten half disabled before was not spared. Nagashin? Looking at the rancor in front of him who was wrapped up, Toshiro Hitsugaya and several others who had experienced it once shouted at the same time, and they did not expect that Aizen actually used the same method. Suddenly withdrawing from the battlefield, and in the case of having a little advantage, that did not fight seriously at all, so this means that the purpose of their battle has been achieved? Kusagakure was surprised and bewildered. It seems that the purpose has been achieved. Surrounded by Nagashi, Baragon looked around and said. He did not mind that the information on his side would be obtained by the enemy. Sure enough. Kusage's heart suddenly jumped. He felt as if something bad had happened. Goodbye, interesting human youth. Although he is still very young, I have to say that he is an interesting guy. He folded his arms across his chest and slowly rose after the golden light of the Nagashi. Baragon's tone was as arrogant as ever. TSK. He actually ran away. Putting away his own Zanpakuto, Kaku's tone was very dissatisfied. He had clearly become excited, but in the end, there was no battle. Damn it. Looking at the rising rancor in front of him, Toshiro Hitsugaya became pale, and he was once again played like this. Then the arrival of himself and others is meaningless? Is all this in your calculations, Aizen? Restrictions are lifted. At this moment, the announcement of 12th Division came from the headset of Kikaido, and at the same time, a team emblem flashed on the chest of several people who were previously limited by spiritual power. The battle has ended. Matsumo Renjaku said softly, and her heart was a little depressed. Although she was not a good fighter like Kaku, such a fierce battle made her very unhappy. Roar. Just as everyone was thinking about different things, a roar came from the side. At the same time, there was a powerful spiritual power, the heavy and unknown spiritual power. Is that Ichigo? Looking at the figure in the distance, Renji said with some uncertainty in his tone. The mask on his face, the shell made of unknown material, and the wagging tail behind him. No matter how you looked at it, it was a hollow. Was such a thing really Ichigo? Oh no, I didn't expect that the hollowification has already progressed to such a degree. Seeing what happened to Ichigo Kurosaki, Hirako Shinji said in surprise. Although he had already expected it when Ichigo went berserk in the previous battle, he did not expect that Ichigo Kurosaki's hollowification would go to such a degree. It seemed that the hollow in his body was stronger than he imagined. Although I don't know what happened to Ichigo, if it becomes like this, I should knock him out first. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki had changed his form, Kaku said loudly, and then put Zanpakuto and the scabbard in his hand together. Extend, Hazuokumaru. Holding Zanpakuto, who had changed into a long spear in his hand, Kaku fiercely kicked in the air and flew in the direction of Ichigo. Roar. With a roar, Ichigo Kurosaki stretched out his hand and effortlessly grabbed the Hazuokumaru from the corner of the eye. He clenched his 5 fingers and swung his arm. The corner of the eye flew in the direction he came from at a faster speed than before. 63 Dao binding chains, bind. With a tap of his feet, Kusagakure appeared beside Ichigo Kurosaki. 65 Dao binding chains, 5 pillars of iron. With a boom, 5 giant iron pillars descended from the sky and pressed Ichigo Kurosaki down. The moment Ichigo Kurosaki was pressed down, Kusagakure and Shinji moved and almost instantly appeared next to Ichigo Kurosaki's head. The Zanpakuto in their hands was accurately inserted between his mask. Kaka with a few sounds, the mask on Ichigo Kurosaki's face was removed. Then the white unknown substance on his body slowly fell off, and his eyes gradually regained clarity. Woo! At the same time when his eyes regained clarity, Ichigo Kurosaki felt a great pain coming from his body. At the same time, an indescribable feeling appeared in his mind. Before he could see his surroundings clearly, Ichigo Kurosaki fainted again. It seems that Mr. Ichigo has temporarily stabilized. I will leave the rest of the matters to you, Mr. Shinji. I understand. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki, who had fallen to the ground, Hirako Shinji replied softly. Through the battle just now, he had already felt Ichigo Kurosaki's powerful potential. The hollow in his body was also much stronger than he expected. If he could get exercise, in the final battle, he would have another powerful combat power. And most importantly, Ichigo did not have Aizen's Kyokusugetsu. Then, let's talk about other things now. Kisuke's tone suddenly became a little low, and his eyes turned to the other side of Toshiro Hitsugaya and others. If it is convenient, can you talk about your experience in Dangai? Moreover, I don't know how Mr. Kimura is. Chapter 189, Concern. Is that so? According to what you said, Mr. Kimura was swallowed by the Kotatsu, right? Sitting in the store, Kisuke put down the teacup in his hand and asked Toshiro Hitsugaya. In the battle, several rank are suddenly evacuated. After solving the protection of the berserk state of hollowification, Kisuke and his party were all concentrated in the Hurahara shop, and Toshiro Hitsugaya also explained the situation of Maiyang, who he saw at the last moment, being detained and swallowed by the crowd. It is actually Kotatsu. After listening to Toshiro Hitsugaya's words, Renji Ibarai's face is full of heaviness. Although he has not really faced it, Renji also knows that that kind of thing is impossible for Shinigami to solve. So far, he has never heard of anyone escaping from that. Well, leave the next thing to me. Toshiro Hitsugaya, Captain, you will continue your own task. As for Mr. Ichigo, I'm counting on you, Mr. Shinji. Please make sure that he has enough strength before the last war. I know without you saying. Hirako Shinji glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki lying on the side and stood up. Since we're done, I'll be leaving first. As for Ichigo, you can ask him to come find us when he wakes up. He knows the place. What? Don't you want to bring him back now? Kisuke covered his mouth with his fan and said with a hint of confusion in his eyes. There's no need. Let him decide this himself. But I don't have time to wait for him to wake up now. The people in the store are still waiting for me to explain it to them. Waving his hand, Hirako Shinji pulled open the door of Kisuke and walked out. That, Mr. Hirako. Don't worry, about Mr. Kimura, I will find a solution as soon as possible. I wasn't worried at all. Hirako Shinji said in a light tone, turned his head and waved to Kisuke, with a careless look on his face. Although I would also think that Kimura would encounter something bad. But if it was that guy, everything would be fine no matter what happened, at least we always believed in him. Hearing Hirako Shinji's words, Kisuke's body slightly paused, and then his face revealed a heartfelt smile. Well, that's it. I'm leaving. Putting his hand in his pocket, Hirako Shinji slowly walked toward their stronghold. His face was still indifferent, but there was a deep worry in the depths of his eyes. You must not have an accident, Kimura. Who is this guy, Mr. Kisuke? Seeing that Hirako Shinji figure was getting farther and farther away, Renji turned his head and asked Kisuke. Previously, he had felt that this person's identity was strange. This was because he had never asked. Now that he saw that Hirako Shinji had left, he could not help but ask. Well, if Renji asks this, I am also very curious about the identity of this person. Although we did not participate in the battle before, but from the situation we saw at the scene, this guy's strength is enormous. If we fight face to face, I am not sure to win. Hearing Renji's question, Toshiro Hitsugaya touched his chin and said, from the traces of spiritual power left on the scene, Hirako Shinji's strength is absolutely the same level as him, a real captain level. This person, Mr. Kaku, should know it. Kisuke did not answer, but turned his eyes to the opposite corner of Kaku. I do have an impression of this person. Kaku touched his own Zanpakuto, staring at the cup in front of him, and said in a low voice, 100 years ago, he was the captain of 13th Division of Imperial Guards, 5th Division, and is a very powerful old qualified captain. 5th Division captain? Hearing the introduction of Kaku, the faces of several people around him moved. Isn't 5th Division the division where Aizen is? 100 years ago. Lifting his eyes to glance at the surrounding people, Kaku continued to say, at that time, Aizen was his vice captain. Then why did he? After hearing the words of Kaku, Renji only felt that there were more and more questions in his brain, and he was going to ask Kaku. Pa. Clapping his hands and interrupting Renji's words, Kisuke saw that everyone focused on himself and said, the memories of the past will stop first. What we are going to discuss now is about Aizen, and the task you have to achieve in human world this time. Are you saying that Kimura has been captured and swallowed? In Anding District, after listening to Hirako Shinji's report, Hori suddenly slammed the table and stared at Hirako Shinji. Well, in any case, that 10th Division captain said so. 10th Division? Hearing the words spoken by Hirako Shinji, Love raised his head. Is it because of the little brat that Kimura stayed in Soul Society for so long? Is it because he is the captain of 10th Division? It is indeed possible for you to say so. After all, he is your own junior. It is natural to take care of him. Rose lifted his long hair and said lightly. What are you two talking about? We are now discussing the matter of Kimura being caught and devoured. Don't focus on other places, Baldy. I heard that the current captain of the 10th Division is still a child. It is said that Soul Society is a genius that only appears once in 100 years. Ignoring Hori's roar, Lisa pushed her glasses and said. What? A mere brat can become a captain? Soul Society is getting more and more useless. What are you all talking about? Kimura is gone now. That is something that Shinigami cannot fight against. Kimura, he. Don't panic, Hori. With a low shout, Hori was awakened from her anxiety and frustration. Hirako Shinji looked straight into her eyes and said, you have to have confidence in Kimura. That guy will not be killed by a mere thing like that. But, although he heard what Hirako Shinji said, Hori was still unable to feel relieved. Well, if you continue to worry like this, you will look down on Kimura. As friends, At this time, what we have to do is to believe him and welcome him with a smile when he comes back. Humphrey. After a cold snort, Hori shook off the palm that Hueco Shinji placed on his shoulder. With his hands on his waist, he strode toward the backyard with a face full of displeasure. Forget it, I don't care about you, and so does Kimura. Even if he can't come back, it doesn't matter. Eh? Hori's face seems to have turned red. Kunimashiro put his finger to his lips, tilted his head to look at Hori, and then said in a cute tone. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Kunimashiro's words, the room immediately burst into laughter. However, is it really okay? After a long while, the laughter was calm. After a moment of hesitation, Stark glanced at Suzuki Kusa beside him and asked softly. If there is anything I can do, please tell me. It's okay. Suzuki Kusa shook her head gently and saw the doubt in the eyes of Stark and Hannibal on the other side. Her eyes also showed a trace of confusion. Don't you know Kimura's ability? His ability? Stark scratched his head. He did not pay attention to Maiyang's ability, but remembered that it was related to the wind. Does his ability have anything to do with this matter? With a chuckle, Suzuki Kusa opened his mouth. Kimura's Bankai is related to space. Even if it is really swallowed by Kotatsu, it will only cause some impact on his action. He has the space ability, no matter what kind of environment he faces, it is not difficult to get out, it is just a matter of time. It turned out to be like this, it seems that I do not need to worry. After listening to Suzuki Kusa's words, Stark suddenly relaxed. Even if he did not mention Maiyang's ability, Stark also felt that he would not encounter any accident, let alone his ability is still about space. Since there is nothing else, I will go back to sleep first. Standing up and stretching, Stark put his hands in his trouser pocket and walked upstairs with a yawn. Before, because of the sudden appearance of several groups of spiritual power, he did not sleep well. Now he is going to make up for sleep. By the way, Shinji, where is Ichigo Kurosaki? Kensai suddenly raised his head and asked Hueco Shinji. Originally, they planned to pull Ichigo Kurosaki to their side. Although they did not go to the scene in the previous battle, they had witnessed the whole process through Suzuki Kusa's ability. Moreover, spiritual power, who felt from the air, would not lie. Based on the strength shown by Kurosaki Ichigo, he was absolutely qualified to join them. The hollow inside the kid's body in the battle just now has gone berserk again. If he doesn't control it, he will really become hollow. Hearing Kensai's question, the movements of the surrounding people paused and turned their eyes to Hueco Shinji. He is unconscious now. I did not bring him back. For this kind of thing, it is better to wait for him to wake up and make a decision. But I think he will come after waking up. He should know that if he wants to play a role in the final battle, he can only ask for our help. Chapter 190, Face Off in the dark room. Aizen sat quietly on the chair, one hand holding his cheek, a pair of bright star's eyes looking at the screen floating in front of him, the corner of his mouth slightly pulled at a curve. Lord Aizen. A figure suddenly appeared on the side of Aizen, kneeling on one knee, head bowed, a respectful look. What is it? His lips were slightly open, and Aizen's posture remained unchanged. His eyes were still staring at the screen in front of him, and he asked softly. Grimmjow went to human world again. This time he also brought all his subordinates. Tosen Kaname said faintly, but from his tone, he could clearly feel his dissatisfaction with Grimmjow. Although Tosen Kaname betrayed Soul Society, in his own heart, he just walked on the road of justice that was in line with himself, and he had always been a very serious person. He was naturally dissatisfied with Grimmjow, who had ignored the rules repeatedly. I already know. Aizen maintained that position and said, as if he did not care about Grimmjow's departure. However, through the last battle, we already know that there is still a group of strong guys hiding in human world. Except for Lord Aizen, the others are not useful at all. They can't achieve the purpose of consuming the enemy's field commander. Grimmjow is wasting his combat effectiveness. After all, the few he brought are also relatively powerful Rancor. I said I already know. Aizen's voice did not change at all. But Tosen Kaname suddenly felt a little cold. Since Hogioku's awakening was getting faster and faster, in front of Aizen, he felt more and more afraid day by day. The feeling of facing Aizen was like facing a vast sea. I acquiesced to Grimmjow's departure, and this time they went as cannon fodder. My purpose is not to deal with those guys in human world at all. Besides, Rancor is a chess piece used to pin down Soul Society. As long as Hogioku is fully awakened, you can have as much as you want, and it will be more perfect than the current Rancor. Yes. After a soft response, Tosen Kaname retreated behind Aizen. What an interesting ability. Although it looks like time reversal or space reversal, it is actually completely different from that ability. This is a rejection of the things themselves. This is beyond the scope of what humans can do. This is the domain of gods. using the body of a human to step into the domain of gods? It is really interesting. Aizen said unconsciously, looking at the screen with a look of great interest, and the screen in front of him showed Orihime. Really, I originally wanted to come to the modern realm with Mr. Kimura to see if I could get him to guide my cultivation. Who knew that something like that would happen? Shaking the Zanpakuto in his hand, Renji looked at Sato Yasudara not far away. Not long after Ichigo went to find the guy called Hueco Shinji that he met that day, Sato Yasudara came to find Kisuke and let Kisuke help him exercise, so Renji, who was staying in the Urahara shop because there was nowhere to go, was caught by the unscrupulous guy Kisuke, and it was called to help him exercise. Sato Yasudara stood up, stepped back, half-squatted, and a strong spiritual power on the fist slowly gathered, and then with a roar, a strong shockwave shot out from his fist. Drink. With a low roar, the huge Zanpakuto in Renji's hand turned, sending out the shockwave of Sato Yasudara. Really, this guy does not know what fatigue is at all. An attack like this can be constantly fired. Looking at the shockwave gathered in his hand again, and the energetic Sato Yasudara, Renji was also slightly surprised. He himself was also a very determined person, but seeing the performance of Sato Yasudara these days, even he could not help but feel surprised. Aha! He stomped on the ground, and with the rebound force, Sato Yasudara's body suddenly rushed forward. Just as his body flew forward, a blue shockwave condensed in his hand again. No matter what, I must become stronger. He recalled the powerlessness he had felt when he faced his enemies that day, as well as the remorseful face he had protected after waking up from the battle. Sato Yasudara felt a steady stream of power surging out of his body. When the next battle happens, I must become the most reliable partner of Ichigo, so that he can rest assured and leave his back to me. I will protect the back of Ichigo. Oh, it's really full of energy. Kisuke covered his face with a paper fan, only revealing 2 eyes under the shadow of the hat. The curved eyes showed his happy mood at this time. It's really good. Their improvement in this period of time is very obvious, whether it is Sato or Renji. Yoruichi, who stood on the side, commented. The injured hands and feet that were injured by the dense steel skin because she was not prepared that day had been healed at this time, but as long as she thought of the steel skin of Rancor, her heart could not help but be a little gloomy. Since Rancor could have that level of steel skin, then Aizen, who has been pursuing to break the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow, has no reason not to have that level of steel skin. When the final battle, how should her side deal with it? Yes, their performance is very good. Kisuke nodded and suddenly turned to look at Yoruichi. How is Ichigo? Ichigo? Hearing Kisuke's question, Yoruichi's face suddenly showed a strange expression. That guy is still the same. Although he has learned from Shinji and the others to use holofication, the duration is too short. Even if they have been training for this period of time, it can only last for half a minute. This little time, it is completely unable to support a battle. Less than half a minute? Hearing Yoruichi's words, even if Kisuke had expected it in his heart, he still felt a trace of helplessness. He did not expect that after such a long time of exercise, the improvement of Ichigo is only this little. Compared with the 2 people here, it is really much worse. However, compared to Ichigo, the progress of Captain Hitsugaya is surprising to me. It should be said that he is worthy of being called Soul Society's once-in-a-century genius. As the captain, he himself has a very strong ability, but he lacks the experience in battle. These days, he has been constantly fighting Ichigo. Sometimes, Shinji and the others will also fight with him several times. Although it is not a life-and-death battle, it is also a great improvement to his strength. This is also expected. After all, he is also the youngest captain of Soul Society, and also the captain of 10th Division. Captain of 10th Division. Hearing the words of Kisuke, Yoruichi slightly paused, and then asked Kisuke, is there still no news of Kimura? Kisuke paused, turned his back, and pressed down the hat on his head. Kimura was indeed swallowed up by the Kotatsu, just like what the captain of Tosen Kaname said, and the conclusion I got from the analysis of the Dangai was also the same. But after further investigation, I did not find spiritual power, who was Kimura in the arrest, which is exactly what I don't understand. So, there is still no news about Kimura, right? Although I really don't want to say that, things are indeed like this. There's nothing we can do. Even you can't find any information. It seems that we can only believe in his own abilities. Although I don't know why there is no Kimura in the prison, my intuition tells me that he is in the prison right now, and we will be able to see him soon. Hearing Kisuke's words that were true, Yoruichi looked at him suspiciously, almost suspecting that he was hiding something from her. Boom. Suddenly, several powerful spiritual power appeared in the sky above the empty city. After appearing, he did not hide anything and directly released his full strength. Several spiritual power, who were comparable to the captain, suddenly burst out, making people feel that the entire empty city seemed to be shaking. This is Rancor. Yoruichi and Kisuke looked at each other and saw the color of shock in each other's eyes. Obviously, there was still a period of time before the arrival of the winter decisive battle. Why did the spiritual power of Rancor suddenly come to the Karakura city, and it was in such an arrogant way? The vast and mighty spiritual power had no intention of hiding at all. What are you two doing? Hearing Kisuke's cry, Sato and Ranji, who had walked up to the road entrance, stopped again and turned to look at Kisuke. Rancor has appeared, and it is in this extremely arrogant way. Of course, we can't lose momentum. Naturally, we have to go out and fight them. But the two of you have been training in the extreme way. Now you don't have much strength. In your current state, even if you go out, you can only die in vain. But no need to say, the two of you just stay here and rest. If you want to fight with Rancor, there will be opportunities in the future. This time, let the two of us fight. Chapter 191, Frontal Assault. This spiritual power is. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was receiving Hori's training, suddenly raised his head. Although he did not have any talent in sensing spiritual energy, he could still easily sense such an obvious spiritual power. Rancor. He actually came again. Does he really think that no one in the modern world can keep these Rancor? Hori said. Hirako Shinji leaned on a stone, his hands in his trouser pockets, and his eyes looked straight ahead, as if he did not feel the strong spiritual power outside, and his face did not show any expression. Wait. Where are you going? Hori moved his body and stood in front of Yehu, who wanted to leave, and Zanpakuto in his hand was horizontal, as if he was ready to stop him at any time. What are you doing? Of course, you are going out to fight with those Rancor. Those guys are actually releasing spiritual power in the sky above the Karakura city. I can't forgive such a guy. Ichigo Kurosaki waved his arm excitedly. Whenever he thought about the consequences of the appearance of the Rancor last time, he almost could not suppress his emotions. But your training is not over. If the enemy is still at the same level as last time, with your current appearance, even if you go over, it will be useless. And those Rancor will be dealt with by Soul Society's people. But this is not the reason why I hide here and do not go out. Let them fight the enemy outside, and I hide here to exercise. I can't do such a thing. Hori's face changed slightly. Obviously, she also agreed with Ichigo Kurosaki's words. It was her words. In the face of such a situation, she would definitely make the same decision as protecting. But. Alright, Hori. Hirako Shinji, who was leaning on the side, stood up at some point and walked to Hori's side, interrupting him. Really? Let him go. Eh? Hearing what Hirako Shinji said, Kansai and the others also raised their heads and looked at Hirako Shinji in confusion. By right, Ichigo Kurosaki's practice of blurring could only be regarded as the first result. It was completely not to the point of actual combat. Was it really appropriate to let him go out to fight at this time? I also know that Ichigo is completely unfamiliar with the use of Wizard. However, he should belong to the type that can grow quickly in actual combat. Even if we train him now, it is still not as fast as his own in the actual combat middle school. Thank you, Shinji. Ichigo Kurosaki looked gratefully at Hirako Shinji, and after thanking him, he stepped on the ground and quickly fled outside. What are you doing, Shinji? Hori turned around and saw that Hirako Shinji was wearing a hat and picking up his Zanpakuto from the side. Of course it is to follow up and watch. Although it is said to let the guy grow in battle, if you don't follow to watch. Who knows if there will be any accidents. Moreover, I always feel that this attack of Rancor is a little strange. Aizen should have no motivation to attack. You guys didn't run away this time, did you? You guys actually retreated before the battle even started. I'm really angry. Kaku stood in the air, holding his own Zanpakuto, with a smile on his face, and said to Rancor opposite him. Is that so? It seems that your luck last time was really good, but that is all. This time you will not have such good luck again. Espada number 6, Grimjow. Toshiro Hitsugaya held his sword hilt, and his eyes were full of vigilance. He looked at Rancor opposite him. Although he failed to join the battle last time, he still learned the information about Rancor from Kisuke after the event. Among Espada, number 6 is an extraordinary guy with strength comparable to Captain. Oh? It's such an honor to know about me. Grimjow said casually and glanced around. What? Is Kisuke and the yellow-haired guy from last time not here? This guy. Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyebrows slightly jumped. This guy in front of him dared to ignore his existence like this. Tell me your purpose of coming, Rancor. The purpose of coming? Grimjow corner of the mouth showed a wild smile. The purpose of coming is to kill you. Shinigami. Toshiro Hitsugaya frowned and stared at the guy in front of him. Don't hold back, kill all of them. With a sudden wave of his hand, Grimmjow shouted to several Rancor behind him. "Be careful, each on guard." Toshiro Hitsugaya shouted, and then his figure flashed, and all of them decided their opponents. 11th Division, 3rd Seat, Kaku. Pulling out Zanpakuto, Kaku took a posture and said to Rancor in front of him, "Tell me your name, Rancor." "I am, Edrag Lioness." 11th Division 5th Seat, Yumikika Iyashikawa. Yelfwaert grants. "Then, can you tell me your name, Mr. Rancor?" Matsumoto Rinjaku looked at Rancor opposite. Although it was huge, it had a speed that was completely different from his body size. "Rancor, Naking Grindina." "Damn, do we not have enough people on our side?" The other side only sent 3 people, and Matsumoto and Kaku all were pinned down, but the other side still had 2 people, and I was the only one left on our side. If Kaku can solve the other in a short time, it is okay, but can it really be done? Damn, at this time, Renjiabarai is not here. Kachiki also took Orihime to Soul Society. Although I have improved a lot in this period of time, it is too difficult to want 1 against 2, especially when the other side has a espada. There is no time to test, otherwise, he will really die. In this case, let's go all out from the beginning. With such a thought flashing through his mind, Toshiro Hitsugaya reached out and pressed the badge on his chest, and a black restriction seal flashed away. Restriction release. Benkei, Daiguren Higher and Mauru. As Toshiro Hitsugaya's voice fell, a powerful spiritual power suddenly burst from his body, and at the same time, there was a chill that seemed to freeze everything. Benkei? It went all out at the beginning. It is a wise decision, but don't worry, we will not go together. Grimmjow said as he looked at the 2 eye swings on the back of the man. It seemed that he did not care about the man at all. And he also did this. He completely ignored the force of the man. He turned around and rushed to the distance as if nothing had happened. Stay here. Birds of ice. Seeing Grimmjow's action, he could not help but feel angry. He raised his Zanpakuto and several ice cones flew directly to the back of Grimmjow. Clang. Clang. A figure flashed past and appeared on the path of Toshiro Hitsugaya's attack, blocking all of his icicles. I can't pretend that I didn't see anything. Are you completely ignoring me, Mr. Captain? A middle-aged man wearing a boat-shaped helmet on his head flashed in front of Toshiro Hitsugaya, looking very cultured. His face remained calm, but the arm on his back had already been frozen by a thin layer of ice. It's you guys who ignore others, right? Toshiro Hitsugaya looked at the Rancor in front of him, and Grimmjow, who still did not turn around behind him. Since Mr. Captain you show your Benkei, then I also show you our liberation. I am Rancor, Xiaolong Qufeng. Taking out his own Zanpakuto from his waist, Xiaolong put Zanpakuto in front of his chest. Snip, Tidrita. As this Rancor's voice fell, a powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted from his body. A burst of light flashed, and the Rancor from before had changed greatly at this time. Compared with the previous appearance, the current him looked more like a hollow. Even the injury on his hand has recovered. Is this Resurrection of Rancor? Looking at the Rancor in front of him, Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyes showed a bit of thinking. This was what he did not know before. Will Rancor heal the injuries they suffered before recover? Do you see that? This is my power. Even a captain can only kneel under this power. After freeing Zanpakuto, Xiaolong's tone suddenly became arrogant. It is indeed very powerful. Toshiro Hitsugaya lowered his head and held Zanpakuto in his arm. His whole body seemed to relax. But if it's only like this, it's not enough. What Xiaolong only felt his vision blur. Then, he saw the short Captain Shinigami rushing towards him at lightning speed. The Zanpakuto in his hand was aimed at his head. The aura emitted from his Zanpakuto seemed to want to freeze his soul. Dragon canister. The wings on his back shook, and Toshiro Hitsugaya's body flew forward. Almost in an instant, Toshiro Hitsugaya's body appeared in front of Xiaolong. Swish, his body flew past Xiaolong. His Zanpakuto stabbed his body, and Xiaolong's body was wrapped in a huge cross-shaped ice. It's over. With a wave of Zanpakuto's hand, the huge ice behind him immediately shattered, turning into ice fragments. Xiaolong, spiritual power, who was wrapped in the ice also disappeared along with the ice. So powerful. Captain's strength has become stronger. Such an opponent is actually defeated in one move. Feeling the change over there, Matsumoto Rinjaku murmured. And she also noticed that the 3 cross-shaped ice crystals behind Toshiro Hitsugaya disappeared. Obviously, the mastery of Benkei is deeper. Then the next one is you, espada number 6. Looking at Grimmjow who turned around, Toshiro Hitsugaya's tone is full of murderous intent. Chapter 192, Crisis Interesting. Grimmjow turned around and looked at Toshiro Hitsugaya who was standing in front of him with interest. I didn't expect that even such an unremarkable kid has such strength. Is this strength of Captain Soul Society? It seems that I have to re-estimate the strength of Soul Society. Suddenly reaching out his hand to the hilt of his knife, the next moment, Grimmjow's body appeared next to Toshiro Hitsugaya, revealing a crazy smile. The Zanpakuto in his hand did not hesitate to cut the back of Toshiro Hitsugaya's head. Dang, with a turn of his body, Toshiro Hitsugaya calmly blocked the attack from Grimmjow. If you only have this little strength, I will re-evaluate the strength of your espada number 6. Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyes are cold, and his whole body is emitting a cold temperament. Although he has been more in-depth in the development of Zanpakuto's ability during this period of time, but opposite of it is Toshiro Hitsugaya's lack of ability control. After Benkei, even he can't control the cold breath of his whole body inadvertently. When Grimmjow heard the words of Toshiro Hitsugaya, the corner of his mouth slightly opened, and the smile on his face became more brilliant. He was an unruly person to begin with, and hearing the words of Toshiro Hitsugaya, naturally made his mood more excited. What an interesting kid. Then you try to measure my strength. His eyes showed a dangerous light, and Grimmjow's empty hand suddenly stretched out, and a red light gathered in his palm. Flash. Toshiro Hitsugaya raised his eyebrows, but there was no panic on his face. If it had been a few months ago, he would have been a little tricky to deal with this kind of close-range flash. Ice Dragon Tornado Tail. He suddenly exerted force on his arm, and an ice crystal was waved out from Zanpakuto. Then, Toshiro Hitsugaya moved his feet and immediately disappeared from where he was, appearing directly behind Grimmjow. He held the knife with both hands and stabbed at Grimmjow's body. Dragon Canister. A sense of alarm suddenly rose in his mind. Grimmjow's body suddenly flashed, but one arm was still wrapped up by a layer of ice. Cut. He clenched his fist. Feeling the hard-to-deal-with spiritual power in his arm, Grimmjow turned his head and spat. He did not expect this little captain to be so difficult to deal with. Boom! Just as Grimmjow was secretly shocked by the strength of Toshiro Hitsugaya, there was a sudden burst of powerful spiritual power in the distance. Although it was still a distance away from the two of them, it was definitely not a level that ordinary Shinigami or Rankar could reach. This spiritual power is Kaku? Toshiro Hitsugaya slightly tilted his head, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. This powerful spiritual power undoubtedly belonged to Kaku, but Kaku actually hit such a powerful spiritual power. This level of spiritual power should be Bankai. It seems that we have taken care of one of the Rankar you brought. Just after spiritual power in the corner of Kaku suddenly burst out, the Rankar spiritual power who was with him quickly disappeared, and he could no longer feel it. A figure flashed, and Matsumoto Rinjaku appeared next to Toshiro Hitsugaya. Although it looked a little embarrassed, there was no injury on her body. Obviously, the battle just now did not consume much of her strength. Captain. I know. The current situation has become 2 against 1, espada number 6. Glancing at Matsumoto Rinjaku beside him, Toshiro Hitsugaya felt a little relaxed. It seems that Matsumoto Rinjaku did not suffer any damage in the battle with Rankar. Cut. Grimmjow curled his lips, and Rankar who came with him, except for himself, is now only one left, and looking at the battle fluctuations over there, defeat is only a matter of time. I didn't expect to use this. Grimmjow put his own Zanpakuto in front of him and put his palm on Zanpakuto like a claw. Ah, are you going to release Zanpakuto, Mr. Number 6? At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind Grimmjow. Then a black crack suddenly appeared in the air, and the moment the crack appeared, 3 people who were not inferior to Grimmjow came from behind the crack. Hey, you're wrong, Mr. Captain. Now it's not 2 against 1, but 4 against 2. Of course, it's fine if you insist on saying 2 against 1. I just don't know which 2 people you and the big sister next to you are going to face. Speaking of which, I won't show mercy just because the other party is a woman and a child. An Rankar with black slanted bangs, wearing a long-sleeve shirt and waist-revealing clothes, slowly walked out of the black cavity, waving his sleeves and saying something that made people angry. Luppy, how dare you talk to me like this? Hearing the voice, Grimmjow's original action suddenly stopped, looking at the person who appeared with a displeased face. This was not Espada, but he dared to speak to him in this tone. Well, don't forget, although I am not Espada, I am an Espada candidate chosen by Lord Aizen. Even in the face of you Espada number 6, you don't have to be so respectful. But Grimmjow, if you accidentally die here, your position will be taken over by me. Bastard. Grimmjow looked at this little guy with disgust. This kind of guy, actually also tried to stand on equal footing with himself. Yo, do you need my help, Grimmjow? I don't want it at all. I can deal with such an enemy by myself. After rejecting Yami's help, Grimmjow looked at Toshiro Hitsugaya with more ferocious eyes. If he fell into a disadvantage in front of these guys, Ah. You don't appreciate it at all. Really, I came here specially. Hey, I said you are new, do you want to join the war? Ah. 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 Looking at the guy who couldn't finish his sentence and was shouting like a fool, Yami helplessly turned his head. Why did such a guy come with them? He had no effect at all. Maybe he would become a burden. Grind, Pantra. Just as Toshiro Hitsugaya frowned for the new enemies, Grimmjow suddenly shouted and released his Zanpakuto. Boom. Almost in an instant, a powerful and suffocating spiritual power burst out from Grimmjow's body. The blue spiritual power was almost visible to the naked eye, and waves of air rushed out from his body. Not good. Just as this thought flashed through Toshiro Hitsugaya's mind, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of him with an extremely vigorous figure, raising his claws to him, and the sharp claws flashed with a cold light that made people's heart palpitate. For a moment, he could not react. Toshiro Hitsugaya only had time to lift his own Zanpakuto and block Grimmjow's attack, but his body was uncontrollably sent flying by his blow. Even his cheek was left with a wound because of a moment of carelessness, and traces of blood were left from the wound. Captain. Seeing that Toshiro Hitsugaya was sent flying because of a moment of carelessness, Matsumoto Renjaku suddenly panicked and moved her feet to catch up. Bang! Just as Matsumoto Renjaku was about to move, Luppy suddenly flashed in front of her. Then, before she could react, she suddenly swung her sleeve. It seemed to be a light blow, but in an instant, Matsumoto Renjaku was sent flying. Half lying on the ground, Matsumoto Renjaku's face was a little pale. The gap in strength was not so easy to make up. Almost without any resistance, she took Luppy's attack, and the damage to her was not small at all. Matsumoto. Seeing the encounter of Luppy, Toshiro Hitsugaya was shocked and cried out involuntarily. Now is not the time for you to be absent-minded, Shinigami. A low voice suddenly sounded in Toshiro Hitsugaya's ear. At the same time, a strong force suddenly came from his back. Toshiro Hitsugaya's body was sent flying again. His palm grabbed in the air and stopped himself from flying. After his body stabilized, Toshiro Hitsugaya slapped his palm on the ground and twisted his body. Zanpakuto suddenly slashed at the place behind him. Dang! Grimmjow's body suddenly appeared in the empty place, and Toshiro Hitsugaya's Zanpakuto accurately collided with his leg. Don't be too complacent, Rancor. Ice Dragon Tail. An ice crystal was thrown from Toshiro Hitsugaya's blade, forcing Grimmjow's body back. I will deal with you in the shortest time possible and then deal with all the guys over there. Toshiro Hitsugaya looked at Grimmjow coldly. You really dare to say that? A mere Shinigami dares to say such words. Grimmjow stamped his foot and suddenly flew in the direction of Toshiro Hitsugaya, his whole body carrying a strong momentum. Bang! Are you not good enough? I originally thought that your strength would be as outstanding as your chest, but it seems that I guessed wrong. You are really weak. Did you spend all your time on dressing up? Once again, he sent Matsumoto Renjaku flying, and began to mock her with an unspeakable dislike. Woo! With one hand on her chest, Matsumoto Renjaku's face was extremely ugly. Although she wanted to cut this annoying girl in front of her into 18 pieces, she also knew that she could not do this with her own ability. Forget it, I will kill you directly. Tilting her head and thinking, Luppy spread his hands at Matsumoto Renjaku and said helplessly. Saying this, Luppy pulled out her own Zanpakuto and slowly walked toward Matsumoto Renjaku. Chapter 193, Hurahara's Guess Damn It. Looking at Luppy who was slowly approaching her, Renjaku's eyes revealed a trace of panic. With her current situation, she was definitely not a match for the other party. Hueco. The hand that was hidden behind her back suddenly waved down, and then a cloud of dust suddenly wrapped up Luppy, spinning rapidly. I really don't understand. You are clearly weak to death, but why do you not give up? You should know that there is a gap between our strength that is difficult to cross. As if casually waving her sleeve, the final killing move prepared by Renjaku was easily blown away by Luppy. If this is the only move you prepared in the end, then obediently die. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and Luppy's sleeve suddenly swung down at Renjaku's head. Chirp! Suddenly a sharp sound came, and then a red slash came from afar. The probe nerves in her brain suddenly jumped, and a sense of crisis suddenly rose in Luppy's heart. The feeling in her brain told her that if she did not take back her hand, her arm would definitely be cut off. So a red slash flew past in front of her. Although Luppy's movements were already very fast, her arm was still inevitably affected. There was a burning pain in the place where the slash touched. It just brushed past her arm, and it actually broke the steel skin that they were proud of. It is not a polite behavior to deal with a lady with such a method, Mrs. Rancor. A frivolous voice suddenly came from the distance. Although the tone was really very frivolous, the voice contained anger. Obviously, this behavior of Rancor had made the person feel angry. Gisuke. Hearing this familiar voice, Matsumoto Renjaku suddenly felt a trace of joy. The arrival of Gisuke would definitely improve the situation on their side. At least the captain would not be afraid of being attacked at all times. Wooden clog hat. Seeing the figure of Gisuke who suddenly appeared, a light suddenly flashed in Yami's eyes, because he was full of resentment for Gisuke in the last battle. Ha! His body suddenly flashed above Gisuke. A layer of red suddenly appeared on his dense fist. Then, he suddenly punched at Gisuke who was standing right below him. A red virtual bullet shot out from his fist and smashed down on Gisuke's head. Boom. Only when the ground was covered in dust did a roar reach the ears of the others. Aya. It's really dangerous. I almost got hit. Just as Yami was about to be happy that he had hit Gisuke, an annoying voice suddenly came from behind him. When Yami suddenly turned his head and looked at Gisuke who had arrived behind him at some point in time, he cried out in surprise. Of course it was the moment you attacked me. Then, can you tell me what you used before? Although the power is much weaker than that of a flash, the speed is several times faster than a flash. Gisuke pressed his hat and asked Yami in a relaxed tone. Are you asking this? As he spoke, a layer of red appeared on Yami's fist again, and spiritual power flashed as if he was going to shoot at any time. This is a Sero. Although its strength is indeed much weaker than a virtual flash, its speed is more than 20 times that of a virtual flash. As he explained to Gisuke, his dense fist suddenly swung out, and a red Sero shot out from his hand again. You actually attacked while others were listening attentively. You are really cunning. That does not match your face. Are you alright? Eat this. It will be good for your injuries. With a flash, Yaruichi put the messy Renjaku in her arms aside and put a pill into her mouth. Then she stood up and looked at the rancor in the air. There is such a bad behavior. It is really despised. With a flash, Yaruichi's body appeared in front of Luppy and said lightly. Oh? You saved the woman with big breasts before. Are you here again? Why do you always choose women to be my opponents? I have said before that I will not hold back against women and children. Although he knew that Yaruichi was not easy to deal with, Luppy still habitually waved her hand, looking like she was asking for a beating. That's good. I don't have the habit of holding back against the enemy, so you must not think of leaving my hands intact. Flash steps. As soon as his voice fell, a mass of violent spiritual power suddenly gathered on Yaruichi's shoulders and back. The highly condensed spiritual power, even with the naked eye, could clearly capture the imposing aura emitted by that massive spiritual power, which could not help but be shocked. The figure in front of her flashed, and Luppy only saw a fist becoming bigger and bigger in front of her eyes. Then a violent pain came from his face, and at the same time, her body flew out of control. Her figure flashed and reappeared behind Luppy. Before her body stabilized, she attacked again, directly sending her body flying. Bang! 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 Only the sound of violent collisions echoed in the air, and at the same time, two figures flew around in the space. Go to hell! With a loud shout, Yaruichi punched the head of Luppy, and with a sharp sound of explosion, Luppy's body fiercely smashed into the ground, leaving a huge hole in the ground. So powerful. Renjaku, whose body had recovered a little, looked at the scene in front of her and sighed in a low voice. The enemy she was helpless against was actually dealt with by someone else in 2 hits. Although the one who fell was her enemy, and the one who won was her side, she felt very strange and uncomfortable. Oh. Yaruichi is really hot, and the battle ended so quickly. Is that girl killed? Forget it, it doesn't matter anyway. Oh? Doesn't she belong to your group? Gisuke looked at Yami strangely. Although he did not feel that there would be any feelings between Hollow, it was really a little unexpected to see them like this. In any case, they were also Aizen subordinates. How can that girl be a Spada? Even if she is killed, it is not a big deal. It is like this, because there is Hogyoku, ordinary rancor can easily get it, so don't care about the loss of this kind of combat power. Then what kind of power does Aizen have now? While confronting Yami, he calmly analyzed the analysis of Hueco Mundo combat power through his dialogue with him, and Gisuke still had a calm look on his face. There was a sudden warning in his heart. Gisuke's body subconsciously dodged to the side. Through the corner of his eyes, he saw a hand grabbing at his head. He stepped in the air a few times. After pulling away from the other party, Gisuke's eyes were full of seriousness as he looked at the Hollow standing in his original position. He actually approached him without the slightest awareness. If not for the intuition that suddenly rose in his heart, he might not have been able to avoid the attack of the other party. Really, I was almost attacked by others. You are really useless. Gisuke. The body flashed. Yaruichi's body appeared beside Gisuke Urahara, glanced at the clothes that had been cut open on her body and said with a smile. After the attack failed, Wonderous let out a series of words with unknown meaning. He suddenly stomped his feet in the air, and his body quickly rushed towards Kusagakure. His speed was even faster than Yami. So fast. This thought flashed through his mind. Kusagakure leaned to the side and avoided the opponent's attack. Zanpakuto raised his hand and did not attack him. On the other side, Yami directly shot a feint at them. From the looks of it, Wang Diahuizi was also within his attack range. You don't care about the safety of your companions at all. You actually attacked without any difference. Kusagakure waved his blade and knocked away the dense empty bullets. He looked at the broken surface in front of him as if he did not notice it at all. He still did not care about attacking him. Kusagakure was slightly moved. You don't care about your companions attacking you at all? Or does this guy not have these thoughts? Dong. Yoruichi's fist was wrapped in a ball of spiritual power, fiercely pounding on Wonderwis's body, smashing his body to the ground. Seeing that after rolling a few times in the air, he stabilized his body, then stepped on the ground and rushed toward Rancor again. Kusage's brain was spinning quickly. If you think carefully, this Rancor has not said a word from the beginning. Moreover, even when we first appeared, he did not have any special reaction. His companion was killed and there was no reaction. It seemed that from the beginning, he was playing with a butterfly. Dodging Wonderwis's attack, Kusagakure glanced at the other person's face and noticed the expression on the other person's face and the expression in his eyes. Kusagakure suddenly had a guess. If this is really the case, Aizen's purpose is hang him, and boom, a powerful spiritual power suddenly came from the ground, and then several huge tentacles suddenly rushed up from the ground, constantly dancing, waving with a violent momentum. This is dodging the tentacles that appeared from the ground. Yoruichi's face changed. You actually beat me like that? It's really unforgivable, you damn woman. A figure with 8 huge tentacles on his back slowly rose from the ground, and that face was impressively the Luppy who was killed by Yoruichi before. But at this time, all the wounds on her body disappeared. Waving the tentacles on his back, Luppy had an arrogant smile on her face, as if she was holding a winning ticket. Chapter 194, Defeated. This form is. Looking at the 8 tentacles extending behind her, continuously waving about, Yoruichi frowned. Presumably, this is the resurrection of Rancor. According to the intelligence, as long as Rancor is released, no matter what kind of injuries there are, it will recover in an instant. You are dead, Shinigami. I will use these tentacles of mine to bind you to death. Her body did not move, but the tentacles behind her shot towards Yoruichi in an instant. At the same time, the 8 tentacles stabbed at Yoruichi from several different angles, almost including all her directions. How ridiculous. You think you can defeat me with such a move? Seeing the tentacles rushing toward her, Yoruichi had no fear on her face. Her body shook, and a strong spiritual power rushed out from her shoulders and back. Boom. With a tearing sound, Yoruichi's body suddenly flashed in front of Luppy. She clenched her fist and punched her head. Looking at Yoruichi's fist in front of him, there was no panic on Luppy's face. Instead, she showed a strange smile. Seeing the smile on the other side's face, Yoruichi's heart suddenly jumped. Bang! A terrifying explosion suddenly sounded. Relying on his sharp reaction, Knight One's body had already dodged to the side the moment he heard the sound. I was actually dodged. I thought it was very covert. Withdrawing the tentacle that was already in front of her, Luppy said regretfully, but there was no trace of pity on her face. Instead, she revealed that strange smile again. But then again, did you not realize that you missed someone? Hearing Luppy's words, a thought suddenly flashed through Yoruichi's mind. She suddenly turned her head and looked in a direction. You guessed it so quickly, but are you looking for her? Luppy still had a disgusting smile on her face. A tentacle stretched out from the distance. And in the tentacle, a figure was wrapped. Seriously? You were already beaten to this state by me, but you still stayed where you are. Is this pointless insistence of yours a form of Shinigami's code? Luppy said. Lubai pulled Renjaku in front of him. Although she was teasing him, her eyes did not leave Yoruichi's body for even a moment. After several previous confrontations, he had already felt how powerful this woman was, especially her speed. As long as he dared to relax for a moment, she would definitely take care of him. What a perfect figure, isn't it? The tentacles exerted a little force, making Renjaku's chest even more prominent. Luppy stared at Yoruichi's body. What do you think will happen if I make a few big holes in her chest? This girl. Hearing the words of the woman in front of her and seeing the struggling Matsumoto in her hand, Yoruichi's eyes were full of coldness. This girl had completely angered her. Oh, it seems that you are angry. Feeling the change in Yoruichi's aura, Luppy revealed a bit of excitement. The one who is angry is not only Miss Yoruichi. Getsuga cross moon fangs. A black Getsuga suddenly flew from afar, directly cutting off the tentacle wrapped around Luppy's tentacle. Ichigo. Ms. Yoruichi, leave this side to me. Go and help Mr. Urahara. After all, he has two enemies on his side. Looking at the back of Ichigo standing in front of her, Yoruichi was slightly stunned. She could clearly feel the change that happened to Ichigo. Not only his strength, but even his thoughts had changed. It was just that they had not seen each other for a while, but his whole person seemed to have matured a lot. I know, you be careful. Yoruichi said to Yihu. Yoruichi's body moved and rushed towards Kisuke. He was facing two Rankars alone. Kisuke was now a little difficult to continue. Oh, are you Ichigo Kurosaki? Taking back his tentacles, Luffy looked at the figure opposite her. The black Zanpakuto, orange hair, was exactly the same as the information she got. Ignoring the Rankar's words, Yihu flashed, put Matsumoto aside, and then reappeared in front of Luffy. A hero saving a beauty? I just don't know if this method will be effective on Shinigami. Are you planning to woo the big sister with big breasts? She tilted her head and looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, but his mouth still did not stop. You sure talk a lot of nonsense. I'm not here to chat with you, but to fight. I'm going to kill you. Ichigo Kurosaki turned to look at Luffy, his eyes full of undisguised killing intent. This kind of guy who took women as hostages, was absolutely unforgivable. Oh, then you can give it a try. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Luffy's face also became a bit gloomy. Of course, even if you don't say, I can do it. Stepping on the ground, Ichigo Kurosaki's body suddenly rushed forward, and Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly wrapped in a layer of black spiritual power. Is it Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs? Again? Luffy looked at Ichigo Kurosaki who was rushing towards her. The tentacle on her back shook and immediately rushed towards Ichigo Kurosaki's head. Looking at the tentacle that rushed in front of her, the emotion in Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes did not fluctuate at all. He turned his arm and his Zanpakuto chopped down at the tentacle in front of him. Although this guy's Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs is a very powerful move, but the moment he released Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs, it was my chance. As expected, it is too tender, whether as a human or Shinigami, especially as a warrior. With this thought flashing through his mind, Luffy seemed to have foreseen Kurosaki Ichigo's defeat and death, and after killing the person appointed by Lord Aizen himself, she would also officially join the Espada. Zanpakuto waved down and cut off Luffy's tentacles like cutting melons and vegetables, but the spiritual power wrapped on the knife did not disappear, still wrapped around Ichigo's Zanpakuto, like a burning black flame, full of fatal breath. What? Attaching the Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs to his Zanpakuto, but did not release it, using it to increase the power of the slash. This kid. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki, Luffy was suddenly shocked. The preserved tentacle suddenly reached out from behind and blocked in front of her, blocking Ichigo Kurosaki's slash. Boom. A huge force came from the tentacle, causing Luffy's body to be thrown back a large distance. Damn it, this guy was actually this strong. Feeling the power coming from her tentacle, Luffy was filled with anger. After sending Luffy flying with a single strike, Ichigo Kurosaki did not pursue her. Instead, he stood where he was and watched as she slowly stood firm. Is this guy looking down on me? Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's actions, Luffy felt even more furious. In his opinion, Kurosaki Ichigo not pursuing him while whining was looking down on her. After all, if he was facing an evenly matched opponent, it was impossible for him to give up such an excellent opportunity and allow the opponent to slowly recover. It looks like you are not an opponent that I can easily defeat in this state. Therefore, I will finish you in an instant. She spoke in a flat tone that was almost arrogant, but there was no other expression on Ichigo Kurosaki's face. Completely ignoring the increasingly ugly expression of Luffy on the other side, he stretched out his right hand and placed it on his face. An ominous spiritual power gathered in the palm of Ichigo Kurosaki's hand. This kind of spiritual power. Feeling the kind of spiritual power that gathered in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, Luffy's expression changed slightly. That kind of spiritual power was completely the same as their spiritual power. Swish. Ichigo's palm suddenly slid down, and a mask with an evil pattern appeared on Ichigo Kurosaki's face. The moment the mask appeared, a powerful spiritual power suddenly burst from the body of Ichigo. Is this the hollowification of Mr. Ichigo? Kisuke avoided the attack of dense teeth, took a look at the direction of Ichigo, and his eyes showed a thoughtful look. Although this is indeed a very strong power, there is still a big gap compared to Aizen. It's obviously Shinigami, but his whole body is emitting a faint hollow aura. Even his face is covered with a mask. Compared to us, that guy is more like a lowly hollow. Glancing at Ichigo Kurosaki, Grimmjow shouted loudly. Although in the previous battle, he was attacked many times by Toshiro Hitsugaya, but there was no big injury. The two temporarily maintained a state of neither losing nor winning. I will end this battle in an instant. With the mask on his face, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes became a bit cold, and his tone of voice was a chill that made people's hearts palpitate. Getsuga, Denzu? With a wave of his arm, a huge slash suddenly slashed at Luffy's body. Damn it, don't look down on me. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's emotionless eyes, Luffy felt as if his eyes were looking down on her. She suddenly felt an unspeakable unwillingness in her heart. A few tentacles trembled crazily, blocking in front of her and blocking Ichigo Kurosaki's attack. This kind of attack is still far from enough to deal with me. After blocking Ichigo Kurosaki's Getsuga cross moon fangs, Luffy changed her poisonous tongue and roared loudly, as if she wanted to prove something. Even her eyes showed a crazy look. You talk too much nonsense. A voice with echoes suddenly sounded in Luffy's ears. Luffy could even feel the breath of the other person blowing on her neck. When she heard the familiar voice behind her, Luffy was shocked. Getsuga cross moon fangs. Another black crescent moon. Its power seemed to be even more powerful than the previous strike. It fiercely slashed at the defenseless Luffy. The two crescent moons bloomed in the air and burst out a dazzling firework, completely drowning Luffy. Chapter 195, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's calculation. This is. Grimjaw, who was fighting with Toshiro Hitsugaya, turned his head and looked at the blooming crescent moon in the sky with disbelief. Although he was very unhappy with Ruby, he could not deny that the girl really had the strength to be a substitute of Espada, but the kid called Ichigo Kurosaki actually killed her in an instant. Is she killed? What a useless girl. Twisting his neck, Yami said indifferently. He would not admit that she was his companion. Even if she was killed, he would only be a little surprised. Is this result of Mr. Ichigo's training during this period of time? It's really extraordinary. Holding the saber with one hand, Kisuke pressed his hat with his hand and looked at the battle on the other side with an inexplicable smile on his face. Although he had already expected that with the help of Hirako Shinji, Ichigo Kurosaki's strength would have a significant increase. Moreover, spiritual power, who he had felt before, had indeed proved this point. However, what Kisuke did not expect was that not only spiritual power, but also Ichigo Kurosaki had a great growth in his fighting methods. What an amazing talent. If he continues to grow like this, maybe he can really. Shua. After killing Lubai, Ichigo Kurosaki's body flashed and appeared next to Kisuke. So annoying. I didn't expect Mr. Kurosaki to be so worried about me. He just defeated an enemy and came to help me. Kisuke suddenly took out a fan to block his mouth. His other hand kept swinging at Ichigo Kurosaki, pretending to be embarrassed. Sorry, Mr. Kisuke. But I don't have much time. So I will get rid of the other party in a short time. Ignoring Kisuke's teasing, Ichigo Kurosaki stared at Yami opposite him. He would not forget what this guy did to him and his companions last time he appeared. It's okay. If Mr. Kurosaki is willing, please. Besides, a handsome businessman like me is not good at fighting. Taking a step back, he motioned himself to hand over the battlefield to the other side. Kisuke looked at Ichigo Kurosaki's back and showed a look of thinking. Although the strength has become a lot stronger, but is the control of the hollow still not thorough enough? When he turned to hollow, there is no way to completely control his emotions. The current Mr. Kurosaki is very different from his usual character. You said you will defeat me in an instant? You are really arrogant, little brat. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's words, Yami looked down at Ichigo Kurosaki as if he had heard a joke, his face full of ridicule. Don't think that just because you defeated that trash over there, you have the strength to be on par with me. That guy isn't even Espada. Even if he was killed by you, it wouldn't prove anything. Moreover, you can't have forgotten, right? Last time, you were beaten badly by me. Is that so? Ichigo Kurosaki waved Zanpakuto away, his eyes devoid of any emotion. But I remember that you were first beaten up by me last time. With a turn of his arm, his Zanpakuto was suddenly wrapped in a layer of black spiritual power. Ichigo Kurosaki's body flashed, and a black slash flashed by. Just like this. Turning his head, Ichigo Kurosaki raised the dense arm in his hand, and spoke in a faint tone. It hurts. Yami suddenly let out a howl, reaching out to cover his broken arm, his face full of anger. Because of anger, even his facial expression was somewhat distorted. Unforgivable, this guy, absolutely cannot be forgiven. I will kill you. No, this guy's body has become bigger. A trace of seriousness flashed in Kisuke's eyes. He looked at Yami, who was roaring at Kurosaki not far away. Just as the other party roared loudly because his arm was cut off by Kurosaki, Kisuke keenly discovered that a layer of red spiritual power suddenly appeared on the other party's body, and then the other party's body became a bit larger, even spiritual power became a bit stronger. Moreover, from the looks of it, The other party seemed to be even larger. There was no sign of Ichigo Kurosaki's body moving. Just as Yami's fist was about to hit his body, his figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already beside the other party. In his hand, his Zanpakuto was wrapped in a ball of black spiritual power. He swung down at Yami's neck. Dang! He suddenly reached out to block Ichigo Kurosaki's attack, but only a small wound appeared on his hand. The anger on Yami's face increased. Brat, I'm going to kill you. As he said this again, Yami waved his fist, and his arm, which was bigger than before, directly threw Ichigo Kurosaki to the side. With a flash, Yami's body suddenly appeared next to Ichigo Kurosaki. His fist instantly covered with a layer of red, and he punched at Ichigo Kurosaki. Although his body was sent flying, Ichigo Kurosaki still did not lose his balance. Feeling Yami's fist coming at him, Ichigo Kurosaki raised his arm, and Zanpakuto in his hand met Yami's fist. Pa! A fist smashed into his Zanpakuto, which was protected by Yami's spiritual power, and released his fist in an instant. Accompanied by a burst of air explosion, Yami's fist fiercely pounded on the body of Yehu. Bang! Being hit by Yami's fist, Ichigo Kurosaki felt that the bones in his body were about to be smashed. After flying back for a distance, Yehu tapped his feet in the air a few times, his left hand pressing against the air, stabilizing his body. This guy! When did he become so big? Looking up at the enemy in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki was secretly shocked. It turned out that Yami's body had already become extremely large. Just one arm was already as big as a shield. Not only that, the spiritual power on the other side also made Kurosaki Ichigo secretly shocked. This guy's spiritual power had also increased several times, just like his body shape. Die, kid. After roaring, Yami opened his mouth, and a stream of red spiritual power gathered in front of his mouth. In a short period of time, it gathered into a huge red composite. Flash! A red pillar of light suddenly shot out from Yami's mouth, and rushed towards Ichigo Kurosaki with a shocking momentum. Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. You! A black crescent moon suddenly slashed out from Kurosaki's Zanpakuto, colliding with Yami's arrow. Bastard! Seeing that his arrow did not work, the anger on Yami's face increased a bit. Reaching out, he put his hand on his own Zanpakuto. Yami's face was full of killing intent. As soon as the arm moved, the Zanpakuto at the waist revealed a section of the blade. Captain Kurotsuchi, an unknown signal has been detected in the Dangai. The similarity with last time has reached 80% in the Technology Development Bureau of the 12th Division. A team member suddenly raised his head from the screen in front of him and shouted. Oh, did it appear again? Play the picture. Really, I was underestimated. I actually used the same method twice in a row. What does Aizen think of me? Kurotsuchi Mayuri said with dissatisfaction, walking slowly to the back of the member who opened the mouth and glanced at the picture on his screen. Oh? Is the target this time this human girl? Is there anything special about this girl? I don't see any research value from her. Looking at the picture of Dangai on the screen, Kurotsuchi Mayuri tilted his head and looked puzzled. Captain Kurotsuchi, do you want to start the things we prepared before? The team leader in charge of monitoring glanced at the two Shinigami who were killed by Ulquiorra on the screen and turned to ask Kurotsuchi Mayuri. Forget it, there is no need. Eh? What is it? But, that girl is the guest of Soul's Society whom Captain Commander told us to. If we let her be taken away by Rancor. Do you have any doubts about my decision? I wouldn't dare. Hearing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's question, the team leader's face suddenly turned pale and hurriedly shook his head to deny. It's good to just watch. When the other party leaves, report the situation to the higher-ups. Although our 12th Division has detected the invasion of the other party, because the other party is too fast, there is no time to rescue. Seeing his own team members obediently carry out his orders, Kurotsuchi Mayuri stood on the side and lowered his head to think. Although he did not do any research on the human girl called Orihime on the well, out of habit, he still placed surveillance on her. After all, he was quite curious about the ability of the girl. Moreover, if it was really placed on the girl, maybe it could also be used to monitor Ichigo Kurosaki and Miang. In order to catch this human girl, he did not hesitate to send his subordinate Rancor to attack human world, and let A-Spot number 4 personally take action. What is so worthy of you treating this human girl so seriously? Aizen? Let me see clearly, through this girl's body. Unexpectedly, the decision he made for a moment would have such an unexpected harvest. Kurotsuchi Mayuri only felt that he seemed to be excited, his hands could not help but dance, and it seemed that he could not wait to do something. Captain, that Rancor opened the Garganta and took the human girl away. The team leader responsible for monitoring suddenly spoke to Kurotsuchi Mayuri. Huh? Just take him away like that? What a rough method. You should treat the experimental subject with the best treatment. Kurotsuchi Mayuri grumbled without meaning, then ordered the team leader in front of him, "Well, report what happened before to the higher-ups now. You know what to say." "Yes, understood." Chapter 196, Kimura returns. "I'm going to kill you, kid." Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki in front of him, Yami reached out and grabbed his Zanpakuto, which was hanging by his waist. Enraged, ire boom. Just as Yami was about to take the next step, a golden pillar of light suddenly fell from the sky and wrapped him up. Nani? Looking at the same pillar of light as when he saw Soul Society in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Another negation, the same means as last time. Is Aizen also planning something this time? Looking at Yami wrapped in the negation, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly thought of something, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Don't tell me. Since Ichigo Kurosaki could think of it, Kisuke naturally would not ignore such a thing. Thinking of the surprise attack sent by Aizen this time, an idea instantly crossed his mind. TCH. Is the time up? His body was wrapped in a negation? Yami looked at Ichigo Kurosaki in front of him and muttered with dissatisfaction. He put Zanpakuto back into his waist with a displeased expression. If he was not wrapped up by the membrane, he would definitely kill that little brat called Ichigo Kurosaki. Damn it, Ichigo Kurosaki, next time, I will definitely kill you. The remaining of Ruby was also wrapped up by the negation. Her body slowly floated up into the sky uncontrollably. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was standing there with a mask on his face, Ruby's tone was full of resentment. If looks could kill, Kurosaki Ichigo would have been killed by him countless times. TSK, a guy who was lucky enough to save his life, don't say anything more. There should be something to say. It should be me. Glancing at Ruby, who was not human, Grimmjow turned his eyes to Toshiro Hitsugaya. Captain of 10th Division, Toshiro Hitsugaya, right? Next time I will kill you. Don't die before I kill you. With a wicked smile on his face, Grimmjow's eyes are full of wildness, like a leopard staring at its prey. Then, little brat over there, I am also very interested in you. This kind of spiritual power, and mask. You and we are the same. If I kill you, that feeling will be very good. After hearing Grimmjow's fierce words, Ichigo Kurosaki looked over with a face full of fighting intent. What a beautiful expression. My interest in you is getting stronger and stronger. Don't let me down, Ichigo Kurosaki. Damn, Grimmjow, that bastard. Lying there powerlessly, looking at Grimmjow, who was talking nonsense on the side, the anger in Ruby's eyes almost burst out. Damn it. I must kill you, no matter that little brat Shinigami or Grimmjow. Although I am sorry to say that, your wish will never be realized. A soft voice suddenly sounded in Ruby's ear. Although her body could not move, Ruby could still clearly feel the feeling of the other person breathing on her neck when she spoke. What? How is that possible? Ruby's heart jumped. Before she could say anything, he felt a cold blade pierce through her neck. What? When they noticed what happened to Ruby, everyone was shocked. Aya. I didn't expect that after disappearing for so long, he would give us such a surprise. A look of shock first appeared on Kisuke's face, and then, as if he had suddenly discovered something, a smile appeared on his face. He pressed down on his hat with his hand and said with a sigh. Kimura? Seriously, when did you become so fond of being in the limelight? Yi picked up his hair with his hand and said with a smile. With a flash, Maayang appeared beside Kisuke with one hand holding his Zanpakuto and the other holding Ruby's corpse. Mr. Kimura. Glancing at Maayang, Ichigo Kurosaki was just about to say something. Sweeping his gaze, he stopped what Ichigo Kurosaki wanted to say. Maayang turned to look at the other three people in the sky. I originally wanted to keep all of you here, but if that's the case, what happens next will be a little too boring. His eyes swept over the three people, and he was swept by Maayang's sight. Everyone felt a burst of uneasiness. Even Wonderwiss, who had no reason, felt an instinctive uneasiness. His sight stopped on Grimmjow, and the corner of Maayang's mouth pulled out a trace of an unknown arc. Junior Leopard over there, go back and bring a message to Aizen. Say that I am very satisfied with his hospitality, so I will personally visit him to thank him in the near future. This guy. Feeling Maayang's gaze, Grimmjow only felt an instinctive tremble in his heart. This was the first time he felt that kind of powerless feeling. The hole in the sky slowly closed, isolating Maayang from the other side. Only at this time, Grimmjow felt slightly relaxed. Facing an enemy that was strong enough to be terrifying and could ignore the negation, no one could be indifferent. What's wrong? Why didn't Ruby come back with you? In the Lost Noshes, seeing several people returning, Tosen Kaname frowned and asked. He had already expected the deaths of the other two figures. After all, they had been sent as cannon fodder. However, He was puzzled that Ruby had not returned. After all, when he had asked someone to activate the negation, he had still felt Ruby and had specially wrapped her up. He was killed by someone, and it was after the anti-membrane appeared. After removing the blade and sword, and recovering her body, Grimmjow tilted his head to hide his loss of composure. Hearing Grimmjow's answer, Tosen Kaname shook his body, and there was only one person who could ignore the existence of the negation directly attack. Ah, was that child killed by Miayang? It's a pity. I was still thinking about the child and I got together. I didn't expect that she was killed just by going to human world. However, if the opponent is Miayang, it is no wonder. It can only be said that her luck is too bad. On the other side, Ikamaru-jin said that it was a pity, but no matter the tone or facial expression, there was no half a pity. I have to report this to Lord Aizen as soon as possible. Tosen Kaname was only shocked for a moment, and soon recovered, immediately making such a judgment. Such a person who can affect the overall situation actually appeared again, which will definitely affect Lord Aizen's plan. Right. Just as Tosen Kaname was about to take action, Grimmjow hesitated and added, that guy said that he will come to Hueco Mundo to pay a visit personally soon. As soon as Grimmjow's voice fell, Tosen Kaname's body shook again, and even Ikamaru-jin's face showed some emotion, no longer maintaining that smiling face. Obviously this news made them shocked. Oh, it's really going to happen. After a while, Ikamaru-jin recovered first and said in a confused tone. There was no response to Ikamaru-jin's words. After Tosen Kaname came back to his senses, he directly rushed to Aizen with a flash step. He wanted to inform Aizen of the matter at the first time. Kimura, you. Seeing that the few broken faces had all disappeared, Gisuke turned to look at Miayang and was about to ask something. Waving his hand to interrupt Gisuke, Miayang suddenly reached out and waved in a direction. You're back. A graceful figure walked out from where Miayang was waving his hand. Her figure flashed a few times and appeared in front of Miayang. She looked at Miayang's face and said. Although she tried her best to put on a calm look, she could not hide the trembling in her voice. Of course. With a wave of his hand, he restored his Zanpakuto to his original state and put it back into his waist. Miayang held the corpse of Ruby in one hand and naturally put his other hand around Suzuki Kusu's shoulder, leaning his body on her body. Really, you look very energetic. On the other side, Hirako Shinji, who was hiding, saw Miayang's action and curled his lips. He had an impatient look on his face. After seeing Miayang's vague gesture to him, he showed a smile on his face. Then he turned around and walked into the store. What's wrong? After feeling that Miayang had placed his center of gravity on himself, Suzuki Kusu immediately felt something strange. She raised her head and looked at Miayang, her eyes full of concern. It's nothing serious. I just lost strength. Otherwise, do you think I would let those guys go so easily? Miayang waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He explained to Suzuki Kusu. Kimura, have you been in prison all this time? After knowing that Miayang was fine, Yaruichi asked. I was only trapped in the prison for 3 days, but the flow of time in the modern world seems to be quite different from the prison. Miayang leaned against Suzuki Kusu and explained to Yaruichi. The moment he came out, he noticed the abnormality of time. Not to mention that the weather would not change so much in just 3 days, he could feel the abnormality of time just by relying on his ability. It was also because of the abnormality of time that he suddenly lost strength. So that's how it is. The flow of time in the prison is completely different from the outside world. Gisuke touched his chin and looked thoughtful. He turned his eyes and looked at the corpse in Miayang's hand. Gisuke asked in confusion, however, Kimura, why do you keep carrying this Rankar's body? Nothing. I just heard that Captain Kurotsuchi recently developed a few interesting drugs. I think if it is a corpse of Rankar of this level, Captain Kurotsuchi should be a little interested. Chapter 197, Aizen's response Ichigo. Just as Miayang's voice fell, a door suddenly appeared not far away from them. There was a cry of concern from behind the door, and then Rukia's body ran out from behind the door. Oh, I was still wondering why Rukia did not appear on the battlefield and did not feel her spiritual power. It turned out to be Soul Society. Seeing Rukia appear, Miayang said with a smile, and then as if he remembered something, his body suddenly paused, and his face showed some uneasiness. What's wrong, Kimura? After noticing Miayang's abnormality, Suzuki Kusu quickly asked. Now she was nervous about Miayang's condition. In her memory, she had never seen such a weak Miayang. Rukia, what about Inoue? Without answering Suzuki Kusu's question, Miayang turned his eyes to Rukia and asked in a low tone. Hearing Miayang's question, Gisuke and Yoruichi seemed to suddenly think of something, and their faces changed. As for Toshiro Hitsugai and Ranjaku on the other side, they also immediately thought of the meaning of Miayang's words. Well? What happened to Inoue? At this time, only Ichigo Kurosaki did not think of it. He turned to look at Maiyang and did not know why he suddenly asked such an irrelevant question. Hearing Maiyang's question, Rukia also remembered something, and her face suddenly became a little ugly. Well, she entered the door after me. If there is no accident, she should be here soon. In a low voice, although it has not confirmed anything, Rukia's tone still unconsciously showed some self-blame. She should have thought of it at the beginning. Aizen will never let people attack human world without any reason. The last time was to trap Kimura and Angai. This time, he would definitely have an unfathomable goal. Although he did not know what was in the well that was worth him making such a big fuss over, he should not have allowed the well to act alone. He clearly knew that she was not someone who was good at fighting. Hey! What's wrong with all of you? What happened to Inoue? Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Ichigo Kurosaki apparently also felt something abnormal, and a bad conjecture emerged in his heart, and his tone became a little uneasy. Well, although I don't want to say that, she is likely to have encountered something unexpected. Maiyang's words mercilessly broke the last persistence in Ichigo Kurosaki's heart, revealing a terrible thing to him. Although it has not been confirmed, but looking at everyone's reaction, it should be about 8 or 9. However, Aizen is so troublesome, it is impossible to just kill the well. He does this to show that there must be something on the well that he cares about. In other words, the well is now useful to him, although it is very unpleasant to hear. But this also shows that Orihime is temporarily safe. You still have a chance to save her. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki was deeply shocked, Maiyang added, which made a glimmer of hope in Ichigo Kurosaki's heart again. Moreover, these are only based on the fact that Aizen really took her away. It is still unknown whether she was caught by Aizen or not. Dede. At this time, the messenger divine armament on Rukia suddenly made a cry. Could it be? Hearing the voice from Rukia, Ichigo Kurosaki's heart suddenly jumped. He had vaguely noticed the purpose of the phone call. Yes. I know. Hanging up the phone with no expression, Rukia raised her head and looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, her face showing a touch of apology. Just a few minutes ago, the number 4A Spada under Aizen, the guy named Kimura, killed 2 13th Division members escorting Inoue in Broken World, and forced her to Hueco Mundo. Damn it. It really is like this. Hearing what Rukia said, Ichigo Kurosaki clenched his fist, clenched his teeth, and his eyes showed anger. Sorry, Ichigo, I should have go with her. Seeing Ichigo's performance, Rukia lowered her head in shame, and her heart was full of self-blame. You don't have to blame yourself, Miss Kachiki. Kisuke glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki, gathered his sight on Rukia's face, and suddenly said. The opponent is a Spada number 4, although it is very rude to say that, but even if you act with Miss Inoue, you can't change anything, or there will be a worse situation. Ms. Kachiki yourself is in trouble. Hearing Kisuke's persuasion, Rukia's face did not show any relieved expression. Indeed, as Kisuke said, even if she was together with Inoue, facing an opponent of that level, she could not change anything. It was polite to say that she would be in trouble. Her own words would definitely be killed by the enemy, just like the 2 13th Division members. But, even so, it can't be the reason to leave her and act alone. It's okay, Rukia. Huh? Feeling a hand suddenly on her shoulder, the familiar voice of Ichigo came to her ear, and Rukia subconsciously raised her head. Raising her head, what was printed in Rukia's eyes was the gentle smile on Ichigo's face, as if to expel all the haze in her heart. It's all right, Rukia. Although she was taken away by the enemy, didn't Mr. Kimura say that she is not in danger now? And I think, well, she must be waiting for us to save her now, so don't blame yourself. We just need to run to Hueco Mundo to defeat all the enemies, and then bring her back with such a smile. Ichigo. Looking at the smile on Ichigo Kurosaki's face, Rukia only felt that a soft place in the depths of her heart was touched, and an indescribable feeling rose in her heart. Well said. Even I feel restless and want to move with you. Looking at the situation in front of him with a smile, Maiyang opened his mouth to break the atmosphere. But I still have something to solve for the time being. After all, it suddenly disappeared for so long, so I can't move with you. However, I think if you want to go to Hueco Mundo, Kisuke should be able to help you. Really, I was still thinking about when to use a Hansa posture to help Mr. Kurosaki and others. I didn't expect Kimura to say it now. It seemed that he helplessly waved the fan in his hand, and there was a smile on Kisuke's face. Please, Mr. Kisuke. Turning to look at Kisuke, Ichigo Kurosaki's face was very serious. However, although I said that I would help you go to Hueco Mundo, it is not something that can be done in a short time. Now, let's find a place to discuss the current situation. Especially Kimura, a lot of things have happened during the time when you were not here. although it is only 3 days for you. It is indeed a good idea, and I also want to find a place to sit down and rest now. Is that so? I think it must be a good choice to sit down and drink a cup of hot tea under such circumstances. So, is this cup of hot tea that you mentioned, Kisuke? Maiyang picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. He looked at the small crowded room and the displeasure on his face increased. Haha, this is the tea I personally brewed for you. Kimura, don't be so unhappy. I will be very hurt if you do this. This is made by Tessai. Otherwise, it will be Ruru. It has nothing to do with you. As expected of Kimura. You've seen through me. Kisuke deliberately put on a surprised look and covered his face with a paper fan. But I poured this for you personally. Dong. A punch landed on Kisuke's head, interrupting his meaningless conversation with Maiyang. Yoruichi urged with a face full of impatience, you'd better hurry up and get down to business. We have so many people crowded in this small crowded room not to listen to the quarrel between the two of you. The crowded small room, Yoruichi, you. When he met Yoruichi's murderous eyes, Kisuke suddenly stopped what he was about to say and the expression on his face suddenly became serious. First of all, about the time you disappeared, Kimura. Although you yourself said that you were only trapped for 3 days in prison, 33 days have passed in the modern world. However, regarding the current world and the unknown flow of time in the realm of time and space, it is not within the scope of our discussion. What I want to talk about now is the information we have obtained and the preparations for the final battle in these 33 days. Is that so? Has Maiyang escaped from Dangai? After listening to the report that Tosen Kaname sent to him, Aizen still maintained a posture of holding his chin with one hand and showed a meaningful smile on his face. As I expected. But, Lord Aizen, do we not need to do anything? If we let that man mess around. It doesn't matter, I want it. Aizen's flat tone had a momentum that made people unable to resist. Didn't that man say that he would come to Hueco Mundo to visit me in the near future, so we should not do anything? As long as we start our preparation in Las Noches, just wait for him. Now, let Alquiora bring Orheim. I am looking forward to this girl's ability. Chapter 198, Set Off What? You want to go to Soul Society again? In the coffee shop, Hori was the first to shout when she heard what Maiyang said. Although the others did not speak, the expressions on their faces already explained everything. Speaking of which, although more than a month had passed, for Maiyang, he had left Soul Society just a few days ago. What was the matter that he had to go back in such a hurry? I said, I was just going to Soul Society. You don't have to worry so much. Waving his hand, Maiyang expressed his confusion at his partner's reaction. His face was full of helplessness. Who's worried about you? I'm just a little suspicious of your purpose. Lisa pushed up her glasses and stared at Maiyang's face, as if she wanted to see something from his face. Really, I already told you. I just want to exchange something with Kurotsuchi. I wanted to ask him for something last time, but that guy said that he wouldn't give me something of value if he didn't have it. So. As she spoke, Maiyang shrugged, expressing his helplessness. TSK, that disgusting fellow. You aren't looking for him to exchange for something strange, right? The face that made her unhappy appeared in Hori's mind. She curled her lips and said in a disgusted tone. As she spoke, Hori used a strange gaze to look up and down at Maiyang's body, as if she had seen through the evil nature of Maiyang. Dong. Tapping his finger on Hori's head, Maiyang shook his head and said in an angry tone, what are you thinking about? I say, did you see something strange from Lisa? I told you not to read Lisa's books. Bastard. What are you talking about? Who borrowed a book from Lisa to read? Hearing Maiyang's words, Hori's face suddenly turned red, but she had to raise her head and loudly refute. Don't change the topic to me, okay? Lisa pushed up her glasses, showing no intention of hiding anything. In front of her, there was a newly bought bouquet. Although Hori did borrow some books from me, there is nothing strange about the content of those books. They are just normal books. What kind of logic is this? Normal books? If it's your books, then it's not normal. Love pressed down on his sunglasses and complained to Lisa. Speaking of which, Love, you also borrowed a lot of books from me, right? Lisa tilted her head slightly, and a light flashed on her glasses. I am a healthy adult. Bastard, don't make me sound like a child. Hori stood at the side and shouted loudly. Love's words made her very unhappy. She said it as if she was a child, although she knew that these two people did not deliberately target her. So, are you going to use the hollow corpse in the basement to exchange with Kurotsuchi? Ignoring the noisy guys on the other side, Hirako Shinji turned to look at Maiyang and pulled the topic back to the original place. Of course, such an experimental material, I think Kurotsuchi captain will not let it go. Moreover, He said before that Rankar's body is a precious research material that can be exchanged with him. Of course, at the beginning, if he waited for the full outbreak of war, this kind of thing may not be rare. Sorry, Stark. To discuss such things in front of you. After a pause, Ma Yang turned to look at Stark, who was sitting on the other side, with a tone of apology. Well, how should I put it? Although we are both Rankar, we are not companions with them, so these things don't matter. Yes, this kind of girl has nothing to do with us. This kind of thing that relies on the so-called Hueco to reach the level of Rankar has nothing to do with us. Lilynette suddenly jumped out, stood on the stool and said loudly. Her little face was full of pride. As an independent Rankar, she always stressed her uniqueness like this. Although among all the people in the Anding district, her combat ability was the weakest. You bastard, I can't pretend that I didn't hear you. The corners of his eyebrows kept twitching, and the veins on Apas's forehead were exposed. Our opinions are rarely unified, Apasi. I can't pretend that I didn't hear it, Lilynette. The expression on Milrose's face also became very ugly, and she looked at Lilynette with a very unfriendly gaze. You're wrong. It's not the two of you, but the three of us. The three of us unexpectedly agree. Sun was still covering his mouth with one hand. It was rare for her to not complain to the other two, but to point her spear at Lilynette. Shit. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Lilynette was dragged out by the charging Milrose, and Apasi. Seriously, each and every one of them is in good spirits. With a smile on his face, Ma Yang relaxed a lot. He was afraid that everyone's mood would be affected and it would not be good for the upcoming battle. It was only because you came back that everyone's mood became so high. Previously, the store had always been under a depressing atmosphere. Although he said this in his heart, Hirako Shinji did not show any expression on his face. So it's decided? It's about you going to Soul Society. Of course, but it will end soon. After all, I just went to Soul Society to find Kurotsuchi to exchange something. It won't take much time. However, after that, I will go directly to Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo? Hearing Ma Yang's words, Hirako Shinji and several others' bodies paused. No, you are not going to kill Aizen of Hueco Mundo alone. Of course not. I am not arrogant enough to think that I can defeat Aizen and his forces by myself. Nodding, Hirako Shinji did not say much. As long as Ma Yang did not have a dizzy head and wanted to solve Aizen and his forces all by himself, they did not need to worry about him. Although they all knew that Aizen was strong and deep in scheming, as long as it was Kimura, there would be no problem to keep his life. Do you need our help? Although he knew that Ma Yang would not accept, Hirako Shinji still asked. No need, Aizen, in the end, will come to human world. Just by Soul Society, it is still a little difficult for all of you. Rejecting Hirako Shinji's suggestion, Ma Yang seemed to be relaxed. I want to go with you. At this moment, Suzuki Kusu, who was sitting next to Ma Yang, suddenly spoke. Although her voice was not high, it revealed a firmness. Kusu, if you stay in the modern world, you can play a greater role. I want to be with you. Kusu, you. Ma Yang still wanted to say something, but Suzuki Kusu suddenly raised her head. In her eyes, it was full of determination. After seeing Suzuki Kusu's eyes, Ma Yang couldn't say anything. He just saw the determination in her eyes. He knew that Kusu would never let him act alone. Really, I can't do anything to you. Don't drag me down. Hearing Ma Yang's words, a smile bloomed on Suzuki Kusu's face. Absolutely not. Leave your back to me to guard, Captain. Hearing the word Captain deliberately lengthened by Suzuki Kusu, Ma Yang suddenly shuddered with a helpless expression. I say. Kusu, can you not call me that? I have not been a captain for many years. Seeing the expression on Ma Yang's face, the smile on Suzuki Kusu's face became even wider. This feeling of nostalgia, the feeling of carrying out a mission with the captain, although it had been 100 years, and the mission had not begun yet, the long-lost feeling in her heart had made her unable to suppress it. Hey, Stark, when I leave, if something happens. Don't worry, if something really happens, we will not stand by and watch. This is also our home. Seeing the seriousness in Stark's eyes, Ma Yang suddenly smiled. Really, I am thinking too much. Since this is the case, there is nothing to worry about. Putting down the teacup, Ma Yang stood up. Let's go, Kusu. Eh? You're leaving just like that? Don't you want to build the realm gate? Tori turned to look at Ma Yang, puzzled. There's no need. Just leave directly. A white light flashed, and Ma Yang had already changed his outfit. TSK, you're actually still wearing the Death Tyrant outfit. Looking at the Death Tyrant outfit that Ma Yang was wearing, Tori muttered unhappily. Oh yeah, by the way, have Ichigo Kurosaki and the others left? Who knows about this? Haven't we always been here? Hearing Maayang's question, Hori said bluntly. I was asking you, Hori. Has Ichigo Kurosaki left, Gisuke? Oh, I was actually discovered. I hate it. When hearing the sudden voice of Gisuke, all the people present trembled. None of them actually discovered when Gisuke appeared. Did you change the clothes from before? Now you have become so powerful. Hirako Shinji glanced at the clothes on Gisuke and said. Although there was a little change, Hirako Shinji recognized the clothes at a glance, the same clothes as the night 100 years ago. It is just a little trick, but it seems a little insufficient now. With a relaxed tone, Hirako Shinji covered his mouth with his fan. I came here to inform you of this matter. Kurosaki and the others have already gone to Hueco Mundo before I came here. Is that so? Although I want to go to Soul Society, I will soon arrive at Hueco Mundo. You don't have to worry about their safety. He reached out his hand and pointed in the air. A realm gate suddenly appeared and waved to the people in the store. Maayang took Suzuki Kusu into the realm gate. Chapter 199, Arrived and Excited Woe. Kurotsuchi Mayuri held his chin with one hand, with a somewhat exploring expression on his face. He circled around Ruby's body, looking very interested. Lord Mayuri, the test results are out. Oh. How is it, Namu? His eyes were still fixed on the corpse in front of him. This was the first Trangar that Kurotsuchi Mayuri had obtained. Although it was a pity that he didn't catch it alive, even the corpse still had a very important research value, especially before the battle with Rancor. There is a clear difference between the composition of the spirit body and the ordinary hollow. Although it is dead, according to the traces of Rishi in the body, the strength of the corpse was determined when it was alive, and it is the strength of captain level. Look, I have told you long ago that you have to check again. It really wastes a lot of my time. Waving his hand to Kurotsuchi Mayuri, Maayang looked helpless. It's just a confirmation. Kurotsuchi Mayuri had no shame on his face. He took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket and threw it into Maayang's hand. This is the medicine you want. Because of your request, I made some improvements to it. It is now a level that normal people can use, and there will be no serious side effects. Really? Thank you, Kurotsuchi. This is just a normal transaction. If you hadn't brought such a valuable research corpse, I wouldn't have given you anything. He motioned for Kurotsuchi Namu to put the corpse away. Kurotsuchi Mayuri's eyes suddenly turned quickly in his eyes. One look and one could tell that he was thinking about something strange. Seeing Kurotsuchi Mayuri's expression and noticing his rolling eyes, Maayang suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that he had provoked something bad. Speaking of which, if you have anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Kurotsuchi Mayuri looked at Maayang in surprise. Although he did not know why he suddenly said such words, but since he had already said so, if he did not ask properly, it seemed a bit unreasonable. I was curious before, what method did you use to preserve this hollow body? Whether it is Shinigami or hollow, they are all bodies made of Rishi. If they die, the body should turn into Rishi and dissipate in a short time. Even if the spirit body is strong, it can't be preserved for such a long time. So, what method did you use to preserve it? Nothing, I just applied the Keto of time freeze on her. But I am not very good at that kind of Keto, so it can only be maintained for such a long time. But I think if it is Captain Kurotsuchi, there should be enough technology to preserve it. Forbidden Keto? What an interesting man. You don't need to worry about my matters. If the deal is over, you can leave. I still have a lot of research to do. I don't have time for you. TCH, what a guy. Maayang shook his head. Although he already knew that Kurotsuchi Mayuri was like this, it was really uncomfortable to be chased away without hesitation. Ah, right, Maayang, who had already walked to the door, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Kurotsuchi Mayuri. If possible, can Captain Kurotsuchi take some time to analyze the information of Garganta? Garganta? Sorry. That kind of thing is not interesting at all. Kurotsuchi Mayuri waved his hand and the nails on his fingers scratched in the air. It's too simple. There is no challenge at all. I won't waste my time to study it. Well, forget it. Let's go, Kusu. Maayang shrugged and turned around indifferently. He left Kurotsuchi Mayuri's research room side by side with Suzuki Kusu. Speaking of which, Kimura, it can't be that Captain Kurotsuchi can't figure it out. After all, it took Gisuke a long time to figure it out. Who knows? Let's go. Putting his hand on Suzuki Kusu's shoulder, the figures of Maayang and Suzuki Kusu instantly disappeared from Kurotsuchi Mayuri's sight. Those two guys must have done it on purpose. Looking at the place where Suzuki Kusu and Maayang disappeared, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's face was very ugly, and the cup in his hand instantly turned into pieces. Lord Mayuri, are we going to start the research on Rancor now? Walking out of the research room, Kurotsuchi Nemu had no emotion on her face. She stood respectfully in front of Kurotsuchi Mayuri, and her posture and tone were impeccable. Let's put Rancor aside for now. Nemu, get me the information about the Garganta. I want to analyze the composition of the Garganta first. Kimura, what are we going to do in Hueco Mundo this time? Walking on the road paved by her own rishi, Suzuki Kusa suddenly asked Maayang. Although she did not hesitate to follow Maayang to Hueco Mundo, she still had a few doubts about their actions after they reached Hueco Mundo. It was not really going to go to Hueco Mundo to visit Aizen. How to do it? To be honest, there is no clear goal. Let's look at the situation after there. Although I want to kill Aizen, it is a little difficult to think about it. It is too difficult to do it alone. Moreover, we don't have to worry too much, just look at the situation and adapt to the situation. Turning to look at Maayang, Suzuki Kusa was full of doubts. Before, Maayang had been actively preparing for the final battle. Why did he suddenly become a little lacking in energy? The result of this battle has been decided from the beginning. Even if there are some twists and turns in the middle, the result will not change at all. After listening to Maayang's words, the dots in Suzuki Kusa's heart became more and more, but she did not have the intention to investigate further. Since she had moved with Kimura, she just had to follow him, just like back then. I'm here. I can already feel the smell of the Hueco Mundo. As soon as he finished speaking, a hole appeared in front of the two of them, right into the Hueco Mundo. A black hole suddenly appeared in the sky of the Hueco Mundo, and then two figures walked out from it. Is this Hueco Mundo? It's really loneliness, right? This is the Hueco Mundo. It's completely different from Soul Society's environment. It's dead silent everywhere, and there's no aura of life at all. After taking over Suzuki Kusa's words, Maayang took a deep breath of air in Hueco Mundo, looked around, looked at the environment of Hueco Mundo, and said with a slightly emotional tone. That is. Suzuki Kusa suddenly pointed to a direction and asked Maayang. That is Aizen's base in Hueco Mundo, the place he called Las Noches. Glancing at the huge building in the distance, Maayang replied. This kind of thing, he did not see it last time in Hueco Mundo. At that time, Hueco Mundo was still under the rule of Baragon. Las Noches was just a foundation. There was no such scale as now. Presumably, Aizen slowly built it later. There was a sudden flash of surprise in his eyes. Maayang's head slightly leaned over, and his face showed a hint of an unknown smile. He said in a direction, I have come. Are you ready, Aizen? Bang. The screen in front of him suddenly turned black and white, and nothing could be captured. Interesting, so soon found the monitoring bug I hid there. The screen in front of him suddenly became invisible, but Aizen's face did not change at all. His body leaned against the chair, one hand holding his head, and the other hand fingers unconsciously knocked on the back of the chair a few times. Although his eyes were still calm, there was a faint excitement hidden under the calmness. Yes, informal spotted to have a meeting in the conference room, and there are guests coming to visit, and this time the guests are different from the previous ones. Yes. Towson's figure flashed in the dark. I am looking forward to you more and more, Maayang. Is this thing for surveillance? Suzuki Kusa looked at the thing in Maayang's hand that was slowly disappearing. It was a very small worm. Because the size was extremely small, the spiritual power contained in the body was also not enough. If not for deliberately perceived, even they would ignore it. Well, our whereabouts have been discovered by Aizen, but it doesn't matter. I did not intend to hide anything. I will directly kill the enemy's camp. It is a simple and rough way, but I like it. Looking at the smile on Suzuki Kusa's face, Maayang also smiled. The two of them looked at each other, and their bodies flashed, disappearing from where they were. Hey, Kimura. Should we look for Ichigo Kurosaki and the others? Of course not. That guy won't die. I didn't come here to be their nanny. I don't know what happened. After coming to the virtual circle, I felt all the blood in my body boil. Even my Zanpakuto, which was hanging on my waist, seemed to become restless. That's because, Captain, you are already excited. This kind of battle that hasn't been seen for a long time, just thinking about it makes you feel sad. I said don't call me Captain anymore. I haven't been Captain for many years. But, after hearing such a title, you seem to be more excited, Captain. Perhaps I am also a person who wants to fight in my bones. This sense of urgency, all the cells in the body are eager. This is the feeling that I haven't felt when fighting Zaraki Kenpachi. Sure enough, actual combat is the best battle. Reaching out and brushing his own Zanpakuto, Maayang's footsteps were a little faster. Chapter 200, Fateful Encounter. There are traces of battle left here. From spiritual power's point of view, it should be Kurosaki, Ichigo and the others. Not only the traces of spiritual power, just look at the residual ice left here and you will know. This is the trace of Rukia battle. It seems that they have already gone to Las Noches. Glancing at the traces left on the ground, Ma Yang silently calculated the time in his heart. According to the plot in his memory, now Ichigo and the others should have met their respective opponents and began to fight. There is a hole left on the wall here. It should be open when Ichigo and the others entered before. Should we go in along this way? Kusa glanced at the hole on the wall of Las Noches and asked Ma Yang. But then again, this palace is really big. It feels very big from a distance, but when he got close, he found that this palace is much bigger than he imagined. Walk along the road inside Las Noches? Are you kidding? Who knows if Aizen has set any traps in the palace, so say, it is better to directly enter. The corner of the mouth was slightly raised, and Ma Yang stretched out his palm and aimed at Las Noches in front of him. Get out of the way, Kusu, Hado number 91, thousand-hand incandescent heaven-killing spear. Balls of red spirit cannon appeared behind Ma Yang, gradually becoming clear from the blur, and at the same time a powerful fluctuation spread from it. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge hole was instantly broken through the wall of Las Noches, and the hurricane caused by the explosion blew everything around the hole, revealing the scene inside Las Noches. Looking at the damage he caused with satisfaction, Ma Yang's eyes suddenly looked in a direction. Although the distance was very far, Ma Yang still clearly felt a breath from there. He clearly knew that in that place, Aizen was sitting in his seat and looking at himself. Kusu. With a step, he appeared in Las Noches, his eyes swept around, and Ma Yang called out. Yes. Her body moved and appeared behind Ma Yang. Kusa pulled out her own Zanpakuto in her hand, and a powerful spiritual power emitted from her body. Bunkei, thousand spiders. Zanpakuto in her hand suddenly became pure white like jade, and the pure white filament hanging on the hilt of the knife fluttered in the air. Slowly closing her eyes, a strange fluctuation suddenly spread out from Kusa's body. The invisible ripples almost spread throughout the entire Las Noches in an instant. What an interesting ability. If it was before, I would still have some scruples, but for the current me, it is still a lot worse. Aizen, who was sitting in the seat, suddenly reached out and pointed in front of himself, and the invisible ripples suddenly collapsed. Ichigo and the others are all in a hard battle, but there is no life danger. Moreover, the position of Aizen can be roughly determined. Opening her eyes, Kusa said softly. Her face showed a bit of pale color. She wanted to cover the entire Las Noches in an instant. Looking at the situation was also a big burden for her. Moreover, she had just been broken by Aizen. She suffered a little backlash. Don't be too reluctant, take a rest first. No need, let's hurry to find Aizen. My body is fine, and I can recover very quickly. It is not urgent to find Aizen at this moment, and even if you want to go now, it is not possible. Don't you think so, blocking the way? What? Kusa's eyes widened. With her ability, there was actually someone who could get close to her without being discovered. It seems that your ability is only limited to this. Kusu. A slightly cold voice suddenly sounded, and then two figures appeared in front of Ma Yang. I really didn't expect to meet you two from the beginning. Is this choice of fate? Watanabe Kiryu, and Watanabe Ichiro. As the dust settled, human figures gradually appeared. Standing in front of Ma Yang was the uncle and nephew of a few hundred years ago. These two people can actually avoid my detection. What the hell is going on? Frowning slightly, Kusa looked at the two people in front of her. A bad feeling suddenly rose in her heart. She always felt that there was something strange about these two people. There seemed to be something hidden in their bodies. Damn it, I can't use my ability now, otherwise. Clenching her fist, Kusa felt her state. Because of Aizen just now, she could no longer use her ability in a short period of time. She was really careless. She did not expect that Aizen's strength had reached this level. Kimura, be careful of the two of them. Although he could not know the exact situation of the two people, Kusa still sent an alert to Ma Yang. I know, don't worry. You just need to recover with peace of mind. After you recover, we can continue to move forward. What an arrogant tone. After so many years, you are still the same annoying. With a stomp of his foot, a burst of sand rose, Watanabe Kiryu suddenly appeared in front of Ma Yang. The Zanpakuto in his hand slashed down with a whistling wind. With a dazzling light, Zanpakuto, which was at Ma Yang's waist, instantly unsheathed and effortlessly blocked the incoming slash. At the same time, he extended his empty left arm and shot a white bolt of lightning in the other direction. Hado number 4, Byakure. With a shake of his wrist, Ma Yang's Zanpakuto pushed with a great force, forcing back the body of Watanabe Kiryu. Ma Yang looked at Watanabe on the other side with disdain. After so many years, you still haven't made any progress, Watanabe Ichiro. Maiyang glanced at Zanpakuto, who was still emitting white smoke. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used Zanpakuto to block it, the white thunder would have left a hole in his body. 200 years ago, you were no match for me. Now, you are still no match for me. Originally, I didn't want to fight against someone of your level. However, you actually dared to do such a thing. You are really courting death. Not good. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. Just as Watanabe was about to move, he saw a white light blooming in front of his eyes. A cold feeling appeared in his heart. I can deal with an enemy at this level myself. Glancing at Watanabe Ichiro, who was lying on the ground beside her, Suzuki Kusa said softly. This person was originally Shinigami, and she had seen him when she was in school. At that time, he was a famous genius in the school. Although he was not as dazzling as Maiyang, he was definitely a person with a promising future. At that time, who would have thought that there would be such a day? You just need to rest in peace. A golden light flashed between them, and a barrier appeared, protecting Suzuki Kusu inside. I thought you would make a move. I was already prepared to use some moves to counterattack. I didn't expect you to not make a move. It is really strange. I remember that you are very worried about your nephew. He turned around and looked at Watanabe Kiryu. Ever since he was forced back by Maiyang, he had not made any other movements. It was too abnormal. I am indeed very nervous about him. However, what is there to be nervous about the current him? A blade light suddenly appeared behind Maiyang. Dang. Turning around to block the sneak attack behind him, he glanced at the guy standing in front of him, then looked at the corpse lying on the ground. The corners of Maiyang's mouth curled up. Was it an illusion? It seems that I was really careless. Sure enough, even the weakest enemy cannot relax. However, when did you release Zanpakuto? When was it really funny? When did you have the illusion that I did not use my ability? So that's how it is. Unconsciously, he weighed the Zanpakuto in his hand. The expression on Maiyang's face gradually relaxed. He originally thought that it would be easy to deal with this guy. It seemed that it really gave him a lot of surprises. My spiritual fog pill can make the enemy hallucinate. Can the current you accurately determine my position? Hearing Watanabe Ichiro's words, Maiyang's arm paused. Really, it seems that it is my fault to have illusions about you. I really should not have any unrealistic thoughts about a guy like you. 200 years have passed, and there is still no progress. He shook his head and closed his eyes. Maiyang's tone was full of disappointment. Carrying Zanpakuto in his hand, Maiyang walked forward. His footsteps were calm, and there was no trace of caution or caution. You should have known about the battle 200 years ago. Your move has no effect on me. With a sudden wave of his arm, a slash flew out from Zanpakuto, blowing away all the surrounding fog. Maiyang tapped his foot, and the next moment, he appeared next to Watanabe Ichiro. Maiyang's Zanpakuto slashed down at his throat. There was no more silence on the side Watanabe Kiryu. With a stomp of his foot, his body flashed, and he suddenly appeared next to Maiyang, slashing down with his blade. Dang. Seeing that Maiyang had single-handedly blocked his attack, Watanabe Kiryu landed on one foot, twisted his waist, and suddenly kicked towards Maiyang's waist with the other foot. A light blue spiritual power flashed on his wrist. Maiyang's expression did not change. He reached out and grabbed the kick that was coming from Watanabe Kiryu. Smash him, Ravenfly. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. Zanpakuto, which had suddenly released, suddenly changed his blade into a strange shape. A strange force came from his Zanpakuto, which was originally in a deadlock with Maiyang. Zanpakuto slipped and crossed with Maiyang's Zanpakuto. He drew an arc and stabbed straight at Maiyang's head. Although the blade had not pierced Maiyang's head, the sharp aura that Zanpakuto released had already touched Maiyang's skin. Chapter 201, Storm is brewing. Feeling the sharp air on Watanabe Kiryu's Zanpakuto, Kimura Maiyang's face sank, his Zanpakuto turned and swung horizontally, pushing Watanabe Kiryu's attack aside. Boom. An attack was shot from Zanpakuto in Watanabe Kiryu, leaving a huge pothole on the ground on one side. What a strong attack. Feeling the tremendous movement coming not far from him, Kimura Maiyang grasped Watanabe Kiryu's fingers slightly, and a radiance leaked from his fingers. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. Shit. Feeling the sensation coming from his ankle, Watanabe Kiryu complexion slightly changed, although it is only number 30's Hado, but it also depends on the person. The person who launched is Kimura Maiyang. If he is hit at this distance, even if the legs are useless. A trace of ruthlessness flashed on his face, and Watanabe Kiryu didn't care about the threats he received. His body turned, and a sword was directly cut off against Kimura Maiyang's head. Just as Watanabe Kiryu was preparing to believe a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers, Watanabe Ichiro on his side also reacted. A sword cut down the path of Kimura Maiyang. The two uncles and nephews were in an instant. A perfect teamwork was completed, sealing Kimura Maiyang's retreat. A clear voice rang in Watanabe Ichiro's ears. It was the sound of his Zanpakuto piercing through someone else's body. It hit. With only this thought left in his mind, Watanabe Ichiro's body suddenly stopped and his mind was filled with ecstasy. Be careful. Ichiro. Seeing Watanabe Ichiro's reaction, Watanabe Kiryu shouted, although his Zanpakuto also pierced Kimura Maiyang's head, but he didn't have the slightest happiness. Perhaps it should be said that his Zanpakuto pierced Kimura Maiyang. He has no excitement in his head. This kind of powerful opponent is easily solved by such easy. Puchy, the sound of a blade piercing into a human body rang in Watanabe Ichiro's ears again, but his face was completely devoid of the previous ecstasy, only disbelief. How could it be? Feeling the pain coming from his body, Watanabe Ichiro turned his head in disbelief and looked at the person standing behind him. It was the cold-faced Maiyang. You are clearly. Before he finished speaking, the figure in front of him that had been pierced by him slowly disappeared. Without any mercy, he pulled his Zanpakuto out of his stomach. Maiyang shook off the blood on Zanpakuto's body. Bastard! A violent cyclone instantly pierced through Maiyang's body from behind. It was the fairy Mord in anger. Ichiro, how are you? Half crouching in front of Watanabe, Kiryu was full of concern. Why? Although his body was pierced through, Watanabe Ichiro did not show any pain. He just said with unwillingness in his eyes. For so many years, since he met Maiyang, his life had become completely different. He had turned from a proud son of heaven to a passerby. Why did he have to be suppressed by that guy all the time? Why didn't he die when he had clearly pierced through his vital points? Really, what you stabbed was just an illusion left by the vision. What is there to be proud of? Someone who can't even distinguish between reality and illusion actually used an illusion. It is really ridiculous. What? Looking at the intact Maiyang, Watanabe Ichiro's face was full of hatred. His abdomen had clearly been pierced by his uncle, but this guy was still not injured in the slightest. Damn it. I can't accept this. Struggling to stand up, Watanabe Kiryu's eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. If it's not the guy in front of him, he should still be in the Soul Society safely, with the glory of Noble, and the uncle too together. They would not be like now, dormant in Hueco Mundo like a stray dog, looking forward to an uncertain future. He suddenly reached out and put his hand on his face, and an ominous black spiritual power gathered on Watanabe's face. This posture is. Seeing the other party's movement, Kimura Maiyang jumped in his heart, and immediately relieved that I remember that Tozen Kaname was also given the ability of hollowification. Since this is the case, the opposite person has the ability of hollowification as it should be by rights. Ichiro. Don't. Before the voice from Watanabe Kiryu came to an end, Watanabe Ichiro's palm had already fallen, leaving a mask on his face. On the pure white bone mask, there were some strange patterns, revealing a sense of evil. So that's how it is. Hollowification, is this your hidden strength? I thought you had learned Bankai. Bankai? My hollowification is more powerful than Bankai. I can clearly feel that whether it is spiritual power or the strength of the spirit body, I have an essential improvement. You will feel it with your body, Maiyang. The mouth roared loudly, and Watanabe Ichiro stepped on the ground, leaving a deep pit on the ground. The strength was several times stronger. Looking at the pit on the ground, Maiyang narrowed his eyes, and his body leaned to the side, flashing the attack on Watanabe Kiryu. At the same time, his arm picked up, and Zanpakuto stabbed his body at a hidden angle. Almost instinctively, Watanabe Ichiro dodged to the side, and at the same time, he kicked Maiyang's body. Not only my strength, but my speed has also improved a lot. Even my reaction has improved a lot, and... He slipped and avoided Watanabe Ichiro's attack. Maiyang glanced at the wounds on Watanabe Ichiro's body that were almost completely healed. At this time, his wounds were recovering at an extremely fast speed, even in battle. Super speed regeneration? This is the annoying thing, and it is such a powerful super speed regeneration. It seems that I have to finish it quickly. While he was still thinking, a figure suddenly appeared behind Maiyang. The ferocious-looking Zanpakuto in his hand stabbed towards Maiyang's back. Dang! His body turned, and the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly collided with Zanpakuto, which was anchored by the side of the fairy. It succeeded. At the moment when the two attacks collided, a powerful virtual flash suddenly came from behind Maiyang, pointing straight at his back. It was the full power attack that Watanabe Ichiro had used when he was waiting for the right time. You can't leave. The oblique thorn on Zanpakuto in his hand clamped Zanpakuto of Kimura Maiyang to death, and Watanabe Kiryu looked calm. Humphrey. With a cold snort, a wisp of cyan spiritual power flashed in Ma Yang's hand, and he raised his hand to wave behind him. Boom! Feeling the momentum of the explosion behind him, Watanabe Ichiro felt as if he had fallen into an ice house. He had seen the opportunity and used all his strength to send out a void flash, but it was actually repelled by the opponent's empty hand. How was this possible? Forget it, it seems that you don't have any moves anymore. K's no Sora. Not good. A bolt of lightning flashed past, and before he could react, Ma Yang had already disappeared. A large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from Watanabe Ichiro's chest, and then Ma Yang's body was revealed. Your heart has been pierced. Even if you can regenerate quickly, there is no way to recover. He turned his head slightly and looked at Watanabe Ichiro, who was kneeling on the ground weakly. There was no emotion on Ma Yang's face. Ichiro. With a flash of his body, he appeared beside Watanabe Ichiro. His eyes were filled with sadness. His heart had been pierced through. Even if it was a super speed regeneration, it would be useless. Watanabe Ichiro's super speed regeneration would not work on his internal organs. In other words, he was already hopeless. Is the final farewell over? I don't have time to waste here with you. Ruthlessly interrupted Watanabe Kiryu's sorrow. Kimura Ma Yang's face was still the same, and he could hardly see much emotional fluctuations. Slowly standing up, Watanabe Kiryu lowered his head. His tone was very low. I will let you see what you hadn't seen 200 years ago, my Bankai. Suddenly raising his head, Watanabe Kiryu's eyes are full of killing intent, which is a murderous aura that wants to destroy everything. Bankai, Senbei no Karasu. Who sudden breezes suddenly appeared, and then almost at a moment, with Watanabe Kiryu as the center and within a radius of 1,000 meters, they were all surrounded by violent cyclones. Wind Zanpakuto? Don't you know that my Zanpakuto is also a wind? Feeling the howling whirlwinds around him, Ma Yang's expression was normal. This level of tempest had no effect on him at all. If he wanted to, he could even try to control these whirlwinds. Although your Zanpakuto is also a wind type, the wind here completely belongs to me. Thousand Stars misdance. With a clench of his hand, all the whirlwinds surrounding them instantly went berserk. Compared to the current storm, the previous whirlwinds were not even worth mentioning. Wherever the gale passed by, even the buildings of the Las Noches were instantly turned into dust. Everything that was blown into the wind turned into the smallest dust. Isn't this just wind? Is there something controlling this wind? His eyes swept around. In almost an instant, Ma Yang came to this conclusion. He was extremely familiar with storms. His inner world was shrouded in storms all year round. Correct. My Senbei no Karasu relied on 1,000 flying black crows to control the storm. The black crows that were integrated into the storm could not be recognized by the naked eye, but as long as they were touched by the black crows, they would instantly turn into the smallest dust. However, it is precisely because there are too many of them that even I am unable to accurately control my own Zanpakuto. If I raise my spirits, I will die if I am not careful. Looking at the storm around him and the black shadow that was hidden in the storm that could only be vaguely sensed, Ma Yang's expression darkened. Even he was unable to grasp the existence of those black crows. At most, he could only have a vague feeling. Just by being blown by the wind, everything turned into dust. What a terrifying destructive power. However, this range was not enough to make him afraid of being released. 200 years ago, he would rather be arrested than be released. Moreover, at that time, Kurako was also very afraid of his Zanpakuto. Chapter 202, Burn the Heavens. Is there nothing you can do? Just die under my attack with regret. Looking at Ma Yang, who did not move at all, Watanabe Kiryu showed a trace of revenge. There is nothing you can do? It is ridiculous. Your attack has not touched my body at all. There must be a limit to the controllability. I think even if I stand here, you can't hit me. Is that so? The expression on his face changed. Watanabe Kiryu's palm was firmly grasped, and the surrounding thunderstorm was like a summon, and suddenly gathered towards the center. During the gathering, the formidable power of the thunderstorm almost became stronger with the naked eye. Can it be controlled by hand? So it looks similar to Byakuya's Zanpakuto ability, except that Byakuya relies on Zanpakuto's direct attack, and he relies on his Zanpakuto's second attacks. However, if it's only at this level, it will disappoint me. With a twist of his wrist, a layer of light green spiritual power appeared on his Zanpakuto. Ma Yang threw out a slash and slashed at the gradually gathering storms. Seeing Ma Yang's actions, there was no panic on his face. Instead, there was a hint of disdain on his face. What? Even the slash can be melted. Seeing the slash that was drowned by the storm and had no effect at all, Ma Yang was shocked. He originally thought that his storm could only melt things that were tangible. He did not expect that even the slash could be melted by his storm. It seemed that it was a little troublesome. It's useless. The storm formed by my black crow can blow everything away and decompose it into the most basic rishi. Whether it is the buildings, the sand on the ground, or your slashes, they are all made of rishi. Even your body is made of rishi. All of this, as long as it is blown by my storm, will become the most basic rishi. It's all over. The storm has wrapped up all your positions. You can't escape. What can you do in such a small space? No matter if it's Slash or Kido, they can't do anything to my storm. Die. A flash of fierceness flashed in his eyes, and Watanabe Kairyu's palm suddenly shook, and the storm that had already gathered around Kimura Maayang suddenly became more intense, all rushing toward the center. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All of a sudden, a sharp sound rang out in the storm, and an ear-piercing sound resounded in the sky, suppressing all the howling sounds of the wind. This sound is... Watanabe Kairyu brows tightly frowns. This sound gives him a bad feeling. Could it be? Impossible. In that case, it is absolutely impossible for him to escape my attack. It is absolutely impossible for the person who has been swept into the Senbei no Karasu to survive. A slash of azure flew over Watanabe Kairyu's ear, and a strand of hair fell from his head. Boom. There was a loud noise, and a bottomless ravine suddenly appeared behind the ferry. The sand on both sides constantly flowed down the ravine. Impossible. How can anyone break through the storm off Senbei no Karasu? Whether it is Kido or Slash, it should be melted down and turned into the most basic rishi. Really, is this all your ability? I have been looking forward to it for so long. Covered in a layer of blue light, Maayang walked out of the storms that were created by Watanabe Kairyu. Although the wind was constantly rotating around him, it did not affect his body at all, as if it did not work. How is this possible? Why are you not affected by the storm formed by the Senbei no Karasu? As long as it is something made up of rishi, it will be crushed by the storm. Are you talking about this? Indeed, the storm formed by your Zunpacto has been destroying the rishi on the surface of my body. However, since it is destroyed, there must be a certain amount of time. As long as it regains a layer of rishi before it is destroyed, it is not difficult for me. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes parked on the side of the ferry were full of disbelief. Indeed, since it was destruction, there must be a time limit. As long as the speed of creation surpassed the speed of destruction, it was no big deal. However, the destruction of the storm formed by his Senbei no Karasu was almost completed in an instant. How could someone be able to keep up with such a speed? Even he himself had never thought that there would be such a method to crack his own ability. Is there no other way? It really disappoints me. Seeing Watanabe Kairyu's performance, Kimura Maayang shook his head slightly to see his reaction. You understood, he had lost the fighting intent. Benkei, as Shinigami's strongest ability, was easily cracked in this way. Presumably, he was also hit hard. It's my turn, Watanabe Kairyu, it's all over. Maayang's Zunpacto was covered with a layer of blue wind blade. Although there were wind blades that were broken down into rishi at every moment, there was an equivalent amount of rishi added in at every moment. Rishi constantly exchanged, making Maayang's Zunpacto constantly tremble, making a sharp sound. Why, you still don't use hollowification at this level? You should also get hollowification's ability from Aizen, just like Watanabe Itaro. If you don't use it now, you will never have a chance. Hollowification? I won't use that kind of thing. I am Shinigami. Seeing the determination on the face of the foe in front of him, Maayang stepped forward. He really did not expect that this guy who betrayed 200 years ago and joined Aizen 200 years later actually had such a deep insistence on Shinigami's identity. But that's all. He is just my enemy now. He stepped forward again, burying the trace of shock in his heart. Maayang raised his Zunpacto, and the spirit particles on the blade continued to tremble. It's over. It's over? Not yet. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power burst out from his body, and a powerful aura burst out. Even Maayang had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. This spiritual power is definitely not something his body can withstand. Is this a move of mutual destruction? Maayang, who had retreated a few steps, looked at Watanabe Kairyu who was not far in front of him. His eyes were full of seriousness. A captain-level battle power could be activated at the cost of his life. It could not be ignored. This is my last move. I bet my life and all of spiritual power. I swear to kill you here. Flaming Crow. A dazzling light suddenly erupted from Watanabe Kairyu's body, and vaguely a fire crow was brewing in his body. As the body of the fire crow gradually became clearer, Watanabe Kairyu's own body's spiritual pressure gradually dissipated, but instead sent a powerful oppression from the burning crow. Burn the heavens. Yin with a cry, the fiery red crow rushed out of Watanabe Kairyu's body, accompanied by a powerful aura, and the burning aura radiated away, drawing all the attention of Las Noxias to the past. This. Could it be imitating Sukyaku? No matter if it's the shape or the aura it emits, it's also similar. With a flash of red light, the body of the flaming crow that ran out from the side of Watanabe Kiryu suddenly exploded, turning into red flames that splashed in all directions. Did the ultimate move fail? Ma Yang said in a low voice when he saw the flaming fire crow that had exploded. It had clearly released such a powerful aura, so how could it disappear in an instant? Success. Just wait to be burned to ashes by the endless black flames. Nothing will be left behind. What? Looking at the strange smile on the face of Watanabe Kiryu, Ma Yang was secretly vigilant in his heart. From the previous movements, his ultimate move should be the flaming fire crow, but that one had already exploded. What was his backup plan? Boom. Almost in an instant, thousands of black crows suddenly appeared in the air. Strands of strange black color overflowed from their bodies. Then, as the wind blew, in the blink of an eye, Ma Yang was wrapped up by a large mass of black things. What is this? Looking at the black unknown object that was constantly spinning around his body, Ma Yang unconsciously felt a sense of unease. He always felt that that thing would cause great harm to him. Then let's try it out. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. A blue explosive flame shot out from Ma Yang's palm. However, the moment it came into contact with the black unknown substance, Ma Yang's Hado was suddenly dyed in a layer of black, and it wrapped around Ma Yang's body in the direction of the Hado. What? Ma Yang's eyes narrowed. His feet moved, and his body directly disappeared from where he was. However, just as his body fell, a wisp of black substance spread towards his body again. You have been hit. Seeing Ma Yang constantly flashing in the air, Watanabe Ichiro revealed a relieved smile. These black flames are my last move. After absorbing all of my spiritual powers flaming fire crows, I will divide my power to 1,000 black crows. Then, I will use the black crow's body to release the black flames. These black flames will sweep the sky under the storm, without any blind spots. The black flames of despair will not burn or explode. They will only assimilate everything they come into contact with until they capture the target and turn them into nothingness. Before the target is captured, the black flames will never disappear. Even if I die after using this move, it will still be the same. And the target of these black flames is the first spiritual power that these black flames came into contact with. Therefore, the moment your Hado attack touched the black flames, you were locked on. In other words, you are finished, Ma Yang. Chapter 203, New Enemies. Kai. A bolt of lightning flashed across Ma Yang's body. A flash of lightning flashed across his eyes. Ma Yang's body instantly disappeared, avoiding the black flames that had already caught up to him. It's useless. These flames will keep chasing you until you reach the ends of the earth. As long as your spiritual power is still here, it will never stop. Looking at Ma Yang's body that was constantly flickering in the air, a trace of a happy smile appeared on his face. This was the last move he had used at the cost of his life. It was impossible for Ma Yang to escape this move no matter what. These black flames were following Ma Yang's spiritual power. As long as Ma Yang was still alive, these black flames would never extinguish. If he wanted to get rid of these black flames, he would have to wait until Ma Yang's spiritual power disappeared. However, as Shinigami, spiritual power's disappearance meant the end of his life. Don't stop. Just like this, you have to constantly avoid the black flames. Until your spiritual power is weakened, and your body is tired. Then, you will be caught by the black flames, devoured, assimilated, and finally disappear into nothingness together. Nothing will be left behind. This is bad. These black flames seem to have a mind of their own. They gradually shrink the range of my movements in the continuous attacks. They are proceeding in an orderly manner. There is no gap at all. After avoiding the chase of the black flames once again, Ma Yang's mind quickly spun. Moreover, the speed of these black flames is not to be underestimated. After using the Kaznosora ability to stimulate the cell activity, I can deal with it calmly in the previous dodge. However, as time passes, the encirclement of these black flames will definitely shrink further. At that time, I will really have no way to avoid it. However, although Watanabe Kiryu said that no matter what kind of attack has no effect on these black flames, but really still have to try again, anyway, the result will not be worse. A cyan spiritual power covered Ma Yang's Zanpakuto. The rich spiritual power immediately made the surrounding black flames more lively. Narrowing his eyes, Ma Yang waved his hand and a huge slash tore through the air. The moment Ma Yang's attack touched the black flames immediately climbed onto the black flames and dyed the huge slash black in an instant. They wrapped together and spread towards Ma Yang's body. With a move of his feet, Ma Yang quickly retreated. He raised his hand and chopped down. After cutting off the clothes that he had been touched by the black flame, a trace of relief appeared in Ma Yang's eyes. The speed of the black flame just now had become faster. If not for his quick reaction, he would have really been hit. These black flame, is it because they felt that spiritual power had become stronger and faster, or is it because they absorbed their own attacks? In his heart, he was still not shocked by the speed of the black flame just now. Suddenly, a bad feeling arose in Maiyang's heart. His feet slipped and he avoided the black flame behind him. Such a small space, I can't think about it anymore. Looking at the black flames that were stirring around his body, Maiyang's face did not change. Until now, his range of activity had been limited to a space with a radius of less than 3 meters. The surroundings were all surrounded by those strange and terrifying black flames. Even if his speed was faster, as long as these flames slowly spread inside, he would definitely not be able to escape. I did not intend to use it here. Benkei, Hugeis no Kairu. A bright silver blade flashed and instantly tore apart the black flame surrounding Maiyang. How is this possible? Will not work on black flame. When he saw the extremely dazzling slash in the air that tore apart the black flames in the sky, his face was filled with anger. This kind of thing had already exceeded his understanding. His black flame would definitely not be broken by the slash. Maiyang had already verified this before. How could this slash tear apart black flame? Slash will indeed not work on black flame. Those black flames can indeed absorb and merge all attacks. However, who said that I cut apart your black flame? What? It seems that you don't know. Yes, when I fought with you, my Benkai has not been completed. But Aizen did not tell you, my Benkai ability is related to space. Do you mean? Yes, my slash did not cut your black flame, but cut open the space where the black flame is. During the conversation, Maiyang's body had already walked to the front of the ferry. On his side, a black flame was constantly surging, approaching his body, but it could not get close to his body, and could only surge on his side. Space? So that's how it is. The reason why these black flames are unable to approach your body right now is because of the ability of space, right? That's right. Although your black flames can track my spiritual power, if you are in a different space, it will still be unable to touch me. If you strengthen the spatial barrier between me and the black flames like this, it won't even be able to sense anything. The silver light that enveloped Maiyang's body suddenly became thicker. Then, the black flames that were constantly rolling around his body suddenly stopped moving. It was as if they had suddenly lost their target and were unconsciously shaking everywhere. Seeing Kimura Maiyang's movement, Watanabe Kairyu's eyes suddenly became murky, as if he had taken away all his faith, and his face also showed a kind of dead gray color, and he coughed violently. Looks like I won't be able to kill you. However, don't think that it will end just like that. Although I can't find your spiritual power and kill you, the black flames won't disappear just like that. It will continue to drift down unconsciously, assimilating everything it comes into contact with, absorbing and gradually becoming stronger. When you appear again, it will devour you and turn you into nothingness. With fear of black flame, hide in your own space and live on. Don't relax, don't be careless. Otherwise, you will be eaten to the point where not even dregs will be left. With a wave of his hand, Zanpakuto stabbed the sword into the throat of the fairy, blocking all his words. Maiyang's face was not half dead. As a side antagonist, your performance is also qualified. Whether it is strength or willpower, you still have to leave safely. On account of your insistence on Shinigami's identity, I will leave you an intact corpse. I will bring your body back to Soul Society and let you and Soul Society be together forever. Stretching his hand and hitting a silver radiance on Watanabe Kairyu's body, Kimura Maiyang turned his head towards black flames around him. What effect did Watanabe Kairyu's death not at all have on these flames? Still tumbling around Kimura Maiyang, the black flame at the edge spreads unconsciously towards all around. Within this short period of time, the size has expanded several times. This is really troublesome. This kind of expansion is too strong. If this continues, it will really become out of control. Looking at the black flames that were still spreading, Maiyang felt vexed. If he did not resolve these black flames, it would always be a problem. At the very least, he would not be able to fight properly. However, if he wanted to resolve them, he would have to expend a lot of effort. There's no other way. Holding the saber with one hand, Maiyang drew a circle in the air with his arm. Then, he stretched his arm forward and placed Zanpakuto in front of him. A silver light spread out from his body like mercury. In the blink of an eye, it covered the area where black flame was. Forbidden. The silver light emitted a wave of fluctuation, and then like a huge cloth, it wrapped up all the spreading black flames. In a short period of time, it contracted sharply and finally turned into a finger-sized ball. For the time being, this is good. The specific solution will be researched later. Reaching out and putting the ball in his hand, Maiyang played with it and stuffed it into his arms. He planned to wait until the end of the battle to find Kisuke and see if there was any way to completely solve this problem. Kimura. Has your body completely recovered, Kusu? Looking at Suzuki Kusu who appeared beside him, although he could feel that her spiritual power had recovered, Maayang still opened his mouth to confirm. Well, my body has no problem. However, I feel that Rukia is in danger. Rukia? Suzuki Kusu felt the weak spiritual power of Rukia. Maayang was shocked. She had been fighting just now, so she did not notice that Rukia's spiritual power was actually weak to such an extent. If she could not receive treatment immediately, she would definitely die. Let's go. With a movement of his feet, Maayang's body directly turned into a lightning bolt and rushed to the place where Rukia's spiritual power came. A strange-looking weapon suddenly fell from the sky, and the blade was aimed at Maayang's head. The advancing body suddenly stopped. Maayang's footsteps rotated a few times in the air, and the weapon just fell from his side and slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This weapon. Looking at the weapon on the ground, Maayang narrowed his eyes. The giant scythe with 2 crescent moons was connected by a chain at the hilt of the saber. It couldn't be wrong. The owner of this weapon was... No, I can't let you pass right now. That waste number 9 spent a lot of effort to beat Shinigami to half-death. If I let you save her now, wouldn't it be meaningless? Moreover, a guy like you will definitely feel good when you chop her up. He pulled out his weapon from the ground and placed it on his shoulder. The person looked at Maayang with a sinister expression, and a cruel look appeared in his eyes. Espada number 4 annoyed Rajiruga. Glancing at the guy in front of him, Maayang called out his identity. Oh? You actually know my name, but I should introduce myself. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, revealing the number carved on his tongue. I am one of the Espada, the 5th, Noid Rajiruga. I am here to kill you. Chapter 204, Keep Struggling, number 5 Kill me? The corners of Maayang's mouth curled into a mocking smile. I have seen all the scenes of your battle just now. I already know your ability, but you know nothing about my ability. You are finished. You are really confident. With a flick of his arm, Zanpakuto in Maayang's hand returned to the state of Shikai. Maintaining Bankai for a long time was also a big burden for him. Oh? Seeing the change of Maayang and Zanpakuto, Noitra's eyes were slightly cold. Are you looking down on me? This is already very much for you. Kusu, leave it to me here. You go and see Rukia first. Is that so? Noitra's eyes were cold, and there was a bit of bloodthirsty madness in the depths of his eyes. Hey. Tessera, I'll leave the woman over there to you. Don't let her take a single step away. If you can just kill her. Huh? Upon hearing Noitra, a very strange expression appeared on Maayang's face. Even if you don't know your limits, there must be a limit. Or are you very dissatisfied with your subordinate? I am also very distressed, being looked down by someone like this. The mouth said softly. Suzuki Kusu's feet shook, her body suddenly disappeared, and then a knife light suddenly bloomed, and at the same time, there was a splash of blood. This level of guy, even if you buy time, you can't do it. Throwing the blood left on Zanpakuto, Suzuki Kusu did not look at the body left behind her, and the body almost without hesitation rushed to the direction of Rukia's spiritual power. Damn it, that idiot. He looked at the corpse of Tessera who was lying on the ground. Noitra said bitterly. The aura on his body had changed a bit. It was unknown whether it was because he was dissatisfied with his subordinate's incompetence or because of the death of his subordinates. Hey, come out. Don Quixote, you idiot. Yes, I'm coming. Don't be angry, Noitra. A lazy voice suddenly sounded, and then Maayang felt his vision blur, and a figure appeared in front of him. This guy. He's not simple. Looking at the hollow in front of him with a serious expression, Maayang held his Zanpakuto tightly, and even he was a little slow to react. If this guy wanted to sneak attack, maybe he could really succeed. Go and stop that woman. Don't let her leave. Eh? That woman looks very strong. Even Tessera was killed by her. Am I really going to do such a dangerous thing? What if I am also killed? Even if I am not killed, it will be very painful if I am injured. If you continue to be long-winded, I will kill you first. There was a murderous look in his eyes. Noitra looked at Hollow beside him and said. I know. Really, life is really unfortunate. Since you don't want to go, then stay here. A light flashed in his eyes, and as he spoke, Maayang's Zanpakuto had already arrived in front of this Hollow. This kind of sneak attack is not a good habit. Attacking while others are talking is really too shameless. His body disappeared in an instant and then reappeared not far away. This virtual faced Maayang and ridiculed him. There was not the slightest trace of reluctance on his face. It was as if dodging Maayang's attack just now was just a trivial matter to him. This speed is not inferior to Yoruichi at all. Retracting his Zanpakuto, Maayang thought in his heart. In that moment just now, this guy's movements completely surpassed his, at least he did not grasp the trajectory of the other party. Hurry up and go over. That woman is about to disappear, you idiot. Yes, yes. I got it. I'll go now. It shrunk its head and seemed to be very afraid of Noitra, but this hollow still said in a lazy tone. Then, before Maayang could make a move, it disappeared in a flash. This kind of guy, Kusu, is in danger. Seeing the rapidly disappearing hollow, Maayang's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. He could already foresee that with Suzuki Kusu's speed, he would definitely be caught by the other party. Even if Nan's ability restrained his speed, he still could not completely relax. Alright, now that all the people in the way are gone, let's have a good fight. His feet slipped, and he assumed a fighting stance. Although he was very arrogant, he knew that the other party was not simple. If he was careless, he would die. Sorry, I don't think I can have a good fight with you. The battle will end soon. Turning his head to look at Noitra, Maayang suddenly disappeared. Boom. He held his weapon with both hands and blocked Maayang's attack. Noitra's knees bent uncontrollably, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank. What a surprise, you actually blocked it. The corners of Maayang's mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly placed his empty left hand on Zanpakuto. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at Noitra's eyes that were covered by the blindfold. Hado number 4, Byakure. A bolt of lightning shot out from Maayang's finger, and the pupil of Noitra's exposed eye narrowed. So this is really your hollow? What? From your tone, you knew that my hollow is here? He took a few steps back and distanced himself from Maayang. Noitra pulled away the things on his face, revealing his hollow hole. He licked his lips and asked Maayang. It's just a guess. In fact, I am not sure myself. But I have always made bold assumptions and carefully confirmed it. It seems that I guessed right again this time. Looking at Noitra, Maayang casually said, do you want to tell him that I saw it in the manga before? Really? It's really interesting. Then take a guess. Will that woman be killed by Don Quixote? Dang. Although her arms were trembling slightly, she still managed to block Maayang's attack with her hands. As long as you mention that woman, you will become restless. Is this so-called feelings, boring things? However, it is really interesting to play with the emotions of others like this. With a crazed smile on his face, Noitra used all his strength to shake off Maayang's attack. Then, he shouted with a bit of nervousness, things like feelings are all things of the weak. The strong do not need feelings. All we need to do is cut off everyone. With a huge sickle in each hand, Noitra was crazily waving his two weapons. In a short time, he was evenly matched with Maayang. What a nasty character. Looking at the abnormal emotion in the other party's eyes with disgust, Maayang blocked the attack with his knife. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he kicked the other party in the abdomen. Bang. 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 Noitra, who had been kicked in the abdomen, rolled on the ground uncontrollably for a few times. Finally, he stopped his body and half lay on the ground. Before he could stand up straight, Maayang had already appeared beside him again. He raised his Zanpakuto, and Maayang's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. A wisp of cyan spiritual power appeared on Zanpakuto's body. Go to hell, Sero. Noitra, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly turned his head and stuck his tongue out. A yellow flash suddenly shot out from the tip of his tongue. Boom. Ha ha ha. Being hit by my Sero at such a close distance, you are dead for sure. Looking at Maayang, whose entire body was covered by the flash, Noitra laughed wantonly, as if he had already seen the death of Maayang. Really, there has to be a limit to how naive you are. Shua's saber light suddenly appeared and cut through Noitra's Sero in half, causing two violent explosions behind Maayang. How is this possible? Looking at Maayang, who was completely unscathed, Noitra's eyes were filled with disbelief. At such a close distance, it was impossible for anyone to receive his Sero without a scratch. Everything is possible. With a flash, Maayang had already appeared behind Noitra. Poo blood spurted out from Noitra's shoulder. I've already held back. I'll give you a chance to free yourself. As a warrior, you definitely don't want to die like this. What do you think? Yui slowly turned around and looked at Maayang in front of him. Noitra's face was full of viciousness, and his hands that were holding his weapon unconsciously tightened. Pity is not something a strong person needs. I hate this kind of pitiful look the most, the same look as that guy. I will not give you time to regret. I will settle you before you feel regret. Pray, Santa Maria. This is more like it. Looking at Noitra and feeling his spiritual power, Maayang's eyes lit up. This level of spiritual power was more than enough. Dang. He stretched out an arm and blocked Maayang's attack with a sickle in his hand. Noitra's arm softened and he quickly used his other hand to block Maayang's attack. Well done. What about this? A layer of green appeared on his Zanpakuto. Maayang pressed down his arm, and the originally somewhat reluctant Noitra retreated a few steps. Damn it! I am the strongest. Because of his own retreat, he felt a deep sense of shame. Noitra shouted and rushed forward. His forearms were holding a huge sickle, which gave people a strong visual impact. Dang dang dang, his arms waved quickly, almost simultaneously blocking the four attacks of Noitra. Maayang stepped on the ground and jumped high, then he kicked Noitra's head. You still have to continue to work hard. Chapter 205, Moon Reaction. Bah, damn it, this bastard. Standing up, he reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Noitra's eyes were full of unwillingness. Even after Resurrection, did he still not have any advantage? What, are you depressed just like that? No way, Maayang said softly as he slowly walked towards Noitra. Fight to the death. Puff, his body flashed and directly appeared in front of Noitra. Maayang waved his knife and blood splattered. Looking at the wound on his shoulder, Noitra was stunned at first, then a trace of madness flashed in his eyes, and he waved the weapon in his hand as if he was desperately trying to kill. Dang. Casually blocking Noitra's attack, Maayang tapped his feet a few times and quickly left the battle. The wound is so shallow. I thought that you couldn't move at all. Your skin is really thick. You really dare to talk big. My hero is the hardest of the espada. You are already proud to be able to cut through my hero. The hardest hero? That's all. This kind of thing, it is very easy to cut. With a bit of contempt on his face, Maayang appeared in front of Noitra in a flash. The Zanpakuto in his hand seemed to casually swing down, but it left a deep scar on the so-called hardest hero of Noitra. I thought you wouldn't dodge. The skin is the thickest. Withdrawing his Zanpakuto, Maayang looked at the blood flowing from Noitra and sneered. You bastard, go to hell. With an angry roar, Noitra charged at Maayang, his four weapons dancing in the air. Swish. He turned his body to the side and chopped off one of Noitra's arms. Maayang's Zanpakuto was immediately locked by Noitra's two arms. Chance. Noitra's empty arm was raised high, and the huge sickle in his hand swung down. Pa. He reached out and grabbed Noitra's arm. Maayang's face was calm. It was impossible to defeat him with this method. Die. Shinigami. The last arm was grabbed by Maayang. However, Noitra did not feel depressed at all. Instead, the light in his eyes became even brighter. He shouted loudly. An arm suddenly stretched out from Noitra's body and stabbed towards Maayang's chest. Humphrey. The left hand that was holding Noitra suddenly exerted force, and Maayang pulled off the other's arm. Even with Noitra's nerves, his face twitched unconsciously. After pulling off Noitra's arm, Maayang grabbed the scythe in the other person's hand and lifted it up. The blade of the scythe cut through the hand that Noitra suddenly stretched out from his body and cut it in half. With his left hand raised high, the huge scythe rotated once on Maayang's palm. The bright blade went down and aimed at Noitra's head. A cold light flashed in Maayang's eyes. A sense of crisis arose in his heart, and his biological instinct made Noitra's body react. In place of thinking, he stepped on the ground and directly leaped backward. Swish. Boom. A bright saber light flashed in front of him, and the huge sickle hacked on the ground, creating a huge crack. This kind of destructive power, who is the monster? Looking at the bottomless crack in front of him, a drop of cold sweat slid down his face. He suddenly had a feeling of running away. If not for the dignity in his heart, he would have run away by now. Your heart is wavering. Noticing Noitra's expression, Maayang said. The wavering in the other's eyes could not be hidden from his eyes. Waver? How can that thing exist? I am a espada, I will kill you. A layer of golden spiritual power appeared on his body, and the arm that Maayang had chopped off instantly recovered. Each arm held a huge sickle. You should know that numbers are meaningless to me. It is really stupid to waste spiritual power on this. Seeing the newly grown arms of Noitra, Maayang shook his head. Bastard, watch me kill you. Swish. Noitra shouted loudly. Before he could make a move, a green blade suddenly bloomed in front of his eyes. There was no time to think or make any moves. In just an instant, Noitra was completely submerged by the green saber light. At the last moment, what was reflected in his eyes was an extremely dazzling saber light. Ka. After putting Zanpakuto back into his waist, Maayang turned around and rushed towards Suzuki Kusu. Because he had wasted a bit of time fighting with Noitra, he didn't know how the current situation was. However, if it were for Kusu, there should be no problem. Hey, hey, hey. Big Sister Shinigami, please don't cut it anymore. It's very annoying. How about we wait here for the result? What kind of joke is this? A trace of light flashed in her eyes. Suzuki Kusu moved his feet, and her body quickly appeared in front of Don Quixote, slashing down with his blade. I already said not to cut anymore. Big Sister Shinigami, hiding like this is also very tiring. The figure that was slashed by Suzuki Kusa suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in another direction. The hollow called Don Quixote waved his hand at Suzuki Kusa and said with a hopeless expression. Damn, this guy's speed is so fast. I can't catch up with him with my speed. Every attack will be avoided by him, and I can't hurt him at all. But this guy never takes the initiative to attack me. He will only catch up and attack when I want to leave the battlefield. Damn. I have never encountered this kind of enemy. With his speed, if he wants to attack me, I can't resist it. What is he thinking? Looking at the hollow opposite her, Suzuki Kusa felt helpless in her heart. This hollow with red and black hair has stopped her here for a period of time. The spiritual power of Rukia over there is getting weaker and weaker. If she can't hurry over as soon as possible. Hey. How is it? Big Sister Shinigami, how about considering my suggestion? Let's just wait here. The result of the battle between Brother Shinigami and Sir Noitra over there. Noitra. Sir? Hearing the empty address of Noitra, a trace of doubt flashed in Suzuki Kusu's eyes. You are not a Spada? Ah, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. I am really sorry. But this is also because Big Sister rushed up and attacked me, so I have no time to introduce myself. Well, my name is Don Quixote, just an ordinary rancor. I am not a group of fighting maniacs. So that's how it is. Is it just an ordinary rancor? Suzuki Kusu's face suddenly became calm. The situation on the side of Rukia has been unable to wait any longer. Although I really don't want to use this ability, I have no choice. The situation is urgent. Huh? Don Quixote suddenly stopped talking. His face revealed a nervous expression, as if he felt something. Moon reflection. She softly spat out 2 words. Suzuki Kusa suddenly closed her eyes. Her face was calm, as if she had given up. However, the moment Suzuki Kusa closed her eyes, Don Quixote suddenly had a feeling of being seen through. From inside to outside, everything was seen through. What is going on? A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Although Suzuki Kusa closed her eyes, Don Quixote could feel that she was looking at him from all angles. He even felt that his heart was completely seen through. It is worthy of praise. Although you said that you are not a Spada, I think your strength is no less than a Spada. It is already good to be able to taste this move. His pupils suddenly contracted. Don Quixote was shocked. What was going on with this Shinigami? It was as if he could see through his heart. It is what you think, see through your heart. How is that possible? You are not. Haven't I already used my Bankai? Why is my ability still changing? This is also a part of my Bankai, but because I don't like such an ability, I usually don't use it. Isn't this ability to see through other people's heart very despicable? See through other people's heart. Your heart, I can see it clearly now. Because I don't like it, in general, even if it is Bankai, it will not use such an ability, but the ability that Kimura gave me has a new name, Moon Reflection. Although I don't like this ability, I like the name that Kimura gave me. Let the battle continue, Mr. Rancor. Her eyes were still closed, Suzuki Kusa held her Zanpakuto in her hand, and her body walked slowly toward Don Quixote. What should I do? This girl can see through my thoughts, so no matter what I think in my heart, I can't hide from her detection. Continue to hide like before? No. She will see through my actions and know my foothold in advance. I absolutely can't hide. This won't do. You are hesitating. She raised her foot, and when she landed again, she appeared in front of Don Quixote. A cold light flashed on her Zanpakuto. Damn it. With a step, Don Quixote turned his body to the side and avoided Suzuki Kusu's attack. His body moved and dodged to the side. Hado number 4, Byakure. Suzuki Kusa didn't stop and suddenly pointed her hand in a direction. A white lightning shot out from her fingertips. Puff, the figure flashed and Don Quixote seemed to have deliberately hit Suzuki Kusu's broken path. The white lightning pierced his shoulder and left a scar. What a misfortune to encounter this ability. Chapter 206, Inoue's Wish. What a misfortune to encounter such an ability. Taking a few steps back, he cautiously distanced himself from Suzuki Kusu. Don Quixote looked at the scar on his shoulder and revealed a bitter smile. Retracting his arm, Suzuki Kusu held the knife with both hands, her feet shook and his body rushed towards Don Quixote. Why did the other side suddenly become so full of fighting spirit? This is bad. Don Quixote's body swayed and avoided Suzuki Kusu's attack. Even now, he didn't want to directly fight with Suzuki Kusu. He just kept dodging, as if he was really waiting for the result of Ma Yang's battle. The knife swung down, and as expected, it hit the air, but there was no surprise on Suzuki Kusu's face. The hand holding the knife changed, and without any hesitation, the knife cut horizontally to the side. Puff, a blood mark appeared in Don Quixote's abdomen again. He was scared and took a few steps back. His speed was fast. Even if Kusa knew where he was going, he couldn't keep up with his speed. This is really bad, I almost died. Thinking back to the few slashes that had just landed on his body, Don Quixote's eyes were filled with happiness. If not for his speed, he wouldn't have known how many cuts he would have been cut into. But even so, there were still many wounds on his body. Damn it, this guy is really hard to deal with. It's already like this, is there still no way to deal with it? Holding Zanpakuto's arm, Kusa unconsciously added a bit of strength. Her heart was also very unsettled. She didn't expect that after using this rare ability, she still couldn't knock down this hollow. Did these years of comfortable life make her regress to this level? It seems that she really should exercise. However, she had to get rid of this guy first. Suddenly putting Zanpakuto back into the scabbard, Kusa held her scabbard in one hand and the hilt of his saber in the other. Her body showed a relaxed posture. She slowly walked towards Don Quixote. Danger. Danger. Seeing Kusa's posture, Don Quixote felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. This feeling was many times stronger than when Kusa used the moon reflection. Damn it, why isn't the battle over at Neutra? I don't want to fight with such a dangerous woman. Although he tried his best to suppress the tension in his heart, Don Quixote's body couldn't help but take a few steps back. The instinctive sense of crisis drove his body to constantly retreat. Unknowingly, Kusa had already walked to the front of Don Quixote. Her fingers that were holding the scabbard pushed upwards and made a sound. A few blade lights appeared beside Don Quixote at the same time, blocking all his escape routes. Shit. Puff putting the saber back into its sheath, Kusa felt her legs go soft. The saber drawing art just now seemed to be easy, but it had to be performed 6 times at the same time. When she drew the saber, she also had to spy on the opponent's mind and analyze it. She had to kill him in one blow. Because after using this move, her body would be in a state of exhaustion for a few seconds. If she couldn't succeed, the one in danger was herself, but fortunately, she succeeded. How unfortunate, my body has been cut in two. A voice suddenly came from behind. Kusa's relaxed body suddenly shook, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. What? How is this possible? Slowly turning her head, Kusa's eyes suddenly contracted. What appeared in front of her was the body that had been cut into two. This level of injury was not something that could be ignored no matter how you looked at it. However, this guy in front of her had this kind of injury and was still talking with an indifferent face. Oh no, big sister, you are so tense. It is not easy to be cut like this. At least keep my main body together. The body was cut into two by Kusa from one side of the head. Don Quixote did not seem to feel anything, keeping the head and the part of his right hand on the ground. His eyes were still talking to Kusa, as if he was not the one who had just been cut into two pieces. This guy actually doesn't have any other emotions. He doesn't have the slightest feeling towards his body that was cut into such a state. He actually doesn't have any other emotions towards me who cut him into such a state. Standing up and recovering his emotions, Kusa opened her eyes wide and looked at the guy in front of him. At the same time, she activated her ability to read the other party's mind. However, this was the result she received. How is this possible? He was hacked into such a state, yet he didn't have any resentment. Is this guy really fake? Even a saint wouldn't do this, right? However, it really hurts. Well, although I said it was painful when I wasn't taught a lesson by the old guy, it was still painful. The lower half of Don Quixote's body on the ground stood up automatically. He walked to the upper half of the body and picked it up. No matter how he looked at it, it was very abnormal. It made Kusa, who was looking at it, feel a chill. Really, my body has been beaten like this. I don't want to fight anymore. In this case, there is no reason for Neutrino blame me. Holding his body, Don Quixote reluctantly put it together. There was a trace of thought in his eyes. Super speed regeneration. Although the speed is very slow, it is not worthy of the word super speed, but it is indeed regeneration. Staring at the slowly recovering body of Don Quixote, Kusa tightened her grip on his knife. Since he couldn't kill him once, let's do it again. No. Don't attack again. Sister Shinigami, I told you, don't fight with you anymore. Look at my body, I can't fight at all. Do you have the heart to attack such a person? Seeing Kusa's action, Don Quixote trembled and said in a panic. He subconsciously waved his hand, but the body that had not been connected was almost broken again. No matter what your identity is, what your body is now, the enemy is the enemy. This has been confirmed the moment you blocked my way. It will not change because of anything. As he said that, Kusa closed her eyes again, putting on a fighting posture. At this moment, The bodies of the two people who were confronting each other trembled slightly. His spiritual power, who was colliding on the other side, stopped. Has Noitra lost? It's so fast. Who is the enemy? Hey, big sister Shinigami, now I have no reason to fight with you. The person who forced me to participate in the battle is already dead. How about we stop here? Moreover, your original purpose is just to save people. If you don't hurry up, the spiritual power of Shinigami over there will disappear completely. This time I will let you go. If we confront again, I will definitely cut you under the knife. Knowing that the other party was right, Suzuki Kusa just hesitated for a moment, then put away Zanpakuto and quickly rushed to Rukia. Phew, that's great. I picked up my life and thought I was dead. When he saw Suzuki Kusa leave, Don Quixote, who had been holding on, suddenly fell to the ground. He was afraid that Suzuki Kusa would kill him without caring about anything. After all, he couldn't escape from Suzuki Kusa's ability. She should know his situation and almost lost her fighting power. Did you think you're safe? A playful voice suddenly sounded in Don Quixote's ear. All the hair on his body stood up. Don Quixote turned his head stiffly and looked at Maayang standing next to him. His heart was desperate. When his body was at its weakest, he met this guy. It seemed that he was really dead this time. Lord Shinigami, don't kill me, I am just an insignificant weakling. Killing a weak guy, you don't even need to think about it. Looking at Maayang, Don Quixote put on a pitiful look and begged. The guy in front of him had killed the number 5 Espada, Noitra, in a short period of time. He was not injured at all. Even his clothes were not damaged at all. It was too terrifying. Although I don't know who you are doing this for, I will not force a guy like you who has no fighting spirit to fight. Goodbye, interesting rancor. Looking at Don Quixote with a deep meaning, Maayang's body flashed and disappeared from where he was. What a scary guy. Although he doesn't have the ability to see through other people's thoughts like that female Shinigami, but I feel that he has seen through it. It's really a bad feeling. Ah. You have been seen through? What? What? Being seen through by a man? It's really strange. Don Quixote shivered and stood up. He didn't know when his injuries had recovered. I think it's better for me to run away now and find a safer place to stay. Fighting or something is not suitable for me. The battle is over, Mr. Kimura is the winner, and Miss Suzuki's spiritual pressure is rushing to Kachiki-san. That's great. Orihime felt familiar spiritual power in the distance, and her face showed a hint of relaxation. If she made any of Kachiki classmates sacrifice because of coming to save her, she would be ashamed to death. But, Kurosaki, Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was fiercely fighting with Grimmjow in front of him, Orihime on the well unconsciously clenched her hands. Even if Kurosaki classmate defeated Grimmjow in front of him, there were still other Espada. Would he be okay? Come on, Kurosaki. It doesn't matter even if you can't win, but don't get hurt again, Kurosaki. Chapter 207, All-Out Battle between Captain's Claw of the Leopard King. In the air, Grimmjow stood proudly, looking down at Ichigo Kurosaki on the ground, with a face of arrogance. This is the strongest move in my resurrection state. Go to hell, Ichigo Kurosaki. His body leaned forward, like a leopard who wanted to prey, and the eyes of Grimmjow reflected the wildness of everything. With a wave of his hands, several blue claws attacked toward Ichigo Kurosaki below. Dream on. Holding the knife with both hands, with full strength, he smashed the attack in front of him, and Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes were full of determination. You are not the only one who wants to win. As you said, I came to Hueco Mundo to defeat you, Grimmjow. Defeat you, defeat El Kyora, and defeat Aizen. Take Rukia, Ishida, Chad, Renji, and Inoue back. I will not lose to you, Grimmjow. Clenching his fists tightly, Ichigo Kurosaki bravely advanced against Grimmjow's attack, crushing all of Grimmjow's attacks and piercing his body with a knife. Throwing Grimmjow, who had lost his strength, to the ground, Ichigo Kurosaki walked to the front of Orihime, and a smile appeared on his face. You are not injured, are you? Looking at the familiar face and the familiar smile on his face, Orihime's eyes flashed with tears, and her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Well, thank you, Kurosaki. Well, it's great that you are fine. Now let's go to Rukia. From just now, her spiritual power has been very weak. It seems that she is injured. Well, let's go quickly. Although Mr. Kimura and Ms. Suzuki have rushed over now, with my ability, Kachiki classmate can recover faster. Eh? Kimura? Is Kimura also coming to Hueco Mundo? Ah. Didn't Kurosaki feel it? The powerful spiritual power from that direction just now. Maybe because of the battle, I didn't notice it, but it's really good. If Mr. Kimura rushes over, Rukia will be fine. Are you alright? Kusu. Turning to look at Maayang beside him, Suzuki-kusu's eyes showed a trace of relaxed emotion. It seemed to be fine, it was really great. It's okay. It's just because of a whim, so it took a little longer. No, someone went to Rukia. Ma Yang's face suddenly changed. In his perception, there was a Ispada-level spiritual power who was approaching Rukia. Bastard, if there is any problem with Rukia. In a hurry, a trace of lightning flashed on Ma Yang's body, making a sound of zap. His body seemed to turn into lightning and quickly approached Rukia. Boom! Just as Ma Yang hurried on his way, a spiritual power suddenly appeared in his perception. Ma Yang, who was originally moving quickly, immediately stopped his body, and a complicated expression flashed on his face. TSK. Really, is it still here? Although the timing is good, but isn't it all in Aizen's calculations? Kimura. Ah, I feel it. It seems that Rukia doesn't need us to go over. Captain Anohana, Byakuya, Kenpachi, and Captain Kurotsuchi. What is Yamamoto head captain thinking? He actually sent so many captains to Hueco Mundo. In this case, won't Soul Society's defensive strength drop greatly? This will leave Aizen a chance. Who knows the psychology of the old man? He actually sent all the chief and deputy captains of 4th Division to Hueco Mundo. In this case, what should the war situation in other places do? Isn't it said that no matter what happens, 4th Division should not rush to the front line? The old man is really reckless. Feeling the 4-captain-level spiritual power who appeared in different positions in Lost Notches, Ma Yang's face showed a trace of thinking. Knowing that he had gone to Hueco Mundo, head captain Yamamoto actually sent 4 captains. This is definitely not for the need of battle. 4th Division in charge of treatment, representing 6th Division of the Nobles, 11th Division in battle, and 12th in charge of research, the old man, he. In his heart, he seemed to have guessed the intention of Yamamoto head captain, and Ma Yang's face showed a trace of surprise. The old man was not so pessimistic. He actually had such a consideration before the final battle. It was really surprising. Was this so-called seed? Kusu, there is no need for us to go to other places. Let's go straight to the destination. Are you ready to face the psychological preparation of the enemy directly? This kind of thing, there is no need to prepare at all. I just have to follow you closely. In that case, I'll leave my back to you. You have to guard my back well, Lieutenant. Of course. Excuse me, who are you? The Rancor, who was dressed like a monk, looked at the person who suddenly appeared on the opposite side, and his face showed a trace of exploration. That coat, it seems to be a captain-level person. I am number 7 Espada-zama Urilaru, so, intruder, please state your name. There is no need to answer. There is only one identity of us, and that is your enemy. Although he had seen Rukia's miserable state, Byakuya Kuachiki's face did not show any emotion fluctuation, just looking at Rancor on the opposite side coldly. I see. I also have something to ask you. Is it you who fought with her? His eyes swept across Rukia, who fell to the ground, and there was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. The one that defeated that person is not me, but I am about to give her the last blow. Is that so? Oh, it's not good. Captain Aizen, Soul Society actually sent 4 captains to Hueco Mundo. If this goes on, Espada might be killed by them all. Not good? How can it be? Now it is just right. Jin. Sitting on the chair, Aizen reached out and held his chin, with an enigmatic smile on his face. Soul Society 13 Division of Imperial Guards, a total of 13 captains, but now, 3 defected, 4 are about to be trapped by me in Hueco Mundo. Isn't his best time to attack human world? Suddenly standing up from the seat, Aizen's body exuded a strong confidence, as if he wanted to hold everything in his hand. Yes. Yes. Tosin Kaname, who was standing on one side, bowed and responded. Then he went to the side and triggered the mechanism. A huge black cavity opened behind Aizen. After the Garganta, it was the scene of the human world Karakura City. Boom. A loud noise came, and then a big hole appeared on the wall. 2 figures slowly came from outside. No, Aizen, I can't agree with this kind of thing. Although it is not a great thing, my industry is still there. It is not very wonderful to be casually destroyed. Oh. Ma Yang, I have been waiting here for you for a long time. Aizen's face still had the enigmatic smile, and there was no change in it because of the sudden appearance of Ma Yang. Is it? I have waited for this day for a long time. Bunchi, wind breaking. In the face of Aizen's unfathomable smile, Ma Yang was too lazy to think about what kind of strange idea his heart was thinking, directly liberating his Zanpakuto at the first time. The current Aizen gave him a much more dangerous feeling than before. In the face of such a guy, even probing was no longer needed. This guy. Reaching out to his Zanpakuto, Tosin Kaname was going to step forward to stop Ma Yang who wanted to attack Aizen. You better stay aside for me. Before Towson wanted to pull out his Zanpakuto from his waist, a completely white Zanpakuto had already stabbed in front of him, forcing his body back. Suzuki Kusu? His footsteps slid lightly in the air, and Towson wanted to spin his body. Pulling out Zanpakuto from his waist, he stabbed at Suzuki Kusu's head. Dang! With a turn of his arm, he blocked the attack that Towson wanted. Suzuki Kusu's face did not change, and she stabbed again. The tip of the sword was also pointed at the head of the other party. Both sides did not show any mercy. Really, do I have to make a move? With the iconic, fox-like smile on his face, Ekamaru-jin slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto from his arms. Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. A dark crescent moon suddenly flew from the outside and was slashing down at Aizen. Shoot him, Shinso. The short-handed Zanpakuto suddenly stretched out and smashed the black crescent from the outside. Ekamaru-jin turned to look at Ichigo Kurosaki, who appeared here at some point. Step back, Maiyang aimed Zanpakuto at Aizen. The figure flashed, and Maiyang's body suddenly appeared in front of Aizen. His Zanpakuto was stabbing Aizen's eyes. Dang! Drawing the sword and pulling away Maiyang's attack, Aizen's body slightly leaned. It is really a great speed, worthy of Maiyang, but it is still a bit lacking. As soon as the voice fell, Aizen's counterattack followed, and a slash was swung down at Maiyang's body. Pa! Maiyang's arm was raised high, and his Zanpakuto blasted a layer of silver light and slammed down on Aizen's chest. Aizen's face did not show the slightest panic, his body slightly leaned, avoiding Maiyang's slash, and a layer of light suddenly appeared on his palm, brushing past Maiyang's Zanpakuto, and the power wrapped around Maiyang's knife suddenly disappeared. What is this? The body swayed and pulled away from Aizen. Maiyang's face showed a hint of solemnity. The power wrapped around Zanpakuto was cut off in an instant, as if it was absorbed by someone. Chapter 208, Trapped in Hueco Mundo. What did you do? With a little distance from Aizen, Maiyang narrowed his eyes and looked at Aizen. Yes, what is it? The corner of the mouth was slightly raised, and the expression on Aizen's face was very subtle. Although now it seems that he seems to be a little better than Aizen, but his most bug ability Kyoka Suigetsu has not been used yet, and the feeling just now makes him have a bad feeling. Who knows what Aizen has done? What's wrong? You are hesitating. Isn't this a good time to kill me? After accumulating 100 years of hatred, don't you want to end it here with me? Seeing the hesitation on Maiyang's face, Aizen opened his mouth and teased. The foot moved and pulled a big distance from Aizen. Although he didn't know what Aizen prepared, the attitude of the other side still made Maiyang instinctively feel a little inappropriate. This deliberately opened his mouth to provoke himself. Did he want to tempt him to shoot? Or was he deliberately mystifying? With a calm face, Maiyang did not say a word. Zanpakuto rotated in his hand and then suddenly stabbed forward. With a stab, a ripple suddenly appeared in front of Maiyang, and his Zanpakuto seemed to have passed through space. Half of the blade that stabbed into the ripple suddenly disappeared, and in front of Aizen, a similar ripple suddenly appeared. A tip of the blade with a cold light appeared from it and was facing Aizen's forehead. I thought that the first use could have any effect when you were unprepared. It seems that I thought too well. Such an attack was avoided by you. You have become stronger during this period of time. The arm shook and threw away the blood on the tip of Zanpakuto's blade. Maiyang looked dissatisfied. It seems that you have misunderstood my ability. Do you think my strength is really only the level that I showed before? The head that turned sideways because of Maiyang's attack slowly turned around. A few drops of blood slowly flowed down in the middle of Aizen's forehead, which was a cut by Maiyang's sudden attack. Moreover, your sneak attack is not without effect. Sneak attack? Maiyang raised his eyebrows. I can't agree with this. It is obviously an attack from the front. How can it be considered a sneak attack? The tone was relaxed, but Maiyang secretly raised his vigilance by several levels. That kind of attack was actually avoided by Aizen. He really can't have the slightest bit of carelessness. Moreover, on the other two sides of the war, Nan is fine. Tosen Kaname Guy is suppressed, but Ichigo is really dangerous. What is it? Are you worried about your companions? Indeed, with their level, it is indeed a little difficult. Reaching out and brushing his forehead, Aizen's eyes calmly looked at Maiyang. After noticing that Maiyang glanced at the concerned eyes of the next battle, he opened his mouth and said, Indeed, I am worried that they will solve the opponent before me. In that case, someone will fight with me, the chance to kill you with his own hands. The hand holding the knife tightened, and a murderous look flashed in Maiyang's eyes. The next moment, waves of ripples suddenly flashed in front of him and Aizen, and then Zanpakuto in his hand turned into a blade shadow, and countless blades flashed in front of Aizen, constantly stabbing at all parts of his body. A blade light suddenly attacked all over his body, but Aizen's face did not show any panic, his body calmly dodging the attacks, and at the same time, Zanpakuto in his hand raised, waving quickly, blocking Maiyang's attacks one by one. Is this only way? Then I am too disappointed. Maiyang. While blocking Maiyang's attack, Aizen still had some strength left, and opened his mouth to provoke Maiyang. Although I don't know what this guy is thinking, but... A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and Maiyang's empty left hand also held Zanpakuto. He stepped out and directly appeared on the side of Aizen. The Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly rose a silver-white light, which was a unique power after his Benkei, the power of space. Die. Zanpakuto is wrapped with a more intense light than any time. Maiyang threw his arm and slashed at Aizen's body. Feeling Maiyang's attack, Aizen's eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling light, and a hint of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. In the backhand, a strange small disc suddenly appeared in the hands of Aizen, with a smile of success on his face. Aizen reached out and threw it, and the silver disc floated in front of him. What is this? Seeing the silver disc thrown by Aizen, a trace of surprise flashed in Maiyang's heart, but it would not affect his attack on Aizen, and there was not even a slightest pause in his hand. Maiyang's Zanpakuto slashed at Aizen. Great. The hands naturally drooped, without any resistance. Aizen's corner of the mouth slightly rose, and on his face, there was a smile after the plot had succeeded. Not good. Seeing the smile on Aizen's face, Maiyang's heart jumped, and a sudden feeling of uneasiness rose, but it was too late. At this time, even he could not stop. A black light came from the silver disc. It was obviously a silver disc, but it was pure black light. The disc with black light was like a black hole. In just a blink of an eye, it swallowed the silver light on Maiyang and his Zanpakuto. How is it possible? It actually absorbed my strength. Seeing what happened in front of him, as well as the power that was flowing out of his body uncontrollably, Maiyang's eyes flashed a trace of horror. Not only the power he sent out, but even the power in his body was also attracted by the silver disc that was emitting black light, as if it were foregoing to be absorbed, this kind of thing. Stepping on the ground, quickly withdrawing his body, Maiyang looked at Aizen and the silver disc in front of him with a dignified look. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible. There is nothing impossible in front of me, as you see it yourself. Looking at Maiyang who withdrew his body, Aizen reached out and took the silver disc suspended in the air, and his face showed a victorious smile. Your ability is in the space aspect. This is indeed a very powerful strength, but do you think I will do nothing when I know your ability? The silver disc rolled back and forth between the fingers, and Aizen caught the disc with 2 fingers. This disc is a device that I specially developed to deal with you. I think you already know the function. As long as you directly touch it when you use the space strength, you can absorb your strength. Whether it is from the body or the strength inside the body, it will all be absorbed. Now, even if you maintain Benkei, it is difficult for you. As soon as Aizen's voice fell, Maiyang's Zanpakuto returned to the state of Shikai. Indeed, although the previous contact with the silver disc was only for a moment, the strength in Maiyang's body had been absorbed. Now he can't even maintain Benkei. Kimura. With a move of his feet, he left Tosen Kaname who was fighting. Suzuki Kusa's figure flashed and appeared beside Maiyang. Although his eyes were very nervous, he still maintained a vigilant posture, staring at Aizen opposite him, without any relaxation. After all, that guy was the most important person to pay attention to now. Is it okay? It's okay, it's just that spiritual power's consumption is a bit excessive. It seems that it will take a long time to recover. Feeling the consumption of spiritual power in his body, Maiyang's mouth showed a wry smile. He did not expect to be put in such a way. Although it did not really reach a level that even Benkei could not be maintained, it was absolutely not optimistic. It was really. Was it because everything was too smooth and made him careless? Jin. Ikamaru Jin, who was fighting with Ichigo Kurosaki, forced Ichigo Kurosaki back. His body swayed to the side of Aizen. His face was still the iconic smile, and there was no scar on his body. Obviously, he was skilled in the battle just now. Then, guess what I will do with the ability I absorbed from you, Maiyang? With the silver disc in his hand, Aizen's face still had that smile, and there was a powerful momentum in his smile, as if he was holding everything in his hand. Looking at Aizen on the opposite side, Maiyang's eyebrows jumped, and a sense of uneasiness constantly reminded him in his heart. A strange fluctuation suddenly came from Aizen, and then a black ripple suddenly came from the silver disc in Aizen's hand, covering the entire sky of Las Notches in an instant. This feeling. In a trance, Maiyang felt that there seemed to be a powerful force sealing this space, the whole sky of Las Notches. The 4 black holes that had been opened in different places in the Las Notches suddenly closed. They were the black holes that the 4 captains used when they came to Soul Society. However, after the black ripples spread, these black holes were all closed. Although the black ripples flashed and disappeared, Those black holes could no longer be opened again. With your strength, I have already sealed the sky of the Lost Notches. Even Kisuke, who has finished analyzing the black holes, can't open the black holes. Because if you want to open the black holes now, you have to break your ability. And if you want to recover to the extent that you can destroy this seal, it is absolutely not possible in a short time. This is a stronger seal that I have combined with your ability. Now, all 4 of you and Soul Society's captains are locked in the Lost Notches by me, and I will now go to the modern world, destroy the empty space city, and create the King Key. When everything is over, I will come back and deal with you slowly. Chapter 209, New Battle. Damn it. It's because of this reason. Looking at Aizen not far away, Maiyang's eyes were full of unwillingness. He did not need to try at all. Just feeling it, he knew that now he did not break the power of this blockade. If he wanted to break through the blockade, at least he had to wait for him to recover to the level of Benkai again. How is it possible? This kind of thing. Getsuga crossed Moon Fangs. Reaching out his hand on his face, a mask appeared on his face. Ichigo Kurosaki had a firm belief in his eyes. He held his Zanpakuto with both hands. A strong spiritual power gathered on his Zanpakuto. With a shout, a dark crescent rushed toward Aizen's body. Rumble. The black crescent moon with an indomitable momentum passed through Aizen's body, leaving a big hole in the wall behind. Although Aizen was standing in front of Ichigo, it seemed to be separated from him by a world. Even the full force of the crescent moon could only pass through Aizen's body, but it could not affect him in the slightest. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Aizen stepped into the Garganta, followed by Akamaru-jin and Tosen Kaname. Kimura-san, you should hurry up and think of a way. If Aizen comes to human world. Don't worry. Maiyang waved his hand and interrupted Ichigo Kurosaki. Soul Society will not be unprepared, he said calmly. That's it. Soul Society has been prepared for such a situation. A rough voice suddenly interrupted and took over Maiyang's words. Kenpachi. Turning around, looking at Kenpachi Zaraki who appeared behind him at some point in time, Ichigo Kurosaki's face was full of astonishment, and he did not expect that Kenpachi was also sent to Hueco Mundo by head captain. I was still wondering why I didn't meet any decent guys along the way. It turned out that they were all hiding here. Kicking away the gravel on the ground, Kenpachi Zaraki on the shoulder of Zanpakuto was still dripping blood. All along the way, there were some weak fellows. They were all rash that could be dealt with a swing of a blade, yet they still attacked me recklessly. Just swinging a blade is very annoying. I was still wondering if you killed all the powerful fellows. Kimura. Wait, Kenpachi, the Soul Society you are talking about is already prepared. He glanced at the blood on Kenpachi Zaraki's clothes. There was also the blood that was still dripping down his Zanpakuto. Ichigo Kurosaki turned his eyes and stared at Kenpachi's eyes. He was more concerned about the situation in the modern world. The decisive battle is in winter. This is something that has long been predicted. In order to respond to this battle, head captain has already issued several orders to Kisuke. The first is to send the captain to Hueco Mundo, and the second order is to send all the captains of 13 Division of Imperial Guards to fight at any time. What? This kind of thing, fighting in Karakura City? With the strength of captain level, if they fight with full strength, even if Karakura City is not destroyed by Aizen's hands, it will definitely be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. How can head captain make such a mistake? The so-called can fight at any time. It is not to let the captains go to human world to deploy, but to replace the Karakura City by transfer pillar apostrophe. Transfer pillar. Replacement of the Karakura City? What I know is not very clear, but through that thing, Soul Society can be transferred to the outside of Soul Society's Rukongai, and leave an identical empty city model in human world. Even if the captain class goes all out to fight, there will be no effect. Is that so? That's great. After listening to the explanation of Kenpachi, although there was still a little confusion in his heart, Ichigo Kurosaki's hanging heart was immediately put down. He knew that human world would not be destroyed because of Aizen, at least for a short time. As long as he knew this, it was enough, so that he could continue to fight in Hueco Mundo. Then after breaking through the blockade, return to human world and defeat Aizen. Human world, in the sky above the Karakura City swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Aizen opened the Garganta and appeared in human world, several figures flashed quickly, and then Soul Society's combat personnel all appeared in the sky above the Karakura City. Well, it seems that we have caught up. Yamamoto Genryu's eye put his hands on his walking stick and said with a calm face. Catch up? What reason do you have to say this? The footsteps were light, and he slowly walked forward a few steps. Aizen's face had a faint smile. Looking at Yamamoto Genryu's eyes, there was no emotion in them. From now on, everything was in his control. As long as these people in front of Soul Society were solved, his final goal would be achieved, and victory was already waving to him. I know that this is not Unserious City, but it will not have any effect. Come out, Eric, Baragon, and Sword Tower. 3 black holes appeared in the air at the same time. Several figures stepped out from them. At the same time, there were a few powerful and terrifying spiritual power. Even though Soul Society and the others were all powerful people, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned when they felt that it was spiritual power who was not inferior to them. If the Karakura City is Soul Society, then I just need to destroy you first and then go to Soul Society to create the King of Creation. The matter is so simple. His eyes were closed, and Aizen's face was calm. However, under that calmness, there was a terrifying confidence. Not only was it for himself, but also absolute trust in his subordinates. Then, before that, I'll leave the Hueco Mundo to you. Ulquiorra, Yami, and Brad and Don Quixote. Kaka cracking sound was heard, and a pure white arm suddenly stretched out, and then a foot stepped out, and Ulquiorra's figure appeared in the hall. Ulquiorra. Looking at Ulquiorra who suddenly appeared, Ichigo Kurosaki's arm holding the knife suddenly tightened. It was this guy who beat him half to death before. If not for the timely treatment of the well, he might have died now. Oh. You look very strong. Is it A-Spada number 10? I am A-Spada number 4, Ulquiorra. Hands in the trouser pocket, even if the opposite side stood a group of enemies, and each and every one of them looked very strong. Ulquiorra's face did not show any expression. Perhaps, he had never owned this kind of thing. Is it? The corner of the mouth suddenly cracked, showing a terrible arc. Zaraki Kenpachi's face was full of excitement. Originally, he wanted to go all out, but after coming, he met some small characters. Now he finally met a person worthy of his cut. Now he only felt that the blood in his body was boiling. Ulquiorra. Before Kenpachi could make a move, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was standing at the side, suddenly stepped forward and rushed directly towards Ulquiorra. A ferocious mask had appeared on his face. Zanpakuto was wrapped in a layer of black spiritual power. It was actually Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. At the beginning, Ichigo Kurosaki had already gone all out. His expression did not change. Ulquiorra stretched out a hand from his trouser pocket and blocked in front of him, trying to block the Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. With one hand. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Ichigo Kurosaki did not expect Ulquiorra to be so confident. However, if he did this, he would make a big achievement in the first attack. Spiritual power on the hand of Zanpakuto suddenly became stronger. Ichigo Kurosaki waved his knife and ruthlessly cut the hand of Ulquiorra. Boom. The ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. Ulquiorra's expressionless face suddenly flashed a trace of surprise, as if he was surprised by the power of Kurosaki Ichigo's attack. His other arm pulled out from his trouser pocket, and Ulquiorra both hands out, wanting to block Ichigo Kurosaki's attack. Ha! With a shout, Ichigo Kurosaki fiercely used strength in his hand, and Zanpakuto ruthlessly cut down, leaving a deep wound on Ulquiorra's chest. He took a few steps back. Ulquiorra looked at the broken clothes on his chest and the wound on his chest. He slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. Although he didn't know what happened that made Ichigo Kurosaki's strength change so much in a short time, even he had to take this power seriously. Hubang! A whistling wind suddenly came from the back of Ichigo Kurosaki's head. He suddenly leaned to the side, and Zanpakuto, whose blade was full of holes, suddenly fell from the side of Ichigo Kurosaki, leaving a big hole in the ground. What are you doing, Kenpachi? Turning his head, looking at the huge pit on the ground, Ichigo Kurosaki roared at Zaraki Kenpachi. Was this guy really his companion? Unexpectedly, he would sneak attack him from behind. This power, was he going to kill him? Huh? I want to ask you what you are doing. It was not easy to see an interesting guy. Yukai actually rushed up directly. I want to fight this guy. What? Looking up at Kenpachi Zaraki, Ichigo Kurosaki did not let him go, absolutely not. This guy, he kidnapped Inoue in Hueco Mundo, I must defeat him with my own hands. Interesting. With an evil smile on his face, Zanpakuto, who was in Kenpachi Zaraki's hand, raised it and said, in this case, I will cut you down with him. Eh? Ichigo Kurosaki was slightly surprised, and then he saw Kenpachi Zaraki raise his Zanpakuto without hesitation and cut down on his head. You this guy, are you serious? Dodging Kenpachi Zaraki attack, Ichigo Kurosaki stood up and shouted at him. When the guy just attacked him, he did not hesitate at all, nor did he show any mercy. You are so long-winded. The mouth said impatiently, and the Zanpakuto in Kenpachi Zaraki's hand raised again, and without hesitation, he slashed at Ichigo Kurosaki. Chapter 210, Execution Kimura, They. Looking at Kenpachi Zaraki who was attacking Ichigo Kurosaki, Suzuki Kusa turned to look at Naoyang with a depressed face. What should he do? Boom. A huge figure suddenly fell from the sky and slammed on the ground, leaving a huge pit on the ground. Ulquiorra, I'm coming to help you. A voice sounded from the rising dust on the ground, and then a thick arm stretched out from the smoke and grabbed at the head of Kenpachi. Humphrey. Although he was waving the Zanpakuto in his hand to cut Ichigo Kurosaki, Zaraki Kenpachi still clearly felt the arm coming from the side. With a swing of his arm, the Zanpakuto in his hand tilted upwards, but the seemingly tattered Zanpakuto directly penetrated through Yumi's arm without any obstruction, leaving a deep wound on his arm that was so deep that bone could be seen. Ah! Yumi let out a painful howl, and his body jumped out of the smoke. He covered his arm with one hand, and his face was full of pain. Because of Kenpachi's attack, his arm that had just recovered was almost broken again. TSK, I thought I would cut off your entire arm. Flinging the blood left by Zanpakuto, Kenpachi Zaraki twisted his head and said with dissatisfaction. Damn it. Bastard, I will kill you. His face became distorted because of anger, and his dense body unconsciously became a little bigger. Oh? Is this guy also a Spada? Kenpachi asked with interest as he glanced at Yumi. Of course, I am. That's easy. Ichigo, that little guy over there is yours. Of course, if you still haven't dealt with this big guy after I kill him, I won't be polite. You bastard. What do you think I am? Yo, big man, I hope your strength doesn't disappoint me. Stretching out his tongue and licking Zanpakuto, Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes were full of excitement. Although the little man looked much stronger than this big man, the intuition of the beast told Zaraki that there was a powerful force hidden in this big man's rancor body. He stretched out his hand and brushed it across his face. A hideous mask appeared on Ichigo Kurosaki's face. His entire body was wrapped around a powerful spiritual power. Ichigo Kurosaki stomped his feet and rushed towards Ulquiorra. The powerful spiritual power seemed to want to tear Ulquiorra's body apart. His expression did not change. Ulquiorra pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist. After the probing exchange just now, he already knew Ichigo Kurosaki's current strength. Even he had to face it seriously. Dang. The two Zanpakuto suddenly collided and made a loud sound. The ground under Ulquiorra's feet collapsed slightly, but his body did not waver at all. When he became serious, he was not someone Ichigo Kurosaki could easily suppress. Holding the saber with one hand to block Ichigo Kurosaki's attack, Ulquiorra's finger reached out from under his clothes and aimed at Ichigo Kurosaki's body. Sero. His lips opened slightly, and a dark green Sero shot out from his fingertips, instantly sending Ichigo Kurosaki flying in front of him. Kurosaki-san. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki being sent flying, Orihime's expression changed as she shouted loudly. Don't worry, he won't be killed so easily. With a step, Yachiru leaped onto Orihime's body. Both of her hands grabbed onto Orihime's shoulders, her 2 feet swinging in the air, looking relaxed and happy. But it's fine. We just need to watch from here. They will definitely win. Oh right. Little Yang Yang, why didn't you participate in the battle? I thought you were going to fight with Kenchan for it. Her eyes turned and landed on Maiyang. He asked curiously. A few black lines hung down from his forehead. Maiyang looked defeated. I said, didn't we agree not to call me like this? Yachiru. Did I say that? Putting her finger on the corner of her mouth, Yachiru asked in a daze, without the slightest bit of self-awareness. Well, I don't care. Don't you two want to fight? How could that be? I was just waiting for the enemy. With a serious expression on his face, Maiyang replied softly. Don Quixote, the guy who fought with Kusa before, the terrifying survival ability, even if the body is cut into 2 pieces, it can still be recovered, and the speed is extremely fast. It is really tricky. There is another guy that Aizen mentioned, Brad, can be specially mentioned by Aizen. Strength is at least at a Spada level. Why suddenly there are so many hollow that I have not heard of? Is it because of my own cause of the butterfly effect? Really, I wanted to find a place to hide until the end of the battle. I did not expect to be called. It seems that it is impossible not to fight. A slightly familiar voice suddenly came from the side. The voice was full of laziness and dissatisfaction. It seems that the heart of the person was full of grievances. It's you. Looking at the void that suddenly appeared in front of her, Suzuki Kusu's pupils contracted slightly. She was not unfamiliar with this guy at all. They had fought not long ago. I'm really sorry, big sister Shinigami. I already said that I should not fight with you anymore, but I was called by the boss. It seems that I can't be lazy anymore. Rubbing her head, the red and black hair covered her face with embarrassment, as if she was embarrassed because she had broken her promise. Don't be sorry, you really don't need to fight with her. Your opponent is me. He reached out to block Suzuki Kusu. Aizen took a step forward and directly appeared in front of Don Quixote. It's really dangerous. I was almost killed by you. This big brother, you are really cunning. You actually attacked without saying a word. His eyes swept over the broken hair on the ground. Aizen's eyes were cold. Such a surprise attack could not hit him. It seemed that this guy was not only good at speed, but also very fast. Didn't you miss? It seems that you are not simple. You can't even reach a spada with your strength? Big brother Shinigami, you really like to joke around. How can someone like me join the espada? Those are all combat experts. Is that so? Aizen only smiled at the other party's answer. Since the other party was unwilling to say it, then forget it. It was just then, can you answer my other question? Who is Brad? Ah. Are you asking the old bastard? When the time comes, you will naturally know who he is. I don't want to fight with you. I just don't want you to participate in the battle. Can you just stay quietly like this, brother Shinigami? Aizen didn't say a word. He raised his arm and Zanpakuto pointed at Don Quixote in front of him. A blue light flashed on Zanpakuto, giving people a feeling of oppression. It seems that I can't do it. To be honest, I hate fighting. Don Quixote scratched his head with a helpless look on his face, making his messy hair more messy. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared on the surface of Aizen's body. The cool breeze swirled around his body, blowing his clothes and gently swaying them. Feeling his body and the surrounding cool breeze, Aizen clenched his fists. It has been a long time. I haven't fought in this state for a long time. Sizzle with a flash of lightning, Aizen's body suddenly disappeared, and then a cyan blade light came down from the sky and slashed at Don Quixote's head. Nani? Don Quixote only felt a blur in front of his eyes, a sharp breath suddenly came from his head, his heart suddenly tightened, he stepped on the ground and immediately dodged to the side. He stretched out his arm and pointed his palm in a direction. A blue light gathered in Aizen's palm. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. How is this possible? As soon as his body stopped, a burst of flame shot towards his body. Don Quixote's heart suddenly tightened. This guy actually saw his foothold. Although he was shocked in his heart, Don Quixote quickly responded. He stepped on the ground and his body, which had not yet stabilized, once again moved in a direction. The powerful explosive flame almost brushed his head and shot into the distance. It's so dangerous. As his feet landed, Don Quixote was slightly relieved. That attack was really dangerous, he was almost hit. Just as his heart relaxed a little, Don Quixote felt a violent whistling sound coming from behind him. His body, which had been moving several times in a row, did not have time to react. A strong force had hit his body. Bang! His body was sent flying by a strong force, and instantly broke through the wall behind him. He flew out of the room, broke through several huge pillars, and finally smashed into the ground, leaving a huge hole in the ground. Puff! Puff! He struggled to stand up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don Quixote felt like his whole body was going to fall apart. Not only were a few bones broken, even part of his internal organs were damaged. What a strong power! Feeling his body slowly recovering, Don Quixote couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that even if half of his power was absorbed, he could still emit such a strong power. This guy is really terrible. Terrifying? Is this talking about me? I am really honored. A voice suddenly came from behind Don Quixote. In his ears, it was like a signal to claim his life. Speaking of which, can you show mercy, big brother Shinigami? Don Quixote turned his head and looked at Aizen, who was holding Zanpakuto up. With his current situation, he had no time to escape. Swish! With a slight smile, Zanpakuto mercilessly waved his hand and cut Don Quixote's body into two pieces. Shua! 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 Aizen's Zanpakuto waved his hand and cut Don Quixote's body into countless pieces. If this was the case, you can't be revived anymore, right? Chapter 211, Immortal Sizzle Gang. It seems like another interesting fellow has come. Looking at the dancing silk threads in front of him, a hint of caution flashed in Aizen's eyes. Although it was just a tentative attack, the power of these threads was extraordinary. What a troublesome little brat. He was actually turned into this by someone. An old voice sounded. The threads in front of Aizen continued to surge. Then, a portion of the threads flowed towards the body of Don Quixote, who had been cut into pieces on the ground, and wrapped him up. The corner of his eyebrows twitched slightly. A trace of doubt rose in Aizen's heart. He had already chopped such a corpse, yet he still had to specially wrap it up. However, aren't you going to reveal your true face, guest? Guest? This word is not suitable for me. This is Hueco Mundo. If you really want to talk about it, I should be the master, guest Shinigami. The old voice came from all directions. making it impossible to tell the specific location of the owner of the voice. Well, old bastard, I am really unhappy. Your things are wrapped around my body. It is disgusting. A familiar voice suddenly came from the thread in front of Maang. It can't be. There was an unconcealable shock in his tone. Maang was very familiar with this voice. Not long ago, he had just cut the owner of the voice into pieces. Could it be that even if he was cut into such a state, that fellow still wouldn't die? This was already beyond the scope of super speed regeneration. He was completely immortal. It's so dangerous. I almost died. The thread retreated, revealing the figure inside. It was the man who was killed by Maang. Although his body was full of scars, the other party was obviously alive. You haven't died from such injuries? What a tenacious vitality. Putting away the horror on his face, Maang raised Zanpakuto in his hand. In that case, I will kill you again. Don't worry, this time I will destroy your body and not let you revive. His feet moved, Maang's body instantly appeared in front of Don Quixote. A layer of blue light flashed on Zanpakuto's body, and a sharp sound came from his body. It was the sound of the wind. Whoosh! Just as Maang leaned forward and was about to attack Don Quixote, the threads scattered around suddenly moved. Almost in an instant, they surrounded Maang and countless threads stabbed his body. I'm waiting for you to attack. A light flashed in his eyes. Maang waved his arm, and the wind wrapped around Zanpakuto suddenly burst out. The high-speed rotating wind blades almost instantly destroyed the surrounding threads. I am also waiting for you to attack. Just as Maang released the wind blades wrapped around Zanpakuto, Don Quixote in front of him also attacked at the same time. He waved his hands, turned into a pair of sharp claws, and grabbed at Maang's head. Humphrey. The corner of his mouth revealed a sneer. Maang clenched his left fist and punched at the claw of Don Quixote. Boom. With the fall of Maang's fist, Don Quixote's claw seemed to be melted and was instantly annihilated, not even a residue was left. Nani? Looking at his arm that disappeared, a trace of panic flashed in Don Quixote's eyes. The opponent's fist was too powerful. The moment it came into contact with him, his body had no resistance at all and was directly annihilated. After smashing the opponent's arm with one punch, Maang did not stop at all. His body rotated in the air and Zanpakuto in his hand chopped down at the opponent's head. Sizzle! Countless threads suddenly sprang out from the side and rolled together in the air, then blocked the head of Don Quixote. Swish! Those threads only blocked for a blink of an eye. Maang's Zanpakuto cut off those threads without any resistance, and once again chopped at Don Quixote's body. Although it was only a blink of an eye, it was enough for Don Quixote to react. His arm was destroyed, and he did not have time to regenerate. Don Quixote could not resist at all. He stepped back and wanted to temporarily avoid the attack, but Maang's speed completely exceeded his reaction. Just as he moved, the blade was already on his face. He could even feel that his steel skin had been cut, and the blood was seeping out. Several threads suddenly appeared behind him, and instantly wrapped around his body. A force came from the threads, pulling Don Quixote's body back, much faster than his own movement. The knife light flashed, Maang's Zanpakuto cut the ground, leaving a deep gully. That was close, I almost died again. A blood-red line extended from the top of Don Quixote's head. If not for the threads that appeared at the last moment to pull his body away, he would have been cut into two again. Thank you, old bastard. Get serious. I can't guarantee that I can save you next time. The old voice came again, but the owner of the voice still didn't show up. Damn it. Even the vibration in the air when he spoke can't grasp his whereabouts. What kind of guy is that hidden enemy? I haven't heard of such a guy in the original plot. Feeling the vibration in the air, Maang secretly hated. The enemy hidden in the dark was the most terrible. Now his condition was not good. If he relaxed, he would really be attacked in battle. Big brother Shinigami, you keep forcing me like this. I have to go all out. I didn't want to fight with you. Fighting is the most troublesome thing. As he spoke, Don Quixote's arm that had been destroyed had recovered. He reached out and pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist. Don Quixote had a helpless look on his face. Make noise, Crow Sparrow. A red spiritual power came out of Don Quixote's body and two red wings appeared behind him. Is that all? After feeling the other party's spiritual power, Maang said calmly. The other party's spiritual power did not have any huge changes because of resurrection. Even if he was not in a good state, he could completely deal with this level of guy. His figure flashed, and Maang slashed at the body of Don Quixote. Zanpakuto pierced the other party's body without any resistance, but there was no joy on Maang's face. This feeling did not pierce anything at all. Has his speed become faster? Turning his head to look at the people behind him, Maang's tone was slightly heavy. Although spiritual power had not improved much, the other party's already outstanding speed had become even faster. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to expand his battle results. Although if he were to go all out, it was indeed possible to display speed that was not inferior to the other party, but in the situation where there were other unknown enemies on the side, going all out was undoubtedly an incorrect decision. What's wrong? If you don't attack, I will attack. He waved his hands and turned them into a pair of ferocious claws. The wings on his back shook slightly and his body instantly appeared in front of Miang. He raised his claws and waved them at Miang's chest. His feet slipped slightly and his body moved to the side, avoiding the attack. Miang raised his foot and kicked the opponent's body. His wings shook and he retreated a few steps. Before Miang could attack, he rushed forward again. Once again, he calmly avoided it. Don Quixote's claws almost brushed past Miang's body. Miang raised his hand, but before he could swing Zanpakuto, the other party retreated again and appeared a few meters away. This guy. Seeing the other party's actions, Miang's heart slightly moved. The other party's speed was indeed very fast, but every time, he would retreat with a single strike. He would not fight with him at all. Moreover, although his speed was very fast, his movements were very simple. He only relied on his own speed to attack. It was like this. A light flashed in his eyes, the lightning on Miang's body suddenly disappeared, his feet stepped on complicated steps, Zanpakuto quickly moved, attacking all parts of his body. With a shake of his wings, Don Quixote wanted to avoid Miang and dodge to the side, but Miang, who had a burst of speed, tightly clung to his body, not allowing him to move a step. Damn it! His body could not dodge in time. Miang's Zanpakuto mercilessly left a few scars on his body, making his face ugly. As expected, although the opponent is very fast, he can't control it very well. Therefore, he is not good at dodging at close range. As long as he is close to the body, this guy has nothing to do. Fool, you actually go all out in a situation of unknown enemies. Die. Several threads suddenly attacked Miang from all directions. They were all aimed at Miang's head and chest. It was clearly just a soft thin thread, but at this time, it exuded a terrible aura, as if it could penetrate everything. Shua and I flight suddenly fell from the sky, cutting off all the thin threads that were ready to move. Your opponent is me. Kusa held Zanpakuto in her hand and stood there, looking in a direction. I have found your hiding place. Come out. What a joke. Is Shinigami a group of people who only know how to talk big? If you really found out where I was hiding, you wouldn't have said it over there. Instead, you directly attacked me. An old voice came from all directions, making it difficult to distinguish the source. I was just taking the first step and then taking the last step. With a step, Kusa stabbed at a place. Dang. Countless threads appeared, blocking Kusa's attack. An enchanting figure was revealed. Although he has an enchanting appearance, his voice is extremely old, which is really ironic. Chapter 212, The Invisible, the deadliest in enchanting appearance? It's just because this body is a bit more active. An aged voice that was completely different from the body came out from his mouth. The threads wrapped around his body gradually dispersed, revealing his entire body. Moreover, seeing this appearance, can you still calmly say the word enchanting? The threads spread out, and what appeared in front of Kusa was a monster in the form of a disgusting 8-clawed spider with an extremely enchanting and sexy upper body. A trace of disgust flashed through his eyes, and Kusa's voice also became indifferent. You must be the Brad that Aizen mentioned before he left. Brad Avera, the predator of Hueco Mundo. He raised his arm slightly, and countless threads appeared in his hand, crawling in all directions as if they were alive. In just a few seconds, they had covered all the places around them. These places that are covered by my spider silk are all within my hunting range. Anyone who falls into my hunting range will eventually be devoured by me bit by bit, and eventually become my nourishment. You have already fallen into my trap, Shinigami. In other words, you are finished. Enjoy the last moment of your life. From the moment you fall into this, all your movements cannot hide from me. Any tiny movements of yours will be recognized by these spider threads and sent back to me. And I will step by step, until you have no way to retreat. Wheeling, I won't take care of you all at once. I want you to spend the last moments of your life in fear and pain. Saying this in a low voice, a morbid smile appeared on Brad's face. This kind of approach to the enemy and slowly torture him. Watching him end his life in pain and fear was his favorite thing to do. Spider silk. What a joke. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and Kusa's face revealed a hint of an unknown smile. What are you laughing at? Shinigami? But it doesn't matter. In any case, you are going to die soon. Let's laugh before the fear arrives. This is my kindness to you. You really don't know what to say. She raised her arm, and the pure white Zanpakuto in Kusa's hand gently waved. Countless white threads danced in the air, and the thin threads danced, but they effortlessly cut everything that touched them into pieces. See that? Shinigami, this is my power. These threads that cover the lost noshes are my weapons. You can't escape at all. As long as you are touched, you will be dead. Although you look like an old man, your reaction is really slow. I really don't know how a guy like you can survive until now. Look clearly, these threads are not your spider threads, but mine. Suzuki-Kusa moved her arm, and the spider threads in the air suddenly danced wildly, cutting towards Brad in front of her. What a trace of shock flashed through his eyes, and Brad's heart moved. However, the threads in front of him still attacked him without stopping. Seeing that he could not control those threads, Brad finally showed a trace of panic on his face. The threads around his body suddenly moved, wrapping around his body. At the same time, a part of them separated to intercept the threads in front of him. You actually can control the threads as a weapon. After blocking a wave of Suzuki-Kusu's attack, Brad cautiously retreated a few steps and pulled away from Suzuki-Kusu. In comparison, he still had the advantage in long-range attacks. However, the power of your threads is too weak. They are completely inferior to mine. They are not on the same level. Looking at the silk threads that had been shattered by him, the look of hatred in Brad's eyes was slightly reduced. Although the other party could also use silk threads as weapons, the other party's ability was still too weak. Compared to him, it was completely not on the same level. There was no need to be afraid. As long as he pulled away the distance and slowly guided it, this guy would definitely not be able to escape from his palm. Suzuki-Kusu's eyes swept around Brad's body. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Suzuki-Kusu's eyes. Although the other party's ability was indeed very strong, and his attack power was more than a level higher than her own, as long as she grasped the right timing, she could easily kill him. Go to hell, Shinigami. Brad's body did not move. Instead, he mobilized countless threads around him, protecting himself first, and then mobilized a large number of threads from different directions to attack Suzuki-Kusu's body, sealing off all her escape routes. Her face made a difficult look, and Suzuki-Kusu struggled to resist the attack of the other side. From time to time, she used her own threads to block the attack of Brad, and then left pieces of debris on the ground. Very good, that's it. Keep struggling. The struggle before the death of the prey really makes people unable to stop. There was an abnormal flush on his face, and Brad's voice suddenly became high, as if he was trying his best to endure something. What a pervert. Looking at the red flush on the other party's face, Suzuki-Kusu's face revealed a touch of red. She cursed in a low voice. The other party's appearance, just exchanging blows with him, made her feel a burst of shame. Yes, I am a pervert. However, if I kill you and use your body to fight with the previous male Shinigami, what kind of expression do you think his face will have? It will definitely be very interesting. As he spoke, the blush on Brad's face became deeper. Not only his tone, but even his body trembled slightly, as if he was trying his best to endure. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. Suzuki-Kusu's body suddenly stopped, and several threads instantly appeared in front of her. It's over. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and a sense of joy rose in Brad's heart. Puchy a knife light flashed, and several threads were instantly cut into several pieces. What? Seeing the scene in front of him, Brad was stunned at first, and then his eyes showed a trace of astonishment. This kind of thing should not happen. The guy who had tried to save his life suddenly could easily cut off his own spider silk. You are really disgusting. Originally, I wanted to take it slow, but it is better to kill you directly. Her body moved and instantly disappeared from Brad's field of vision. Brad was suddenly shocked. He spread the threads around him, but there was no information. Die. Her body appeared next to Brad. Suzuki-Kusu shouted loudly, and the Zanpakuto in her hand emitted a powerful spirit. Idiot, I didn't find her whereabouts at first, but I actually called her deliberately and wasted an excellent opportunity to attack. With this thought flashing through his mind, Brad turned around and controlled the threads around him to stab towards Suzuki-Kusu's body. The attack that she had gathered up her strength did not hit him, but was blocked by the silk threads of Brad. Suzuki-Kusu's face did not show any trace of frustration. Instead, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Her heart moved. The silk threads that had been deliberately cut off before suddenly climbed up from the ground. Under the leadership of an invisible object, they suddenly pierced through Brad's unprotected back. Puff, his chest was pierced by several threads at the same time, and the other parts of his body were also pierced by countless threads. Brad spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became dark. How? How? It's not possible. Those threads of yours should have been cut off by me. His mouth was still bleeding, and he said intermittently, a broken weapon can actually attack again. What the hell is going on? Invisible things are the most fatal. My weapon can't be seen. Suzuki-Kusu said softly. She turned her arm, and waved her Zanpakuto without any hesitation. Blood sprayed out, and Brad's enchanting upper body was cut in two. A beautiful head flew up. In order to prevent you from being able to regenerate, Hado number 33, Sokatsui. A blue burst of flame shot out from her palm, turning the head of Brad, who was flying in the air, into ashes. There was no fluctuation on Suzuki Kusu's face. Killing a hollow would not cause any change in her mood at all. Take your perverted hobby to hell. It's over, isn't it? Maayang suddenly appeared beside Suzuki Kusu and asked. Your side is over as well? Of course, its power will prevent that fellow from coming back to life again. This time, I've beaten him to a pulp. Is that so? With a wave of her hand, she restored her Zanpakuto to its original state and then placed it on her waist. Suzuki Kusu turned to look at Maayang and felt his spiritual power had become much stronger. What about your spiritual power? It's still a little bit short. Reaching out to the body of Brad, his rishi that had not dispersed on the body gathered in the palm of Maayang. Although I borrowed the temporary soul technology of Sister Kuru, by putting the unrelated spiritual power into my body, to restore my spiritual power, but there is still a little problem in using it. The recovery effect of spiritual power is not as good as I imagined. Can you support your Bankai? There is no problem with Banchi, but in my current state, even if I break the blockade of Aizen and return to human world, I am not Aizen's opponent. I will wait until I have recovered my spiritual power. Although the time is urgent, we can only believe the captains of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. If you are worried about the condition of your spiritual power, I think I can help you. Captain Anohana. Maayang turned to look at Retsu Anohana standing behind him with a smile on her face. It is great to see you at this time. Captain Anohana, then I will trouble you. Chapter 213, Reinforcement in the Modern World, in the sky above the Karakura city. Toshiro Hitsugaya breathed heavily. His eyes nervously looked at his opponent. That guy was too strong. After liberation, his strength was completely above his own. Especially his speed, it was simply impossible to guard against. Moreover, even if he used all his strength to hit the opponent's injury would recover in a very short time. It's useless. This kind of injury is insignificant to me. The wounds on his body quickly recovered. In just a moment, they were completely recovered, not even a scar left. On the other side, the hollow had a head of silvery white hair. He looked at Hitsugaya calmly and said in a flat tone, as if he did not feel the pain on his body. Many of the hollow abandoned the ability to super speed regeneration in order to obtain great power, but I am an exception. The ability I obtain after breaking through is super speed regeneration. Among all the Espada, no one is stronger than me in terms of super speed regeneration. Although in terms of combat ability, I can only be ranked third, but in terms of strength, I am definitely one of the 10 blades. What a troublesome opponent, but the others are not optimistic either. Hitsugaya held his Zanpakuto tightly. Although he had gone through a series of training in the past few months before the war and his strength had greatly improved compared to before, the time was still too short. His eyes swept the other battles vaguely. Several deputy captains, Kaku and Yumakiko, were fighting with the three subordinates of Espada number 3. They were currently barely in the upper position. But on the side of Kiraku and Ukitake, facing the powerful Espada number 1, it seemed to be in danger. Soifon was also fighting very hard. Among all the opponents, the enemy on my side is the weakest, so let me break such a deadlock first. Do you still have time to care about other places when fighting with me? A voice suddenly sounded in Toshiro Hitsugaya's ear, followed by the fist of the other side hitting Toshiro Hitsugaya's head. Bang! The ice wings behind him blocked the opponent's attack. The body of Hitsugaya was uncontrollably pushed back several steps. Although it was the weakest of the 310 blades, the opponent's strength was not something he could easily deal with. Dragon Shooter. Hitsugaya stabilized his body in the air. Then, he flapped his wings and rushed toward the enemy. A cold aura was emitted from Zanpakuto's blade. Even if he was unable to kill the other party in a short period of time, he just had to seal off his movements. Standing in the air with a relaxed expression on his face, Vladimir Eric did not have the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. A few purple balls floated behind him, and a dangerous aura was faintly revealed. What is it? Don't you want to attack? How should I put it? Although I really want to attack, the balls behind you are very scary. I don't know how to do it. Holding a sword in each hand, Kiraku Shunsui's tone was very distressed. In the previous battle, he had already learned how difficult the opponent was. The balls floating around the body of the other side would suddenly burst into flames when he approached. Even he himself did not dare to take that kind of power head-on. Kiraku. Joshiro Ukitake, who was standing on the side, also had a serious face. They faced the formidable enemy. Both of them released their respective Zanpakuto. I know, It's just a complaint. The battle still has to continue. A sharp light flashed in the eyes under the bamboo hat. Kiraku Shunsui suddenly became faster. He appeared in front of Vladimir Eric with a step and slashed his two knives at his chest. With a sway of his feet, he let Kiraku Shunsui attack. Vladimir Eric's footsteps also showed a bit of disorder. Obviously, he was not as relaxed as he showed. The purple ball behind Vladimir Eric suddenly shot out a beam of light towards Kiraku Shunsui's head. Swish, a white figure appeared in front of Kiraku Shunsui, the Zanpakuto in his hand flashed, and a purple attack shot towards Vladimir Eric's head. His eyes burst out with a burst of light, his body suddenly twisted, but he was still a step slower. The purple light beam brushed against Vladimir Eric's face, leaving a scar on his face. The one you just. A flaw appeared on his handsome face because of a scar. At the same time, it became a bit distorted because of the injury. Vladimir Eric stared at Joshiro Yukitake, and his eyes were gloomy as if they were going to drop into the water. What is it? Do you want to see it again? Joshiro Yukitake said in a calm tone. No need, his tone was full of suppressed anger. Vladimir Eric reached out and placed his hand on Zanpakuto his which was at his waist. A mere Shinigami actually dares to reflect my power to attack me. It's really unforgivable. Burn, Doomsday Emissary. A dazzling light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Joshiro Yukitake. A violent explosion suddenly erupted in front of Joshiro Yukitake, and his body flew out. Yukitake! Kiraku Shunsui shouted nervously. Before his body could do anything, a hot flame shot in front of him. With a wave of his hands, a snail-like rotating wind blade shot out from Kiraku Shunsui's double knives, scattering the attack in front of him. Kiraku Shunsui stopped and carefully looked at the opponent in front of him who had changed greatly. Blood-colored pupils, pure white body, 3 pairs of pitch-black ink-like wings gently waved behind his back. Every time he waved them, they would emit a kind of hot aura. Are you alright, Yukitake? Staring at the enemy in front of him, Kiraku Shunsui shouted. He could feel the dangerous aura emitted by the other person. As long as he was a little distracted, he would definitely be killed. Fortunately, there is no big problem for the time being. In a flash, he appeared beside Kiraku Shunsui. Joshiro Yukitake replied. Although the clothes on his body were burned and tattered, overall, he still did not suffer any injuries. It should be said that fortunately, until now, his body is still good. I was still thinking about how to make you use your resurrection. I didn't expect that just because of the counterattack of Yukitake, you released your Zanpakuto without hesitation. Isn't his kind of thing usually hidden? I don't care about that kind of thing. Anyway, to deal with an enemy like you just have to directly crush it. There is no need for any plan or strategy. Although I want to say that it is also a good thing to be despised by the enemy, I still mind a little. Don't worry about it, because you will die soon. As Vladimir Eric's voice fell, flame suddenly appeared from the ground, and everything that was touched was instantly burnt to ashes. How is this possible? Even the Rishi has been burned. Looking at the flames that began to burn from the ground, Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. Be careful, Shunsui. Joshiro Yukitake moved and appeared next to Kiraku Shunsui. He aimed his Zanpakuto at the sky, absorbed the flames falling from the sky, and then shot towards Vladimir Eric. It's this move again. It's really a despicable move. Use the strength of others. Without moving, those flames had disappeared because of the flames that were constantly floating down in the sky before they even reached Vladimir Eric. Oh no, it's actually an area of effect attack. How annoying. His feet kept moving, trying to avoid the rain of fire falling from the sky and the flames on the ground. Kiraku Shunsui had a bitter face and was in a deadlock. He was not good at dealing with this kind of enemy. Wang. A strange voice suddenly came from the distance. This spiritual power is Rancor. Kiraku Shunsui and Joshiro Yukitake, who are dodging, look at each other. There is a flash of surprise in their eyes. Is it the enemy's reinforcement? Aizen subordinates actually have Rancor that can reinforce Espada. Several blue flashes came from the distance, and all the flames around Kiraku Shunsui and others were scattered. This is stopping. Joshiro Yukitake and Kiraku Shunsui glanced at each other, and there was a trace of confusion in their eyes. The attack just now was obviously helping him. Was it the reinforcement of his side? Swish swish swish, several figures flashed and appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Everyone's body was emitting a powerful spiritual power. There really is a group of interesting people. Feeling the sudden appearance of several groups of spiritual power, Aizen, who was trapped in the flame by Yamamoto head captain, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, showing a hint of an unknown smile. These spiritual power which suddenly appeared outside were his acquaintances. Who are these people? Looking at the group of people who suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield, the member of 13 Division of Imperial Guards who did not know the truth asked, obviously all of them were emitting spiritual power who was not inferior to captain level, why did he not know any of them? Hueco Shinji, you are really hiding in human world. Yamamoto Genryu's eye turned around and looked at Hueco Shinji and others. The eyes that had been closed slightly opened a crack, and there was a trace of sharpness in them. There are also several rancor on the side. Just now, you saved my good-for-nothing disciple. So, can you tell me your purpose? His eyes fell on Stark and several of them around Hueco Shinji. In comparison, Yamamoto Genryu's eye cared more about the identity of those rancor. We are just the guys living in Kimura's store. He asked us to take care of them when he is not here, that's all. Kimura. Hearing the name of Maiyang, the hostility in Yamamoto Genryu's eyes was slightly reduced, but the tone was still not good. When that guy comes back from Hueco Mundo, I will clean him up, but this is the war of 13 Division of Imperial Guards, can you please not shoot on one side? The Zanpakuto in his hand slightly pushed out, and the threat of Yamamoto Genryu's eye was not concealed. Chapter 214, The Visored. Of course, we were not here to participate in the battle. After all, in this case, it is difficult to determine our position. Waving his hand, indicating that he would not participate in the battle, Stark pulled Lynette, who was dissatisfied on the side, and Hannibal and the other four retreated to the side. Turning to look at the Visored on the side, Yamamoto Genryu's narrowed eyes showed an unknown emotion. Hueco Shinji, can I treat you as companions? Companions? The body slightly turned sideways, took off the hat on his head, and Hueco Shinji's face showed a hint of a smile. We are Kimura's companions, and now we are only here to settle old scores with Aizen 100 years ago, that's all. Then this old man thinks you are trustworthy people for the time being. As soon as the fingers loosened, his Zanpakuto returned to the scabbard. Yamamoto Genryu's eye opened his eyes slightly and closed them again. He whispered, his face full of calmness. After discussing it over here, Soul Society and others did not have time to rejoice that reinforcements appeared on their side. A dark crack suddenly appeared in the opposite sky. A huge eye appeared after the garganta. The ominous light in the eyes made Soul Society and others feel a chill. It had nothing to do with the strength of spiritual power, but the instinctive resistance because of sensing something unclean. Oh, it's really bad. It seems that this time it is really the reinforcement of Aizen's side. There is really a combat power that can reinforce Espada. Although there are many more people on our side, it is really troublesome. Kiraku Shunsui's voice has not yet fallen. A figure stepped out of the garganta, with a demented expression on his face. It was Wonderwis. Ah. There was a sound of unknown meaning in the mouth, and Wonderwis turned to shout in the garganta. Then a huge body appeared from the garganta, which was a dark purple monster with a huge and bright eye. After the monster appeared, it directly puffed up its mouth and blew a breath at Flame, which was not far away from Captain to trap Aizen and the other three. It's over. Seeing the move of the monster, Soul Society's people were all shocked. Although they did not think that they could trap Aizen and the other three people with the move of head captain, if they let Aizen out before the end of the battle here, how could the battle continue? Really? This smell is still as unpleasant as ever. Reaching out and fanning himself in front of his nose, Ekamaru-jin said with a smile on his face. I have the same feeling, the taste of death should be this taste. Tosen Kaname said, rarely not contrary to Ekamaru-jin. I think it's very good, the taste of death is suitable for this current scene. Taking a few steps forward, Aizen looked at the lineup of 13 Division of Imperial Guards in front of him, with a proud look. It has been a long time. Aizen. With suppressed anger on his face, Hueco Shinji looked at Aizen opposite him. He had waited too long for this day to meet Aizen. Kill him and wash the shame and pain that he and others had experienced 100 years ago. It is you, Captain Hueco. It is really a long time. I did not expect to be a failed experiment product. You can still live in the world. There was no expression on his face. Although he said Captain Hueco, Aizen's face had a somewhat mocking expression. Ah. A sharp scream came out of his mouth, and Wonderwis did not care about the atmosphere at the scene and shouted loudly. Why is this child always like this? It's really noisy. Now I don't feel nervous at all. I really don't like this point of him. He turned his head slightly to look at Wonderwis behind him, and his tone of Ekamaru-jin was a little distressed. All the sounds produced by Wonderwis are meaningful. You just watch quietly. There was no change on his face. Tausen wanted to say flatly. Compared with Ekamaru-jin's dislike for this child, he was unexpectedly congenial with this child, so he could vaguely understand the voices made by this child. Just as the voice of Tausen fell, a huge pitch black hole appeared on the body of the one-eyed monster, And then along with the other side's vomiting, a large expanse of Menno's Grand came out of the other side's mouth. No way. These are actually all Gillian. Looking at the large group of Gillian standing up on the ground in the distance, Soul Society and others were shocked. No one expected that Aizen would have such support. Although it was really nothing for captain-level people like them, this number, no matter how they looked at it, was not a negligible degree. If they were disturbed by these hollows in battle, it's time for us to appear. As Hueco Shinji finished his words, a mask appeared on the faces the visored. At the same time, their spiritual power also changed greatly. The spiritual power between Shinigami and Hollow was very similar to those Rancor, but extremely powerful. These guys. What kind of guys are they? Each and every one of them is terrifyingly strong. Feeling spiritual power from the visored, Omera said with a trembling voice. Those guys with masks, spiritual power was actually much stronger than him. The few people from the Masked Council each displayed their abilities and shone on the battlefield. In just a moment, they killed all of those Gillians. How is it? See how we are now proficient in using the power of Hollow? In a flash, he appeared in front of Aizen. Hueco Shinji waved his hand and dissipated the mask on his face. Suddenly, he waved his hand and slashed at Aizen's head. Come and settle it. Hueco Shinji's Zanpakuto was about to cut down his body, but Aizen's face did not show any expression, as if he did not notice. Sure enough, just as Hueco Shinji's Zanpakuto was about to cut down, a knife light suddenly inserted from the side, and it was also aimed at Hueco Shinji's head, mercilessly cut down. A light flashed in his eyes. Hueco Shinji's body suddenly leaned back, and his arm pressed in the air. At the same time, his body borrowed the strength of his arm and rose into the air. Zanpakuto in his hand changed a direction and cut down on his opponent's body. Although his eyes could not see, Tosen Kaname still keenly felt the aura. His body shook and avoided Hueco Shinji's attack, and his face became a little serious. Interfering in other people's battle halfway, it is really a dirty trick. Then, if you are killed by this kind of dirty trick you say, you will be very unhappy. Holding the saber with both hands, Towson changed the posture of holding the saber. His tone was full of confidence. With new strength, he would not lose to anyone. Bang! A force came from his Zanpakuto. It was not the sound of swords clashing, but the sound of someone hitting Zanpakuto with a blunt weapon. Kamemura. Feeling the familiar spiritual power in front of him, Tosen Kaname's face slightly moved, but it was only for a moment, and then his face turned cold. His eyes glanced at his former friend, and a trace of regret flashed in the eyes of Sejun Kamemura, and then he turned his eyes to Hueco Shinji opposite him. Let me help you, masked guest. Is this okay? Help me, a guy with unknown origins? But your appearance is also very abnormal. Looking at the appearance of Sejun Kamemura in front of him, Hueco Shinji spoke in a relaxed tone. Just now, you stepped forward to face that group of Gillian. Just this point alone is enough to judge that you are on the same side. I have decided to fight with you. You are not allowed to have any objections. Masked guest. With his back to Hueco Shinji, Sejun Kamemura said with an unquestionable tone. His tone revealed a kind of determination, which was a kind of trust that could not be refused. This kind of determination made Hueco Shinji standing behind him feel uncomfortable. You make me very uncomfortable like this. I am not good at dealing with this kind of thing. Waving his hand, Hueco Shinji looked unhappy. This situation was really not what he was good at dealing with. During the conversation, the Visored Legion who had defeated the Gillians had appeared in other battlefields again. According to the battle situation that they had seen outside, they had assigned the ownership of the enemy. Assisting Kiraku and Yukitake to deal with Vladimir Iroquois Rose and Love, assisting Soifong and Omega to deal with Espada No. 2 were Huri and Lisa. Hokujin and Kutamashiro were still cleaning the remaining Gillians with Kinsai who was still there. Are you the former test objects that Aizen said before? A mere Shinigami dares to steal the power of the Gillians, you are really looking for death. Looking at Rose and Love who appeared in front of him, Vladimir Eric's tone was still arrogant. He did not have any other emotions because of the number of opponents he had. To him, no matter how many enemies he had, there was no difference. A mere Shinigami? I can't pretend that I didn't hear this. Waving his hand to remove the mask on his face, Rose looked at the handsome guy in front of him with an unhappy face. He had never seen such a beautiful guy, whether it was Shinigami or human, but we are not Shinigami. We are just a Visored Legion. If we have to add a name, we are just employees of the coffee shop. Crush down, Tangamaru. I can't agree with you either. Play, Kinshara. Rose and Love each held Zanpakuto and stared at the opponent in front of them. There was a flash of caution in their eyes. A guy who could make Kiraku Shunsui and Joshiro Yukitake in a sorry state was not a simple opponent to defeat. Chapter 215, Kimura leaves interesting. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. He did not see Vladimir Eric make any movements. His body had already appeared beside Rose and Love. With a clench of his hand, a purple sword made of flames appeared in his hand. He slashed down at the two of them with an indifferent expression on his face. A trace of surprise flashed through the eyes of Rose and Love. They only noticed it when someone approached them. However, although they could not keep up with the speed of the other party, the two of them were not simple people. When the other party came to their side, their bodies immediately moved. The gigantic Tengamaru in Love's hand seemed to have no weight at all. With a whistling sound, the huge Zanpakuto smashed down at the guy beside him with incomparable speed. Although he was late, Love was the first to strike. Just as Vladimir Eric swung out his attack, his Zanpakuto had already smashed onto his opponent. Compared to Love's incomparably huge Zanpakuto, Vladimir Eric's tiny body was simply insignificant. However, that incomparably tiny body contained a great amount of power. He raised the purple fire sword in his hand and effortlessly blocked Love's attack. As he dodged to the side, a glimmer of light flashed in Rose's eyes. The golden whip in his hand suddenly swung out, and the golden whip was like a dragon that wrapped itself around Vladimir Eric's body. Kinshara Sonata, no. What? How can it be? Seeing that his own Zanpakuto had entangled his opponent, Rose pulled his arm and tightened his golden whip. Then, he stretched out a finger and placed it on the whip. Just as Rose was about to say it, a hint of shock flashed through his eyes. His Kinshara had actually been broken away by someone using brute force. Moreover, it was a very tiny fellow. With a shake of his body, his spiritual power sent out a burst of energy that shook off the whip that was wrapped around his body. Vladimir turned to look at Rose, who was on the other side. His empty hand suddenly stretched out, and purple flaming swords appeared in the void one after another. The tip of the swords turned and aimed at Rose, who was at the side. "Rose, get out of the way." Feeling the aura emitted by the flaming swords, Love's expression changed and he shouted. He knew the power of these flaming swords. Just one sword was enough to block his full power attack, let alone so many. Love could feel the dangerous aura, and Rose naturally could also feel it. He moved his body and was about to withdraw Zanpakuto. HMPH. It's too late. Vladimir Eric suddenly stretched out his hand to grab the Zanpakuto, which was held by Rose, and suddenly exerted force. How is this possible? This guy's strength is actually stronger than Kinsai. As this thought flashed through his mind, Rose's body uncontrollably rushed towards Vladimir Eric. This is bad. Looking at the purple fire sword that was right in front of him, Rose was shocked. If he was hit by such an attack, even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. Bushagoma. A spinning attack flew over from the side, disrupting the trajectory of the purple fire swords that were about to hit Rose, and flew past Rose's body. Casually interfering in other people's battles, what a vile personality. Turning his head to look at Kyoraku Shunsui, a trace of displeasure flashed in Vladimir Eric's eyes, and then he put it away. However, it doesn't matter even if there are more of such enemies. If I can kill one with a wave of my hand, even if all of you attack, it will only be a few more waves. What arrogant words. Holding the broadsword with both hands, Kyoraku Shunsui looked at the enemy opposite him and said. But this guy is really strong. Even if there are two more people on his side now, Kyoraku Shunsui is not sure of winning. No one knows what means the other side is hiding. Moreover, his previous probing did not get any valuable information. I didn't expect to fight alongside you. Looking at Hori and Lisa standing next to him, Toshiro Hitsugaya said after a moment of silence. Because of the special training he had done in Maiyang store, he was not unfamiliar with these people. On the contrary, he was quite familiar with these people from the Visored Legion. In fact, I really don't want to fight with a little bin like you. A guy like you can be the captain. I still don't understand it now. Hori carried Zanpakuto on his shoulder and said without caring about the darkening face of Toshiro Hitsugaya. Hori is right. Such a young child is actually qualified to be the captain. I am very strange. Has the current Soul Society fallen to such a state? You two guys, shouldn't it be enough? A tiger tooth girl and a book girl are actually here to fight with me. I am Soul Society's captain. TSK. Little Ben. Little Byakuya. Bastard. Sizzla Blade suddenly appeared between them, interrupting their conversation. Anyway, thank you. If you mean that you didn't report your matters to Soul Society, then forget it. I just met someone with combat ability in the modern realm, and there is no need to report to Soul Society. After a moment of silence, Lisa took the lead and took action, putting her Zanpakuto and scabbard together. With a flash of light, a huge weapon appeared in Lisa's hand. Smash, Haguro Tanbo. Stepping on the ground, Lisa rushed forward, and the huge Zanpakuto in her hand suddenly stabbed at the body of the ace pot number 3. Stepping back, His body slightly yielded, and he raised his knife upwards, deflecting Lisa's attack. Before Soyota had time to make any other moves, a Zanpakuto suddenly attacked from behind his head. Twisting his body at an angle that did not conform to common sense, he avoided Hori's sneak attack. Soyota raised his foot and kicked Hori's body. Dragon Canister. The wings on the back of Toshiro Hitsugaya in the distance shook, and the body quickly rushed to Soyota. His Zanpakuto's sword was aimed at him, and a cold air emitted from his Zanpakuto. Since this guy's body recovery ability is unreasonable, just trap him first, and deal with him after dealing with Aizen. With this idea, Toshiro Hitsugaya's body advanced quickly. Dang! Shinji's Zanpakuto collided with Ikamarujin again. Hirako Shinji's body retreated. Before, he had fought with Ikamarujin hundreds of times. This third-seat little devil of his own team in the past, now he has the strength to fight with himself in a direct confrontation, and even is not at a disadvantage. Sure enough, he is worthy of Soul Society's once-in-a-century genius character. Aizen shook. Yamamoto Genryu's opened his eyes and looked at Aizen in front of him. There was a trace of fierceness in his eyes. For the rebellious mind, he trampled on Soul Society and the Justice of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. He absolutely had no reason to let him go. Yes, then, what are you going to do, Yamamoto head captain, in the case of seeing his subordinates and the elites of 13 Division of Imperial Guards being ravaged by my subordinates from Hueco Mundo? Looking at head captain in front of him, Aizen's tone was full of pride. Although he was very afraid of head captain's strength, but now, he did not have to be too careful. He could feel that Hogyoku had begun to respond to his heart. The fusion between them had begun. Now he was walking on the road of becoming a god, and no one or anything could stop him. I don't know if your blade is still sharp. Is it? Then you will personally experience my blade, with your body. There is a faint layer of heat floating on the body. Yamamoto Genryu's eyes seemed to have a flame burning in them. Zanpakuto, who is held in his hand, slightly unsheathed, revealing a shiny blade, emitting a hot breath, but it makes people feel cold. Shua huge axe suddenly flew from the side, facing Aizen's body, but it turned into ashes before touching Aizen's body and disappeared. At the same time, there was a strong spiritual power, which was the aura of the Espada number 2. In this short period of time, Baragon has been killed by Ashida Hikijin Soifong and Omida. Shua petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Aizen, blocking between him and head captain. Aizen shook, the great sinner of the soul world, die for me. Although one of Soifong's arms disappeared, the momentum was more powerful. Carrying the momentum of defeating Baragon, she directly issued a challenge to Aizen. The body moved, and dozens of Soifong figures flashed in front of Aizen. It was difficult to distinguish which was the real body of Soifong by the naked eye. The corner of the mouth was slightly raised, looking at Soifong who was constantly flashing in front of him. Aizen's face was not surprised at all, but showed some ridicule. What, have your body completely recovered? Seeing Ma Yang, who was originally sitting quietly, suddenly stand up, Retsuano Hana asked in confusion. Now, Ma Yang's spiritual power has not fully recovered. Not yet, but this is enough. Standing up and moving his body, Ma Yang revealed a smile on his face. His spiritual power has recovered more than 80%, and can return to the modern world now. As for the remaining spiritual power, he should be able to recover on the way back. Thank you, Captain Anohana. Nodding slightly to Retsu Anohana, Ma Yang pulled out his Zanpakuto. Bunkei, Hogeis no Kairu. A bright light flashed. Ma Yang looked up at the sky, felt the spiritual power above the sky, and then turned and walked into the Garganta. Let's go, Kusu. Chapter 216, Last Battle. With a slash of his saber, a huge crack appeared in the air. Ma Yang lifted his foot and walked in. Then, Suzuki Kusa followed closely behind. A path made of spirit particles appeared under their feet. The two of them quickly ran forward. In front of the unknown, what awaited them was an intense battle. Has that annoying fellow, Ma Yang, already left? Accompanied by a series of sounds, a black shadow gradually approached. It was Kurotsuchi Mayuri, who had returned from the rewarding journey. After killing the virtual circle scientist, he searched around and found a lot of precious research materials. Therefore, his mood could not be any better. Captain Kurotsuchi, you seem to be in a good mood. Looking at Kurotsuchi Mayuri who was gradually approaching and Kurotsuchi Nemu who was pushing a huge car beside him, Retsuano Hana said. Of course, I can't wait to start studying now. As he said, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's fingers danced uncontrollably in the air, looking impatient. Boom. With a loud noise, a cloud of dust rose around them, covering Kurotsuchi Mayuri's body. This barbarian, really, if you beat that guy to pieces, how do I dissect him? The eyes turned with dissatisfaction to Kinpachi Zaraki who was fighting against Yami. Kurotsuchi Mayuri's tone was not polite at all. The guy who fought with swords ate, just looking at the size, he knew that it must have a great research value. Although it was not easy to dissect, if it was broken by sword ate in the battle, it was even harder to study. That, Captain Anohana, Kurosaki, he. Ishita Ryu ran over from the side, looking at Retsu Anohana and asked with a bit of urgency on his face. Retsu Anohana did not speak and looked up at the sky. Could it be? Looking up at Retsu Anohana's eyes, Ishita Ryu did not open his mouth to ask anything, and a terrible fluctuation suddenly came from the sky. The mighty spiritual power seemed to want to drown his body. Just feeling the oppressive aura, his body trembled slightly. What kind of guy is Kurosaki fighting with? This kind of spiritual power is simply unheard of. He is stronger than anyone I have ever met before. His heart trembled slightly. A sense of unease suddenly rose in Ishita's heart. In the face of such an enemy, could Kurosaki really deal with it? Although he had to trust his companions, that kind of enemy, no matter how he looked at it, was not a level that he could be at ease to let Kurosaki deal with alone. Ishita, can you please take me up? Above the sky dome. Orihime walked over and crossed her arms in front of her chest. There was a hint of fear on her face, as if she was enduring some huge panic. Even her body was trembling slightly, and her eyes were sparkling with tears. Student Kurosaki, he is currently fighting someone on the rooftop. Although he knows that even if I go up, I can't do anything, he still wants to go up. At least don't let Kurosaki face such a terrible enemy alone. Ishita Ryu was silent for a moment, looking at the expression on Orihime's face that seemed like she was about to cry, and finally nodded. Great, thank you, Ishita. Shaking his head slightly, Ishita Ryu walked to the side of Orihime. A disc made of spirit particles appeared under his feet, lifting their bodies up. His body gradually rose up, approaching an unknown place above the canopy. However, the closer he got to the canopy, the more he could feel the terrifying spiritual power above the canopy. The terrifyingly strong spiritual power made his heart tremble slightly. What kind of person could release such a strong spiritual power? This spiritual power, who was as vast as the sea and seemed to want to drown everything, was simply beyond his imagination. Boom. Just as Ishita Ryu was slowly moving toward the canopy with Orihime, an even stronger spiritual power suddenly appeared above the canopy. The dense spiritual power seemed to fall from the sky. Although his hands could not touch it, the black spiritual power in front of them was so thick that it seemed like he could reach out and touch it. It's simply a monster. Feeling that the air around him was so thick that it seemed to turn into substance, Ishita Ryu was silent for a moment, and then squeezed out a few words from his mouth. Perhaps only a monster could emit this kind of spiritual power. It was completely different from the previous encounter, and it was also different from what he felt from the sky before. It was thick and heavy, and it was completely different from spiritual power. At the same time, above the sky dome. This is the second stage of resurrection? Among the 10 blades, only I can carry out the second stage of liberation, the Segunda Resurrection? Even Lord Aizen has never seen this appearance. I will turn your body into ashes to feel the insurmountable gap between us. Standing high up in the sky, he looked down at Ichigo Kurosaki. There was no emotion in Ulquiorra's eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. Although it was difficult to explain the previous fight, after he showed this posture, the fake Shinigami in front of him could only die. He put his hands together, and a light flashed between his palms. Then Ulquiorra pulled his hands, and a long spear-like thing with a dangerous aura appeared in his hands. Lanza del Rey Lampago. The long spear in his hand turned and aimed at Ichigo Kurosaki's body. Ulquiorra looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with a cold face, without any emotion in his eyes. Just stand there and don't move. I still can't perfectly control this move. I don't want to attack you at a distance of 0. He waved his arm and a Lanza del Rey Lampago in his hand suddenly shot out. Just as he said, he couldn't control this move well. The trajectory of the Lanza del Rey Lampago that he shot out had a slight deviation, brushing past Ichigo Kurosaki's head. Boom! The Lanza del Rey Lampago that flew past Ichigo Kurosaki's head landed on the ground in the distance. A violent explosion immediately erupted. Although it was very far away from where they were fighting, the air current from the explosion still rushed to them, blowing Ichigo Kurosaki's clothes to the point of rustling. His head was slightly stiff. Ichigo Kurosaki's body paused for a moment. This kind of power was beyond his imagination. If he was hit by that kind of attack, he would definitely be killed in an instant. The light in Ulquiorra's hand flashed, and another Lanza del Rey Lampago appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Ichigo Kurosaki's body shook again. This kind of absurd attack could be used without limit. Although he was secretly shocked, seeing the Lanza del Rey Lampago in the hand of Ulquiorra opposite him again, Ichigo Kurosaki was suddenly refreshed. He did not dare to ask the other party to make mistakes again. He waved his hand on his face, and a mask appeared on Ichigo Kurosaki's face, and spiritual power on his body suddenly became stronger. His body moved, and a layer of black spiritual power appeared on top of Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto. He stamped his foot and was about to rush towards Ulquiorra's body. Ichigo Kurosaki had just raised his foot, and Ulquiorra's body suddenly appeared beside him, with deep indifference in his eyes, and the Lanza del Rey Lampago in his hand swung down at Ichigo Kurosaki's body. Seeing Suzuki Kusu's hesitant expression, Maayang turned around and asked, "What is it? Do you have anything to ask? Kimura, what do you plan to do after you arrive in the modern realm? What should we do?" Naturally, it is to defeat Aizen and thwart his plot. Their footsteps did not stop, and Maayang answered without hesitation. "How?" The footsteps were slightly paused, and Maayang's heart sank. Suzuki Kusa asked him this question. Although he knew that Aizen was very strong, whether it was what he saw from the manga in his previous life or what he felt through several battles in this life, it proved that Aizen was very strong, but until now, he could still fight with Aizen head-on. However, at this time, Aizen should have begun to merge with Hogyoku. After the fusion with Hogyoku, he can't estimate the extent of strength. Although he saw it in the manga in his previous life, it was a manga after all. It was different from the present reality. He didn't see it with his own eyes. He didn't know what extent Aizen was at, or whether it was an existence that he could defeat. Seeing Maayang's reaction, Suzuki Kusu also knew the answer to the question. Maayang should not have the confidence to win. What he could do now was to go all out. "How is your spiritual power recovering?" Turning the topic away, Suzuki Kusu turned to ask Maayang's physical condition. It was already very difficult to deal with Aizen. If the body has not fully recovered, it will be really bad. "Almost, I can feel that my spiritual power is slowly recovering. When we arrive at human world, it should be able to recover to more than 90%. Don't forget, my own medical keto is also very outstanding." After saying this with a smile, the silence between the two people returned again, leaving only the orderly footsteps of two people in the Garganta. After the battle begins, you have to be careful. With your ability, if you are careful, even in the face of Aizen, you can protect yourself. Maayang suddenly opened his mouth and said with a faint concern in his tone. "I know." The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, revealing a happy smile. Suzuki Kusu's heart was sweet. The opponent is Aizen, his Kyokusugetsu is very tricky. I will establish a connection between you and me. With my ability, if you go all out, you can still ensure that you will not be disturbed by his Kyokusugetsu to a certain extent. At least you can find his position correctly. Well, it is already the last battle. After this fight, you can have a good rest. Chapter 217, Confrontation. Seeing Soifan, who divided into several figures in front of him to attack himself, Aizen's face did not show half a surprise, and there was a flash of disdain in his eyes. He stepped forward and appeared in front of Soifan. Zanpakuto in his hand slashed down, and countless flickering figures around him disappeared, leaving only a figure with a surprised face cut in front of Aizen's Zanpakuto. Puff! A burst of blood spurted out from her chest. Soifan's eyes were full of disbelief. The speed that he was proud of was actually so insignificant in front of Aizen. He did not use his own side of the extremely fearful Kyokusugetsu. He only relied on pure speed and strength to easily defeat her. Captain! Captain! Seeing Soifan, who was cut down by Aizen, Omeda's face showed a trace of panic. His body rushed forward, grabbed Soifan, who was unable to fall, and looked at the opposite side with concern. Damn it! Feeling the power of her body gradually passing away, Soifan's eyes were full of unwillingness. She actually didn't even touch the body of the enemy and was defeated. Whether as a Shinigami, or as the captain of 13 Division of Imperial Guards and the commander-in-chief of the Onmitsu Kido, it was a great shame. So, who is the next one? Aizen turned his head and looked at Soul Society and others on the side. With a bang, the sky behind Aizen cracked like a mirror. Shua, the clenched Zanpakuto in his hand, emitted a silver-white radiance, and Maayang cut down behind Aizen with an indomitable momentum. Boom! A crystal appeared at the back of Aizen's head, stretching and shrinking, blocking the blow that Maayang had been charging for a long time. You really wasted a great opportunity to attack. Maayang, the back of the neck is the most vulnerable part of any creature. Do you think I will come to human world to fight without any means? Without moving, Aizen turned his head to look at Maayang behind him, and his eyes were calm. Hearing Aizen's words, Maayang's face was as usual, but the corner of his mouth pulled out a meaningful smile. Seeing the smile on the corner of Maayang's mouth, Aizen instinctively felt a bad feeling, but before he could react, a figure had flashed in front of him. The pure white Zanpakuto drew a perfect arc in the air and cut into Aizen's lower abdomen. Sizzle! A wound appeared in front of Aizen, and blood sprayed. With a movement of his feet, Aizen figure appeared in the distance. There was a smile on his face, and there was no unhappiness because of being hit. It is a good tactic. Use yourself as bait, and let Kusa launch an attack. Even if I am also hit, from this point of view, your plan is indeed successful. But you ignored one thing. With Kusa's strength, even if you can hit me, you can't kill me in one blow. It has no effect on the battlefield at all. Aizen's face was full of confidence. Looking at Maayang and Kusu, his eyes were calm. He was not afraid of anyone now. No matter who stood in front of him, in the end, he could only become a stepping stone for his success. Is that so? Maayang slightly nodded to Kusu on the side, indicating her to stand aside. Next would be the battle between him and Aizen, and no one else could be on the side. Seeing Kusu retreat to the side as he said, Maayang was sure. He turned to look at Aizen, stretched out his arm, and Zanpakuto aimed at Aizen's head. A sharp aura was emitted from Maayang's body, and a powerful spiritual power slowly rose from his body. Maayang turned his arm, and Aizen on the opposite side suddenly leaned his head. Then there was a sudden violent explosion behind Aizen, and an invisible attack split the buildings from the middle, leaving an unfathomable crack on the ground. Interesting, is that also a wind attack? First, it turned the invisible wind into a tangible attack, and then it became invisible again. As expected of Maayang, his control of strength is really much stronger than the average person. You are powerful, and you easily avoided it. Looking at Aizen's relaxed appearance, Maayang's face did not change, his arm shook, and another invisible attack was waved. The face did not change, Aizen's body slightly sighed, another attack cut through him, leaving a horrible mark on the ground behind him. It seems that Kimura does not need our help. He has such a strong power with a wave of his hand. It is really terrible. Looking at the huge gully made by Maayang's attack on the ground, Lilynette spread out his hands and turned to Stark and said, "Hey, Stark, let's go over there. I see that Trankar is very strong. Several of them can't beat him. Let's go and kill that guy. Stark, aren't you the most powerful Hollow?" Looking at the few people who were fighting over there, Lilynette turned her eyes and said. For the handsome Vladimir Eric, she had long been not pleasing to the eye. No. Rubbing his head and sitting on the ground, Stark looked around the battlefield and said without hesitation. What? Why? This is not our war, and with our identity of Rancor, although Kimura-san does not care, Soul Society will inevitably have some qualms about it and will not completely trust us. Harable stood on one side, crossed his arms, and answered Stark's words. She naturally saw the situation at the scene clearly. She and others did not have any position to make a move at all. Moreover, now it seems that they do not need to make a move. With a step, Maayang appeared on the side of Aizen. With a turn of his arm, Zanpakuto cut off his body. With a flash of light in his eyes, Aizen's body side avoided Maayang's slash, and then his arm picked up and cut down on Maayang's arm. In the face of Aizen attack, Maayang's face did not change, and a light flashed on his empty palm, and then he directly reached out to block Zanpakuto in front of Aizen. The palm clenched, and in the eyes of the other party, he grabbed Aizen's Zanpakuto in his hand. Maayang threw his arm and suddenly cut Aizen's body. Puff, a wound appeared on Aizen's body, and the blood spilled. What happened? Why do you want to distance yourself from me? Looking at Aizen who was retreating, the corner of Maayang's mouth curved into a smile. Sweeping the wounds on his body, Aizen's eyes slightly fluctuated. He really did not expect that Maayang could actually take his attack empty-handed, which was really beyond his imagination. If Maayang injured himself through other means, Aizen could still accept it, but now, he was actually caught by Maayang empty-handed, and was also injured by the other side, which made his heart suddenly shake a little. Maayang moved faster, and Maayang was just about to take advantage of the victory to pursue. A purple flame suddenly shot in front of him, the purple flame emitting a hot breath, making the footsteps of Maayang who was just about to move stop. Maayang, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Turning his head to look at the other side, what entered Maayang's eyes was a familiar face, that handsome face, and that demonic purple fire. Maayang would never forget it. Vladimir Eric. Do you still remember me? That's great. I will take your life. A hint of evil flashed in his blood-colored eyes. Vladimir Eric declared as if he could easily take away Maayang's life. With a movement of his body, Rose threw out the golden whip in his hand and wrapped it around his body. I already said that it was useless. His body shook, and just as he was about to break free of the whip that was wrapped around his body, Vladimir Eric suddenly had an uneasy feeling in his heart. His body subconsciously swayed, and a huge Zanpakuto suddenly passed through his chest. His body shook and broke free from the whip. Vladimir Eric retreated. Looking at Kiraku Shunsui who crawled out from the shadow on the ground, his eyes revealed a trace of anger. This guy actually used such a despicable method to sneak attack him. You have angered me, bastard. His face was full of anger, and a powerful spiritual power burst out from Vladimir Eric's body. At the same time, countless purple flames appeared. With a thought, the purple flames surrounding his body all condensed into long swords, emitting a destructive aura, making Rose and Kyoraku Shunsui feel a shiver in their hearts. Go to hell. The swords around his body shot out in all directions. Each of them carried a destructive power. Moreover, those swords seemed to be able to sense spiritual power which surrounded Kyoraku Shunsui and the others. No matter how they dodged, those swords could always follow behind them. Bang bang bang, accompanied by several violent explosions. Not only Kyoraku Shunsui and Rose, but even Love, who was hiding at the side waiting for the opportunity to attack, was also hit and fell powerlessly in the violent explosion. This time no one interferes. I will kill you, Maang. Several pairs of wings behind him flapped, and the figure of Vladimir appeared directly in front of Maang, blocking between Aizen and Maang. The blood-colored pupil showed a bit of bloodthirsty taste. Although it had been 100 years, there was no great hatred at that time, but in the heart of Vladimir Eric, Maang, the guy who trampled on his pride, must be killed with his own hands. Are you ready to die, bastard? With his hands on his chest, the purple flames around his body continued to burn, and then evolved into various shapes around Vladimir Eric's body, emitting a dangerous aura. As the voice of Vladimir Eric fell, the things evolved from purple flames in the air were all aimed at Maang. Maang's heart suddenly tightened, and he felt a sense of danger. Chapter 218, Captain Strikes Danger. The sense of crisis in his mind flourished. Maang did not choose to take it head-on. Instead, he constantly dodged these attacks. Sure enough, the weapons condensed from flames immediately exploded after falling to the ground. It seems that I don't need to shoot. Looking at Maang, who was forced to run around by the attack from Vladimir Eric, Aizen corner of the mouth slightly warped and turned to look at Yamamoto Genryu's standing in front of him. Why, is it head captain's turn to personally shoot so soon? It seems that 13 Division of Imperial Guards is really deteriorated. The eyes swept across several battles around. Toshiro Hitsugaya is working with Lisa and Hori to deal with the number 3 Espada. Although he has always had the upper hand, under the attack of the other party who is not afraid of death, the battle can't end for a while. Tosen Kaname was fighting with Kamemura, Kensai was fighting with a little ghost with a big sword on his back. Kunimashiro, Rose, Love, Yukitake, and Kyoraku were all unable to participate in the battle. Ushida Hikajin, who had lost one hand, could no longer continue to fight, and those deputy captains were still in the treatment. Hirako Shinji moved, and before he could appear in front of Aizen, he was stopped by Ikamaru Jin, who was standing on one side, with a strange smile on his face, and Ikamaru Jin's performance was very relaxed. Well, are you going to personally deal with me, the so-called traitor of Soul Society, or waiting for your subordinates to end the battle? The eyes turned and fell on several Rancor below. Aizen's eyes slightly paused, from the few Rancor. He felt a sense of threat. The strength of the other party is absolutely not to be underestimated. At least it is comparable to the first few Rancor existences. And most importantly, these people have not seen his Zanpakuto, which means that they will not be confused by their own Kyokusugetsu. If they fight like this, it may be a little troublesome. Or, as the leader of Shinigami, do you want to help the few Rancor over there? The closed eyes suddenly opened. A ray of light flashed from the eyes of head captain. The arm moved, and his Zanpakuto was suddenly unsheathed, driving a burst of hot flames, and suddenly cut down on Aizen's body. Bang! The scene in front of him shattered like a mirror. Aizen's figure suddenly appeared behind Yamamoto head captain. Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly pierced through his armpit and stabbed down at Yamamoto head captain's body. The sharp blade penetrated Yamamoto head captain's body effortlessly, bringing a burst of blood. Although he had turned in the shortest time, Yamamoto head captain's speed was still a bit worse. Aizen's Zanpakuto pierced through Yamamoto head captain's abdomen, and a few drops of blood dripped on the blade. Hey, the body was pierced by Aizen's Zanpakuto, but Yamamoto Genryu's eyes face suddenly showed a smile. Pa, suddenly reaching out and grabbing Aizen's arm, the blue veins on Yamamoto Genryu's eye-clenched arm burst, and the strong arm grabbed Aizen's arm, not letting him have any possibility of breaking free. Aizen shook. I caught you. Looking up at Aizen in front of him, Yamamoto Genryu's eyes face was serious. Interesting, what if you catch me? Is the hand you caught really my hand? There is no trace of panic on the face. Aizen looked at the old face of head captain in front of him and said easily. There is no worry. Just look at it with your eyes and feel it with your skin. It is indeed like this, but I am not going to misjudge the spiritual power emitted by Zanpakuto who stabbed into the body. Holding Aizen's arm, Yamamoto head captain slowly raised his right hand holding a knife. The fierce flame on Zanpakuto's upper layer burned, emitting an amazing heat. Just approaching, it made people feel like they were about to be burned. It's over, Aizen. I'll use this old man's move to burn your body, soul, and even your ambition into ashes. Nothing will be left. The light in his eyes was bright, and Zanpakuto of Yamamoto Genryu's eye cut down. A figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Yamamoto Genryu's eye, grabbing his Zanpakuto in his hand. Just as Yamamoto Genryu's eye's Rijinjaku fell into the hands of the other side, his Zanpakuto seemed to burn everything in an instant. Nani? Seeing the change on his own Zanpakuto, Yamamoto Genryu's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and the palm holding Aizen suddenly showed a moment of relaxation. The arm moved, the foot pointed, and Aizen quickly broke away from the restraint of Yamamoto Genryu's eye and retreated a few steps away. Looking at the figure holding Yamamoto Genryu's eye Zanpakuto not far away, the corner of the mouth showed a satisfied expression. The arm moved and pulled out his own Zanpakuto from the other side's hand. Yamamoto Genryu's eye body quickly retreated a few steps. In the face of the unknown, the first consideration was to pull away the distance. And why did all the flames on Rijinjaku disappear? Let me tell you. Seeing the confusion on Yamamoto Genryu's eye face, Aizen's face took a few steps forward with a smile and looked down at Yamamoto Genryu's eye standing on the ground and explained, your Rijinjaku is the strongest Zanpakuto, this is beyond doubt. If you fight seriously, your combat ability should be above mine. However, if you give up all the other abilities and only strengthen one of them, you can fight against the strongest Zanpakuto. Satisfied to see the surprise in Yamamoto Genryu's eyes, Aizen pointed his finger to the standing Wonderwiss. He, Wonderwiss, is the only modified Rankar, and his resurrection is called Extinguer. It is a Rankar specially made to seal your Rijinjaku. With a smile of victory on his face, Aizen looked at head captain who was shocked in front of him. This feeling was really good. Even Yamamoto Genryu's eye, who was known as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, was defeated on his way forward. As you can see, the ability of Extinguer is flame that seals Rijinjaku. For this ability, Wonderwiss lost his language, knowledge, memory, and even rationality. In the face of him exchanging everything for the ability. You have nothing to do. Goodbye, Yamamoto Genryu's eye. As Aizen's voice fell, Extinguer's body suddenly rushed forward, stretching out a pair of big hands to grab the body of Yamamoto head captain, as if to crush his body. The gap between the fight looked over here, and Maiyang's mouth curved into a smile. Aizen thought that by sealing head captain's Zanpakuto he could win. Really, Aizen's information is too bad. The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, not just relying on Zanpakuto. A purple flame flew over Maiyang's head. Vladimir looked at Maiyang with a gloomy face. It had been so long. Although Maiyang had been running around, Vladimir Eric himself had not caused any damage to Maiyang. This result was not satisfactory. You still have time to look at other places when you are fighting with me? Go to hell. As he shouted, a large amount of flames appeared around Vladimir Eric's body again, rushing towards Maiyang's body. An all-around attack that had no blind spots surrounded all directions around Maiyang's body. Buzz, a silver light flashed, and all the flames that rushed towards Maiyang suddenly disappeared. Seeing the scene in front of him, Vladimir froze. He did not see what happened just now. What did you do just now? Why don't you do it again and then watch carefully? With a relaxed expression on his face, Maiyang teased Vladimir. After dragging on for so long, his spiritual power finally recovered completely in the battle. You bastard. His expression became a bit gloomy. Countless flames appeared around Vladimir Eric once again and surged towards Maiyang's body. Just as those flames rushed towards Maiyang, Vladimir Eric's eyes stared fixedly at Maiyang's body, wanting to see something from it. A silver light flashed, and in a daze, a crack appeared in front of Maiyang. Those surging purple flames were all sucked into that crack. So that's how it is. Spatial power? Seeing the gap in front of Maiyang, Vladimir Eric had a flash of realization in his eyes. The unknown was the scariest thing. Now that he knew the other party's ability, it was easy to deal with. He stretched out his arm and two long swords condensed from purple flames appeared in his hand. Because of the extreme compression of the flames, the two swords appeared to have a kind of amber sparkling color. It looked exceptionally bright and dazzling, and the terrifying aura emitted from it made people secretly shocked. The wings on his back flapped, and the body of Vladimir Eric appeared directly beside Maiyang. The purple long sword in his hand directly stabbed towards Maiyang's body. He retreated and avoided the opponent's first attack. Maiyang slashed his saber at the opponent's chest, and there was a faint layer of silver radiance on Zanpakuto. Wang the other hand held the long sword to block Maiyang's attack. Vladimir Eric loosened his right hand and then held the long sword in his hand. He waved it backward and slashed at Maiyang's body again. Yang suddenly exerted strength in his arm and firmly pressed down on one of Vladimir Eric's long swords. His body suddenly received an even greater force. The movement of Vladimir Eric's other hand also paused for a moment. The moment his opponent's body stopped moving, Yang's body rose into the air, avoiding the strike that his opponent had swung back at him. Moreover, the moment his body rose into the air, a ray of light gathered in Yang's hand. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. Chapter 219, Kimura's ability boom. Looking at the explosion in front of him, there was no expression on Yang's face. This level of attack was not enough to deal with the other party. Sure enough, the smoke and dust that rose because of the explosion had not dispersed yet. A crystal purple long sword suddenly shot out from inside and was aimed at Yang's forehead. With a wrong step, the long sword flew past Yang's body. At this moment, a figure silently appeared behind Yang. A purple long sword slashed down on Yang's body. Yang, who had his back to the other side, curled his lips slightly. He actually did not make any movements. Although he was surprised by Yang's inaction, in a battle of life and death, time was of the essence. It was not enough for Vladimir Eric to slowly think about it. Seeing that Yang did not have any reaction, he directly increased the strength of his hand. The long sword slashed down on Yang's back. If he was hit by this strike, even with Yang's strength, he would definitely be seriously injured. The long sword in his hand slashed down, cutting through Yang's body. However, a hint of shock appeared on Vladimir Eric's face. Although his long sword did cut through Yang's body, the feeling from the long sword was nothing. What's going on? His body paused for a moment due to shock, and the moment Vladimir Eric's body stopped, Yang's Zanpakuto pierced through his armpit and stabbed into Vladimir Eric's chest. The pain from his body instantly pulled Vladimir Eric back to his senses. There was no time to think at all. His body directly responded, and he swung his backhand toward Yang's body. Regardless of whether he hit the other party or not, Vladimir Eric retreated directly. At this time, he had to keep a distance from the other party. He had to analyze the other party's ability first. You chose to keep your distance now. You gave me too much time. I have completely recovered. Feeling that spiritual power had recovered to his peak, Yang looked relaxed. He looked at his injuries with a gloomy expression. Vladimir Eric did not reply. The attack just now was indeed strange. It was clear that his Zanpakuto had sliced through his body, but his body did not seem to exist. However, if his body was just a phantom, why was his attack able to stab him? The injuries on his body were not fake. When he thought of this, Vladimir Eric only felt that the wounds on his body were even more painful. Although the injuries were not serious and would not cause any damage to his movements, Yang's attack just now had dealt more damage to his mind. In this game, he had already fallen into a disadvantage. Looks like you don't understand what happened just now. Then I'll let you experience it again with your own body. He raised his foot, and when he stepped down, he was already in front of Vladimir Eric. The Zanpakuto in Yang's hand swung down without any fancy moves. His speed was not fast, but the long sword that Vladimir Eric raised was unable to touch Yang's Zanpakuto. Instead, it directly passed through Yang's Zanpakuto and body, and once again cut through the air. The Zanpakuto in his hand slashed down again, leaving a scar on Vladimir Eric's shoulder. Yang's face was relaxed. How is this possible? He retreated again, and Vladimir Eric looked at Yang with a hint of fear on his face. This guy seemed to be in a different space from him. That's right. Space. A light flashed in Vladimir Eric's mind. It was space. Yang's ability was space, which he had already known before. Now, it seemed that Yang was still using the ability of space, but it was different from before. Before, he had transferred his attack through space. Now, Yang had used space to transform his body between the realms, and achieved this goal. After understanding this point, Vladimir felt relaxed. The other party was still using the ability of space transfer. It was just that in the beginning, it was to transfer his own attack, but now it was to transfer his body. As long as this was confirmed, it would be easy. It seems that you seem to understand a little. Seeing the flash of realization in Vladimir Eric's eyes, Yang said. He still did not show any emotions on his face. He just raised his foot and his Zanpakuto again. The blade flashed and slashed at Vladimir Eric's head. However, Vladimir Eric did not react at all. He just stood there blankly and watched as Zanpakuto chopped down at his body. A bloody light flashed and another wound appeared on Vladimir Eric's body. The moment Yang's Zanpakuto cut into his body, a light flashed in Vladimir Eric's eyes. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang's Zanpakuto. I caught him. Holding Yang in his left hand, Vladimir Eric had a ferocious expression on his face. The sparkling purple long sword in his right hand became darker and shorter, but the aura it emitted became even more terrifying. Sizzle! The short sword in his hand swung down, But there was another sound of tearing through the air. Vladimir Eric used all his strength to attack and actually hit the air again. Looking at the surprise on Vladimir Eric's face, a hint of a smile flashed in Ma Yang's eyes. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party relaxed, he suddenly pulled out his own Zanpakuto. Moreover, the moment he pulled out Zanpakuto, he swung down again, leaving another wound on Vladimir Eric's chest. The wound was so deep that the bones could be seen, almost cutting the other party's body in two. How could this be? With one hand on his chest, Vladimir Eric had a look of disbelief in his eyes. Why couldn't he cut Zanpakuto's body even though he had already caught him? Don't you understand? My use of abilities is not as rough as you think. I can completely control every specific part of my body when it comes to the transformation between the realms. The gloomy expression on his face gradually disappeared. The injury on Vladimir Eric's chest slowly recovered. His regenerative ability was not excellent. It was difficult to recover from such injuries. The following battles were even more difficult. After all, he had to fight the enemy with such injuries. However, do you think your spatial ability has no weaknesses? With a cold expression on his face, Vladimir Eric's voice was low to the extreme. The 3 pairs of wings on his back trembled slightly, and a fluctuation came from above. This guy. Looking at the 3 pairs of wings on Vladimir Eric's back, Ma Yang's eyes darkened slightly. He could clearly feel the pressure coming from the other party. I'll use my destructive fire to distort your space. As he spoke, traces of dark purple flames appeared around Vladimir Eric's body. When those flames appeared, Vladimir Eric's body immediately became blurry, and his figure seemed to be distorted. The moment those flames appeared, Ma Yang's body suddenly paused. The other party's flames actually completely distorted the space around Vladimir Eric. This way, his previous set of actions would not work. The space around Vladimir Eric's body was completely distorted, and his moves were completely useless. However, if the third method cannot be used, use the second method. As his body broke away from his previous state, Ma Yang raised his arm, and Zanpakuto aimed at Vladimir Eric's body. With a flash of light, Ma Yang's body had already appeared behind Vladimir Eric. Poo blood sprayed out from Vladimir Eric's body again. Even with such a powerful force, he was still unable to block Ma Yang's attack. Just like before, he did not see Ma Yang's movements at all. His body had already been hit. A deep sense of shame appeared in Vladimir Eric's heart. You haven't died from my attack. You are already worthy of being proud of yourself. At least in my opinion, there are not many people who can block it. Turning to look at the tottering Vladimir Eric, Ma Yang said. However, the words that came out of his mouth were really hard to believe to be words of praise. You bastard. Turning around and looking at Ma Yang, who was standing in front of him, Vladimir Eric's eyes were burning with flames. The 3 pairs of wings on his back were trembling, emitting terrifying flames. The space around him suddenly distorted even more, and even turned into a vacuum zone. Seriously, you're making it hard for me to do this. Seeing the distorted space around Vladimir Eric, Ma Yang shook his head. From his point of view, Vladimir Eric seemed to be standing in a dark hole, making it impossible for people to get close to him. If I refine my spatial abilities, it can be divided into third method, second method, and first method. In fact, I prefer another name: point, line, plane. Ma Yang's Zanpakuto shook the space in his hand a few times, and Ma Yang explained softly to Vladimir Eric in front of him with a relaxed expression. But because you twisted the space around you like that, my third method, plane, cannot be used, and now you twisted the space again. Even the second method, line, is not very good. In fact, if you calm down and fight with me properly, you might be able to turn the tables, but you are too anxious. Although you are very strong, perhaps it is because your talent is too high and you are born so strong, so you have not experienced many battles. Now you are acting so young and inexperienced in battle. He raised his foot and slowly walked forward. As he walked, he would occasionally knock away Vladimir Eric's attack. Ma Yang walked to the front of Vladimir in a relaxed manner. A light gathered at the top of Zanpakuto. The first method, point. Chapter 220, Before the decisive battle. Zanpakuto waved in his hand. Ma Yang looked at the space in front of him and was silent. He could not help but feel a little sad. In terms of strength, Vladimir Eric was definitely ranked high among the people Ma Yang had met. However, because his strength was too strong, he always crushed the enemy without thinking. Because the enemies he had met in the past were too weak, he did not need to think much about it. However, this tactic, when encountering an enemy who is not equal to him in strength or even better than him, can only be tragic. There is a strong strength, but there is no heart that is enough to control that strength. In the end, it can only be a tragedy like him. The real strength of a person is still the strength of the heart. In the heart, there is a flash of firmness in Ma Yang's eyes. The palm of the hand holding the knife is tight and turned to look at the battle situation of Aizen and Yamamoto Genryusai. Boom! At the moment when Maayang turned his head, a powerful column of flame suddenly rose from Yamamoto Genryuzi and Aizen. Not good. A lightning suddenly flashed in his brain. Maayang's heart tightened. The time he wasted here seemed to be a little long. The foot moved and just rushed to the battlefield over there. A bright knife flashed, and a Zanpakuto was inserted in front of Maayang. Looking at the ugly Zanpakuto in front of him, Maayang's pupil shrank. He followed Zanpakuto to look over there, and what came into his eyes was a silver-haired teenager with a fox-like smile on his face. His eyes stared at Ikamaru Jin's face, and Maayang's voice gradually became cold. Are you serious? Ikamaru. Jin. Now there are only a few spiritual power that can be clearly felt. Just when Maayang and Vladimir were fighting, Toshiro Hitsugaya and the other three joined hands to kill Espada number 3, but then they fell under Aizen's Zanpakuto because of their impulse. As for the others, they all have the same ending. Now even Yamamoto head captain's spiritual power is weak. How can it be? Don't be so scary, Kimura-san. I just want to ask you to wait for a while. Spreading his hands, Ikamaru Jin looked at Maayang innocently, and his Zanpakuto, who had been restored to his original state, was facing Maayang's body. Boom! And just as Maayang stopped, another terrifying flame column burst out from the ground. The huge flame column was in the shape of a knife, and the moment it appeared, it destroyed everything around it. Even though they were far away, Maayang still felt a terrifying aura from that attack. This is Hado number 96, Flaming Sword of Cremation, worthy of head captain. Even if he was tricked by Captain Aizen, he still made the most correct judgment in an instant. Turning to Flame Pillar over there, Ikamaru Jin's face was full of amazement. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Maayang looked at Ikamaru Jin and asked again. How can that be? I said I just wanted to ask you to wait a while. Saying that, Ikamaru Jin stepped aside and put away his own Zanpakuto, indicating that he would not block the way again. Looking at Ikamaru Jin with deep meaning, Maayang lifted his foot and rushed to the place where the flame column burst in the distance. Shua, leaping out of the Hado of Yamamoto Genryuzi, Aizen was also slightly embarrassed. He did not expect that in that case, Yamamoto Genryuzi would still send such a terrible attack. It was too careless. Just as Aizen's heart was saved for his mistake just now, the space behind him suddenly shattered. Ichigo Kurosaki with mask jumped out of the Garganta, and the black spiritual power in his hand rolled and slashed at Aizen's shoulder. Puff! Landing on the ground, Aizen staggered and his body was half bent. Originally, because of the attack of Yamamoto head captain, he suffered a lot of damage. His spiritual power lost a lot. Ichigo Kurosaki's sneak attack just now caused his body to be directly injured. There was a deep scar on his shoulder. It's not over yet. Ah! After one hit, Ichigo Kurosaki's momentum was even more powerful. Once again, he raised his own Zanpakuto, and a strong spiritual power gathered on the blade. When Aizen stood up straight, Zanpakuto in his hand was in front of him, effortlessly blocking Ichigo's attack, with a smile on his face. What is so funny? Looking at the smile on Aizen's face, Ichigo's tone was a little cold. At the moment of arriving in human world, he felt that everyone's spiritual power had become very weak, and the person who caused all this was the guy standing in front of him. You didn't have time to kill me, that was my last gap, Ichigo Kurosaki. Uchiha's Zanpakuto suddenly pierced Aizen's chest from behind. The blade stopped in front of Ichigo's chest, and on Zanpakuto's blade, a few drops of blood slowly dripped. The edge of the dual blades, this is Kimura-san's Zanpakuto. Seeing Zanpakuto in front of him still dripping blood, Ichigo Kurosaki was secretly shocked. When did he make a move? He did not even notice it. The last gap? Not necessarily. Maayang's voice sounded behind Aizen. His body was close to Aizen, and Zanpakuto in his hand penetrated his body. Although he said this, Maayang's heart was not at ease at all. He could now clearly feel the sense of crisis from Aizen, which was more powerful than the beginning. Do you think you heard me? A trace of blood flowed from the corner of the mouth, but Aizen still looked indifferent. With a wrong step, Maayang flashed away and looked at Aizen with serious eyes. Do you think that this is also an injury? During the conversation, the wound on Aizen's shoulder that was cut by Ichigo Kurosaki quickly recovered, and the injury left by Maayang on the chest was also slowly recovering. It only took a few blinks of an eye to recover, and there was no scar left. Super regeneration. Seeing what happened to Aizen, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes tightened. He had seen a lot of similar situations, but Aizen seemed to be somewhat different from what he had seen before. This is not a super speed regeneration. Look clearly, he is not a hollow. Staring at Aizen, Maayang felt that it was tricky. Aizen's current appearance seemed to have begun to merge with Hogyoku. Yes, this is not hollowification, this is just a defense instinct to protect the owner. What are you talking about? Halfway through his words, Ichigo Kurosaki stopped. There was no need to say the rest of the words. When he saw what was revealed under Aizen's torn clothes, he already understood. It's Hogyoku. There was a bead embedded in the center of the chest, shining with a blue light. Ichigo Kurosaki had seen that thing when he was in the Sokioka Hill. It was something that Aizen was after. Glancing at Aizen, Maiyang knew that it was impossible to easily solve him at this time, so he was too lazy to plan anything else. The following things could only rely on hard strength. But before that, the body flashed and disappeared from Aizen. Maiyang left Aizen alone to Kurosaki Ichigo. Anyway, according to Aizen's temper, he would not really kill Ichigo Kurosaki. Is it okay to give the battlefield to that child? It's okay, with his strength, it is not easy to kill Aizen. On the other hand, are they okay? Looking at the captains and the people of the Visored Legion on the ground, Maiyang showed a trace of worry in his eyes. It's okay. The treatment of Suzuki-san was very timely. Although they were not cured, their injuries were stabilized in the end. Now after receiving my treatment, there will be no danger to their lives. However, the arm of the head captain. Looking at the severed arm of the head captain, Maiyang was slightly silent. He did not expect that in the end, head captain's hand was still broken. If it is possible, let Toriheim help head captain Yamamoto heal after the battle is over. Captain Anohana, although it is embarrassing to say this, can you please protect them? I may not be able to care about the situation here after the battle begins. Of course, this is my responsibility. Thank you. Turning to look at Suzuki Kusu on the side, Maiyang did not speak, but Suzuki Kusu already understood what he meant. She nodded heavily, indicating that she would also protect the people here. Stark, Harrible, I am sorry to trouble you here. Take care of me. Don't worry, we are not just here to watch the play. Sitting up, the dejection in Stark's eyes faded, revealing a rare bit of seriousness. He was always very attentive to what Maiyang told him. That's good. As soon as the voice fell, Maiyang took a step and his body directly appeared behind Aizen. His body rotated a few times in the air, and Zanpakuto in his hand slammed down on Aizen's body. Dang. Although he was talking to Ichigo Kurosaki, he did not completely relax his vigilance. The moment Maiyang's attack fell, Aizen's body suddenly twisted and blocked Maiyang's attack. Boom. The arm holding the knife trembled, and Aizen's body also sank slightly, and the ground under his feet suddenly cracked. It was because of Maiyang's slash that the ground was destroyed. It is really unreasonable to interrupt other people's conversation. Looking up at Maiyang in front of him, Aizen said with a smile. His previous conversation with Ichigo Kurosaki was about to reach the key point, but was interrupted by Maiyang's sudden move. In the face of Aizen's criticism, Maiyang's face did not have any color. Chapter 221, Kurosaki Ishin Boom. Just as Maiyang's body just withdrew, the blue slash fell on Aizen's body, and suddenly burst out a fierce roar. I was still thinking that it was almost time for you to go on stage, Kurosaki Ishin. As his body landed in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, Maiyang said to the person beside him. Old. Is it that? Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in front of him, the muscles on Kurosaki Ichigo's face twitched. A drop of sweat slid down and he asked hesitantly in a trembling voice. This face and figure was indeed his father. However, what was the matter with the Death Tyrant equipment on his body? And that slash just now, that powerful power, the powerful spiritual power that was emitted from his body, what exactly was going on? Turning around, Kurosaki focused his gaze on Ichigo Kurosaki. Then, with a dark face, he walked in Ichigo Kurosaki's direction without saying a word. Hey! Say something. Old man. Looking at the stranger in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki's body trembled slightly. His heart was in chaos. What was happening in front of him was beyond his understanding. Was this guy still his father who liked to play tricks? Dong. Walking to the front of Ichigo Kurosaki, Kurosaki Ishin did not say anything, raised his head, and directly smashed the head of Ichigo, knocking his body out. It hurts. You damn. Walking to the front of Ichigo Kurosaki who was lying on the ground, Kurosaki Ishin turned his head and looked at Aizen and Maiyang over there. His figure flashed and directly disappeared with Ichigo's body. Their spiritual power disappeared. It seems that he has set up a very powerful enchantment. After feeling it, Aizen, who found that he really could not perceive Kurosaki Ishin and his son's spiritual power whispered. Do you still have time to pay attention to others in front of me? Zanpakuto in Maiyang's hand raised horizontally and aimed at Aizen's body. Seeing Maiyang's action, Aizen's heart suddenly tightened. He was injured by Maiyang's move before. He knew that this was the beginning of a move of Maiyang. A silver light flashed, and Aizen instinctively leaned over his body and waved out Zanpakuto in his hand while dodging. Puff! A wound appeared on Aizen's arm, and blood splashed. He was actually hit again. The eyes fell on the wounds on his body. Aizen's eyes were slightly cold. The same move, he was actually hit twice. Sure enough. Yang stopped and his eyes fell on the back of his hand. There was a very shallow wound on the back of his hand. A few drops of blood seeped out. Although it was very shallow, it was enough for Yang to be surprised. In that case, Aizen could actually organize an attack at the same time of blocking. Then, Yang's Zanpakuto was covered with a layer of silver radiance. Yang's body suddenly disappeared in the air, and then countless silver threads appeared around Aizen's body, as if to wrap up his body. Puff, as countless silver threads flashed on the side of Aizen, blood sprayed out from Aizen's body. Although he had tried to block it, the attack organized by Yang still left countless scars on Aizen, even if those scars were not deep. The body fell to the ground. Yang's body bowed slightly, and his breathing became a little hurried. He launched multiple attacks in an instant. Although it did bring some injuries to Aizen's body, it also made his own body a little overloaded. I have to say, your strength is really beyond my expectations, Yang. The wound drawn by Yang's Zanpakuto squirmed and slowly recovered. Although the appearance looked very miserable, the expression on Aizen's face had slowly calmed down. Even such an injury would recover quickly under the ability of Hueco. Now he did not need to worry about anything at all. A temporary loss did not mean anything. Although I have long regarded you as a factor that cannot be ignored, the evaluation of you is still too low, but this is also something that can't be helped. After all, you have never shown your full strength. For your upper limit of strength, it can only be speculated, and there will inevitably be errors with the real situation. However, from now on, all of this has no meaning. Aizen's words have not finished. Kurosaki Isshin's body suddenly appeared beside him, the light on Zanpakuto in his hand flashed, and he swung down at Aizen's body. Boom! Yang took a step and appeared in the distance, standing side by side with Kurosaki Isshin, and the place where Aizen stood before had been completely covered by the rising smoke and dust. Step, 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 dash! The smoke and dust dispersed, and Aizen stepped out of it, looking calm. The attack of Kurosaki just now did not affect him. I have already said that all this is meaningless. The will of Hueco has gradually begun to understand my thoughts. When they heard Aizen's words, Yang and Kurosaki Isshin were shocked. Kurosaki Isshin was confused by Aizen's words, while Yang was shocked by the meaning revealed in Aizen's tone. Hueco began to understand Aizen's idea, which meant that the next battle would become more difficult. What are you talking about? Looking at Aizen in front of him, Kurosaki asked calmly. You still don't understand? I mean, Hueco actually has a will. In my opinion, this is simply a dream. No wonder you can't feel it. It was only after I became the owner of Hueco that I learned that he had a will. As if he was eager to show off after obtaining a new toy, Aizen explained to Yang and Kurosaki Isshin with a smile. What do you think Hueco's ability will be? Control two things that are completely opposite, the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow? No. Hueco's real ability is the heart that exists around the body, and the ability to absorb and materialize. What? Seeing the horror in Kurosaki Isshin's eyes, Aizen felt satisfied. Do you still not understand? I mean all the miracles that happened around Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia Kuachiki, and Kisuke before, in fact, they are all manifested through Hueco's will. What are you talking about? The more he heard Aizen's explanation, the more puzzled Kurosaki Isshin was in his heart. The words that constantly came out of Aizen's mouth completely subverted his previous cognition. At this time, when he heard Aizen's words, he could not help screaming. The reason why Kisuke mistakenly thought that Hueco's ability was to control the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow, was because it was his own wish to create Hueco. Rukia Kuachiki passed all the spiritual pressure to Ichigo Kurosaki, causing her to lose Shinigami's strength, because he could not get rid of the pain of killing Shibakayan. And the reason why Sato Yasudara and Orihime the Well were awakened was because they cursed their own powerlessness from the bottom of their hearts. And I perceive the real power of Hueco. No. If I am aware of it, there is actually a grammatical problem. To be precise, it should be that I understand that it is not like what Kisuke said, it is the ability to control the boundary between and Hollow. Because if that ability is true, Hirako Shinji should not be completely turned into the Vizard. Hirako Shinji's hollowification is at the same time of the hollowification experiment, and the ability of Hueco is confirmed. And the experiment was really successful, and the ability of Hueco was activated by Kisuke, so Hirako Shinji completely evolved into the Vizard. And I used the ability of Hueco to send Rukia Kuachiki to Kurosaki Ichigo. Intoxicated by the pleasure of controlling everything, Aizen's voice suddenly changed. Of course, Hueco's ability still has a limit. Hueco's ability is to materialize the surrounding hearts. However, if the target does not have the power to complete him, it is impossible to achieve. In this meaning, it can be said to be the power of guiding to the direction of hope. It's just that. The creature is really incredible. The things that are expected by the insignificant heart can also be realized. You. After listening to Aizen's words, Kurosaki's single-minded face was full of anger, and the momentum of the whole body gathered, as if it would break out in the next moment. Boom! A bright saber light suddenly flashed past Kurosaki's side, and a figure was sent flying by the saber light, fiercely crashing into a building in the distance. Throwing away a Kamarujin's Zanpakuto, Ichigo Kurosaki wiped the corner of his mouth. Looking coldly at the guy on the opposite side, in the battle just now, he didn't take advantage of it at all. Yo, blocked it? If not for a coincidence, then you are too powerful. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki in front of him, Kamarujin praised him. Indeed, as a young man, to be able to achieve such a degree, Ichigo Kurosaki was already very amazing. Who said that it was a coincidence? Ichigo. What? You are so noisy. I can handle him just a little bit. Don't bother me. Looking at his son, the corner of Kurosaki Ishin's heart suddenly showed a smile of relief. Sorry, Captain Aizen, did I interrupt your conversation? Squinting at Aizen, Kamarujin smiled and asked. It doesn't matter, our conversation is just over. Chapter 222, Gather Besieged Dad, what is that? What the hell is going on? Seeing what happened to Aizen, plus the feeling of oppression, Ichigo Kurosaki shouted at Kurosaki Ishin. How do I know? When I was about to say that I couldn't understand what he was talking about, you suddenly flew over, so the result is that I still don't understand anything. What do you mean you don't know? Isn't the person who was fighting with him just now you? Don't make a big noise. If you want to know, just ask Aizen directly. It's so troublesome. This is evolution. Looking at Kurosaki and his son who were arguing, Ma-Yang said. What? Hearing Ma-Yang's words, the father and son in the dispute turned their eyes and looked at Ma-Yang. Yes, this is indeed an evolution. Glancing at Ma-Yang, Aizen said, really, the name Hogyoku is really good. This is the power that will completely destroy the eternal horizon between God and non-God. Just as Aizen spoke, more white unknown substances wrapped around his body and wrapped his body, giving him a strange feeling. Sizzle, a red light suddenly appeared and penetrated Aizen's body. Finally, Kisuke. Ma-Yang looked up. On the building behind Aizen, Kisuke stood there with a cane. His other hand covered his hat. His eyes under the brim of the hat were full of seriousness and seriousness. Long time no see, Aizen, I haven't seen you for a while, and your dress has become very strange. The expression on his face relaxed, and Kisuke said in a teasing tone. Anything is ugly on the way of evolution. Between words, the wound on Aizen's shoulder that was sneak attacked by Kisuke has recovered. I didn't say that you looked ugly. You just fused with Hogyoku. The eyes fell on Hogyoku that gradually integrated into Aizen's body, and Kisuke said in a strange tone. It's not a fusion. It should be said that the Hogyoku submit to me. Since Kisuke appeared, Aizen put most of his spirit on the other side. Even Ma-Yang and Kurosaki Ishin, who were standing on the side, were unconsciously ignored by him. At this time, he turned directly to Kisuke, and his eyes showed some pride. That Hogyoku you can't control at the beginning. Ah, with a chuckle, it seemed that he was amused by Aizen's statement. Kisuke habitually reached out and pressed his hat. I can't control it. It is true, at that time. At that time? Hearing Kisuke's words, Aizen could not help laughing. It is really obvious that you don't admit defeat. However, whether you die or not, it doesn't matter, because the body suddenly disappeared from the place, and then directly appeared in front of Kisuke. Aizen's Zanpakuto inserted from Kisuke's chest. You have lost the opportunity to control Hogyoku forever. Bang! In front of Kisuke, the body suddenly expanded and then burst, and Aizen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and then a hand suddenly attached to his body from behind. 6 feet light prison. Kisuke said softly. 6 pieces of light suddenly appeared and bound Aizen's body. Then Kisuke moved his feet and his body retreated a few steps away. He looked at Aizen, whose face was still calm. Do you think you can trap me with this level of Bakudo? This level of Bakudo? What is this level? On one side of the body, the cane in Kisuke's hand was aimed at Aizen's body. Bakudo number 63, Ethereal Binding Chain. Bakudo number 79, 9 Sunbind. The 2 Bakudo were released in succession, and after temporarily trapping Aizen's body, Kisuke stretched out his arm, and a long line of lingshi spat out from his mouth. Limit of the Thousand's hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items: Book of Heaven, Disease Treasure, Great Wheel, Grey Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Hearing the words spoken by Kisuke, Aizen's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. All Hado above 90 are all extremely powerful, even he is not willing to take the Hado. Do you think I will let you use that kind of Kido? That kind of thing? Too late. Hado number 91, Thousand-Hand Incandescent Heaven Killing Spear. As the last words in Kisuke's mouth came out, an attack with a terrible fluctuation shot toward Aizen's body. The flames produced by the explosion dyed the whole sky red, and the explosive air blew the buildings in the city to shake. So powerful. Looking at the amazing momentum in the air, Ichigo Kurosaki swallowed a mouthful of saliva and murmured. Although he knew that Kisuke Hirahara was not simple, he did not expect to be strong to this extent. He could fight Aizen to this extent just by Hado. Aizen, it seems that you really began to get careless after getting the power of Hogyoku. You are right. As soon as Kisuke's voice fell, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind his head. It was Aizen's voice. There was a flash of shock in his eyes. Kisuke had just turned his body, and Aizen's arms suddenly waved, leaving a deep scar on his abdomen, and blood splashed. Because I have long been indifferent and there is no need to be on guard. As long as I rely on my feeling, this body made by Hogyoku has begun to be far above my ability that no one can defeat in Soul Society. Feeling the powerful strength in the body, Aizen was intoxicated. The body was filled with unprecedented strength, and he felt that he was omnipotent now. Now even the Kido above 90 could touch me. You are wrong. I said that I was relaxed, not that you did not dodge my Kido. Looking up at Aizen, Kisuke's eyes flashed a trace of wisdom, and the eyes that saw through everything made Aizen's heart jump. If it was you before, it would be impossible to be unprepared. Kisuke's voice just fell, and a halo suddenly appeared on Aizen's wrists, wrapping around his wrists. This is... Feeling what happened to himself, Aizen's eyes showed a trace of shock. Seal. I have sealed the exit of all the spiritual power on Shinigami's hands. Kisuke reached out to hold his hat. A cold killing intent flashed through his eyes that were hidden under the shadow of the hat. You will be burned to ashes by your own spiritual power from the inside. Boom. Boom. As if responding to Kisuke's words, just as Kisuke's voice fell, Aizen's body suddenly burst out a violent explosion, and the flame column caused by the explosion rushed to the sky. Wow, Kisuke. Looking at Kisuke who fell to his side, Ma-Yang praised. This is not enough. Hearing Ma-Yang's praise, there was no joy on Kisuke's face. What? Can't you kill him like this? Hearing Kisuke's words, Ichigo Kurosaki was stunned. He originally thought that this was the end of the matter. After such an explosion, could Aizen still be spared? If you think this can end, it is too naive. In this case, he is no different from ordinary monsters. He will soon appear again. After listening to Kisuke's words, Ichigo Kurosaki subconsciously turned his line of sight to Flame Pillar. Then he was shocked to see a figure surrounded by white unknown matter coming out of Flame Pillar. Although he could not see his face, everyone knew that it was Aizen. Only, after experiencing the terrible attack, Aizen was actually unscathed. Step with a step, the white Aizen directly appeared in the distance beside several people. The few people present were all experts, but no one saw how Aizen moved. It gave people the feeling that he had been here all the time. Lure me to attack with a Hado number 90, Black Coffin, use the moves that I have launched, let me attack from the inside. If your opponent is not me, no, it should be said that if not for me who had already assimilated with Hogyoku, the battle would have ended. A slightly strange voice came from this white humanoid object. Although there was a slight change, it was indeed Aizen's voice, but his voice became more confident. But unfortunately, the Hogyoku you created has exceeded your understanding. In order to fight with me, this move created cannot do anything to me. While speaking, Aizen reached out and took off the two things on his wrist, crushed them, and then looked up at Kisuke in front of him. This was the only person in Soul Society who could be compared with him in terms of IQ. Click. Without saying a word, Kisuke reached out and pulled out his Zanpakuto, threw the scabbard to the side, and his face was cold. After the move failed, you have to rely on your strength? No problem. Looking at Kisuke who pulled out his sword in front of him and intended to shoot directly, Aizen's face looked indifferent. Just when Kisuke just pulled out Zanpakuto and was ready to attack, Kurosaki Ishin, who was standing behind Aizen, suddenly stepped forward and took the first step to cut Aizen's back. The body leaned forward and the left foot was pushed back. Aizen blocked Kurosaki's sneak attack with a high difficulty position, and then waved his sword to block Kisuke's attack without any effort. The body shook and the bodies of the two people flew out. When the body flew out, a small chain appeared in the hands of Kisuke and Kurosaki at the same time. It wrapped around Aizen's wrists and ankles and pulled his body. What does this mean? This. Boom. Before Aizen's voice fell, a figure fell from the sky, and a heavy fist slammed down, smashing his body into the ground. Chapter 223, All the Tricks in the Books. Boom. Unprepared, Aizen's body and the ground collided. Because of Yoruichi's punch, the body even directly sank into the ground. Bastard. Yoruichi. The body lost control in an instant because of the attack, and Aizen couldn't help but open his mouth to scold. Originally, he put most of his attention on Miang. After all, until now, he did not see through Miang. Although he admitted that he would not lose to Miang, he had to guard against it, who knew that he would actually be attacked by Yoruichi suddenly. There was a flash of light in her eyes. Yoruichi shouted, and her fist fell like a storm. Each blow was powerful and heavy. She poured her strength on Aizen mercilessly. Under the fierce and dense attack, the rest of Aizen ground shattered, and the surrounding buildings fell because of the violent impact. How is it? Is it a little effective? After an attack, Yoruichi sat on Aizen's back with one knee and looked at Aizen, who had a layer of white substance cracked by herself, whispered. After such a heavy blow from her, she did not believe that Aizen could still bear it. Yoruichi, hurry up and get out of the way. Kisuke, who had been watching over there, suddenly opened his mouth and shouted anxiously to Yoruichi. Hearing Kisuke's call, Yoruichi's body paused, and just as she paused, a powerful light column suddenly rose from Aizen, and then Yoruichi saw herself covered by the light column on the leg, which was quickly dissolved by Kisuke's special leg guard. Yoruichi quickly retreated and ran in front of Kisuke. In the face of this monster, it was safer for two people to stay together. What's wrong? Is your attack over? It's best to hurry up. Before breaking your last attack, I will break your attacks one by one. Although there were some cracks on the white substance on the surface of the body, Aizen looked as if he was not affected at all. The tone was still arrogant and the aura emitted from his body was still strong. In order to defeat me, you must have drawn up a lot of means. That is the proof of your efforts and strength. Moreover, that also represents the size of your hope. What I should do now is to break all your attacks and continue to make moves. Yoruichi, Kisuke, Kurosaki, and Kimura, eyes turned to the place where Miang was originally. Aizen's calm eyes suddenly flashed a trace of surprise, and Miang's body disappeared, without him noticing. Pucci, Zanpakuto suddenly pierced Aizen's body, half of the blade out of his chest, and the bright blade seemed to be mocking Aizen's previous remarks. Really? I didn't expect you to be so slow. I have already launched my attack, Aizen. You. This guy. When? The head turned and looked at the hateful face behind him. Aizen's eyes flashed a trace of anger, and he was actually sneak attacked by Miang. When? Naturally, it is when you are talking big. Zanpakuto flashed with silver light, Miang's arm tightened, and he cut horizontally, wanting to cut Aizen's body from the chest into two pieces. Ridiculous. Suddenly reached out and grabbed Miang, who was inserted in his chest, and there seemed to be a flame burning in Aizen's eyes. Do you want to leave like this after hurting me? With a turn of his arm, Zanpakuto in Aizen's hand swept down toward Miang's body. When Zanpakuto suddenly cut in from one side. Holding Aizen's Zanpakuto, it was Kurosaki Ishin who was watching closely. Lifting his foot, Aizen swept Kurosaki Ishin with one foot. With his strength, as long as this foot went down, he could definitely kick Kurosaki Ishin out. Boom! Aizen's foot had just been raised and had not been waved out. Yoruichi's body suddenly appeared and punched Aizen's head. I said that you are not my opponent. Your fist has no effect on me. The body shook, and a stronger force erupted from Aizen's body, kicking Kurosaki Ishin's body with a flying kick. Aizen's arm turned, and easily held Yoruichi's fist, facing him now. In other words, boxing at this level doesn't work at all. Shunko. Aizen's arm just came into contact with Yoruichi's fist. Yoruichi's mouth suddenly spat out such a word, and then there was a flash of lightning, and a powerful momentum burst from Yoruichi. The fist, which was already very powerful, suddenly became stronger and smashed Aizen's arm on his face. Bastard! With an unwilling cry, Aizen's body involuntarily took a step back, and the palm that was holding Kimura Miang's Zanpakuto was also momentarily slackened. Taking the opportunity to draw out his Zanpakuto, Kimura Miang's body was short, letting Aizen's backward body beaten by Yoruichi, and a palm was placed on Aizen's side, and there was a flash of light in the palm of her hand. Thunder roar cannon. With a hit, Miang's body immediately retreated. Looking at Aizen, who was once again drowned by the explosion, serious but not relaxed at all. Aizen, that guy, even if he was pierced through his chest by his own Zanpakuto, he could still do so many things. It was really hard to imagine how strong he was. You guys. The body just came out of the explosion, and before Aizen finished his words, Kisuke's body suddenly came out from behind him. Shibari, Beni'im. Zanpakuto in his hand swung, and a net fell from the sky, making Aizen's body comfortable. Trying to trap me with this move being hit by Kisuke's attack, Aizen did not worry at all. The tone was still calm, and the wound that was pierced through by Maayang before his chest had disappeared. Hi Asabi, Beni'im, Jazutsunagi. All the nodes wrapped around Aizen suddenly expanded, and then a violent explosion suddenly occurred, drowning Aizen's body again. Ridiculous, is this move already a unique skill? It is stronger than the last time. Even if he was hit by such a violent explosion distance, Aizen's figure was only slightly embarrassed, and he disdainfully commented on Kisuke's attack. As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared behind Aizen. It was Kurosaki Ishin, who was holding Zanpakuto high, and his Zanpakuto was wrapped in a layer of powerful spiritual power. This was obviously an attack that he had been charging for a long time. Getsuga cross moon fangs. The light of the knife appeared, and the violent impact broke out from the Zanpakuto of Kurosaki's single-minded, sending Aizen's body flying out and drowning in a strong explosion. How is it? I don't know. After turning into that appearance, Aizen's spiritual power is completely unreadable. He is indeed powerful to the point of making people feel terrible. However, when he chopped at him, he felt that there was no one there. It felt very strange. Looking at the still extinguished exploding flame in front of him, Kurosaki Ishin was serious. Facing such an enemy, it was really not a pleasant thing. This slash is indeed powerful. I also understand the attack just now. Accompanied by a clear sound of footsteps, Aizen's body came out of the explosion and a gap was made on his face by the slash just now. Through the gap, one could see an unknown substance shaking inside. Just seeing it made people feel a terrible sense of oppression. What is inside? What is the change in his body? Well, it's almost time for you to understand my strength. In front of his chest, Aizen's tone was full of conceit. In his view, the four people opposite him had no way to stop themselves no matter what. Although I don't want to interrupt you at this time, is it really good to be so confident? Just as Aizen was ready to show his skills, Maayang's voice suddenly sounded. Huh? Pretending to be mysterious? Turning to look at Maayang, Aizen's eyes showed a trace of probing. It was already at this time. Did Maayang think that he could do something with some small means? Really, you haven't felt it until now. It really disappoints me. After feeling Aizen's probing eyes, Maayang opened his mouth and said, his tone revealing a bit of ease. I just left something in your body. I thought you would be able to detect it immediately, but I didn't expect you to be so slow, and I have to remind you. The pupils suddenly contracted, Aizen was just about to speak, and a dark light suddenly appeared from his chest. This is... Looking at the familiar thing that appeared from his chest, Aizen's eyes showed a touch of surprise. It was actually this thing. It was just a casual thing. I didn't expect to use it in this place. Looking at the thing that appeared on Aizen's chest, Maayang repeated what he had heard from the enemy not long ago. The black flame of despair will not burn or explode, but will assimilate everything it touches until the target is captured, and it will turn into nothingness. Before the target is captured, the black flame will never disappear. It's the same even if the person who activated the spell dies. What appears on your chest now is what Watanabe left behind before he died. Those black flames will devour everything it touches. Even I have no good solution, so I can only seal it up, but after all it's not a long-term solution. I'll give it to you now. You're welcome. I think your body should have been swallowed by black flames now, no matter if there is still a body in your body or something strange. Damn it. You bastard. Looking at Maayang, the anger in Aizen's eyes almost turned into substance. Ah, with a roar, chains of black flames surged out of Aizen's body, and his body disappeared little by little under the black flames, devoured and assimilated by those black flames. Chapter 224, Fierce Fight This Is. Looking at Aizen, who was gradually drowned by a black flame, Kisuke and the other two walked to Maayang's side, and asked with some surprise in their tone. This was not Kido, and they had never heard that Maayang would use such a move before. This is something I inherited from my enemy. Casually explaining to the three of them, Maayang did not want to say more about the talk at the ferry. His eyes were staring at Aizen, and Maayang did not dare to relax at all. He knew that Aizen was difficult to deal with. After fusing with Hogyoku, he was almost an unkillable existence. Noticing that Maayang's face was still nervous, his eyes stared at Aizen without blinking. Kisuke and the other three also turned their eyes. They had already deeply touched Aizen's difficulty in the previous fight. Damn it. Maayang, you bastard. The body half knelt on the ground, Aizen raised his head and roared. Maayang and others could clearly see that half of Aizen's body had almost disappeared. On his chest, Hogyoku was still flashing with a mysterious light, giving out a rhythmic rhythm, like a heartbeat. Kisuke, can you take his Hogyoku now? Looking at Hogyoku who was fighting in the air, Maayang pursed his lips, and then asked Kisuke on the side. No, his fusion with Hueco has begun, and now it can't be interrupted, at least for the time being. And I don't understand this. Even if you let me do it, I don't know what to do. Is that so? It's really a pity. Hearing Gisuke's answer, Maayang shook his head. Now it seems that he can only rely on strength to deal with Aizen. However, Aizen is already so powerful now. If he continues to evolve, can his side really block it? Maayang was still thinking about what Aizen would become next. Gisuke on the side suddenly let out a suppressed cry of surprise. What's wrong? Hearing Gisuke's voice, Maayang looked up and saw a majestic purple spiritual power burst out from Aizen. The black flames were destroyed and disappeared under the oppression of the purple spiritual power. The thing that once made Maayang helpless was solved by Aizen just by spiritual power. This guy. While speaking, Aizen's body that had been swallowed by the black flames and assimilated gradually recovered. The complexion changed, and the four people simultaneously retreated a distance. Then they looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The other side had not yet made a move, and the few people on their side actually retreated a large distance at the same time. In terms of momentum, they were already much weaker than the other side. I really should thank you, Maayang. If not for you, I would not have passed the chrysalis stage so quickly. Originally wrapped around the body, the white matter that tightly wrapped the whole body shattered, revealing the face of Aizen. With a smile on his face, Aizen looked at Maayang and said in a soft tone, "Chrysalis." Hearing the words that Aizen spat out, everyone was stunned. What did he mean? Then, in return, I will use my Zanpakuto to personally send you off. Just as several people were still thinking about Aizen's words, Aizen suddenly raised his Zanpakuto. The light flashed, and there was no time to react at all. Yoruichi body had been swept out by a sword pressure and knocked down several buildings along the way. Yoruichi. A cry of concern came out of his mouth, and before Gisuke could do anything, Aizen's foot had kicked his stomach and kicked his body out. Damn it. Getsuga cross moon fangs. Seeing that Aizen sent two people flying in a flash, Kurosaki Ishin raised his Zanpakuto up. The dark blue spiritual power gathered on Zanpakuto, a sharp aura condensed, and slammed down on Aizen's body. The light of a grain of rice. You dare to fight for the glory of the moon? Facing the chop of Kurosaki, Aizen's face flashed a trace of disdain. With a wave of his hand, a huge chop came from his Zanpakuto, smashing the Getsuga cross moon fangs of Kurosaki Ishin, and also threw his body out. However, the fact that you dare to draw your sword in front of me is worthy of praise. Although it is just an insignificant power, it is at least much better than those who dare not to do it. Do you think so, Maayang? Turning to look at Maayang, there was a trace of mockery in the blue, purple eyes. In vain, he paid more attention to Maayang. Who knew that when Gisuke and the other two launched an attack on him, Maayang actually did not move at all. Don't dare to make a move? Hearing Aizen ridicule himself, Maayang first laughed, and then nodded. Yes, I really didn't dare to make a move just now. Who knows when you will activate Kyoka Suigetsu? It would be bad if you were caught in an accident. What an interesting excuse. Do you think I still need to use Kyoka Suigetsu? I can easily deal with all of you just by relying on my strength. In that case, you won't be able to use Kyoka Suigetsu anymore. Then I'm relieved. Although I have some ideas about how to deal with you, it will still be a bit troublesome in the end. Interesting. Do you still want to boast even now? What you said is like as long as I don't use Kyoka Suigetsu, you will be able to defeat me. Of course. Swish, the figure flashed, Aizen's body appeared in front of Maayang, and Zanpakuto's blade in his hand clung to Maayang's body. Now do you still think you can defeat me? The corners of the mouth were slightly raised, and Maayang's face showed a confident smile. Of course. With a flick of his body, the Zanpakuto that passed Aizen's hand suddenly moved, and the Zanpakuto in Kimura Maayang's hand suddenly turned into an afterimage, and the naked eye could hardly catch the slightest trace. When, with a single slash, Aizen's Zanpakuto was thrown away. Kimura Maayang was short and stepped, and he had already bullied himself to Aizen's body. He clenched his fist with his left hand and swung it towards Aizen's body. The fist is useless to my body. I think you should have seen the end of Yoruichi before. Looking at the fist that Maayang waved in front of him, Aizen's face showed a faint smile, his body did not dodge, and he intended to take the blow of Maayang. Seeing Aizen's reaction, Maayang's mouth was slightly raised. If Aizen could really take his own attack, maybe it would really make him suffer a double blow, even if he lost the fighting will. It was not impossible, but his strength was not what he imagined. Shunko. A ball of light suddenly burst on Maayang's body, and the fist that was waved suddenly changed. A wave of air ripples spread from Maayang's fist. Boom. Being punched in the face, The faint smile on Aizen's face suddenly froze, and the body almost flew out at the moment of being hit. Bang! At this time, there was a muffled explosion in the air. The body twisted, and the footsteps dragged a long trace on the ground. Aizen's face was very ugly. He did not expect that Niang's strength was so strong, and he did not expect that he had such a skill. Damn it, that bastard. What is? Looking up, Aizen was shocked to find that Niang's body disappeared in his vision. Boom. A sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Aizen's body tilted, Zanpakuto in his hand raised and collided with Zanpakuto, which was waved down by Niang. A violent fluctuation spread around with the place where the two fought. The arm holding the knife trembled, and Aizen's body sank slightly. The power from Niang's Zanpakuto actually made him feel that he could not block it. Slash was blocked, Niang's body turned, and a leg whip was pulled out, sweeping down on Aizen's head, and where the leg whip swept, even the air seemed to be burning. The corner of Aizen's eye glanced at Niang's leg whip, and Aizen's arm raised and crossed with Niang's leg whip. There was another violent roar, and the body fell to the side uncontrollably. In the contest of pure strength, he was actually at a disadvantage. How is it possible? Why do you have Shunko? And such a powerful strength? Standing firm, Aizen looked at Niang in front of him with a face full of disbelief. Is it hard to understand? Niang's whole body was wrapped in a ball of light, and he slowly approached Aizen. It's not a big deal that I can use Yoruichi's move. There is no special restriction on this move. Besides, this move was originally completed in my practice with her. Stepping on the ground, Niang's body disappeared from Aizen's side again. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Aizen, and Zanpakuto in his hand rotated and cut into Aizen's body. Puff, a wound appeared on Aizen's chest. Impossible. I have subdued Hogyoku. How can you be stronger than me? I should be on a higher dimension. In the roar, the Hogyoku on Aizen's chest moved again, and a more powerful force poured out from Aizen's body, and the wound on his chest disappeared instantly. Yes, this is the power. Feeling that the strength in his body was stronger again, Aizen's face slowly calmed down. What he needed now was calmness. When, waving his sword to block Niang's slash, Aizen's face showed a smile again. Now his strength is completely not inferior to Niang, and his strength is still rising, and soon will completely be above Niang, becoming the supreme existence above Shinigami and Hollow. Chapter 225, Hokage and heightened Niang retreated and looked at Aizen. Niang's eyes showed some caution. Through the collision just now, Niang clearly felt that Aizen's strength became stronger, and he evolved again. The light wrapped around his body gradually dimmed and then disappeared. Niang's breathing was slightly rapid. Oh? It seems that your Shunko cannot be maintained for too long. Moreover, the burden of using Shunko on your body is very big. Although it is powerful, it is not suitable for your own move after all. Seeing Niang's performance, Aizen's eyes flashed a trace of understanding. Niang himself is not like Yoruichi, who is good at fighting. Even if he can use flash, he can't be as skilled as Yoruichi, let alone maintain that state for a long time. Then, it is almost over, this meaningless battle. As soon as the arm was lifted, Aizen slowly walked toward Niang. Although the footsteps were light, it carried a terrible momentum. Kimura. Suzuki-Kusa screamed, her body moved, and she was going to rush to Niang. Although she knew that she could do nothing with her own strength, she could not watch Niang being killed by Aizen. Swish, an arm suddenly stopped in front of Suzuki-Kusu, blocking her body. Captain Anohana. She stopped and turned to look at Retsu Anohana, and Suzuki-Kusu's eyes were a little angry. What do you mean by this? Even if you go over now, it will be useless. With your strength, you can't do anything at all. Moreover, there are other people here who need treatment. They have nothing to do with me. All I care about is Kimura. Get out of the way. Reaching out to push aside Anohana's arm, Suzuki-Kusu's figure flashed, and before she could leave, a figure suddenly blocked in front of her. Stark. Looking at the person in front of her, Suzuki-Kusu's face changed. Are you going to stop me? You can't go over. He reached out and blocked in front of Suzuki-Kusu. Stark's face is a little serious, completely without the usual lazy color. I promised Kimura. I won't let you be hurt. Moreover, if you really want to help, it should not be you. Let's go, Lilinette. Turning around, Stark's body flashed away, and Lilinette quickly followed behind. Sun, Apache, Mila Rose, you stay here. I go alone. Harable suddenly stood up and crossed her arms over her chest. Her golden hair fluttered in the air, and a trace of resolution flashed in the depths of her calm eyes. You. Looking at the few people who stood up and wanted to leave, Suzuki-Kusu's lips moved. Before she could say anything, Harable in front of her suddenly spoke again. If there must be a sacrifice in this war, I hope it will be us, not you. You're indispensable for Lord Kimura. Suzuki Kusa paused for a moment. Then, she saw Harable suddenly turn her head. A slightly stiff smile appeared on her cold face. Of course. If it is possible, no one wants to sacrifice themselves. If we are injured and not dead, then I will have to trouble you with everything. After she finished speaking, she did not wait for Suzuki Kusa to reply. Harable rushed towards the battlefield. Her body trembled on the spot. Suzuki Kusa finally stopped her footsteps. She took a few steps back and sat down with his back against the corner of the wall. There was a glimmer of sparkling tears in the corner of her closed eyes. Chase, Los Lobos. A blue spiritual power suddenly broke out and rushed straight to the sky, and then several blue flashes came from the distance, covering Aizen's body, and even the surrounding retreat routes were all surrounded. It's useless. With a flick of his arm, Zanpakuto in his hand gently waved, and all the flashes that attacked Aizen were turned into ashes in the light blow of Aizen. Nani? Seeing what happened in front of him, a trace of horror flashed in Stark's eyes. He never thought that his attack would be easily resolved in such a way. Really, a mere Rancor, actually dare to attack me? Let me give you a chance, run quickly, with your strength, you are not qualified to attack me. Whether or not you are qualified is not up to you. With a flash of gloom in his eyes, Stark raised his arm and aimed the gun in his hand at Aizen opposite him. Unlimited Sero. Balls of blue Sero appeared in front of Stark, and then shot toward Aizen's body like a rainstorm. The constant shooting of Sero made the whole sky can't help but change color. Oh. It's a little interesting. There is actually a Rancor of this strength, but why is it hidden in human world? If you came to my hands, you can at least rank in the top 3 in Espada. Looking at the airtight void flash in front of him, Aizen's eyes flashed a hint of surprise, then opened his mouth and said, such a dense void flash, even he did not want to get close. But, it is just like this. The body appeared on the side of Stark at some point, and Zanpakuto in Aizen's hand was raised. Just as Aizen's body just appeared next to Stark, a black muzzle was aimed at his head. Boom, an extremely thick flash came out of the muzzle. There are 2 guns. It is really amazing. It seems that my evaluation of you before has to be changed. Even if it is Rancor, there are 1 or 2 powerful guys. Aizen walked out of the smoke of the explosion, leaving some scars on his body. Although he just dodged at the last moment, he was still inevitably affected. Of course, this degree of scar was really insignificant for him. It's absurd. He was hit directly by that degree of Sero and only suffered such a small injury. Looking at Aizen, who was almost unscathed, Stark rubbed his hair and felt helpless. Broken waterfall. Accompanied by the sound of waves, a strong sea current like a tsunami poured down from the sky like a broken waterfall, and the rolling water seemed to want to smash everything. Ridiculous, such a thing is also embarrassing. His body did not even move, Aizen did not turn his head, just waved his hand, and the water flow from the sky was suddenly cut in half by him. It fell from both sides of his body and hit the ground, turning the already messy city into a pool of water. Pucci, Zanpakuto suddenly stabbed out from the water on the side. It pierced through Aizen's back and once again penetrated Aizen's chest. Looking at the familiar half of the blade coming out of his chest, Aizen was almost mad. Since the start of the war, how many times had he been pierced by Maang? Bastard! A burst of purple spiritual power burst out, and the suppressed purple spiritual power spread with Aizen's body as the center. All the things around him were turned into ashes in an instant. The face changed, and Maang moved his arm and was about to pull out his own Zanpakuto to retreat. Huh? The arm just moved, but from the other side of Zanpakuto, there was suddenly a powerful force, which clamped down on Maang, making him unable to pull it out. This time no one can create an opportunity for you, Maang, you are dead. Turning his head back, looking at Maang standing behind him, Aizen's face showed a deep killing intent. Stark raised his arm, and the 2 guns in his hand constantly fired Sero at Aizen, but disappeared when he approached the purple spiritual power. The purple spiritual power could even melt Sero. Damn, what should we do? In the current state, they can't get close to Aizen at all, and Maang's Zanpakuto is still left in Aizen's body and can't be pulled out. What should we do under Aizen's spiritual power? Kimura. Seeing the situation over there, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes flashed a trace of anxiety. His father, Yaruichi and Kisuke were all defeated by Aizen. Maang was already the last hope. If he was also killed, what could he do alone? Was everything over? Ikamarujin also stopped his movements and stood there, squinting at the place where Maang and Aizen were. His face was calm, but the white knuckles revealed his inner restlessness. Would Maang die under Aizen like this, or did he have some hidden cards that had not been revealed? It's over. Aizen, who grabbed Maang's Zanpakuto with one hand and his own on the other hand, waved down at Maang's head. Aizen looked down at Ma Yang with the posture of a winner. In the heart of Aizen, he has already won, regardless of whether Ma Yang has escaped his attack or not. If Ma Yang still holds Zanpakuto, he will be cut by his own knife, no escape, and if he gives up Zanpakuto to escape, it is only a matter of time for him to lose and die. The blade is close to Ma Yang's body, the next moment will cut through his body and cut him into 2 pieces. Shua, the left hand still holding his own Zanpakuto, Ma Yang's right hand suddenly waved, and a silver light appeared in his hand. When the Zanpakuto in his hand was blocked, and Aizen's pupils suddenly contracted. The calm color on his face disappeared, revealing a kind of undisguised horror. Taking advantage of Aizen's surprise, Ma Yang suddenly exerted strength in his hand and pulled out his Zanpakuto, which was inserted in Aizen's chest. With a wave of his hands, a cross-shaped slash suddenly struck out, slashing at Aizen's body, and he himself took advantage of the power to quickly retreat, out of the range of the purple spiritual power released by Aizen. Boom! In a violent explosion, Ma Yang landed on the ground with a sword in both hands. His breath was steady. That is. Seeing Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hands, everyone was shocked. Your Zanpakuto. Walking out of the explosion, Aizen's body was slightly embarrassed, but his eyes were staring at Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hands. Yes, this is my Zanpakuto. With a chuckle, Ma Yang raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. The one in his left hand was the Zanpakuto he had been using all this time. However, the double-edged blade at the tip of Zanpakuto's blade had turned into a single blade. In his right hand, there was also a Zanpakuto. The thin blade was completely different from the usual Zanpakuto. The only difference was that this Zanpakuto's entire body was a double-edged blade. Hueco's, Windbreaker, no Kairu and Heighten, Sky Piercer, Chapter 226, Cunning Snake Hueco's and Heighten. Looking at Zanpakuto in the hands of Ma Yang not far away, Aizen's face was flickering. From ancient times to now, among the Zanpakuto recorded in Soul Society, Kiraku Shunsui's Kaden Kipatsu and Jushiro Yukite's Sogyo no Kodawari were the only 2 pairs of Zanpakuto. Both of them were the disciples of Head Captain, and they were the first to become captain after the establishment of the Spiritual Arts Academy. In addition, no one had ever heard of Zanpakuto who had a pair. But who could have thought that Ma Yang's Zanpakuto was also a pair? But what was more surprising was that he actually hid this matter for 200 years until today. What kind of thoughts did he have to hide this secret for 200 years? Hueco's and Heighten, this is the real appearance of my Zanpakuto. This is the last card I have hidden for you for 200 years, Aizen. Looking at Aizen, Ma Yang said meaningfully. For me? Hearing Ma Yang's words, Aizen's face showed a trace of confusion. Ma Yang hid for himself for 200 years? How is this possible? 200 years ago, he was not enough to attract the attention of the other party. Don't joke, if you want to disturb my mind, I advise you to change the way. No matter what reason you hide it, it is all meaningless. It is just an extra Zanpakuto. The gap between you and the dimension is irreparable. Go to hell. Aizen moved, and he suddenly appeared on the side of Ma Yang. The Zanpakuto in his hand waved out, a terrible momentum hidden. Ma Yang raised his left hand, and the wind-breaking blade slashed in the air. A sharp sound was emitted between the blade, and Zanpakuto suddenly covered with a layer of blue light and collided with Aizen's Zanpakuto. With a shake of his right hand, the Heighten in his hand instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. Without the slightest breath, it instantly pierced through Aizen's eyebrows. How is it possible? His pupils suddenly enlarged, Aizen's eyes were full of disbelief, and he did not even notice that he was pierced through the forehead by the other party. No. It was not that he did not notice. At the moment when Ma Yang made his move, Aizen did grasp his movements, but the body could not keep up with the movements of the other party. Not only the body, even the consciousness could not keep up with the speed of the other party. It seemed that the moment he noticed that the other party was about to attack, the Zanpakuto in Ma Yang's hand pierced through his eyebrows. Pucci, taking back the sword, Ma Yang's eyes were still staring at Aizen's body. Although it did pierce Aizen's head, he was no longer a monster that could be judged by common sense. Even so, he could not guarantee that he had killed the other party. So powerful. I can't see clearly at all. Swallowing a mouthful of water, the expression on Ichigo Kurosaki's face was slightly stiff. Ma Yang's last shot, he did not see anything. From the moment Ma Yang was almost killed by Aizen, to now reversing the situation and piercing Aizen's head. It was just a matter of a blink of an eye. Several people on the side did not even react. The scene had become such a situation. Now it was not only Ichigo Kurosaki who was surprised, Stark and Hannibal were also stunned on the side. They did not know that Ma Yang also hid this move. Letting out the breath that had been pressed on his chest, Ekamaru-jin looked uncertain. Did Aizen die like this? What's the point of hiding for so many years? However, if such an attack is not dead, even if you rely on your long-hidden Bankai real ability, Can you defeat Aizen? Some fragments flashed in Akamaru-jin's brain from time to time. The weak and helpless Renjaku in the snow, chasing his back in front her that made people felt pity. And Aizen was the one hidden behind the scenes and planned everything. The closed eyes suddenly opened, and a light blue light in the eyes flashed with an amazing killing intent, disappearing as the eyes closed again. Plop, as if he had lost his life, Aizen's body leaned back and fell to the ground. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and it seemed that the fire of life had been extinguished. Kimura. Don't come over, Stark. You and Hannibal retreat. The battle below is not something you can intervene. What? Is this guy not dead after being pierced through the head? Hearing Maiyang's words, a trace of horror flashed in Stark's eyes. Can he still live after being pierced by Zanpakuto? This is simply unimaginable. Aizen, who originally seemed to be dead, suddenly let out a roar, and just as he screamed, a terrible spiritual power burst out from his body, like it was going to crush everything. Something of that level, maybe it should not be called spiritual power. Aizen fell to the ground and slowly stood up. A crack appeared in the middle of the eyebrows that had been penetrated by Maiyang with Zanpakuto, and it looked like an eye in the middle of the eyebrows. See, Maiyang, this is the current me. No matter what kind of injury it is, it can recover in a short time. You can't kill me at all. Holding Zanpakuto in his hand, Aizen's body moved and appeared again beside Maiyang, and Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly waved down. When waving his broken wind blade again to block Aizen's attack, Maiyang shook his right hand, and the broken sword once again pierced Aizen's body. This time, it was the throat. It's useless. The wound on his throat quickly recovered. Aizen turned his head and looked at Maiyang, his eyes showing a bit of mockery. No matter how many times you try, you can't kill me, but I can slowly become stronger with the help of Hueco, until I finally kill you. In the middle of the conversation, Zanpakuto in Aizen's hand waved down again. Maiyang waved his sword again to block, but his arm could not help but tremble, and his body also had a moment of pause. The power from Aizen's Zanpakuto was more than a little bit stronger than before. Haha. It seems that Hueco has begun to promote my evolution again. Now my strength is above you, and you have no chance. Perceiving the pause of Maiyang, Aizen suddenly laughed, and he seemed to have seen the picture of Maiyang's defeat and death. The eyes suddenly burst out a bright light, and Maiyang's movements suddenly accelerated. In the eyes of Aizen, Maiyang's body suddenly became a blurred shadow, and the sight could not be captured at all, let alone keep up with his movements. Swish, 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 Haiden shook quickly, leaving countless wounds on Aizen's body. In just a moment, Maiyang left a large number of wounds on Aizen's body. The fast-dancing Zanpakuto suddenly slowed down, and Aizen's eyes immediately caught the figure of Maiyang. Zanpakuto in his hand immediately waved out with full strength, completely ignoring the wounds on his body. Kill. A layer of silver radiance suddenly appeared on the broken wind blade in his left hand. Maiyang pointed it down. Although the action was not hard, the moment Zanpakuto fell, it felt like everything was going to be crushed. It's over. A thought flashed in his mind. Aizen had not changed his move yet. Maiyang's Hikes had been pointed to his chest. A bit of silver light burst out, and the place where Aizen's chest and the Hikes came into contact suddenly disappeared. Only the next Hueco was pulsating there, emitting a charming and wonderful light. Swish, a figure suddenly came from afar. A slender hand reached out, grabbed Hueco on Aizen's chest, the body floated in the air, and then fell in front of Maiyang not far away. Although he noticed that someone was approaching, Maiyang did not make any movements, but let the person take Aizen Hueco. You still made a move after all, Akamaru-jin. Maiyang looked at Akamaru-jin not far away with complex eyes. This kid he once tried to get close to, although he reached a little agreement with him at that time, but in the end, this kid does not trust him at all, or in other words, he has never trusted anyone, because he is such a person. As he himself said, he is a snake, cold-blooded reptile, no emotion, just looking for prey, and then swallowed it. In his heart, the only one who really cares, may be only Matsumoto Renjaku. Akamaru-jin's eyes slightly opened, light blue pupils revealed a kind of bone-deep coldness. Although Akamaru-jin had a smile on his face, his eyes were cold like ice that could not be melted. Do you want to make a move against me? Kimura? I thought you should know that I have no hostility towards you. Looking at the person on the opposite side, Kimura Maiyang was in a complicated mood. He really had a very complicated emotion towards this indifferent but gentle person. There is no emotion for everyone else for him except Matsumoto Renjaku, who he loved deeply. Who knows? Holding Hueco in one hand and Zanpakuto in the other hand, Akamaru-jin's face was still smiling, but his body was emitting undisguised killing intent. He finally got Hueco, and finally could take back what was taken away. No matter who it was, it could not stop him. You really shouldn't get careless now. Do you think you can defeat Aizen just like this? Huh? Hearing Maiyang's words, Ikamaru-jin was suddenly shocked. Even if he robbed Aizen Hogyoku, he couldn't completely kill him? Chapter 227, Last Hope. Yes, but I didn't expect you to make a move at this time. It really surprised me, Jin. Aizen's voice suddenly sounded, and the body that had fallen to the ground slowly floated up. Several pairs of butterfly wings appeared behind him, and there was something terrible brewing in the crack between the eyebrows, revealing a thrilling breath. I already knew that you stayed with me to kill me, but I was curious about how you planned to take my life, so I kept you with me. I didn't expect you to make a move at this time. However, the Hogyoku you robbed, whether it is in my body or not, belongs to me. As soon as the voice fell, Hogyoku held in Ikamaru-jin's hand suddenly jumped, broke free from his palm and floated in the air. Aizen's body in the distance suddenly turned into Rishi and broke, and then reorganized around Ikamaru-jin. The moment he appeared, Zanpakuto in his hand waved down. Although he realized that Aizen had shot himself, the body had no time to react. Ikamaru-jin's body had just turned, and he saw that Zanpakuto was getting bigger and bigger in his sight. When the knife light appeared, Maiyang's body instantly crossed the space and appeared next to Aizen and the others. Zanpakuto in his hand picked up and blocked Aizen's attack toward Ikamaru-jin. What? I'm just scolding my disobedient subordinates. Do you have the right to intervene, Kimura Maiyang? The head was slightly tilted. Aizen looked at Maiyang who appeared beside him. His eyes were calm. After the narrow escape just now, he advanced a few steps on the road of evolution to become a god. The rapid promotion of strength brought him great confidence. Even the strength of Maiyang who beat him to death not long ago seemed insignificant to him at this time. Because of his strength, he was fearless. I just can't bear to see a tragedy happen. Interesting. Hearing Maiyang's answer, Aizen's mouth showed a sneer. It seemed to be dismissive of Maiyang's answer, but also seemed to be mocking Ikamaru-jin's previous behavior. Don't want to see the tragedy happen? Then you will be the tragedy. With a careless tone, Aizen stepped forward, Zanpakuto in his hand gently waved and slashed at Maiyang's body. When Zanpakuto waved, there was no fluctuation, it seemed to be just a casual attack. But it was such a slash, however, it made Maiyang's face change greatly. His body flashed and he kept retreating. His Zanpakuto missed and slashed on the ground. Without any warning, the place where the blade fell suddenly turned into ashes. Not far away, several people who saw this scene suddenly changed color. This degree of destructive power was too horrible. It clearly looked light, but it had such terrible destructive power, which was beyond their knowledge. Seeing the destruction caused by himself, Aizen was also stunned. Then he laughed and pointed to the huge pit left on the ground, and excitedly said to Maiyang, "See, this is my current strength. Even I feel terrible strength. As long as I wave Zanpakuto casually, I can change the terrain. In front of such strength, what do you think you can do?" Looking at the traces left on the ground, Maiyang closed his mouth and did not speak. This destructive power was indeed beyond his reach, but, if he surrendered, it would be the end of everything. His hands tightened, holding his own Zanpakuto. Maiyang's body turned into a silver light and instantly appeared in front of Aizen. Zanpakuto in his hand slashed at Aizen's head. Even if Aizen was almost immortal now, he could recover quickly after being hurt, but as long as he could suppress him all the time, his strength would eventually be exhausted. When reaching out to block Maiyang's attack, Aizen's arm swung, throwing Maiyang's body out, and then his body also instantly turned into Rishi and shattered, directly recombining behind Maiyang, and Zanpakuto in his hand cut down on Maiyang's body. There was a warning sign in his heart, and Maiyang's heart moved. In his sight, all the movements around him suddenly slowed down, only his body was not affected. Quickly turning around, sideways avoiding Aizen's slash, Maiyang's arm picked up, his Zanpakuto crossed Aizen's chest, but only left a thin wound on his chest, and even blood did not flow out. With some surprise in his eyes, he looked at Maiyang. Aizen's heart raised a trace of doubt. In the moment of waving the knife, Maiyang's speed suddenly became several times faster, and this was not the first time. Something similar happened before, and the speed became faster in an instant, completely beyond his own detection. However, pressing the doubts in his heart, Aizen's face showed a little smile. No matter what happened to him, no matter what kind of ability he had, in the face of absolute strength, everything was meaningless. The body flashed again, and Zanpakuto in the hands of Aizen waved down. Boom! A violent roar came from the place where the two Zanpakuto intersected, shaking everything around them into dust. It's really amazing, to be able to take my slash head-on. Looking at Maiyang in front of him, Aizen's face had a chuckle. To tell the truth, I didn't expect that my strength would be promoted to such a degree. I am very happy that you are so strong. Maiyang, thanks to you, I can have the opportunity to try this strength that surpasses Shinigami and Hollow. With a smile on his face, Aizen once again raised his knife and waved it at Maiyang, and it seemed that even the surrounding air was cut into pieces. Boom! Along with the fight between Maiyang and Aizen, a burst of horrible sounds kept ringing in the sky above the Karakura city. Accompanied by those horrible sounds, from time to time there were waves of battle ripples, knocking down several buildings around, and the whole city turned into ruins. "Hey," I said, "don't look at me so closely. What do you think I can do in such a battle?" Ekamaru-jin squinted his eyes and said to Harable standing next to him. His tone was a little innocent. Since he survived from Aizen because of Maiyang's protection, Harable had been standing beside him. No matter how fierce the battle over there was, she still paid attention to him, as if he would do something. "Your position is not clear, so this is also what should be done." After Stark explained, he turned his eyes to the distance again. Maiyang was fighting with Aizen over there. The aftermath of the battle could be clearly felt even here. The power that was strong enough to make people feel desperate was really unimaginable. He held Zanpakuto with both hands. Although he still maintained the fighting posture, Ichigo Kurosaki's body had been stiff to the point that he could not move. Not only his body, but even the will to fight had almost disappeared. After seeing the strength that Aizen and Maiyang displayed, Ichigo Kurosaki really realized how weak his strength was. "Ichigo!" An arm suddenly put on Ichigo Kurosaki's shoulder, waking him up from the horror. His eyes gradually recovered some color, and Ichigo Kurosaki turned to look at the owner of the arm. "Dad." After seeing the familiar face of Kurosaki Ishin, Ichigo Kurosaki came back to his senses, and a trace of concern flashed in his eyes. "Are you okay? Brat, since when did you care about me? I've been lying there for so long and you didn't do anything." Kurosaki Ishin punched Ichigo Kurosaki on the head and said half-jokingly. "That." Hearing Kurosaki Ishin's words, Ichigo Kurosaki's body was slightly stunned, and his face showed a trace of shame. Just now, because the battle was too fierce, he forgot the three of them who fell on the side for a while. Even if Akamaru-jin suddenly left later, he did not think to check Kurosaki Ishin's situation. Of course, the big reason was that he was shocked by the battle between Aizen and Maiyang. Shocked by their battle? Seeing the expression on Ichigo Kurosaki's face, Kurosaki guessed the thoughts in his heart and said directly. "Well, this level of battle is simply." Ichigo Kurosaki nodded and looked at the two people who were still fighting in the distance. After thinking for a long time, he still did not think of what words to use to describe their battle, which was not the extent of human power. "That kind of battle is simply a monster," said Ichigo Kurosaki, and Kurosaki Ishin changed his voice. "However, even if Kimura is still fighting with Aizen now, the final result is still hard to say. Perhaps the possibility of defeat is higher." What Turning to look at Kurosaki Ishin, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes were full of disbelief. Even with Maiyang's current powerful strength, he still couldn't defeat Aizen? Although Kimura's strength is really strong, even now, he can still fight Aizen head-on, but as Aizen said, there is a dimensional difference between them. Moreover, Aizen, who has Hogyoku, can become infinitely stronger, and the strength of Kimura will gradually weaken with the battle. After hearing Kurosaki Ishin's words, Ichigo Kurosaki tightened his grip on his saber, and even his joints turned white. Is there really no other way? Is everything over? No. We still have hope. Suddenly raising his head, Ichigo Kurosaki stared at Kurosaki Ishin. His eyes were full of curiosity. At this time, any hope was precious. It might decide the fate of the entire world. "That hope is you, Ichigo." Looking seriously at Ichigo Kurosaki's slightly confused face, Kurosaki Ishin's determined tone was full of determination. "As long as you can learn the final Getsuga Tensho, Ichigo." Chapter 228, Special Training. Maiyang bent his waist, and his mouth emitted a burst of uncontrollable rapid breathing. "It seems that your physical fitness is not good enough to reach the limit." His face was still relaxed. Aizen looked at Maiyang opposite him, but he was not in a hurry to attack. When victory was almost in his hand, he was generous to show some kindness to the enemy. Besides, however, thanks to you, I can have time to slowly adapt to this rapid increase in strength. Although he was seriously injured because of the battle with Maiyang, it was also because of this that he could really master this strength. This Hogyoku brought him a very powerful force. Damn it. I really can't. Looking at Aizen, who was still relaxed on the opposite side, Maiyang's face was ugly. He seemed to have made a mistake. There was no way to kill Aizen quickly, but let him slowly become familiar with his own battle and grasp the power of rapid improvement. The current Aizen is several times more difficult than before. If I knew it, I would not have been strong. If I let Ichigo use Mugetsu, the ending would be better than now. By the way, why has the Seal Kisuk set in Aizen body not taken effect? After a long battle, Even with Maiyang's temperament, he could not help but feel a little depressed. He could not help but doubt his initial choice. This kind of enemy, who could not be killed no matter what, was the most desperate. There was no dawn of victory at all. Looking at Aizen, who was not far away from him, Maiyang smiled slightly. It was really that he had prepared for this battle for 100 years. Who knew that it was still not good? Originally, he thought he could defeat Aizen, but now, not only himself, but also others would be implicated. His eyes looked around and swept through his friends over the years. The first thing he saw was Suzuki Kusa with a face full of concern and tension. Then there were the people lying on the ground, the people of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Stark, Hannibal and several others, and Ikamaru Jin, he just rescued him from Aizen. Who knew that even he was going to die now? Also, Kisuke and Yoruichi, these two guys actually lay on the ground for so long without getting up. It is really abnormal. They did not suffer such a heavy injury. His eyes swept over Kisuke and Yoruichi, and Maiyang suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. With their strength, they should not be killed so easily. However, I always feel that I have missed something. A light suddenly flashed in Maiyang's mind, and Maiyang's eyes suddenly bloomed with a light. Ichigo Kurosaki and his father were gone. What is it? You seem to think of something. Noticing the light flashing in Maiyang's eyes, Aizen asked, and then without waiting for Maiyang to answer, he continued to say, speaking of which, Ichigo Kurosaki and Kurosaki Ishin seem to be missing, but it doesn't matter. I will deal with you first, and then clean them up one by one. Although his mouth said words of killing intent, Aizen did not put on any special posture. He just slowly raised his foot and then moved forward. Although the movement looked slow, he stepped in front of Maiyang in one step, and Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly waved down. 3 times the speed. With a cry in his heart, Maiyang's body shook, and then his body moved at a speed beyond the limit. He instantly crossed a distance and avoided Aizen's slash. Zanpakuto in his hand picked up and cut to Aizen's head. When Zanpakuto in his hand crossed and blocked Maiyang's attack, Aizen turned his head with a smile on his face. This move of yours is invalid for me. Don't you understand? With a strength of his arm, he pushed away Maiyang's Zanpakuto. Aizen smiled with confidence and explained Maiyang's ability. What you are using is the power of time. By changing the flow of time in your body in an instant, you can get the speed beyond the limit. However, the use of this ability will also cause a lot of burden on your own body. Your body should be unable to bear such strength anymore. Listening to Aizen clearly say his ability, Maiyang's face did not change, but the hand holding the knife was a little tight, showing his inner turmoil. On noticing the subtle reaction of Maiyang, Aizen chuckled and continued to speak, although I don't know why you suddenly ignited the will to fight again, this is just a futile effort. No matter how hard you try, in the end, it will only extend the time of your defeat and death, and the result will not change. Hee, although it is a very old-fashioned word, but if you work hard, you may not necessarily fail, but if you don't work hard, you will definitely fail. A light flashed on the Hueco in his left hand, and a sharp cry came from the hollow blade, making Aizen on the opposite side frown, which made him very uncomfortable. If I am not wrong, now Ichigo must be learning the final Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. With the help of Ishin. What I have to do now is to delay as much as possible, at least wait until Ichigo learns that move. Do you still have moves that you haven't used yet? Seeing Maiyang's posture, Aizen's eyes showed some interest. For him now, this is also an interesting thing. Looking at the previous powerful opponent struggling in front of him. Stepping on the ground, Maiyang rushed forward. Since he decided to delay time, he could no longer use his ability unscrupulously. He could only rely on his own slash and body to delay as much time as possible. The left hand Hueco continued to slash, and the blade light flashed from time to time, continuous and endless. Even Aizen had to treat it seriously. When the left hand Hueco was swung, the right hand Heighten was also stabbed from time to time. Every time it stabbed, it could always catch the weakest part of Aizen's defense. For a time, it was also fighting with Aizen. Great, you can fight with me like this with only slash. Every shot can accurately grasp the gap in my defense. This kind of slash is indeed above me. It is worthy of being called the Swordsman of Kusajishi. Avoiding Maiyang's attack, Aizen's action is also slightly awkward. Although he can always rely on his own powerful strength to resist Maiyang's attack in the end, but in terms of slash, he is indeed at a disadvantage. However, the corner of his mouth showed a smile. Even under such an attack, Aizen was not flustered at all, which was absolute trust in his strength. Your attack style is too monotonous. The sword in your left hand is just a slash, while the right hand is a stab. Although this kind of attack method is no problem when dealing with ordinary people, when fighting with people who are obviously stronger than yourself, once you're seen through the attack style, you are doomed, just like now. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. After accurately grasping a flaw of Maiyang, Zanpakuto in Aizen's hand flashed, penetrated Maiyang's attack defense line, and stabbed his throat. Once Maiyang, who does not have the ability to recover like Aizen, is stabbed, there is no escape. When the sword in his right hand flashed and suddenly cut on Zanpakuto of Aizen, leaving a small gap on it. Nani? There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, and Aizen's body disintegrated into Rishi again, and then reorganized in the distance. Looking at Zanpakuto who was broken in his hand, Aizen's eyes were surprised and doubtful. You underestimate me too much. How can I make such a low-level mistake? Your so-called left-hand chop and right-hand stab is just a small habit of mine. My slash is not so childish. Zanpakuto in his hand flipped, and Maiyang's face showed a trace of excitement. Although it was just delaying time now, after discarding the previous concept of life and death, this kind of evenly matched battle really made him feel a sense of blood boiling. It had nothing to do with life and death, no standpoint, just enjoyed fighting. With a move of his feet, Maiyang rushed forward again. Zanpakuto, which was in his hands, waved at the same time. All of them were slashing and thrusting. Although it looked a bit wild, there was no flaw. Damn it. In the end, you still can't do anything? In the distance, Toshiro Hitsugaya, who had recovered a little consciousness under the treatment of Retsuano Hana, lay on the ground and looked at the battle in the distance with unwillingness. Although his consciousness woke up, his body had not recovered and he could not move at all. Even if his heart was full of unwillingness, Toshiro Hitsugaya could only lie in the medical device and stare. Moreover, although he was very unwilling to accept it in his heart, he knew that with his ability, even if his body recovered now, he still could not do anything. That level of battle was not something he could interfere in. Dang guy. Is it still not done? Ichigo. His body was limp on the ground. Kurosaki Ishin's single-minded face was covered in sweat. He looked like he was struggling. There were several chains wrapped around his body. The other end of the chains was inserted into the walls on both sides of the Dangai. This was a device that could lock down the restraint in the Dangai by releasing spiritual power. However, even with his spiritual power, he would not be able to withstand it after enduring for so long. On the opposite side of Kurosaki Ishin, Ichigo Kurosaki sat cross-legged, and the Getsuga crossed on his knees. It was the standard sword meditation posture. The hair on his head had become long at some point, covering Ichigo Kurosaki's face. From the perspective of Kurosaki's single-minded mind, he could clearly see a few bloodstains on the corners of Ichigo's mouth. Although with the help of Kizuku Rahara, it temporarily solved the problem of Kotatsu, but if you still can't finish it on time, I will not be able to hold on. My spiritual power is not enough to continue to be in a stable stream. Hurry up, Ichigo, there is not much time left. Chapter 229, Ichigo's power cough, his body was half bent, and he reached out to cover his mouth. As Maiyang coughed, traces of blood continuously flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Damn, is it already at the limit? The scene in front of him was slightly blurred, and Maiyang could not help but shake his head, trying to wake himself up. It seems that your ability has reached the limit. Aizen held his own Zanpakuto in his hand. No, now perhaps it should not be said about him. Now his arm and Zanpakuto are almost integrated, and it is impossible to accurately judge where Zanpakuto is and where his arm is. I should praise you, just as a Shinigami, you can be entangled with me for so long, but I am now at a different level from you. Did you see that my Zanpakuto has begun to merge with my body? Although I don't know what this represents, I think that this may be Zanpakuto's original form. With your strength that has not yet understood this level, it is not enough to fight with me. Displaying his right hand that has already fused with his Zanpakuto, Aizen's face has a smug smile. Why is Ichigo still not good? Do I really have to use that? The arm tightened, and a trace of struggle flashed in Maiyang's eyes. The power that was still uncontrollable, he himself did not know what would happen after it was used, but until now Ichigo has not appeared. If this goes on, he really can't care about anything. Thank you, Maiyang. It is because of you that I have truly grasped this upgraded power, and have a deeper understanding of this power. But now you are useless. Walking to Maiyang, Aizen arm raised, and his eyes flashed a cold light. As a test stone, you are very good. Fight. Maiyang hardened his heart, and a hidden power slowly awakened in the depths of his body. Swish, bang! Just as Maiyang was about to risk his life and fight to the death, a black figure suddenly flashed in front of him. The black Zanpakuto in his hand was raised and collided with Aizen's slash. Then a violent impact suddenly broke out from the place where their weapons intersected. The rolling airwaves blew Maiyang's body back a few steps. The originally restless power once again lay dormant in his body. Ichigo Kurosaki? Seeing the person who appeared in front of him to block his attack, Aizen's eyes flashed a trace of undisguised surprise. It was actually this boy who blocked his attack, which was really beyond Aizen's expectation. After withdrawing his saber, Ichigo Kurosaki flashed to Maiyang's side and threw Kurosaki Ishin, who was on his shoulder, to Maiyang. Kimura-san, thank you for holding on for so long. I'll leave my father to you. Leave the rest to me. Looking at the youth in front of him who had matured a lot, Maiyang could not help but feel emotional. His growth was really too fast. The current him was already a strong person who was not inferior to him, whether it was strength or spirit. Don't worry, leave your heart to me. You can fight with peace of mind. Thank you, Kimura-san. His eyes were calm. Even if he was about to face an enemy like Aizen, Ichigo Kurosaki was not nervous at all. Behind his calm eyes was a strong extreme confidence, which was absolute trust in himself. He believed that he would never lose to anyone. Ichigo Kurosaki, you are really a person beyond my expectations. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki who appeared in front of him again, Aizen's tone was a little strange. Although from the beginning, I was full of expectations for you, who is beyond expectations. I thought you would bring me some unexpected surprises, but I didn't expect you to be able to do this. The nonsense is over here. Aizen, I am here to defeat you. With his head slightly tilted, Ichigo Kurosaki raised his arm, and Zanpakuto in his hand aimed at Aizen. His eyes were still cold, without any fluctuation because of Aizen's words. Interesting, do you think that you are on the same level as me after blocking my previous attack? It's ridiculous to think that you can defeat me. I can't feel any spiritual pressure from you at all. It seems that you have abandoned your own spiritual power by a means and obtained an extraordinary physical strength. No wonder you can block my slash just now, but you can't defeat me with this alone. Even if you abandon spiritual power, the physical strength you get is not comparable to my body that surpasses Shinigami and Hollow. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki with disdain, Aizen was not nervous at all. Even Maiyang was defeated by his own hands. With this little devil, he could do nothing at all. He actually thought that he could defeat himself with a spirit body far beyond ordinary people. It has to be said that this is really an innocent idea. Let me tell you with my slash. You abandoned the strength that spiritual power obtained, which is insignificant to me. Stepping forward, Aizen's arm swung down. The body stood in place, without any turmoil because of Aizen's previous speech. Looking at Aizen's slash, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes were still calm. Just as Aizen's Zanpakuto was about to cut him, he suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed Zanpakuto in Aizen's horrified eyes. How is this possible? Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki who stood in the same place, his face did not change at all. Aizen's eyes showed a touch of horror. Although it was impossible, if Ichigo Kurosaki blocked like before, he could accept it a little, but he actually grabbed his Zanpakuto with his bare hands. How is this possible? Boom! A large area of the ground behind Ichigo Kurosaki sank and a huge fan-shaped deep pit appeared. Although Ichigo Kurosaki's body did not waver at all, the power of the slash followed his body and destroyed all the ground behind him. What's wrong? Are you afraid because you saw what happened in front of you beyond your expectations? The palm suddenly loosened and let go of Aizen's Zanpakuto. Looking at Aizen retreat at the first time, Ichigo Kurosaki did not catch up, just looked at him, and then said in a light tone. This bastard. Retreating to the distance, there is still a trace of horror in Aizen's eyes. The situation just now is really terrible. With his current strength, he is actually blocked by this way. Although I don't know how you did it, it is only a miracle. In order to prevent such a miracle from happening again, let me completely crush you with Kido this time. There was a ferocious expression on his face. Aizen suddenly reached out and a long string of words spat out from the air. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Groanum and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Hado number 90, Black Coffin. As Aizen said this, a huge black square body appeared around Ichigo Kurosaki's body, completely wrapping his body. A powerful and oppressive aura was emitted from the black square body, as if it wanted to crush all the surrounding space. Die. This black coffin was completely chanted by me. With me now surpassing Shinigami and Hollow, I release the black coffin with all my strength. Just the gravity that is enough to distort time and space will surely crush you, Ichigo Kurosaki. Seeing that Ichigo Kurosaki did not make any resistance, allowing the black coffin to wrap his body, Aizen's face suddenly showed a victorious smile. Ichigo Kurosaki was too careless, facing such a Kido like that, he actually did not dodge, he won't survive such attack. Bang! The smile on Aizen's face had not yet faded, and the black coffin that he had high hopes for suddenly shattered, like broken glass, pieces of black glass like fragments fell, revealing the figure of Ichigo Kurosaki inside. The arm maintained a posture of waving and slashing, and Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes were calm, as if he did not realize how amazing what he had done. It seems that you have not noticed. Compared to you, my strength is much stronger. There was not even a single scar left on his body. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Aizen quietly. There was no emotion in his eyes, but this kind of calm eyes deeply angered Aizen. Seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes without any emotion, he felt a deep shame. Don't be too proud, little brat. A mere human. There was a flustered expression on his face. Aizen's body instantly disintegrated into Rishi, and then flashed in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, and Zanpakuto in his hand swung down. Puff! It was clearly the last shot, but Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto cut Aizen's body first. The cold blade fell from his left shoulder, almost cut his body into two pieces, and the blood of the big cup sprayed out from Aizen. His eyes became blank, and Aizen seemed to be stunned by Ichigo Kurosaki's sword. His mind recovered, but he could not raise any thoughts of fighting at all. Aizen's body disintegrated again and reorganized in the distance. The wounds on his body slowly recovered, and he looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with deep fear in his eyes. Damn, this kid. The color of fear in his eyes was covered by a deeper anger. Aizen's heart surged with an unspeakable sense of humiliation. As someone who surpassed Shinigami and Hollow, he was actually beaten like this by a mere human. Don't be too proud, human. His body suddenly burst, the roar of the mouth stopped abruptly, Aizen's head tilted, and his face showed a strange expression. A drop of blood flowed from the vertical eye in the middle of his eyebrows. Chapter 230, Mugetsu. What kind of monster is this? Seeing Aizen in a purple light pillar of spiritual power, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes suddenly showed surprise. A black face broke open his original face and revealed it outside. It was difficult to connect him with the original Aizen like a monster. The several pairs of wings behind him revealed a pair of half-open eyes, and the top of the wings was the appearance of a head. The current Aizen looked like no different from a monster. I understand. You really can't forgive me. Hogyoku, I actually lost to a human. One of the heads on the wings suddenly shook, opened its mouth, and a purple spiritual power merged into the mouth. As the head swung, spiritual power, who was like a flash, immediately shot towards Ichigo Kurosaki. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred the moment it came into contact with spiritual power's small ball. With the small ball as the center, everything within a radius of 100 meters was swept up by the explosion the moment it came into contact with it, turning into ashes. The exploding flame pillar shot straight into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce through the sky. Although there was a long distance between them, the blast wave of the explosion still affected Ma Yang, blowing his clothes. It's really terrible, this kind of monster destructive power. Feeling the power of the attack just now, Ma Yang's face changed. It was just a casual attack. There was such a power. If he went all out, what kind of destructive power would Aizen have now? Did you avoid it? It's really amazing. However, can you avoid it this time? After saying that, Aizen stamped his foot, accompanied by a violent burst of air, and Aizen's body appeared in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, a hand clutching Ichigo Kurosaki's neck, and several pairs of wings behind him danced in an instant, surrounding Kurosaki. Ichigo's body, and the top of each wing was condensed with small balls with a horrible aura. Boom! The attacks on several heads were released at the same time, bombarding Aizen's body, and then at the moment when Aizen's attack fell, a terrible fluctuation spread out, and the impact was more violent than before, spread to the four directions. Ichigo Kurosaki, you were indeed a surpasser who destroyed the boundary between Shinigami and the Void. But now, you have completely lost your power. You are no longer worthy of my understanding. As a surpasser, you will die in my hands. And I will kill you and completely bid farewell to low-level creatures like Shinigami and the Void. It is over, Ichigo Kurosaki. You said it is over. Is that all? Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were still calm. Swish! With a wave of Zanpakuto in his hand, he easily destroyed the thing that bound him. Ichigo Kurosaki broke away from Aizen's blockade, and under his calm expression hid a strong self-confidence. Don't joke. Aizen, I have had enough of your set. I will let you see the last Getsuga Tensho. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Ichigo Kurosaki held the wrist of his right hand with his left hand. A breath full of oppression suddenly broke out, and a black breath floated between heaven and earth. He raised his arm, and the Zanpakuto in Ichigo Kurosaki's hand broke. The last Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs is becoming the Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs itself. The black aura around his body dispersed, revealing Ichigo Kurosaki's figure. A head of long black hair reached his waist. His body was wrapped in circles of bandages. His face was also covered by a mask that covered the lower half of his face. Threads of black aura floated around Ichigo's body, flickering and flickering, giving people a wonderful feeling. As long as I use this move, I will lose all of Shinigami's strength. The so-called last is this meaning. I can't feel it. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki in front of him, Aizen's heart was surprised and bewildered, and he still could not feel any breath about him. Could it be? In his mind, he remembered the situation when other people could not perceive his spiritual power, and a thought that he could not believe rose in Aizen's heart. Now, I have completed the evolution and surpassed Shinigami's dimension, just like the things in the second dimension cannot interfere with the third dimension. As long as I do not deliberately lower the level to avoid interference, whether it is Shinigami or human, they can't feel my spiritual power. Is this guy already in a higher dimension than me? Impossible. That is absolutely impossible, but it is just a human. How can it surpass me? That is impossible. Almost crazy to Ichigo Kurosaki in the distance, Aizen can't accept his guess at all. How can the power he painstakingly obtained be surpassed by a mere human? His eyes were calm, and there was no fluctuation because of Aizen's words. Kurosaki Ichigo stretched out his arm and a black aura gathered in the middle of his palm. As soon as his palm clenched, it was like holding a Zanpakuto. Ichigo Kurosaki raised his arm high and then waved it down. Mugetsu. Silently, black descended, and a touch of black spread from the place where Kurosaki Ichigo's arm swung down, crossed the sky, crossed the earth, and crossed Aizen's body. Everything was meaningless under the darkness and was directly cut into two pieces. The darkness dispersed, and Ichigo's body slowly fell down. The mask on his face suddenly shattered, turning into a black spiritual power and disappearing. Pa, a figure fell from the sky and hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Huh? With a frown, Ichigo Kurosaki's body flashed and instantly appeared in the direction of the fall. Looking at Aizen, who had been cut into two pieces by his own attack just now, his eyes showed a complicated look. Sizzle, the wound that was cut in two suddenly healed again, and Aizen's body moved slightly. Do you want to regenerate again? His eyes moved, and Ichigo Kurosaki raised his arm. Just as he was about to give Aizen another attack, his body suddenly shook. His black hair suddenly disappeared, revealing his original golden hair. The bandages wrapped around his body also disappeared in an instant, and his body suddenly collapsed. The body stood straight, and Aizen aimed his own Zanpakuto at Ichigo Kurosaki, his eyes showing the pride of the winner. You lost, Ichigo Kurosaki. You see, my Zanpakuto is gradually disappearing. You should know what this means. Hueco thinks I don't need Zanpakuto anymore. Just like you who are one with Zanpakuto, no. Now I, compared to you who lost your strength, have risen to a new height. It's over, Ichigo Kurosaki. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki who was lying in front of him, Aizen's face was slightly crazy. Boom! Just as Aizen was about to shoot, a red light suddenly flashed from his chest. What is this? Kido? When did this happen? Looking at the continuous light appearing on the body, Aizen's face showed a trace of panic. He could feel that his spiritual power was actually bound and could not be released. It seems that it is finally activated. A familiar voice came from behind Aizen. Kisuke. Aizen gritted his teeth and said the name of the person, and Aizen slowly turned his head. Looking at Kisuke who appeared behind him at some point, there was a deep hatred in his eyes. It was you who did it. That's right, that Kido entered your body with the other Kido when you were at your most relaxed state before you completed your transformation. He recalled that the number 90 Hado released by Kisuke when he appeared was actually shot into his body at that time. That is a seal. Considering that it is almost impossible to kill you after you merged with Hueco, so in order to seal you, a new Kido was specially developed. Is it? But it is a pity. I am now about to complete further evolution. With your level of Kido, you can't seal me at all. Bang. Just as Aizen wanted to break free from the seal, the layer of white substance wrapped around his arm suddenly shattered, revealing his own arm. This is... Seeing what happened to him, Aizen's pupils suddenly contracted, and the power in his hand disappeared. That is Hueco's will. Noticing Aizen's eyes, Kisuke then said, the seal that entered your body at that time can finally be activated now, because your strength is weakened. Thanks to Kurosaki, because he fought with you and forced you to such a point, the seal will start to activate. Hueco doesn't admit that you are the master. How can it be? How can it be, that kind of thing? His eyes were full of disbelief, and suddenly a few red spears made of spiritual pressure appeared from Aizen's body and ran through his body. Under the effect of that force, Aizen's body was instantly tightened and could not move. Kisuke. I really look down on you. You clearly have such a mind, why don't you act? Why are you willing to obey that kind of thing? That kind of thing, do you mean Soul King? This way, you have seen it. The words with Aizen were confusing, and Kisuke's eyes showed a trace of deep If there is no Soul King, Soul Society will split. Soul King is like a wedge. Once it is lost, it is easy to collapse. The so-called world is like this. That is the theory of the loser. The winner should not discuss what this world is like, but should emphasize what this world should be. And I. Bang. Aizen's unwilling cry stopped abruptly. With his ambition and resentment, it turned into a seal and appeared in the air. In the bleak world, a seal stand stood alone there. Although it finally won, Kurosaki Ichigo did not feel the slightest joy of victory. Instead, his heart was filled with an inexplicable sadness. Chapter 231, Agent of Shinigami. I am Satoshi, the vice president of the football club, and I hope to use the power of Kurosaki-senpai. Don't be long-winded. Just tell me the time and reward. Ichigo, huh? Are you busy talking about the deal again? Kageyama, who was going to ask Ichigo to go back with him, looked at Ichigo, who was talking with a group of juniors, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. Yeah, the lease contract with the basketball club has expired, so now I have to find a new job. Leaning on the chair and looking at Ichigo, who was bargaining with his junior, Kigo revealed a helpless expression. What a headache. I can't play with Ichigo anymore. Don't say it like Ichigo will usually play with you. Of course he will play with me. I am not idle enough to always appear at the place where Ichigo works. I make him feel very annoyed. Yes, I understand. Have you finished? Yes. When will it start? Today is the day. Looking at Ichigo, Kurosaki, who had picked up his bag and turned to leave, Kageyama and Kigo looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. After what happened more than a year ago, through Orihime and the others, they also learned about the things about Ichigo and Death God. Of course, they also knew that Ichigo had lost that power. But after that, although Ichigo did not want to do those strange things anymore. However, not long after, she fell in love with working. She always used her free time to do all kinds of part-time jobs and worked hard to earn money. She did not have much time to play with them. Oh yeah, I think I saw you on a date with a beautiful woman a few days ago. How hateful. Ah, did you see it? But who are you talking about? I have been out with many girls recently. Bastard. Don't provoke me like this. When he heard Island Kageyama's words, Kigo's face immediately revealed a sense of grief and indignation. Why was Kageyama so popular with girls, and he still didn't have a girlfriend until now? Oh right, I remember that you also work outside, and you are in the same store as the well. How do you have time to waste here? Don't rush to work. Don't mention that job to me. The store manager has never paid me a single cent, and he always orders me to do all kinds of things. He is simply a vampire. Hearing Kageyama mention his work, Kigo immediately said angrily, his eyes hiding a wronged expression. Eh? There is such a boss. Does he not pay the salary to the well? Looking away from the phone, Kageyama looked at Kigo seriously. If even the salary on the well was deducted, their companions could not sit idly by. Inoue's share has always been paid, but it has never been paid to me. It must be because you hate it too much. That's why they don't pay you. By the way, I still don't know what the shop you work in is. It's a coffee shop called Anding District. Eh? Is it that one? The store manager over there is very good. He isn't the kind of person you are talking about, is he? What? Kageyama, you've been there before? I know. Kageyama, you must also be there to see those big sisters, right? I knew it. Those big sisters over there are all very beautiful, right? Right. Suddenly, a look of a pig appeared on his face. Kigo's eyes were red, and as he spoke, he became excited. His hands were constantly beating Kageyama's shoulders, his face full of excitement. I think I finally know why the store manager didn't give you a salary. He turned his head, pretending that he didn't know his companion beside him. Kageyama looked disgusted. I'm here, Sister Kusu. Looking up at the golden-haired girl who appeared at the entrance of the shop, a doting smile appeared on Suzuki Kusu's face. This naturally optimistic girl seemed to always be so happy. She always had a smile on her face, and her sunny smile would always affect the people around her, making everyone involuntarily happy. I've already told you many times. Don't rush over as soon as school is over, Orihime. As a student, you should enjoy the life of a student. Even if you go out with your friends, it will be good. Ah ha ha. That's not it. Sister Nan, the salary you pay me is so high. If I don't work hard, how can I be embarrassed? She touched her head in embarrassment. On the well, Orihime blushed. As a student, she only came to work after classes and weekends, but the salary she got was higher than many adults. She also knew that the other party was taking care of her, but her usual personality made her not know how to refuse, so she had to work more seriously. And my friends all have things to do. They have found a job outside, and everyone is very popular. Is that so? Children nowadays are all very serious. Since you're here, go to the back and change into your overalls. Oh, there's a surprise later. Eh? Surprise? Hearing Kusa's words, a trace of doubt flashed through Orihime's mind, but she still walked back as usual. The back of the shop was where the staff of the shop lived, even if she had a small room, although she rarely stayed here. Orihime. As soon as she opened the door, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Orihime's ears, and then two large, trembling balls hit her face. Ah! Orihime's face suddenly hit something soft, and her body involuntarily stepped back, and then she felt a pair of arms around her head and pulling it forward, pressing her head against a large ball of softness. Phew! Ha! Orihime took 2 deep breaths and looked at the person in front of him with her face. His eyes looked like they were about to drip water. There was a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Sister Renjaku, you are like this again. I was almost suffocated to death. Orihime is angry. Looking at Orihime on a well, Renjaku put a finger on her lips and looked at Orihime with a look of embarrassment, her eyes a bit pitiful. No, I'm not angry. It's just. If you are really angry, why don't you do the same thing to me with your chest, Orihime? I won't mind. Taking a few steps back, Matsumoto Renjaku swept Orihime's chest with a provocative look, and her tone was full of teasing, looking ambiguous. Sister Renjaku. With both hands on her chest, Orihime's cheeks were red as if they were about to drip into the water. It was unknown how many times such things had happened. Almost every time she met Sister Renjaku, she would be teased like this. But until now, Orihime was still not used to this point. Every time he was teased, her face would turn red. Alright, I won't talk about you anymore. Go and change your clothes. You are the lucky tree here. If you delay your work, you will definitely be told by that fellow Kimura. However, even after so many times, every time I see you blushing, I find it very interesting. Sister Renjaku. With a flushed face, Orihime pushed the Matsumoto Renjaku out. Orihime returned to her room and took out her work clothes. The blush on her face could not fade for a long time. Really? Every time I come over, I have to tease her. However, Sister Renjaku came here to see Mr. Akamaru. I am really envious. She can express her feelings without reservation. If I can. She unconsciously imagined a scene of him and Ichigo Kurosaki getting close to each other, and the blush on Orihime's face deepened. No, what are you thinking about? Orihime, it's really embarrassing. Hurry up and change your clothes and go out to help. She shook her head hard and threw away the messy thoughts in her mind. Orihime changed into her work clothes and walked outside. There was still a trace of blush on her face. Miss Waiter, please excuse us. We want 2 cups of coffee here. Sister Orihime, we also want 2. You are really cunning. You actually attract business through Orihime's cute appearance. Looking at the lively atmosphere outside because of the appearance of Orihime, Matsumoto Renjaku rolled her eyes at Maang. Don't say that. The salary I pay her is higher than the average official employee. Putting down the cup in his hand, Maang said discontentedly. She said it as if she was a vicious capitalist. In fact, she was just the manager of a small coffee shop. It sounds so nice. Among the people here, besides Orihime, who else have you paid for? Ahem, reaching out to cover his mouth, Maang coughed twice, and his gaze fell on Matsumoto Renjaku's face. Don't mind these small things. Let's get down to business. It can explain why you are here. As a vice captain, you won't run to the modern realm for no reason, right? Even if Toshiro Hitsugaya covers you, he won't let you appear at such a high frequency, not to mention this time you will stay in the modern realm for a long time. Eh? Did I appear at a high frequency during this time? Putting down the cup in her hand, Matsumoto Renjaku leaned forward and said thoughtfully, her full chest pressed on the table, revealing a deep and attractive gully. Speak properly. Really, then I'll just say it directly. Sitting up straight, the smile on Matsumoto Renjaku's face disappeared, revealing a serious look. Soul Society recently detected the first agent of Death God, spiritual power. The location is in Karakura City and Naruki City. Moreover, he found out the fact that the other party is in contact with Ichigo Kurosaki. Chapter 232, Sussy Fox. It's over. Supporting Maang, Kusa looked at what was happening in the distance. A relaxed smile appeared on her face. The battle that had been brewing for 100 years had finally come to an end today. Yes, it's finally over, but it left behind a mess. His eyes swept over the ruined scene around him. Fortunately, this was just an imitation of the Karakura city. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would probably cause the world to lose balance. Moreover, whether it was the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, or the people of Visored Legion, they were all scarred. Although they did not die, they were also seriously injured. At least they could not move normally for a short time. The dark clouds in the sky were gradually dispersed because of the previous battle. The sun shone down from the sky and shone on the battlefield. The ruined city suddenly gave people a feeling of hope. It's good that you did not die. The flowery gown on his body had long disappeared. Even the captain's hori was destroyed in the previous battle. Kiraku Shunsui looked a little embarrassed. The bamboo hat on his head was destroyed in the battle. At this time, he could only reach out to cover his forehead to cover the dazzling sun. And the others are still alive. Looking at the captains who got up one by one beside him, Kiraku Shunsui showed a smile on his face. Although everyone was beaten very badly, but fortunately, no one died and all lived well. Yes, really lucky. Joshiro Yukitake, who had woken up at some time, walked to the side of Kiraku Shunsui and echoed. However, it is really embarrassing. There is no use in this battle at all. After the war, you will definitely be taught a lesson by teacher Genryu's Shigakuni. Speaking of the battle, Kiraku Shunsui and Joshiro Yukitake looked at each other. Both of them showed a bitter smile in their eyes. They had not played any role in this battle. They were killed in a muddle. Then the battle ended in a muddle. However, speaking of old man Yamamoto, his body. Well, Captain Anohana has gone to see it, but it seems that it is not important. Although the left arm is lost, there is no problem in other aspects. It will be fine after resting for a while. That's good. The current Soul Society can't afford to lose him. If there is a problem with his body, there is no one who can replace him at all, then it will be dangerous. It is really shameful to talk about it. It is also because of our incompetence that such a situation happened. Hearing Joshiro Yukitake's words, Kiraku Shunsui sighed. It is not wrong to say that. Yamamoto Genryu's, as the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society's 1,000 years, has always held the position of first captain of 13 Division of Imperial Guards. It is because for 1,000 years, no one has been able to surpass him. It is indeed that these juniors are too disappointing. However, the battle ended because of a human. That little brat called Ichigo Kurosaki actually grew to such an extent without us knowing. Yeah, such a result really makes me blush with shame. Looking at Ichigo Kurosaki who was far away, Kiraku Shunsui's tone was very emotional, then his gaze turned and fell on Maayang and his group not far away. I'll go over there first. Seeing where Kiraku Shunsui's line of sight was, Joshiro Yukitake smiled slightly and moved aside. You go first. I will go and see the situation of the other captains. His body flashed a few times and landed in front of Maayang. Looking at Maayang who is supported by Suzuki Kusu, Kiraku Shunsui said, "Thank you so much. If you did not fight to the death, no one knew how the situation of this battle would develop. Of course, there are these two Rankar friends. Although you are Rankar, at least in this battle, our position is the same. Don't say that. The reason why this battle can be won is all thanks to Ichigo. If he didn't pay the price of losing spiritual power, the result of this battle is still unknown. Don't be modest, I saw it. If not for the uniqueness of Aizen's body that made him unable to be killed, you would have ended the battle long ago. Moreover, if you didn't insist on fighting until Kurosaki-san appeared, the final result of the battle would not be hard to predict." Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's answer, Maayang's face suddenly showed a smile. "I thought you fainted. I didn't expect that you have been very clear about the battle. However, with your personality, you actually didn't intervene when I was fighting. It is really strange." "Well, don't say that. In fact, I have been looking for a time to make a move, but I really did not find a suitable time to intervene. Your fighting rhythm is too fast. And I see that you seem to be able to solve it by yourself, so I just steal a lazy. Who told you to be so strong?" Waving his hand, Kiraku Shunsui said shameless words without any embarrassment, then his face changed and his tone changed. However, this battle really left a lot of problems. His eyes swept around and looked at Aizen, who was sealed in the distance. Several people on Maayang's side, and several people of Visored Legion in the distance who had just been cured, finally fell on Yamamoto head captain. Let's talk about the problem on your side first. Although it has proven that those things were planned by Aizen, it is an indisputable fact that you once defected to Soul Society. Even if you helped us in this battle, there is no doubt that these companions of yours are Rankar. Soul Society will not tolerate Rankar living in human world like this. Besides, head captain lost an arm in the battle, and how the follow-up treatment will be unknown. Soul Society now needs strength. After saying a call, Kiraku Shunsui stared at Maayang with burning eyes, waiting for his answer. With the strength that Maayang showed in the previous battle, if there is anyone who is closest to head captain, it must be him. Maayang was slightly silent. Although Kiraku Shunsui's words were a little messy, and he emphasized the fact that Maayang and others had defected to Soul Society before. He said that Soul's society would not allow Rancor to live in human world, and finally said that Soul's society needed strength in that tone, but Niang understood the meaning of the other party. It was to let him return to Soul's society and return to 13 Division of Imperial Guards, so that he could eliminate the past and present things. Returning to Soul's society and joining 13 Division of Imperial Guards, this is a request, an invitation, and also an agreement. In fact, when you said before that you watched my battle and did not make a move, I thought in my heart, I was also like this. Without returning to Kyoraku Shunsui, Niang spoke softly, his tone low. His eyes fell on Ichigo Kurosaki in the distance. From this side, he could only see a vague shadow. At this time he was surrounded by his companions. How ridiculous. As a swordsman, he actually retreated in the battle. Desire for power, dedication to power. Because of this desire and persistence, I am afraid of losing power. In the end, I lost my power because of this fear. Isn't this ridiculous? Hearing Niang suddenly say these words, Kyoraku Shunsui's face showed some surprise and bewilderment. There was a faint guess in his heart, but he was not sure. It was too shocking. In the surprised eyes of the surrounding people, Niang put his hand on Zanpakuto at his waist and slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. How could this be? Seeing Niang pull out his Zanpakuto, the people on the side all revealed looks of shock. His Zanpakuto, which was pulled out from Niang's scabbard, only had half a body. A person who cannot give up anything cannot do anything. As a swordsman, I have lost the determination to press forward. I have lost the qualifications to use Hueco's. Seeing the lonely expression on Niang's face, Suzuki Kusu, who was at the side, quietly held his hand and shook it hard. He turned his head to smile at her, and a hint of relief appeared on Niang's face. However, the battle is over. Although he has lost his strength, it is not bad. At least he has friends he values and can do things he likes. I think it is a wonderful thing for a human to live. As for the sword in his hand, it is better to put it in the sheath. Don't talk about it so seriously. Even if you want to lower the vigilance of others, you don't have to tell me. Reaching out to pat Niang on the shoulder, Kyoraku Shunsui had a strange smile on his face. Even if you can't use Zanpakuto, with your ability, you are absolutely not a weakling. I don't remember that you are a person who only relies on Zanpakuto's ability. Moreover, I believe that with your ability, you can definitely repair it again, whether it is Shikai or Bankai. However, since you want to quietly stay in the modern world, it is up to you. I will try to solve the matter of Soul's society for you. Really, to negotiate with those old guys again, it is really troublesome. Looking at Kyoraku Shunsui, who waved his hand and left, Niang's face showed a smile, and there was a warm feeling in his heart. Even the depression of temporarily losing Zanpakuto's strength seemed to have subsided a lot. That. As Niang chatted with Kyoraku, the silver-haired youth walked in front of Niang with a smile. I heard that you opened a coffee shop in the modern realm. I wonder if you can take in a person who has nowhere to go? He raised his head and looked at the youth in front of him with interest. Even now, Niang could not see through what he was thinking. It was just like the smile on his face right now. No one knew what was hidden under this smile. Of course. I have always loved homeless little animals. Even if it is a snake? No, it is a fox. The fox on the other side laughed happily, but who knew what was hidden under that smile? Chapter 233, Quiet Day. So that's how it is. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the cup in front of him a few times, and Niang's face showed a smile that Matsumoto Rinjaku could not understand. But since it is something related to Ichigo, why would it send you? Compared to you, it should be Rukia, who is more familiar with Ichigo. Who made me now the direct person in charge of the connection between Soul Society and you. Besides, Rukia is here too, but she just didn't came to look for you. She must have other ideas. Don't be so reluctant. It wasn't easy for you to get this job. I remember you asked a lot of people to help you. Well, I know what you're thinking. Go, I'll give the fox a few days off. Thank you, you're the best boss. Matsumoto Rinjaku jumped up and cheered, and then ran out with her trembling chest, her face full of the joy of a little woman. Ah, the proud cat and the proud fox, so interesting. Looking through the room, looking at Rinjaku, who excitedly ran out with a Kamaru-jin, Niang showed a smile on his face. Compared with this, his eyes fell on the cup, looking at the coffee that spread a layer of ripples. Niang's eyes were deep, making people unable to understand what emotions were hidden inside. What's wrong? What did Rinjaku say? Suzuki Kusa walked behind Kimura Niang at some point, and placed her hands on his shoulders to lightly beat him. Soft tone. Nothing. Reaching out and holding the other person's hand, Niang's heart gradually calmed down. As long as there was such a person accompanying him like this, there was nothing to worry about. This matter does not matter. It is not a big deal. As long as the other party does not provoke us, Do not pay attention. Of course, if Soul Society made a request, he naturally has to help. What I care more about now is the matter of Hueco Mundo. Although Stark has already investigated, I still can't put down a little. Hearing Ma Yang's words, Suzuki Kusa's body slightly paused. She also knew something about what happened in Hueco Mundo. This time things were not ordinary. Don't worry, you also know the strength of Stark, but there is no problem with the investigation. Just wait in peace. You should know the specific situation in these 2 days. That's the only way. Standing up, Ma Yang looked at the sky through the window. Was such a quiet and peaceful life coming to an end? He had finally managed to lead such a life with great difficulty. He really couldn't bear to part with it. However, why did his body tremble when he thought of the possibility of enemies appearing and his peaceful life being destroyed and forced to fight with all kinds of enemies he didn't know at all? A strong desire would emerge in the depths of his heart. Sure enough, you are still a person who likes to fight. Walking to Ma Yang's side, she leaned into his embrace and wrapped her arms around his body. Suzuki Kusa's voice was very gentle. Although you also enjoy a quiet and peaceful life, deep in your bones, you still desire to fight. You like the crisp sound of swords clashing, enjoy the feeling of blades brushing past you, and the satisfaction of sending your blade into your enemy's body. Will you feel uncomfortable living with me like this? I know that you don't like to fight. No, you are the real you in my heart, and also the one I like the most. I like to see you waving Zanpakuto to kill the enemy. The two of them stood in front of the window, quietly watching the sun gradually setting on the horizon. Their hearts were full of peace. Someone is being attacked. Suzuki Kusu, who was leaning against Ma Yang, suddenly said. Yes. It's Ichigo's companion, the whimsical Dishiryu. Well. After a pause, Ma Yang went on to say, it's Jinjokago, but what does this have to do with us? As long as they don't provoke us, they can do whatever they want. I also want to enjoy a few more days of quiet life. There is not much time. Yes. Suzuki Kusa buried her head back into Ma Yang's chest and slowly closed her eyes. Through the recent events, both of them felt a sense of oppression. An unprecedented battle was about to break out. It was an even more intense battle than the previous one. No one could avoid it. Therefore, at least before the battle began, they would enjoy this precious peace. Bang. Putting the thing in his hand on the table, Hori threw her body into the sofa. Huh? His eyes came out of the comic book. He glanced at Hori on the side, but he did not say anything. Love buried his head down again and burst into laughter. HMPH. Seeing Love's reaction, Hori snorted heavily. Hori, what happened to you? Seeing Hori's reaction, Uchiha, who was sitting on the side, suddenly opened his mouth and said, his tone as gentle as before. My body is fine. Damn it, Shinji and those guys actually went back to Soul Society to be a captain, bastard. That's because Soul Society is very weak now and needs someone to fill in the vacant position of captain. Isn't there a 3rd Division captain who defected here before? Why didn't he call that fox-like guy to go back and continue to be a captain? Hori, didn't you say it yourself? He is the captain who defected before. Although he has his own difficulties, Soul Society will not accept him to continue to be the captain. What difficulties? Isn't it just for a big-chested woman? Damn it, why can that guy not work again? And you too, actually do nothing, damn it. This is what you want to say the most, Hori, right? Love poked his head out of the comic book and said indifferently. So what if it's like this? Speaking of which, why didn't you return to Soul Society? Why did you insist on staying here and not doing anything? Because Soul Society didn't have. If I leave the comic book world now, I won't be able to live. After giving a fate explanation, Love buried his head in the comic book again, and then burst into laughter again. So why didn't Rose stay? In this way, he could go out and play for a while. At least he could pull the business. It was better than this bastard. Picking up her things from the table, Hori walked to the front hall with dissatisfaction on her face. Although she complained, she still had to finish the work she had to do. Thinking of the rules listed by Ma Yang, Hori gritted her teeth. That baldy Kimura actually made those demands. Bastard. Suddenly stopped, Ekamaru Jin's gaze turned to the distance. He felt a collision of spiritual pressure. That direction was Ichigo Kurosaki's house. What's the matter, Jin? Matsumo Rengeku turned her head strangely and looked at the silver-haired man who stood still, a trace of doubt on her face. No, it's fine. By the way, didn't you say before that you wanted to go see the clothes? This is the commercial street, right? Ah, right. I remember seeing a very good shop here when I came last time. I like the clothes inside very much. It seems to be not far ahead. Let's hurry over. Hurry up, Jin. Yes, yes. His arm was pulled. Ekamaru-jin dragged his footsteps and followed Matsumoto Ranjaku. Finally, he took a look at the abnormal direction he felt before. Then he retracted his eyes and quickly followed Matsumoto Ranjaku. Looking at the cheering woman in front of him, a happy smile appeared on his face. Although in the end, he couldn't take back what was taken away from Ranjaku, but at least, he could keep looking at her smiling face. As long as it was like this, it was enough. General Hospital. Ishida, what is going on? Looking at Ishida Ryu who was lying on the bed, Ichigo Kurosaki asked nervously. It has nothing to do with you. Ishida Ryu's voice came from behind the curtain. Although his heart was very touched by Ichigo Kurosaki's concern, he knew that Ichigo Kurosaki, who had lost his strength now, should not be involved in these things. How can it be unrelated? You are already injured. If you can't deal with it yourself, of course, everyone should think of a way together. Tell me quickly. Hearing Ishida Ryu's refusal, Ichigo Kurosaki waved his fist and said excitedly. Although he had lost his strength now, he could not watch his companion get hurt without doing anything. The sharing of information is very important. Do you want to disappoint your companion's good intentions? Shut up. Oh, what a pity. If your voice was higher, the wound would crack again. Hearing his son roaring at him, Ishida Ruken was not angry at all. Instead, he leaned against the wall and teased. Ishida. Sorry, Inoue, now I really have nothing to comment, you should go back first. Kurosaki. Oh. It's already so late, you must be very sleepy, right? Let me send you back. Returning to his senses, Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Orihime on the side and said. Hearing Ichigo Kurosaki's invitation, Orihime immediately fell into a violent sense of happiness. He said in a flurry, and his face could not help but blush. I'll drive her back. You should go back early too. If you stay outside too late, your father will be long-winded again. Looking at Ishida Ruken who was holding Inoue Orihime's shoulders, a strange color flashed in Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes, and then he covered it up. I understand. Thank you. Bowing deeply to Ishida Ruken, Ichigo Kurosaki turned around and left Ishida Ryu's ward, quickly running outside. Chapter 234, Disturbance. As he ran, he left Ishida's hospital. Only when his legs were trembling and he could no longer run did Ichigo Kurosaki stop. He reached out to hold onto an electric pole and let out a burst of rapid breathing sound. Damn it. What happened? In a place where I don't know. Is there no place for me to help? Clenching his fists tightly, a strong sense of unwillingness rose in Ichigo Kurosaki's heart. He recalled Ishida's father's actions in the ward and his nails dug deep into his palms. Although he knew that he could do nothing when he lost his strength and would only make Ishida and the others feel restrained, he was really unwilling. Slowly releasing his clenched fist, Ichigo reached into his pocket and took out a pure black card with a line of English letters on it. The strange man's face flashed through his mind, and a trace of determination flashed through Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes. No matter what kind of thoughts the other party had, only he could help him now. In Ishida Ryu's ward. He can't help much, so I only told you that the one who / Ryu is not a Shinigami. Of course not Shinigami. I investigated the remnants of spiritual power on your wound. To be honest, I doubt whether it should be called spiritual power apostrophe. That is the type of spiritual power I have never come into contact with until now. That is. Don't ask me. I have told you everything I know just now. Even the people who are cut know nothing about the enemy. In fact, it is not that Ryu does not tell you, but he does not know what to say at all. No way. Hearing Ishida Longxian's explanation, Orihime's face showed a trace of shock. With Ishida's strength, after being cut, he even knew nothing about the enemy. This is my speculation. The enemy may be a human with some kind of power that we do not know. And compared to Shinigami, it is closer to you and Chad. If we roughly distinguish it, Ryu, as a Quincy, can also be counted. Assuming that the attack on Ryu Ishida is regarded as attack the same kind of human, then it will be your or Chad's turn to be attacked next. Sorry, taking a leave at a time like this. But I really have something important to do tonight. Bowing to Suzuki Kusu, Orihime said with a slight blush on her face. It doesn't matter. If you have something to do, just go and do it. You just have to enjoy it when you are young. Is it going to go on a date with Ichigo, Orihime? She readily approved Orihime's request for leave on the well. Then, Suzuki Kusu's face revealed a trace of an ambiguous expression as she asked Orihime in a mysterious voice. It seemed that it was because she had been staying with Matsumoto Ranjaku for a long time. Suzuki Kusu seemed to like teasing Orihime. Every time she saw her become busy because of the play, Suzuki Kusu would find it very interesting. It was rare to hear that Suzuki Kusu made fun of her, but Orihime's face did not show any different colors. She just touched her head in embarrassment. Then, She bowed deeply to Suzuki Kusu and turned around to run away. Is this really okay? Retracting his gaze from Orihime, Maiyang's gaze fell on the two people behind him. If we let the situation continue to develop like this, no one can guarantee what will happen. Let's leave it at that. Our preparations have not been completely completed. Moreover, this is also a test from Soul Society. We just need to watch from the side and control the direction of the matter. I'm not talking about this. Moreover, I believe that Ichigo will not be stumped by such a small matter. He shifted his gaze from the unscrupulous merchant to the middle-aged uncle beside him. A hint of ridicule appeared in Maiyang's eyes. Are we just going to let Orihime be in contact with the other party like this? That is your future daughter-in-law. What? The uncle, who had a calm expression, suddenly became agitated. He grabbed Maiyang's shoulder and the emotion in his eyes became extremely agitated. Are you saying that Orihime is Ichigo's girlfriend apostrophe? That's great, but I thought that Ichigo would like a girl like Rukia. Halfway through his words, Kurosaki Ishin suddenly stopped. He reached out his hand and touched his chin, his eyes revealing a trace of thinking. Orihime is very good. She is beautiful and good-natured, and she likes our family Ichigo very much. However, Rukia-chan seems to be very cute. What should I do? Then, let's go back to the original topic. Ignoring Kurosaki Ishin, who had fallen into a delusion, Kisuke looked at Maiyang and pulled the topic back to the original point. This thing, I have no reason to refuse it at all. By the way, should we let Haribel and the others also import their spiritual power? You really like to joke, they are Rancor. It's not bad, doesn't Ichigo himself also have a hollow power, and Shinji and the others also lost their spiritual power? If you insist, but I can't guarantee what will happen. Looking at Kisuke's expression, Maiyang shook his head helplessly. You. Alright, let's end the discussion about Ichigo Kurosaki for now. Let's talk about other topics, such as the interesting things that happened in Hueco Mundo recently. Seriously, is Chad not home? Seeing the closed house of Chad, a hint of worry flashed through Orihime's eyes. What Ishita's father had said last night rang in his mind again. Assuming that the attack on Ryu is to attack humans of the same unusual power, it will be your or Chad's turn to be attacked next. Ishita is still in the hospital, and Chad is unable to be located. In the end. Speaking of which, Sister Rengeku has also come to the modern realm. Should we ask her? And Sister Kusu, if we ask them, we should be able to get some help, right? No, if we follow what Ishita's father said, this is only for our actions. We can't drag other people into this. Waving his fist forcefully, Orihime encouraged herself in her heart, then turned around and walked to her apartment. I'm Shishigawara from Mashita Commercial High School, you are Miss Inoue, I'm sorry. Can you please die? Walking to the front of the house, she pulled her satchel and was just looking for her key when a voice suddenly sounded behind Orihime. Huh? Turning his head strangely, a trace of surprise flashed in Orihime's eyes. He suddenly flew out of the air just now. Looking at the person lying on the ground in front of her, a drop of sweat rolled down Orihime's forehead on the well. How did that person do it? You. Are you okay? Orihime carefully leaned forward and asked. Although he was a very strange person, if he just ignored it, there would be trouble. The youth in front of him slowly raised his head, and then his body shook and his head suddenly leaned back, as if he had been struck by a great force. Orihime looked at the young man in front of her in confusion. She really couldn't understand the other party's behavior. It seemed to be the first time he had encountered such a strange guy. In the eyes of Inoue Orihime, the strange young man struggled to get up from the ground, then turned his head sideways and said in a very strange posture. Soul? Soul. That's it, life, to take your soul is to kill you, just like your glass's companion. The expression on Orihime's face suddenly disappeared. Was it you who attacked Ishida? Answer me. A trace of astonishment flashed across the face of the young man named Shishigawara. He seemed to be puzzled by the sudden change in Orihime, but then he revealed a ferocious expression. Is there any point in answering your question? When I mentioned the glasses guy, didn't I already say the answer? That's true. Reaching out, she placed her hand on the hair clip, and the power of Orihime was ready to go. Then, tell me about your class. Although your appearance is very dazzling, your words are very ridiculous. That kind of thing can only be asked by strength. Come and knock me down if you have the ability. Okay, that's it. A voice suddenly sounded behind her. Orihime suddenly stopped. Her pupils dilated slightly, and she was actually approached behind her without noticing. Orihime's body stiffened slightly. She turned around and looked at the man who had appeared behind her. She suddenly had a very dangerous feeling. The person who attacked Ishita is me. Mr. Tsukishima. Seriously, why did they provoke me? Don't they know that it is very difficult to find such an outstanding employee? You should know that our guest has almost doubled because of Orihime. After sending off Kisuke and Kurosaki, Maayang had just rested when he suddenly felt strange spiritual power, which had appeared beside Orihime. He stood up again and stretched his hands and feet. A trace of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. Come on, you are just looking for an excuse. I think you have been coveting those people for a long time. Even if they did not attack Orihime, you will find another excuse. You know quite a lot, Hori. Taking his own Zanpakuto, Maayang revealed a faint smile. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. At the very least, you have to hold on for a while longer. Chapter 235, Change. Come back early, don't stay too late outside. Suzuki Kusa said without raising her head. She focused all her attention on the account book. Ever since she started to run this coffee shop seriously, she had fallen in love with settling accounts. This was a meaningful matter. Although there was no need to keep an eye on her, she liked to look at the account books from time to time and calculate the daily turnover. It gave her a sense of accomplishment, a brand new feeling she had never experienced before. I don't think those people will take me too long, even though I really hope they can delay for a bit longer. Maayang said proudly. He shook his head and rushed toward Orihime's house. Seriously, I think Kimura is no different from Kenpachi except for his good looks. Looking at the disappearing Maayang, Hori tilted her head and turned to look at Suzuki Kusu. Really, I don't know why Kusu is in love with such a guy. Hearing Hori's words, Suzuki Kusu finally lifted her gaze and looked at Hori, who was lying in front of her, with a bright smile on her face. Perhaps it's just because we are used to each other's existence. Just like you and Shinji. Huh? You mean Shinji, that bald man? Who was familiar with him? That bastard actually ran back to Soul Society to be the captain. What a good-for-nothing guy. He obediently went back after being called. Hearing Suzuki Kusa mention Shinji, Hori's face suddenly showed a hint of disdain, and then she made a look of disgust. Then you, eh? Suzuki Kusa suddenly stopped mid-sentence. When she felt that Maayang had returned, a strange look appeared in her eyes. Although she had told Kimura to come back early, it was too fast. Or was the enemy really so weak? What's wrong? Seeing Suzuki Kusu's action, Hori was stunned at first, then she turned her head thoughtfully and saw Maayang appear at the door. So fast. After blurting out the two words, Hori's face suddenly changed, and her eyes fell on Maayang's tight face. And Stark, who was seriously injured and had lost consciousness. It was too late to greet Suzuki Kusu and Hori. Maayang directly ran to the backyard, looking anxious. He could feel that Stark's breath was gradually weakening. Hueco. The voice in his mouth just fell. Uchiha Hikajin, who was originally sitting in the corner, had appeared beside Maayang. He took the seriously injured and unconscious Stark from his hand and carefully put it on the ground. Then a bright yellow crystal wall appeared around Stark's body and surrounded him. The injuries on his body recovered at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. What the hell is going on? Several people around at this time opened their mouths to ask Maayang. They were clear about Stark's strength. He was definitely not inferior to the old captain. Now he was actually beaten like this. I don't know. I met Stark halfway, but at that time, he passed out before he could say any information. Stark. At this moment, Lilynette's panicked voice came from the side. She squeezed out several people around her and threw himself at Stark, her eyes flashing with tears. Hueco, how is Stark? Withdrawing his hands and wiping the sweat on his forehead, Uchiha Hikajin glanced at Stark, who was lying in his enchantment, and turned his eyes to Maayang. After my treatment, Mr. Stark has no big problem, but his injury is very serious. To be honest, I don't know when he will wake up. The face was slightly gloomy and nodded, and the cold breath in Maayang's eyes floated. He just went to Hueco Mundo to investigate. I didn't expect that Stark would be beaten like this. Damn, at that time, he should persuade him to go with Lilynette, otherwise he would not be seriously injured because he could not exert his full strength. Can you see the identity of the enemy from his wound? No. Shaking his head, Uchiha Hikajin continued to explain, what remains on the wound is spiritual power, which has never been seen before. It does not belong to Shinigami, nor does it belong to Hollow. If you really want to say it, maybe it is closer to Kurosaki Ichigo's companion of Quincy. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Maayang squatted down and reached out to brush the wound on Stark. He felt the vague residual spiritual power over there. His eyes gradually became dignified. It could not be wrong. This kind of spiritual power was definitely a Quincy. Turning his face, he nodded to his companions on the side, and Maayang's eyes showed a heavy color. It seems that this time, there is really a big thing to investigate. Really, I don't know if I can quietly read manga in the future. Love suddenly said, and the slightly hoarse voice showed the uneasiness in his heart. Hori, can I trouble you to invite Kisuke over? Yes, I will go now. Knowing that this matter was of great importance, Hori nodded without any hesitation. Her figure flashed and quickly rushed towards Kisuke. "What's wrong?" Ikamaru Jin's voice suddenly came from the side, as if he felt the unusual atmosphere here. At this time, his tone was not as relaxed as usual, but with a rare seriousness and caution. "The holiday you got with great difficulty may be ruined, Jin. The development of the matter is far beyond my expectations." Matsumoto Rinjaku, standing beside Ikamaru Jin, was slightly stunned and did not know what they were talking about. "Can I trouble you to inform Soul Society now, Miss Rinjaku?" "Of course." Feeling a heavy atmosphere floating in the air, Matsumoto Rinjaku's eyes became serious. "The Quincy is back." The pupils suddenly contracted. Matsumoto Rinjaku finally knew the reason why several people here had a heavy face. The Quincy who had been destroyed 200 years ago actually survived. Although there was indeed a companion of Ichigo Kurosaki, the Quincy named Ishitarayu, but this time the Quincy was absolutely different from him. The teenager had not yet been able to make Maayang and others change their faces. It seems that there is really something amazing. Kisuke appeared at the scene at some point, took the instrument from his body and put it down. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a solemn face. "Although now Mr. Stark is in a coma and can't provide us with any information, through the enemy left on his body, the spiritual power can still be investigated into something. At least we can analyze the strength of the enemy." Carefully taking out an instrument to collect the remnants of Quincy on Stark's wound, Kisuke began his research with a serious face. "Although I have already predicted that something will happen, I didn't expect it to be Quincy. This is really not a pleasant thing. Moreover, I really didn't expect that we will face war so soon. It's okay, we will not lose, because we have something to protect." Glancing at Suzuki Kusu, Maayang's face showed a smile. Yes, he had something that he must protect no matter what he said. No matter who it was, no matter what it was, he should not think about seizing the thing he was guarding. The preliminary result has come out. Staring at the things on the screen in front of him, Kisuke's face was full of caution. Although he had already known that the enemy who could seriously injure Stark like this would not be simple, the mood after the real result was different. According to the analysis of the spiritual power, the possibility of Shinigami and Hollow is completely ruled out. Basically, it can be confirmed that spiritual power's master is a Quincy. Moreover, some traces of Rishi burn on Stark also proved this. In addition to Quincy, I really can't think of anyone who can do this. As he spoke, Kisuke copied his experimental data to the side. Moreover, after preliminary calculations, the strength of spiritual power's master is even higher than that of Captain Shinigami. At least in terms of spiritual power, he is not inferior to Captain after Benkai. I don't know how many people have such combat strength in the enemy. If there are more than 20, this battle will really be dangerous. After listening to Kisuke's analysis, Love was silent for a while and said, "The Quincy who had disappeared for 200 years, no one knew where they had been hiding in these years, and in these 200 years of hiding, it was still unknown what kind of power they had secretly gathered. And the analysis that Kisuke had done before only helped them understand the power of the enemy who attacked Stark. However, they still knew nothing about the enemy forces and other information. It seems that I have to go to Hueco Mundo." After a moment of silence, Maayang suddenly opened his mouth and said, "In the face of such a situation, there was no other way than to go deep into the enemy's nest. In the face of a war that would break out at an unknown time, it would be extremely terrible if they could not get the information. Now, am I so reckless in your eyes? I will wait for Stark to wake up first. At least I can know some important information from his mouth. Although the possibility is very low, maybe Stark has already obtained the detailed information of the enemy." After that, Maayang himself also laughed. Then he found a place to sit next to Stark and closed his eyes. Chapter 236, Soul Society's Response. Soul Society, Sairi Itai, 12th Division, Technology Development Bureau. Captain, we have received a message from Vice Captain Matsumoto from the Modern Realm. Don't tell me this kind of small thing, just transfer directly to 2nd Division. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Kurotsuchi Mayuri looked at the team member who spoke with an unkind expression. Was he too kind to them recently? Even this small matter had to trouble him. Did he not see that he was doing research? It seemed that it was time for them to recall their horror. All kinds of strange thoughts flashed through his mind. Kurotsuchi Mayuri's eyes suddenly became dangerous. At the same time, a long-lost feeling rose in his heart. It seemed to be excited, but also seemed to be expectation. But, the information sent by Vice Captain Matsumoto is the highest level of alert. As if he felt the terrible thoughts in his captain's heart, the team member's body suddenly trembled. Then he suddenly remembered the message from Vice Captain Matsumoto, the highest level of alert, and his face showed tension. What? The highest? Kurotsuchi Mayuri was shocked. He didn't even care about the research he was doing. He quickly walked to the team member who opened the mouth and opened the marked message. Kurotsuchi Mayuri's pupils suddenly contracted, and the muscles on his face were slightly stiff. It's actually that group of guys. It's really the highest level of alert. Although Matsumoto Rinjaku said that it was only the preliminary result of the analysis and there was no more conclusive evidence to prove it, Kurotsuchi Mayuri had basically confirmed this matter. After all, the ones who made this judgment were Kisuke and Aizen. Moreover, thinking of the strange changes in the level warning intensity of the cultivation level of Shutara these days, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's face became more serious. Although the problems that appeared in the beginning were very slight, just a little adjustment would be enough. But if things continued to develop, sooner or later, the world of the modern world and Soul Society would meet each other. Recently, there have been so many inexplicable disappearances in Hueco Mundo, which makes us need to adjust the deviation of the world from time to time. It is really those guys who are playing tricks. He clenched his fist. Kurotsuchi Mayuri picked up the report he received and turned to the direction of 1st Division. It was urgent and had to report to head captain and immediately hold a captain meeting. The war might break out. Bang bang bang, a warning sound suddenly sounded in Siri Itai, and everyone stopped. Now hold an emergency captain meeting. Ask all captains to immediately go to 1st Division together, all vice captain to wait in the waiting room. Repeat, now hold an emergency captain meeting. Ask all captains to immediately go to 1st Division together, all vice captain to wait in the waiting room. The captains who are dealing with things in their respective divisions are all baffled. Why do they hold a captain meeting at this time? Is it because of Ichigo? Walking beside Byakuya Kuachiki, slightly behind half a body, Renji Abai asked strangely. A few days ago, Kisuke came to Soul Society and met Yamamoto head captain, and made a bold request to Yamamoto Genryu's head captain. Originally a Shinigami substitute Ichigo Kurosaki. Now he is being pulled into one thing. Because he helped Soul Society to defeat the traitor Aizen, Ichigo Kurosaki who lost Shinigami's strength, now he can't do anything, and he may fall into deeper pain. So Kisuke asked head captain to promise him to help restore Ichigo Kurosaki's strength. Surprisingly, head captain, who has always been known for his rigid and serious character, unexpectedly agreed to this request of Kisuke, and ignored the regulations of transferring Shinigami's strength to human beings is a felony apostrophe, ordering all captain and vice captain to pour their own spiritual power into the device brought by Kisuke in order to help Ichigo Kurosaki restore Shinigami's strength. It should not be. The matter about Ichigo Kurosaki has been finished before the discussion, and has sent Rukia to human world to pay attention to the development of things. There will be no big changes. There may be other things this time. Calm answer to Renji's question. Byakuya's face is always cold, but there is an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart, and he always feels a sense of urgency. Dong. The cane in his hand stamped on the ground, and Yamamoto Genryu's eyes suddenly opened. All the captains are here. Now we hold the captain meeting. First of all, Captain Kurotsuchi will say the message from Vice Captain Matsumoto, and your opinion of these things. Matsumoto? Toshiro Hitsugaya, who was still thinking about the purpose of this meeting, was suddenly stunned. Just now, Vice Captain Matsumoto sent a warning message. Maayang said that Quincy is back. What? The faces of the captains who had been quietly listening suddenly changed, and even Byakuya Kuachiki, who had been expressionless all the time, had a hint of undisguised shock on his face. Moreover, Maayang's deduction has already been confirmed by Kisuke. Although there is no conclusive evidence, it can basically be confirmed. Looking around at the headroom of the team, Kurotsuchi Mayuri's face shows a meaningful expression. This is really not good news. Raising his hand to press his bamboo hat, Kiraku Shunsui's tone is slightly heavy, completely different from the usual relaxed laughter. From his tone, you can clearly feel a kind of seriousness. The next thing to say is the discovery of a Technology Development Bureau during this period of time. In these few days, the void in the Hueco Mundo is being destroyed in a large number. It is not a normal purification, but completely destroyed. Combined with the brief message sent back by the Vice Captain Matsumoto, I think all the captains understand what this means. If this situation continues, in a few days, the modern world and Soul Society will collide. After saying what he knew, Kurotsuchi Mayuri returned to his position and waited for the next instructions of head captain. Boom. The cane in his hand fell heavily to the ground and made a dull sound. Breaking the heavy atmosphere in the team's headroom, Yamamoto Genryu's face was still calm. Since he could win in the battle 1,000 years ago, this time he would definitely defeat the other party. At present, our understanding of the enemy is limited to knowing the identity of the opposite side's Quincy. However, the number of enemies, the stronghold, the ability grasped, and so on are still unknown, but we can't relax the vigilance because of this. Begin immediately. 13 Division of Imperial Guards to enter the state of war alert. All captain and vice captain will carry Zanpakuto at any time, and must be allowed to completely liberate their Zanpakuto at all times. In addition, 10th Division Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya will go to the modern world to investigate this matter in detail. I'll give you the right to act without restriction, and be sure to get the exact information. The rest of the captain must not leave Siriite AI during this period, above. At the end of the meeting, all the captains were dignified. The Quincy, which should have been wiped out 200 years ago, appeared again. This race that was wiped out by Shinigami would never appear for peace again. A war was absolutely inevitable, and it would be a war that would spread to the whole world. As a young captain, for some secret things, Toshiro Hitsugaya was not very clear, but it did not mean that he was not clear about the importance of this matter. On the contrary, as a young and experienced captain, he was very clear about the terrible things hidden behind this matter. His body kept flashing and rushing in the direction of the gate. Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyes were full of seriousness. Head captain actually gave him the right to act at a low price, which meant that the importance of things was far beyond his imagination. Walking to the door of the team headroom, Kiraku Shunsui suddenly noticed that Kurotsuchi Mayuri's body was still standing in the same place, without moving his feet, as if he did not notice the end of the meeting. The footsteps paused. Kiraku Shunsui just opened his mouth to ask, suddenly thought of something, a trace of fluctuation flashed in his eyes, and finally turned into a plane, turned his head, pressed his bamboo hat, and bowed his head to the outside. The meeting has ended. Do you have anything to report alone, Captain Kurotsuchi? The meeting has ended, but Yamamoto Genryu's eye did not leave the conference room, as if he had a tacit understanding with Kurotsuchi Mayuri. Slowly opening his eyes, Yamamoto Genryu's calm eyes fell on Kurotsuchi Mayuri, and he asked faintly. Yes. In order to correct the balance of the soul, you need to get permission, which is to kill the residents of Rukongai in a crisis to maintain the balance. Kurotsuchi Mayuri slowly said his request, and the empty room suddenly fell into silence, and a depressing atmosphere was floating between Yamamoto head captain and Kurotsuchi Mayuri. The biggest difference between Shinigami and Quincy was the way to destroy the Hollow. Shinigami sent the Hollow purification back to Soul Society, while the Quincy killed the Hollow and destroyed its soul. Therefore, since ancient times, Shinigami was called the Protector of Cycle. That title referred to the nature of Shinigami's work. The number of souls that existed between Soul Society and the modern world always maintained balance. Through the boundary line of Dangai, they blocked and avoided contact with each other. If they did not do this, the balance of the two worlds would collapse, and that would lead to the collapse of both sides. The soul was sent from Soul Society to the modern world in the form of a living creature, and the dead souls were all guided to Soul Society, so that they could master the number of souls and adjust the balance between Soul Society and the modern world, which was Shinigami's job. However, the Quincy was a group of people who destroyed this balance. The Quincy would completely destroy the Hollow in its soul. Therefore, the souls that went to the modern world disappeared without returning to Soul Society. In order to maintain balance, the soul had to keep increasing in the modern world. If this situation was allowed, the balance of the soul would collapse sooner or later. Soul Society would flow into the modern world, and the two worlds would collapse at the same time. Now the Quincy appeared again and wantonly destroyed the Hollow in the Hueco Mundo, which would cause a serious imbalance between the modern world and Soul Society. Therefore, when necessary, it must be used to erase the residents of Rukongai to restore the balance between the souls of the two worlds. This old man has approved this. Turning around, Yamamoto Genryu's slightly strange voice came into Kurotsuchi Mayuri's ears. Chapter 237, Stark wakes up in the backyard of the coffee shop. Gisuke was still analyzing. All kinds of strange data were rolling on the instrument in front of him. His eyes were staring at the screen. Gisuke's performance at this time was completely different from usual. His eyes were full of seriousness. However, even if he analyzed it, with that little information, he could not get more information. The information in his hands was still too little. Only through the residual spiritual power on Stark's wound, he could not get specific information at all. Now he could only wait for Stark to wake up, but he did not know how long it would take. Looking at the screen in front of him, Gisuke's eyes were full of seriousness. The Quincy family that had disappeared long ago appeared again, and it was still in Hueco Mundo. What conspiracy did they have? His face suddenly moved. Gisuke moved his eyes away from the screen in front of him and looked behind him. A door through the border appeared there. Soul Society's response is so fast. It seems that the head captain has also recognized the importance of this event. Only. This scale of the gate, there should only be one person coming over. I don't know which captain the head captain has sent. Captain. Seeing the little captain with silver hair appear from the gate, Matsumoto Renjaku standing on the side suddenly shouted, and then walked to the front of Toshiro Hitsugaya. Is it Toshiro Hitsugaya? Looking at Toshiro Hitsugaya with a serious face, Kisuke pressed his hat. Indeed, it is reasonable to send 10th Division Captain at this time. Although very young, Toshiro Hitsugaya is really a very calm person and has a keen sense of some things. It may be the most correct decision to send him to human world at this time. Moreover, since the hidden unknown people are Quincy, it cannot rule out the possibility that they will attack Soul Society. At this time, Soul Society's combat effectiveness must not be scattered, lest like the last time he fought with Aizen, 4 captains in 13 Division of Imperial Guards are trapped in Hueco. Matsumoto, tell me the situation in detail. Walking out of the gate, seeing Matsumoto Renjaku walking in front of him, Toshiro Hitsugaya said directly, even the others on the side were ignored by him. Although he had known some of it in the captain meeting before, he did not know the cause of the matter, and now he had to understand the cause and effect of this matter. Now Mr. Stark has not woken up, even if he stays here, we can't get any other information. So I will go back first, and Mr. Ishin has to inform him, and I have to pay close attention to the matter of Kurosaki. Of course, when Mr. Stark wakes up, please inform me at the first time. Well, I will let Yuri inform you at the first time. He nodded to Kisuke and then watched Kisuke disappear into the yard. Although there was a little tension in Suzuki Kusu's eyes, more than that, it was a pity that things developed so fast. It seemed that there was no time to enjoy a stable life. Is that so? So it is like this. Then we can only wait for Stark to wake up. After listening to Matsumoto Renjaku's description of what happened before, Toshiro Hitsugaya reached out to hold his chin, and his face showed a thoughtful look. Maiyang noticed that there was some movement in the Hueco Mundo, so let the rank go to Hueco Mundo to check it. As a result, the powerful Stark would come back with such a sorry appearance, and even fainted without revealing any information. It is really unbelievable. Looking at Stark who was lying on the ground, there was still some shock in the eyes of Toshiro Hitsugaya. Because he used to practice here for a period of time, so for the combat ability of several people here, Toshiro Hitsugaya is still relatively clear. Whether it is the current unconscious Stark or Harable, they are strong and terrible guys. If compared with Espada under Aizen, at least can be ranked in the top 3. But it is this person whose strength even exceeds Captain, that was beaten into a coma. Moreover, according to Maiyang and Kisuke, they only feel a stream of spiritual power on Stark, that is to say, he was injured in a one-on-one battle. Although there is also the reason why Stark did not release Zanpakuto, the strength of the enemy is really shocking. Damn it. Is it the same as last time? Before the battle, I know nothing about the enemy. Clenching his fists tightly, a sense of irritation rose in his heart. The unknown enemy was the most terrifying, and this was the worst situation for him to know nothing about the enemy. However, this time, I will not be like before. I do not even have the qualifications to fight the enemy. I will bet on the tough training for the past 17 months. No matter what the enemy is, I will defeat them. Thinking back to his 17 months of hard training, in order to reach the strength to fight Aizen head-on, and the experience of pushing himself to the limit time and time again, a strong confidence rose in Toshiro Hitsugaya's heart. His Zanpakuto, which can be regarded as true Bunkai after training, will not be as weak as before. Hurrah restore so, we can't be as calm as before. The development of things doesn't allow us to be so relaxed. So that's how it is. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Has the Quincy reappeared? Kurosaki Ishin, who was sitting opposite Kisuke, crossed his arms in front of his chest with a serious look on his face. It was completely different from what he usually showed when he was at home. Now that he was serious, he gave people a very different feeling. I think you must have a lot of feelings about the Quincy. Looking at Kurosaki in front of him, Kisuke said meaningfully. Yes, I feel quite deep, for that group of guys. The eyes were slightly closed, calming the constantly rolling thoughts in his heart. After a long time, he opened his eyes. Kurosaki said with a flat tone, but under that flat, there was a deep emotion hidden. Mr. Kisuke. The door was opened from the outside. Rukia Kuachiki body appeared at the door. The armband hanging on the left arm was very noticeable. 17 months passed. Because of the excellent performance in the Aizen battle, and the strength that was trained because of the battle, Rukia Kuachiki was awarded the position of Deputy Captain of 13th Division. Has the final preparations been completed? I just noticed that Ichigo has entered the other party's base again. According to your predictions, Ichigo's cultivation is about to be completed. Maybe it will end soon, and that also means that the other party is going to make a move. Rukia, who became more enthusiastic because she was promoted to vice captain, looked at the two people sitting in the room and said slightly nervously. Looking at Ichigo being used like this, her heart was like a fire burning, wishing to rush up and finish them all immediately, but Gisuke's preparation was not complete, and according to the previous plan, it must wait until the last time to make a move. Yes, it is just completed. Standing up, Gisuke took back his hand from the thing in front of him. It was Zanpakuto, which was placed in a cylindrical device, but it was different from the ordinary Zanpakuto. This was a Zanpakuto without a blade. Next, just inject your spiritual power into it. Taking a few steps back and completely exposing the device in front of Rukia, Gisuke then said, as long as I borrow your hand again, this Zanpakuto, who injected all the captain and vice-captain spiritual power into Kurosaki's chest, can let him restore Shinigami's strength again. Walking forward and putting her hand on the device, Rukia's eyes flashed with excitement. On this Zanpakuto, everyone gathered their faith in Ichigo. As long as it was through, Ichigo could restore Shinigami's strength again. At the same time, in the space created by Yukio Kukaku Jinjo, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was nailed to the ground by Jinjo Kago with his own giant sword, suddenly let out a roar. The whole body of spiritual power suddenly issued a violent fluctuation. He suddenly broke free from the shackles of the other side and stood up from the ground. A powerful spiritual power on his body broke out wantonly, as if he wanted to destroy everything around him. Ichigo Kurosaki waved the weapon in his hand and slashed at Jinjo Kago, who was back to him. Rumble, a burst of smoke dispersed, and Jinjo Kago, who was slightly embarrassed, looked at Ichigo Kurosaki in front of him and showed a smile. Well done, finally completed. At the moment of completion, there must be someone around to help you suppress it. Because the souls accumulated in the props were all released in one breath. If you don't do this, the body of the caster can't bear it at all, so you have to complete the discovery in front of me no matter what. Jinjo. Looking at the person in front of him with complicated eyes, Ichigo Kurosaki had a strange feeling in his heart. He had thought that Jinjo was indeed a guy with evil intentions, and even had a real killing intent for him in an instant. He did not expect that he had deliberately played this play just to let him master the discovery quickly. Sorry, I can only play this kind of old villain role. The backyard of the coffee shop. Maayang, who had been sitting cross-legged beside Stark, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and the others beside him also changed their faces at the moment when Maayang opened his eyes. What happened? A slightly confused voice sounded beside Maayang. Stark, who was lying in the field of Uchiha, slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 238, Anime Info finally woke up. Seeing Stark who opened his eyes, Maayang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you all around me? The eyes were slightly confused. Stark rubbed his hair and slowly sat up. He looked at the people around him and said with a little distress. Why would he be surrounded by so many people when he slept? And why would he sleep in the yard? It was uncomfortable to sleep like this. Seeing Stark's slightly familiar action, Maayang suddenly thought of something, and the blue veins on his forehead jumped. No matter how he looked at it, this guy seemed to have just woken up. Not only Maayang, but the other people on the side also showed a strange expression on their faces. If they woke up from a coma, it should not be like this. Moreover, they are very familiar with Stark, and naturally know Stark's habits, sleeping. Now his appearance, is it just waking up? Did you sleep well, Stark? Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, Maayang controlled his emotions and said in a flat tone, but his voice was still slightly trembling. Well, to be honest, it's not comfortable to sleep on the ground outside. Dong. Maayang blew on his fist, and the anger in his heart seemed to ease a little. Why did you hit me before the words were finished? A fist was magnified in Stark's eyes again, and then slammed heavily on his nose, and then a petite body jumped over, riding on Stark's body and beating him up. I admit defeat. Let go, I am really going to die. His mouth was powerless to beg for mercy, but Stark's body did not move. Well, Lilynette. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Maayang reached out and pulled down a little lily writing on Stark. Looking at Stark's slightly pale face, he asked in a serious tone, who is the enemy? The backyard suddenly fell into a silence. Everyone looked at Stark and waited for his answer. A monster that can't be killed. It seems that he remembered something bad. Stark reached out and rubbed his head, making his hair more messy, and his expression was slightly distressed. What do you mean by can't kill? Super regeneration? No, the other party is not hollow. And I don't think that kind of thing can use super regeneration. Shaking his head, Stark answered everyone's doubts. The enemy's spiritual power is closer to human beings, or closer to the whimsical Dishita Ryu. Sure enough. After getting Stark's affirmation, everyone's heart suddenly rose a burst of enlightenment, and what should come is still coming. Is the other person alone? No, it's two people. Although there is only one person in charge of the attack, The other is the key to defeating that guy. Huh? The enemy is a well-built bald man who calls himself a big star. He is a hero of justice. He is very strong. The other is a little ghost. Although he does not have any combat ability, the person who was seriously injured by me recovered because of his encouragement. And his strength has become stronger. What is the enemy's attack method? When his eyes moved, Ma Yang asked. If he killed the Quincy, he should use the bow and arrow. But strangely, there were no wounds penetrated by the bow and arrow on Stark's body. Instead, there were many wounds left by the fist and kick attacks. This was also a problem that had troubled him for such a long time. Hand-to-hand combat. I don't know what to think. Stark reached out and rubbed his body. His strength is very strong, and now there is still a little pain. Are you knocked out by the enemy with a fist and feet? Hey, don't say that. You make me very embarrassed. He looked at Ma Yang with a wry smile. Although Stark himself does not pay much attention to these things, after all, there are so many companions around, so revealing it will make him very shameful. This is really not good news. Ignoring Stark's complaint, Ma Yang's face showed a cautious color. The Quincy who should have used a bow and arrow, now used the ability completely unrelated to the bow and arrow. In this way, it added more changes. 200 years have passed, and I don't know what kind of fighting method they have derived. Forget it, you should rest first. After confirming that Stark did not suffer any big damage, Ma Yang's heart, which had been hanging, was suddenly put down. He felt spiritual power in the distance, and the corner of his mouth suddenly showed a smile. What are you doing? Looking at Ma Yang who took his Zanpakuto, Stark asked slightly strange. It's nothing big, just some small characters. However, the staff in the store was bullied, and we can't just let it go. Huh? A trace of doubt flashed in Stark's eyes, because he was sent to Hueco Mundo before, so he did not know much about what happened in the past 2 days. It's none of your business. You'd better recuperate your body quickly. Let's go, Kusu. Let's go, Matsumoto. Watching them leave Ma Yang and Suzuki Kusu together, Toshiro Hitsugaya got up and greeted Matsumoto Rengeku on the side. Head captain ordered us to see Ichigo Kurosaki's choice. After explaining, Toshiro Hitsugaya followed Ma Yang to the direction where spiritual power came. I don't know what's going on. Looking at the few people who left, Stark rubbed his head and said. Well, Stark, you'd better change to a better place to recuperate. Although you have woken up now and there are no big wounds on your body is still very weak now. You'd better take care to recuperate. I know. But it's really embarrassing. Others beat up like this and have not gotten much information in the end. Stark, you bastard must be passive again. If you feel trouble, just run back directly. It's really shameful. If I had known, I would have gone with you. In this way, I can definitely kill the guy who doesn't know what it is. Waving her fist, Lilynette said with anger. As the most superior of the Vasto lower Drankar, Lilynette always thought that the two of them were the strongest hollow, but now Stark was actually beaten like this, which made her very uncomfortable. Hee. Stark smiled and did not speak, but just lay down and rest again according to the words of Uchiha Hikajin. Is it really possible to kill the other party? Although he really does not want to fight, so he just avoids the occasional attack, but he can feel that the enemy still has leeway. Even if he is really liberated, he may not be able to defeat him. Most importantly, is there a limit to the regeneration of the enemy? Although it is unrealistic to say that infinite regeneration, he does not know the method to make the enemy unable to regenerate. Moreover, if the battle continues, it is hard to guarantee that the enemy will not have reinforcements. The current Hueco Mundo is no longer the base camp of Hollow. In the battle, he also vaguely felt a hidden deep spiritual power. Sure enough. The battle is really too troublesome. Why can't we live a peaceful life like this? Looking at the moon in the sky quietly, Stark's mind gradually calmed. The moonlight tonight was so beautiful. On the other side of the city, a light rain fell, and the raindrops fell on Ichigo Kurosaki, drenching his body, and his face was covered with water stains. Nobody knows if it was rain or tears. Turning his head stiffly, Ichigo Kurosaki's unexpected eyes fell on the two people behind him. They were the two people he was familiar with. Kisuke, who had given him a lot of help, and his father Kurosaki Ishin. Dad. Mr. Kisuke. His eyes were full of pain and despair. Ichigo Kurosaki reached out to hold Zanpakuto, which had penetrated his chest, and said in a choked tone, so that's how it is. Even Dad, you have become enemies. Idiot, it's not me. Look carefully, you should be able to see who is holding that knife. His pupils gradually enlarged. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at the familiar figure standing behind him. At that moment, he only felt his heart beating faster, and an indescribable feeling rose from his heart. Rukia. Boom! A powerful spiritual power suddenly burst out from Ichigo Kurosaki's body. In the distance, Jinjo Kugo and Tsukishima face changed greatly. How could this level of spiritual power Rukia? The smoke dispersed, revealing Ichigo Kurosaki, who had turned back into Shinigami. His clothes were slightly different from before. The only thing that did not change was the huge Zanpakuto on his shoulder and spiritual power, who was as strong as ever. Yes, long time no see. Ichigo, during this period of time, you seem to. Rukia, who was still talking, suddenly jumped up and kicked Ichigo in the face. You haven't become stronger at all. Bastard. Useless wimp. What else can you do other than crying? I became so weak without staring at you. You are so embarrassing. Kisuke told me about the ability of Tsukishima, change the past. Just thinking about it makes people feel cold. However, so what? Even if you can change your past, you can't change your future. The lost fetter, it will be better to rebuild again, isn't it, Ichigo? Looking at Rukia, who was preaching to him in front of him, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes showed a smile. Can I say a word, Rukia? My past has not been changed. Chapter 239, Flee in Terror. Blue vein popped up on her forehead, and Zanpakuto in Rukia's hand suddenly waved out. Don't spit with a serious expression. It's very dangerous. He cried and avoided Rukia's attack, and Ichigo Kurosaki's face made a frightened look. It's very dangerous. You are crazy. You can't attack me like this because you haven't seen me for a long time. Fool. This knife has no blade. By the way, what is this knife? Hearing Rukia's words, Ichigo Kurosaki noticed that the Zanpakuto on Rukia's waist was not sheathed, and turned his attention to the Zanpakuto in her hand, and Ichigo Kurosaki spoke in a doubtful tone. This is a knife that Kisuke specially prepared for you. Thanks to it, I can give you Shinigami's strength again. Ha! A mocking laughter suddenly interrupted Rukia and Ichigo's communication. One hand was in his pocket, and the other hand was holding his own big sword. Jinjo's face came closer with some disdain. Although Ichigo Kurosaki was indeed wearing Shinigami's dead tyrant suit at this time, and there was Zanpakuto in his hand, but... Stop saying that kind of stupid things. Just turned into the appearance of the god of death, did you say, restore the power of the god of death? The first time the power of the god of death was successfully transmitted, that was because Kurosaki already had the power of the god of death in his body, but now he does not have the power of the god of death anymore. Lifting the big sword in his hand, revealing the license hanging on it. There was a trace of mockery in Jinjo's eyes. He had already taken all of Ichigo Kurosaki's strength before. The current Ichigo Kurosaki had no strength at all. It was absolutely impossible to have the slightest strength. Because I have already, completely taken it over. From that state of complete zero, spiritual power, who just injected you alone, can't restore Kurosaki's strength at all. Is it really unbearable for you, can't even feel the spiritual pressure? Anyway, you should be able to feel the spiritual pressure on Ichigo, right? Who is it? Hearing the voice that suddenly appeared in his ear, Jinjo's pupils suddenly contracted, and the big sword in his hand suddenly cut back. It seems that you are not only weak. Even your reaction is very slow. The body moved and appeared in front of Jinjo Kugo. Ma-yang said with a slight sneer. You the sky. A drop of sweat slid down from his forehead. Jinjo looked at the enemy in front of him with a half-bent body. He was ready to attack at any time. The movement of the other party was completely beyond his exploration. He could not control his movements at all. Not only did he not detect his appearance at the beginning, but just now, he did not find how the other party moved. It seems that I have missed a bit. Your speed is also very slow. It is completely a third-rate opponent. Shaking his head, Ma-yang looked dissatisfied. That casual look made the face of Jinjo opposite him become more gloomy. Kimura-san. Until this time, Ichigo Kurosaki screamed. He did not expect that even Ma-yang was shocked. Oh, long time no see, Ichigo. The figure flashed and appeared beside Ichigo. Feeling the full spiritual power on his body, Ma-yang also showed a smile on his face. Although his mood became bad because of Stark before, now seeing Ichigo like this, his mood suddenly became a lot better. Kimura, I have asked Kisuke to send Chad and Orihime back, and Stark has already told him. Orihime and Chadu. Don't worry, they are fine. They have already fallen asleep. I believe that when they wake up, everything will be over. Is that so? Hearing Suzuki Kusu's answer, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and then there was a suppressed anger in his heart. These guys, they actually made their lives a mess, and also used the fetters between themselves and their companions. Such playing with the feelings of others was simply unforgivable. Ha! Have you come to help, but only the two of you have no use at all. Looking at Ma-yang and Suzuki Kusa opposite, Jinjo shouted loudly, as if he wanted to increase his confidence in this way. It seems that you have been ignored, Ichigo. Patting Ichigo's shoulder, Maiyang turned his eyes to Jinjo-kago, and his sight was still slightly pitiful. Haven't you noticed the gap between you and my spiritual power until now? It is really sad. Is the perception ability of Shinigami agent very weak? Kimura-san, I can't pretend that I didn't hear you. With his state? It is just restored to the appearance of Shinigami. Spiritual power of Kachiki Rukia can't let Kurosaki restore Shinigami's strength at all. Without waiting for Ichigo to say anything more, the excited cry of Jinjo-kago had interrupted the two of them, pulling everyone's sight back to him again. It's ridiculous. What kind of thinking did you base on making the judgment that it is only Kachiki's spiritual pressure? A slightly cold voice suddenly came, and Toshiro Hitsugaya's small body fell not far away from Ichigo Kurosaki. There was no emotion in the eyes of the ancestral Mother Green, just like the strength represented by his Zanpakuto, cold. That Zanpakuto has been injected with all the captain and vice captain of 13 Division of Imperial Guards, is just to restore the strength of Kurosaki alone. It is more than enough. Toshiro. Sister Ranjaku. The blue veins on the forehead burst, and Toshiro Hitsugaya turned his line of sight to one side, and said in a bad tone, "Please call me Toshiro Hitsugaya. Jinjo-kago, what you took is just the part of spiritual power that is integrated with the complete technique in the body of Ichigo, and the strength of Shinigami will constantly emerge from the body of Ichigo, not relying on a guy like you to take it away." Looking at Jinjo-kago with some doubts on his face, Rukia's voice was full of encouragement for Ichigo. Ichigo. They don't know, this level is not enough to make you desperate. They don't know how desperate you were before. Let them see clearly, Ichigo. Even if you are desperate, you can't stop your footsteps. After listening to the words that Rukia said in his ear, Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes were full of determination. All the hesitation in his heart before was swept away, leaving only determination and strength. Maiyang, who stood beside him, could even clearly feel the change in his momentum. Yes. The arm moved, the huge Zanpakuto in his hand lifted up. Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly waved his knife, and a strong sword pressure was waved from his Zanpakuto, opposite to Jinjo-kago suddenly looked aghast. Step 1 foot fell, running out from the previous attack of Ichigo Kurosaki. Jinjo-kago was slightly embarrassed, but his face showed a hint of wild laughter, his eyes were full of pride, and he looked at Ichigo Kurosaki and laughed loudly. The power of Getsuga Tensho is indeed improved, but it is only this level, it is empty. This thing can't kill me. Kurosaki. Maiyang held his forehead with his hand and turned his face away. He did not want to look at this guy anymore. He had let down his previous expectations. Spiritual power was obviously not bad. Why was he like this in battle? His judgment ability was too bad. He obviously had no ability to judge the situation of the battle and could not accurately grasp the movements of the enemy. His perception was even worse. What's wrong? Looking at Maiyang, who was holding his forehead with his hand, Rukia asked in confusion. It was obviously an important battle, but she felt that Maiyang was very disappointed. I just feel embarrassed about my previous judgment. I actually have expectations for this group of idiots. Am I also stupid? I don't even know anything about Ichigo. I don't even know his signature move, Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs, and I can't believe they want to attack Ichigo. These guys. Halfway through his words, Maiyang was a bit speechless. It seemed that these guys were just like this. He had been looking forward to it before. Idiot. Just as Maiyang thought this, Ichigo Kurosaki on the other side also said such words to Jinjo-kago. He didn't know when, but he had already appeared behind Jinjo-kago. He looked at him with emotionless eyes, and Zanpakuto in his hand raised again. Just now, it was not Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs, it was just sword suppression. The footsteps moved and made a standard posture. A strong spiritual power turned into substance and rose from Ichigo's body. The sky blue spiritual power overflowed from his body, almost drowning Jinjo-kago's body. Feeling this terrible spiritual power that was beyond his imagination, Jinjo's eyes were full of panic and no longer the previous calmness. What is this spiritual power? He can finally sense his spiritual power. Looks like this guy can still be saved. Hearing the panic cry of Jinjo-kago, Maiyang suddenly flashed such a thought in his mind. If this spiritual power who had already turned into substance still did not respond, he really had to re-estimate this Jinjo-kago. Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. A blue slash cut through the sky. The room behind Jinjo-kago was completely cut into two halves. The upper half of the room disappeared directly. As for Jinjo-kago standing in front of the room, he was stunned at his time, and his eyes were still in a daze. Sorry, I missed, but I will hit it next time. The eyebrows were raised, and Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes were full of determination, without half a trace of hesitation. Awakened by Ichigo's voice, after coming into contact with Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes, Jinjo Kago's body shook, and from Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes, he clearly felt the will of the other party. He would really kill him, and there would be no hesitation at all. So, Jinjo Kago suddenly turned around, stepped on the ground, and chose to escape without hesitation. Chapter 240, Capture. A palm suddenly fell on Jinjo Kago's shoulder, and then Ichigo's slightly low voice came from his ear. Don't think about escaping. A powerful force suddenly came from Jinjo Kago's shoulder and could not make any resistance at all. His body was directly thrown from the sky and slammed to the ground. What kind of strength is this? His body ability has actually improved so much. Did the full bearing technique I taught him improve his basic performance? Damn it. The body turned and grasped his center of gravity. Jinjo Kago landed steadily on the ground, his arm was swung, making a standard combat posture, but before he could do anything, Ichigo's body appeared in front of him again. With his current ability, he could not grasp the trajectory of Ichigo's movements at all. Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. A powerful spiritual power converged, and Zanpakuto in Ichigo Kurosaki's hand suddenly waved out. A huge slash suddenly swung out and fell on the body of Jinjo Kago, completely drowning his body, and an unwilling voice echoed in the slash. With this, don't think you can kill. The unwilling roar from the mouth was drowned by Ichigo Kurosaki's slash, and Jinjo body disappeared in the middle of Ichigo Kurosaki's Getsuga Cross Moon Fangs. Stretching out his hand and holding it, Ichigo's heart raised an inexplicable feeling. After 17 months, he finally had the power to protect his companions and relatives. Feeling the remnants of spiritual power on his body, Ichigo felt a warm feeling in his heart. He could feel that spiritual power, the captain whom he knew, was given this power again by them. You feel it, right? Toshiro Hitsugaya walked to Ichigo Kurosaki's side and said, his face still cold, without any other emotions. Isn't it a serious crime to pass power to humans? With a smile on his face, Ichigo asked. This is the command of head captain. He ordered all captain and vice captain to inject spiritual power into the device brought by Kisuke. Although in my opinion, head captain making such a judgment is really not wise at all. If it was the former head captain, you will never make such a judgment. It is you who changed all this, Ichigo Kurosaki. Speaking of this, Toshiro Hitsugaya's face suddenly showed a touch of emotion. The power you accept is the result of the battle you have experienced so far. It continues to change the result of Soul Society. You can just stand up and accept it. Boom. A terrifying spiritual power suddenly burst out from behind Ichigo Kurosaki. The solid spiritual power rushed straight into the sky, giving people a sense of oppression. This level of spiritual power was completely at the level of a captain. What had captain let you recover spiritual power for two more reasons? One is just like what was said before, and the second reason is this guy. Taking a step forward, Toshiro Hitsugaya looked at Jinjo Kago who appeared in front of them again, and his image changed grayly, and explained to Ichigo Kurosaki who was puzzled. As early as before you appeared, as the agent of Shinigami, he was given the agent license, but he disappeared without permission. The agent of the first generation Shinigami, Jinjo Kago. What is going on? That guy he. Turning his head to look at Hitsugaya, Ichigo's mind was in a mess, and the development of the matter had exceeded his reaction. When I gave you the license, you heard it from Kisuke, didn't you? There was still a law that targeted the case of the agent Shinigami. If the agent Shinigami that appeared was beneficial to Soul Society, it would definitely be given to him this thing. The so-called representative. It was for the rules that he created at that time. Hitsugaya, hearing Ma Yang's voice behind him, Hitsugaya's eyes moved slightly, and then he changed the topic. It was indeed not the time to say more. Let's talk about the details later. Now concentrate on dealing with him. Ha. Of course, if you don't concentrate on dealing with me, you will be unlucky. His face was full of wanton smiles. After getting Ichigo Kurosaki's ability, Jinjo Kago's self-confidence was obviously bursting. The opposite side was just a captain and a Ma Yang. He was no longer in his eyes. Thank you, Kurosaki. If I didn't get your ability, I would have died just now. Shaking his neck, Ma Yang looked at Jinjo Kago's performance without saying a word. Even if he has now obtained a powerful strength, Jinjo Kago is still not a real strong person. He can't mention much of Ma Yang's interest at all. He is just waiting for the group of guys to appear. Damn it. Sure enough. You are too cunning. Only Mr. Jinjo can get Mr. Ichigo's ability. Hey, Kiriko. On the side, Ryuka seemed to be very unhappy with his companion's words. After hearing his companion's words, he immediately turned his head and said discontentedly, ready to refute their remarks. Exactly, isn't it said that everyone will distribute evenly? Wait a minute, you. I don't want Ichigo's ability, shush, You are noisy. Pulling out the sword on his back, a strange power flowed on the blade, and Jinjo's body suddenly disappeared, accompanied by a flash of light. His body appeared behind several people. I don't need you to tell me. I will distribute Ichigo's abilities to everyone. Boom. A few balls of light suddenly erupted. The smoke dispersed and a new member appeared in front of Ichigo. Not only his appearance, but their spiritual power had also undergone a huge change. Compared to before, there was a fundamental difference. This is the power of Mr. Ichigo's full-time technique. I feel a youthful aura overflowing from my body. Feeling the new power in his body, Kiriko, who was wearing an eye patch, let out a burst of uncontrollable excitement. Your people are finally here. Ma-Yang, who had been watching the show, finally stood up. He stood in the sky and looked down at the group of people on the ground. A strange expression appeared on his face, which made the people below feel very uncomfortable. They were now people who had obtained new power. Humphrey. Are you provoking us? Come on, let me show you the power we have now after obtaining Mr. Ichigo's ability. As expected, all of you are idiots. Kimura-san, they only increased their strength because of me. This is my responsibility. Let me handle it. Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly moved and stood in front of Ma-Yang. Looking at the people below, his eyes revealed a determined expression. This won't do, Ichigo. A hand suddenly fell on Ichigo's shoulder. Ma-Yang's voice came from his ear, my Zanpakuto is already thirsty. Or are you going to replace those guys to test the knife with me? Feeling Ma-Yang's gaze fall on him, Ichigo Kurosaki's body unconsciously trembled. The culprit is yours. There are some things that you need to make your own decision. However, the rest of the people will all be mine. By the way, what kind of person are you, uncle? I don't know at all. Yukio's eyes fell on Ma-Yang, his face carrying the innocence of a young boy, but Ma-Yang clearly knew that this guy was not an ordinary Shota, but a psychologically twisted Shota, and his ability was a little troublesome. However, uncle? What an interesting name. I seem to understand a little of the psychology of Kiraku. The corner of his mouth raised an arc.